I had just started middle school, and I already had a 30-year-old beautiful wife. Because after reincarnating, I unexpectedly awakened memories of my past life. So I hurriedly rushed to the door of my previous life's home. I was still hesitating whether to knock on the door, when coincidentally, my 30-something curvaceous wife opened the door. She looked at me with a hint of surprise and asked if I was a classmate of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun is our daughter. I opened my mouth, but for a moment, I didn't know what to say. Lin Hui smiled and invited me into the house. I noticed that all the furnishings in the house were almost the same as before I passed away, except that there were many more items used by women. I turned to look at Lin Hui and said, Xiao Yun and the others are still sleeping, right? Then I turned and walked towards the daughter's bedroom. Seeing my actions, Lin Hui immediately frowned. She quickly caught up and stopped me, asking, You call them Xiao Yun? What exactly is your relationship with them? Hearing her question, I just laughed out loud. It's normal if you don't recognize me. My name is Li Chen, and now I'm called Yang Chenggang. Lin Hui looked at me in surprise because her ex-husband's name was Li Chen. Then she smiled and said, So, do you have two names, kid? Seeing her disbelief, I continued, I really am Li Chen, your husband. I just became younger now, that's all. Lin Hui's face immediately turned dark, mentioning that at such a young age, not studying well, not even grown up, and still learning those nonsense from men. I thought you were friends with Xiao Yun and the others. But since you're not, please leave. Then Lin Hui pushed me out, and I almost stumbled a few times along the way. She was a black belt in Taekwondo in her early years, not to mention me in my current youthful appearance. Even if 2 or 3 strong men come at me together, I wouldn't stand a chance. After being pushed outside the door, Lin Hui was about to close the door. I shouted loudly, I am really your husband, I even know about the mole on your buttocks. Lin Hui paused, her face turning embarrassed. Damn it, I thought this little brat was just a big talker, a little jerk, but didn't expect him to be a peeping Tom. My heart skipped a beat, because I knew that once my wife showed that expression, it meant she was about to explode. If this were in the past life, saying this teasingly wouldn't be a problem. But now I am 13-year-old Yang Chenggang, so I quickly smiled awkwardly and said, don't mind me. Lin Hui grabbed my collar and lifted me up. Oh really? You little brat, it seems today I will have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. I started to struggle continuously, but it was futile, and I was eventually carried into the house by Lin Hui. She closed the door and threw me onto the carpet. As she spoke, she snapped her fingers. Kid, how do you want to die? I kept backing away in fear. Seeing him like this, I knew that if I didn't present some evidence, I would probably end up beaten today. I said, don't mess around. I am really your husband. I remember what happened between us. To keep it a secret, I suddenly lunged towards the side of the sofa, then reached underneath and started searching around. My actions left Lin Hui a bit confused. She had only intended to scare me. After a dozen seconds, I pulled back my hand from under the sofa, revealing a slightly sticky black box. I handed it to Lin Hui and said, Here, open it and you'll see. Lin Hui opened it in confusion, then her face was filled with astonishment. It turned out to be a wad of private money, at least 2,000 or 3,000. I felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. After all these years, not only was the sofa not thrown away, but it even held the private money I hid before I passed away, and it had never been discovered. My dear, don't be angry. Back then, you were a bit strict with my pocket money, so I hid some. I never expected it to be hidden for so many years at once. How do you address people, you brat? Call me auntie. Lin Hui raised an eyebrow and gave me a slap on the back of my head, making my head buzz. Looking at my wife still in disbelief, I sighed helplessly. I saw Lin Hui continue to scold me, saying, You must have read too many novels. Go back and study. I really don't understand why people of your generation are like this. You spend all day fantasizing about unrealistic things. As Lin Hui spoke, she pushed me out again. Just then, the bedroom door opened, and a woman walked out. It was my eldest daughter, Li Chen, who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old and was around 7 meters tall. I immediately brightened up, broke free from Lin Hui's grasp, and ran over with a smile on my face. Li Chen is much taller than me now, but I didn't mind. I held her face and said, You are Qian, right? You've grown so much in over 10 years. You've truly inherited my genes. You're so beautiful. Let daddy have a good look. As I spoke, I squeezed Li Qian's face. Come on, my dear daughter, call me daddy. Li Qian was taken aback by this sudden scene. She couldn't believe that the first male to enter the house after her father's passing was actually a 13 or 14-year-old boy. He even asked her to call him daddy. After coming to her senses, Li Qian let out a sigh and then turned around and ran back into the bedroom. Shortly after, I heard a burst of shouting coming from the room. Wake up! Wake up! There's a man in the house. It was the voices of two girls playing around in the room. At that moment, Lin Hui walked over and said, "You little rascal, if you don't leave my house soon, don't blame me for getting physical. Your small frame won't withstand my strength. I'm not some hoodlum, I've told you I'm your husband." Seeing Lin Hui's increasingly grim expression, I had to dig out all the hidden money in the house, totaling tens of thousands. Lin Hui was completely stunned, wondering if the young man in front of her really had something to do with her ex-husband. At that moment, Li Qian came out with her sister, and her daughter Li Yun looked at me in disbelief, wondering how a young man appeared in the house with so much money on the floor. Could this be a betrothal gift? Upon seeing Li Yun, I was immediately filled with joy. "Oh, I can't believe you've grown up so much. I remember when you used to follow me around as a child. Back then, if you didn't see me for a while, you would start crying." My words made Li Yun blush instantly. "Keep talking nonsense, and I'll smack you. Mom, throw him out, better yet, send him to the hospital." I waved my hands repeatedly, saying, "Don't be like this. I really am your dad." Lin Hui ignored my nonsense, grabbed my collar, pulled me out, and then kicked me in the butt. With a loud slam of the door, I was left outside, crawling away, thinking about my wife and daughters. Realizing they wouldn't accept me for a while, I decided to stop bothering them, shaking my head and leaving. Not long after, Lin Hui also left the house. But as soon as she reached downstairs, she was stopped by someone. Before me stands a refined middle-aged man. Lin Hui, feeling a bit annoyed, said to Chen Jun, "What are you here for again?" Chen Jun, with a smile on his face, tried to please and said, "Hee, I just happened to pass by. Since you're here too, let's walk together." This Chen Jun has been pursuing Lin Hui because he knows she was widowed at a young age. Raising two children alone, maintaining a clean reputation, Lin Hui's integrity greatly impressed Chen Jun. Unfortunately, Lin Hui has no interest in him at all, and she turned around and walked away. But Chen Jun persisted relentlessly, not giving Lin Hui any chance to break free. At that moment, I happened to come out from the nearby store with a Coke in hand. Seeing this scene, I was instantly furious. How dare someone bother my wife? It took some nerve. I immediately walked over with the chilled Coke in hand. Before getting close, I asked directly, "Shall we? Who is this person?" Lin Hui was surprised that I hadn't left yet. He suddenly froze for a moment. Meanwhile, Chen Jun, who had his back to me, furrowed his brows. But when he turned around and saw that I was just a kid, he immediately felt relieved. I walked up to Lin Hui, looked at Chen Jun, and asked, "Who is this man? Why have I never seen him before?" At that moment, Chen Jun asked Lin Hui, "Who is this kid?" "I am her husband, you have no chance, hurry and leave, stop bothering Xiao Hui." Originally, Chen Jun thought I was a relative of Lin Hui, so he completely ignored me. Little did he know, when I said this, it left him completely stunned. What a joke! When did Lin Hui start liking this kind of brat? So he showed an ugly smile. "Speaking of which, kid, you really have a way with words." Then, he said to Lin Hui, "Your kid is really interesting." Lin Hui quickly denied, saying she is not my child. I took advantage of the situation and put my arm around Lin Hui's waist. Looking up at Chen Jun, I said, "Don't get it wrong, I told you I'm her husband, give up on her." After that, I put my arm around Lin Hui's waist and walked away. I didn't even look at Chen Jun, with his ever-changing expression. Lin Hui, not wanting to be bothered by Chen Jun, followed me as we walked away. This left Chen Jun dumbfounded, thinking to himself that this brat probably hasn't even grown all his hair. Does Lin Hui actually like this kind of person? On the other side, as Lin Hui and I walked away, he suddenly slapped me on the head. "You lazy brat, when will you change? I wouldn't go that far, after all, I helped you out. Besides, I am really her husband. Kid, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't be polite. Leave now. You helped me this time, so I won't hold it against you, but I don't want to hear this nonsense from you again." After saying that, Lin Hui didn't look at me anymore and walked away. Seeing her like that, I also understood. If I continue to pester her, Lin Hui will probably get really angry. So I simply said goodbye to her and left. I've wasted so much time here today, and now I have to go and do what I need to do with my body. After all, now I'm just a teenager. Just a teenager in his teens. My parents enrolled me in a piano training class for my whole life. As the class time was approaching, I took the bus to the piano class. Later in the class, the piano teacher asked each person to play solo. As my mind was almost entirely on Lin Hui, when it was my turn, I didn't consider what the teacher had taught today. I just started playing when I went up, and what I played was the piece I composed for Lin Hui when I proposed to her in my past life. The wonderful sound of the piano instantly filled the classroom, shocking everyone. Many teachers from the neighboring classes couldn't help but come over to watch. And this performance of mine was also recorded by a teacher and shared on The internet, along with a caption saying, "A small ordinary training institution, unexpectedly discovers a piano genius." The next morning, I left home early, eagerly took the bus, and arrived at the doorstep of my past life's home. At this moment, the two daughters were lying in bed watching short videos. Suddenly, a video with a high number of likes caught Li Qian's attention. The video showed the back of a young boy in a classroom, quietly playing a beautiful tune. Upon hearing the sound, Li Yun quickly approached and both of them simultaneously exclaimed, "This tune is really nice." At this moment, Lin Hui impatiently opened the door and shouted, "I said, when are you two going to get up?" However, Lin Hui suddenly froze upon hearing the piano piece coming from the phone. He quickly took the phone and looked at the boy playing in the video, utterly astonished. At the same time, scenes from my past life before I passed away kept flashing in his mind. Tears welled up in Lin Hui's eyes as he vaguely remembered that when I pursued him back then, he played this tune. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, causing Lin Hui to startle and snap out of his reminiscence. He then turned somewhat angrily and walked towards the front door. The two sisters exchanged a glance and commented, "Mom seems a little upset. He seemed to have recalled something just now. Could it be about Dad?" When Lin Hui saw who had arrived, he became even more frustrated and exclaimed, "What are you up to, you rascal?" I walked over with a big smile and said, "Hey, don't be mad, wife. I came to see you and the two girls." Then I squeezed into the room and cheerfully said to the two girls, "Shanshan, Young, hello. Daddy's here to see you." Li Qian immediately raised her fist and said, "If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll beat you up." I didn't mind that at all, but instead laughed, "Have you three not had breakfast yet? It's perfect today. Dad will let you taste my cooking skills again." So I went straight into the kitchen. With skilled movements, as if I were in my own home, Lin Hui and the others were stunned. I've never seen such shameless behavior. Li Yun even prepared to call the police immediately. In his eyes, I must have escaped from the hospital, otherwise how could my actions be so bizarre? Just then, Lin Hui suddenly walked over, grabbed Li Qian's phone, and pointed to me who was busy in the kitchen, saying, "Daughter, look, she's making scallion pancakes." My actions made Lin Hui feel incredibly familiar, so he immediately knew what I was doing. Li Qian was surprised when she heard her mom's words and looked at the kitchen. Before long, I successfully made the pancakes, and then the four of us sat at the dining table. Li Qian and Li Yun exclaimed in surprise, saying that indeed made scallion oil potatoes, and were actually guessed by Mom. "I remember, wife, you love spicy food, but I don't know if the two kids can eat spicy food. So I deliberately made some non-spicy dishes, then I brought out the tomato sauce. And said, I remember that Yun used to like dipping everything in tomato sauce, let's see how it tastes." When I left over a decade ago, the two kids were still young. I missed out on so many years of their growth. Now that I'm back, I want to see how much they've changed. However, Lin Hui and the other two looked at me talking to myself, all with question marks above their heads, increasingly doubting my identity. At this moment, I solemnly said to Lin Hui again, "I know you don't believe me, but I really am your husband." Lin Hui furrowed her brows, then said something that left me speechless, to the extreme. Staring at me, he said, "Tell me the truth, you're not my husband's illegitimate child, are you?" "It's not. I'm not your husband's illegitimate child." "No, your husband doesn't have any illegitimate children." The more I explain, the more confused it gets. Lin Hui's face darkened. Squinting, she asked, "Then tell me, where did you learn to make scallion pancakes in Suzy? Be honest, what's the relationship between your mother and Li Qian? This Li Qian guy, how does he tell everything to outsiders? Originally, there didn't seem to be any issues, but now it feels inexplicably wrong. This child has too many similarities with Li Qian. Maybe his mother has some connection with Li Qian. That piece of music was something I learned specifically to pursue you, have you forgotten?" Li Qian tried to change Lin Hui's mind with past sweetness. Lin Hui sneered, "Ha, quite a lot is known, Li Qian, this old guy really tells everything to outsiders." His expression turned dark, and he began flexing his fingers. Seeing Lin Hui's expression, Li Qian naturally understood that she was truly angry. "I am really Li Qian." He could only repeat this fact. Lin Hui stood up, pointing to the door, "Leave my house immediately now, or I will call the police." Reluctantly, Li Qian stood up and looked at his two daughters on the side. "Xian, Yun, take your time eating, Daddy will come back." After speaking, he turned to leave. Li Yun hurriedly spoke, "That piece of music, can you teach me?" "Of course." Li Qian agreed without hesitation, "If you want to learn, Daddy will teach you." How could a father not agree to his daughter's request? Especially when it was something he could do. "Do you know any other pieces of music? Or any other types of music?" Li Qian asked. She was being vague, and Li Qian didn't understand what she wanted to do. I know some other piano pieces. As for the other types of music you mentioned, what exactly do you want to do? I need to know your purpose in order to give you an answer." Li Chen's somewhat naive face was full of seriousness. Hearing this, Li Qian and Li Yun became interested and quickly approached. "I want to be a star, the kind that can play the piano, sing, and dance," Li Yun said, holding Li Chen's hand. Li Chen was even shorter than her, speaking with his head lowered to look at Li Chen. Li Chen also hurriedly said, "I want to act, make movies. It would be great if I could also sing, an all-around artist." Li Chen had heard about the two of them wanting to be stars since they were young. He just didn't expect them to still want to be stars now. After some thought, he said, "Wanting to be a star is not easy, it requires a lot of hard work. How about this, I'll teach you to play the piano first, and when there's a talent show someday, you can participate then." With their piano skills, the two daughters should be able to attract attention on the show. With some preliminary plans in place, Li Qian and Li Yun were naturally happy. But Li Chen's current identity. Both of them turned to look at Lin Hui at the same time, as if seeking her approval. Lin Hui also knew about the two's dreams and naturally didn't want to hinder them from pursuing their dreams. But Li Chen was really strange. "You can teach them, and I can pay you tuition, but if you dare to say you are my husband again, I will definitely send you to the hospital." Lin Hui waved her fist, deliberately saying fiercely. Li Chen scratched the back of his head, "But I really am." "Don't you dare say it again." Lin Hui interrupted before he could finish. Li Chen fell silent. "Forget it, better not say anything. Otherwise, he might even lose the opportunity to teach his daughters to play the piano. He could always explain things slowly to Lin Hui later. "You don't need to pay tuition, I'm willing to teach them for free." How could a father charge money for teaching his own daughters? As long as he could be allowed back home. Li Chen went to the room on the east side, opened the door, and saw a piano. It was covered with a cloth, slightly dusty, obviously not used for a long time. When he was around, he used to play the piano for Lin Hui. Later, when he was gone, the piano was left idle, unsold, as if it had been forgotten. "I'll come here in the future to teach you how to play the piano," Li Chen said, then went to the bathroom to get a towel wet, and began to clean the piano room. The most important thing is to clean the piano thoroughly and then check for any damages. Unbeknownst to Lin Hui standing at the door watching him work, she once again fell into contemplation. When Li Chen was still alive, almost all the household chores were left to him, and he was so meticulous in cleaning. Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and Lin Hui stepped forward to open the door. But just as she was about to open it, she subconsciously looked out through the peephole. It was Chen Jun who had come. Lin Hui frowned, but still opened the door. "Is there something you need?" Lin Hui's voice turned cold. Chen Jun lifted the breakfast in his hands. "You probably haven't cooked yet, right? I specially bought breakfast for you, still warm." A faint smell of food wafted through as he spoke. "What delicious food did you make?" His face was full of a pleasing smile, still thinking he could win over Lin Hui. But the next moment, Li Chen walked out from the east room. He naturally heard Chen Jun's words. "Thank you for bringing breakfast, but there's no need to come in the future. I will cook for my wife." Hearing the words "my wife" from Li Chen again, Chen Jun felt that something was amiss. Even his gaze towards Lin Hui seemed off. "You two aren't really." Chen Jun couldn't bring himself to say it, but he also knew that Lin Hui wasn't the kind of woman who would casually let someone into her home. As for why Li Chen appeared here, perhaps only they knew. Lin Hui knew right away that he had misunderstood, but she was truly fed up with Chen Jun's past pursuits. "He's my friend, a junior. He's young and likes to joke." Lin Hui could only make up an excuse. Li Chen wanted to step forward to explain, but Lin Hui shot him an angry glare. "Forget it, just listen to the wife in order to be able to come back in the future." He took the cloth and went back to the room to continue cleaning, but he listened in on their conversation. Chen Jun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing they were just friends and said, "That's good." Then he lifted the breakfast in his hands again. "Let's have breakfast together. I'd like to taste your breakfast too." "No need." Lin Hui refused without hesitation. "We've already eaten, take this breakfast to the office." With that, she closed the door and went back inside. But then she quickly went to the east room. Li Chen heard her approaching footsteps and sensed her anger. He quickly started cleaning. "This is the last time. If you dare to speak out of turn again, I won't spare you." Lin Hui stood at the door of the east room, looking at Li Chen inside with displeasure and anger. Even Li Qian and Li Yun didn't dare to provoke her when she was like this. Li Chen turned back with a smile. "I wasn't speaking out of turn, I was just telling the truth." "You dare say that again?" Lin Hui scolded sternly. Hearing this, Li Chen pursed his lips tightly. He knew that it would be difficult for his wife to accept that he was Li Chen reincarnated. It might take some time. But how could he tolerate Chen Jun coveting his wife? But that man outside is harassing you, I must help you out. Li Chen also felt wronged. She wasn't this angry last time, why was she different now? No need. Lin Hui showed no mercy. In the future, stay out of my affairs. Just focus on teaching my daughter to play the piano. I'll pay you for the lessons, but if you dare to say anything like I'm your wife again, I won't let you in. With that, she went back to her room, grabbed her bag, changed her shoes, and came out. Li Chen had already cleaned up the room, put on his backpack, and was ready to leave. But he stood at the door, as if waiting for Lin Hui. Just like in the previous life, Li Chen always waited for Lin Hui at the door. Back then, they used to go to work together, but now one goes to work while the other goes to school. Lin Hui thought about the past, her face turning even uglier, yet she strode towards the door. As they left together, they soon ran into Chen Jun. Lin Hui decided to take a taxi and leave directly. Chen Jun was still holding breakfast, while Li Chen stood there feeling lost. The two stared at each other, momentarily speechless. Li Chen decided to take a bus directly to Bowen Education. Luckily, he wasn't late this time, and he didn't have to worry about Zhang Chun contacting Su Lin again. Yang Changgang, you finally showed up. Zhang Laoshi was just looking for you. Xian Song, who was also there for tutoring, approached, standing next to Li Chen with his hands in his pockets. Give me the sheet music for the piece you played yesterday. The commanding tone didn't sit well with Li Chen. He didn't consider sheet music to be anything precious. After all, he could write down the sheet music for any piece he played directly, taking just a few minutes at most. But he was genuinely displeased with Chen Song's attitude. Despite Chen Song being known as the rich young master in this tutoring class, with everyone else trying to please him, Li Chen didn't care much about Chen Song. Moreover, there was a bit of a conflict between Li Chen and Chen Song. A few days ago, they even got into a fight with one of Chen Song's lackeys. Thinking about it now, the reason seemed ridiculous. It was because Chen Song had a crush on Chen Lu but felt annoyed that she was always around Li Chen. So, he hinted to his lackey, who then deliberately picked a fight with Li Chen, leading to a physical altercation between the two. Thinking about these things, Li Chen found it all quite absurd. It was clearly a childish game, not something adults would resolve in such a juvenile manner. Seeing Chen Song still standing there, Li Chen calmly said, "No." "No?" Chen Song thought he misheard, but looking at Li Chen's expression, he felt like this guy had changed completely. Although his expression seemed the same, the previous Li Chen was dull, while the current one exuded a sense of composure. Strange, did this guy run into bad luck? How dare he refuse him so directly? Yang Changgang, are you out of your mind? I'm Chen Song, and I've come personally to ask you for the sheet music, and you dare refuse me? Chen Song found it unbelievable. Li Chen put down his bag and reiterated, I know you're Chen Song, but I'm not giving it to you. Before he could say more, Chen Lu approached. Yang Changgang, the piece you played yesterday was so beautiful. Can you teach me? Chen Lu pulled her chair over, sitting next to Li Chen. Resting her chin on her hands, she gazed at him with adoration. Chen Song's face turned even uglier. Chen Lu, the piece he played yesterday wasn't taught by Zhang Laoshi, and he didn't play it correctly. Do you want to learn it wrong? Just a moment ago, Chen Song wanted the sheet music, but now, to discredit Li Chen, he changed his attitude. So what? Chen Lu didn't care at all. We're here at this tutoring class to pursue the artistic path. I believe art is not fixed. As long as it sounds good, right or wrong doesn't matter. I just think Yang Chenggang plays beautifully, even better than what Zhang Laoshi teaches us. Li Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with them, so he packed up and got ready to go find Zhang Laoshi. Just as he stood up, Zhang Cheng arrived. Yang Chenggang, you're finally here. Come with me right away. Without saying a word, Zhang Cheng reached out to grab Li Chen's wrist. Li Chen dodged in time. Zhang Laoshi, do you need something? Just tell me directly. He didn't want a grown man holding his hand. It gave him goosebumps. I saw the video of you playing a piece at the Royal Academy of Music in Sweden. They want you to play it again. Come with me to the office and play it again. If possible, next month you will be able to receive a direct admission notice from the Royal Swedish Academy without an exam. You can go to Sweden for junior high and high school. Zhang Cheng was even more excited than Li Chen, his eyes turning red as he spoke. Finally, there would be a student he could be proud of. I'm not going. In the envious and jealous eyes of Chen Song and Chen Lu, Li Chen directly refused. He wanted to stay to help his two daughters achieve their dreams of becoming stars, and to take care of Lin Hui. He couldn't leave. Chen Song looked at him in shock. Are you crazy? Even though Chen Song was usually carefree, he knew what the Royal Swedish Academy represented. If this opportunity were given to him, his parents would be excitedly burning incense for their ancestors at home. Thank the ancestors properly. He never expected such a good opportunity to be presented to young Chen Gang, and yet this kid refused. Zhang Chang was also surprised. Are you kidding? That's the Royal Swedish Academy. Anyone who wants to go there has to take the IELTS and cultural courses after the college entrance examination, and pass the music exams as well. Now you have such a good opportunity, and the Royal Swedish Academy happens to be looking for all kinds of musical geniuses from around the world. Do you know how rare this opportunity is? It's like a pie falling from the sky. He suddenly turned into an earnest teacher. He just wanted young Changgang not to miss out on such an opportunity. Otherwise, he might never have such a good opportunity again in his life. Yang Changgang, are you still half asleep? Do you know how rare this opportunity is? You. Think about it carefully, don't be impulsive. Zhang Chang felt a sense of frustration at young Changgang's stubbornness. If he could, he would possess him and agree to this matter on behalf of young Changgang. But Li Chen still shook his head. I won't go, let someone else have this great opportunity. Yang Changgang, such a good opportunity, don't rush to refuse. Chen Lu couldn't help but speak up. Why don't you play a piece first? Maybe you won't pass. She even gave a signal to Zhang Chang. Obviously, she wanted to coax Li Chen into playing the piano. If he didn't get accepted, it would be fine. But if he did get accepted, with such a good opportunity in front of him, she didn't believe he wouldn't be tempted. Zhang Chang nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Come with me to play a piece first. Maybe you won't get accepted. Little did Li Chen, as someone who had been in the workplace for many years, see through the schemes of the two. It was just to deceive him. I won't go, let someone else have this opportunity. Li Chen still insisted on his own thoughts. Seeing him so stubborn, Zhang Chang had no other choice. Since that's the case, then forget it. Zhang Cheng temporarily compromised. After he left, he took out his phone and called Su Lin, explaining the situation to her. Adults always have to weigh the pros and cons. With such a good opportunity in front of him, Su Lin naturally didn't want her son to miss out on it. An hour later, Su Lin personally came to Bowen Education. Chenggang, teacher Zhang contacted me about the Royal Swedish Academy. Why don't you want to give it a try? Such a good opportunity. Do you know that if you miss it, it may never come again? Su Lin often worried about her son's studies, and now that such a good opportunity had come up, she couldn't understand why young Chenggang would refuse. It was simply unbelievable. Tell me, is there any other reason? Worried about not having enough money? Or some other reason? Li Chen had long guessed that Zhang Chang would contact his parents in this life, so he wasn't surprised by Su Lin's arrival. He had even thought about how to answer. Mom, I know this opportunity is rare, but I still want to take the college entrance examination route in the future, get into a good university with good cultural courses. Art is only suitable as an extracurricular hobby, it cannot be the path of my life. Su Lin felt that her son was simply crazy when she heard this. Getting into a good university through academic studies. If Yang Chenggang's academic performance was just passable, they wouldn't have paid a high price for him to attend this tutoring class. Do you think you can get into a Tier 3 university with your current grades? Su Lin's eyebrows twitched, feeling the anger about to burst out. With your current grades, I'm afraid you can't even get into a vocational college, right? As parents, Li Chen now fully understood Su Lin's thoughts. They just wanted their child to do well. Mom, I will get into a Tier 1 university, Li Chen said very seriously. His grades from the previous life were decent, at least he got into Fudan University. Even if he performed poorly this time, he could still get into a Tier 1 university. Even though it would take a lot of time to help his two daughters, he was very confident about getting into a Tier 1 university. But Su Lin took a deep breath upon hearing this. Tier 1? I think you're dreaming of getting into a Tier 1. Do you not know your own grades? If you can get into a Tier 1, your dad and I will burn incense for you. Let's not talk about Tier 1. If you can make it to the top 50 in the class this final exam, your dad and I will celebrate with you. We'll go back to our hometown and have a few tables set up for you. Li Chen felt awkward and could only smile awkwardly. Su Lin's harsh words were not unfounded. It was just that Yang Chenggang's grades were too poor. In a class of only 60 students, he was either the 60th or 59th. If his grades weren't this bad, which ordinary family would be willing to spend so much money on piano lessons for their child? But now he was no longer Yang Chenggang, he was Li Chen. Mom, if I make it to the top 10 in the final exam, I will be in charge of my own life from now on, Li Chen promised. Su Lin was speechless with anger. She had never dared to dream that her son could achieve such a ranking. But when she thought about the opportunity Zhang Chang mentioned, Su Lin felt that she couldn't easily let it slip by. Moreover, the final exam was still far away, but the music audition was imminent. Chenggang, how about this, you go finish this audition first, it's just playing a piece, a few minutes. After your final exam, mom will look at your grades. Don't aim for the top 10, just aim for the top 50, and mom will be content. By then, mom won't care about your future choices, you can do whatever you want, is that okay? But what Su Lin didn't know was that Li Chen now was not so easily fooled. Playing a piece now might bring results within a month, before the final exam even starts. Li Chen was unusually serious. Clearly, he was reluctant to play the piano. If possible, I can make a test paper now. You hold on to the answers, and we'll decide whether to play the piece based on the score. It's a test paper out of 100, as long as you score 80, you'll listen to me. If you don't reach it, I'll listen to you, and you can choose the test paper. Su Lin found this idea feasible. Alright, let's do that. I'll go find the test paper now. She was about to go find the test paper. Li Chen reminded her, find a math test paper. Yang Chenggang was weakest in math, but Li Chen was so good at math that even teachers sought his help. Following Li Chen's suggestion, Su Lin found a math test paper from the second semester of the first year. She even borrowed an office from Bowen Education and let him write the test paper alone. Zheng Cheng could only stand guard at the door, whispering to Su Lin about how rare this opportunity was. The Royal Swedish Academy has never made an exception to admit non-high school students. Usually students have to pass through their grades to get in. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. If Yang Chenggang misses this, there may never be such a good opportunity again. But everything he said, Su Lin knew as well. However, her son just didn't want to go, and she really couldn't force Yang Chenggang. But when it came to the situation of her son playing the piano, she was also clear in her heart. She couldn't understand how such a good opportunity had fallen on her son. Teacher Zhang, is this really the Royal Academy of Sweden's enrollment? You're not fooling me, right? I know the situation with Chenggang playing the piano. He's unlikely to have a chance at such an interview. To be blunt, their family was just an ordinary one. If they had power, influence, and money, even if young Chenggang played poorly, she wouldn't find it strange. But in the current situation, the more she thought about it, the more something felt off. The only possibility might be that there was some misunderstanding somewhere. Zhang Chung hurriedly said, how could I dare to deceive you? This is indeed the Royal Academy of Sweden's enrollment. If you don't believe me, I can contact teacher Heyman now. You can ask him and you'll know. As he spoke, he was about to take out his phone. Su Lin hurriedly stopped him. No. I believe you, it's just that Chenggang might not agree. Let's wait for the results. No matter how clear they were, the key now was that Yang Chenggang didn't agree. They could only wait for Yang Chenggang to finish the exam. As long as the exam results were not good, she didn't believe Yang Chenggang would have anything to say then. Half an hour later, Li Chen came out with the exam paper. I'm done, let's check the answers. Li Chen handed the paper to Su Lin. Su Lin was stunned. It took her a while to react. You finished in less than an hour, is that possible? Remember, math was Yang Chenggang's worst subject. How could he finish so quickly? She took the exam paper with disbelief, took out the remaining papers from her bag, and found the answers to this paper. Don't forget our agreement, as long as the score reaches 80, you'll listen to me in the future, Li Chen reminded intentionally. Okay. Su Lin agreed readily, feeling that the exam paper couldn't possibly score 80. I really want to see how many points you can get. She spread the paper on the desk and checked the answers one by one. Multiple choice questions, fill in the blank questions, and the final big question. The more she looked, the more something felt off, and she checked a few more times just to be sure. Confirming that she wasn't mistaken, Su Lin suddenly looked up at Li Chen. What's going on? How did you get all the answers right? She never thought her son's math score could be this good, let alone all correct. Did you get the answers from somewhere? Su Lin felt something was fishy. Li Chen turned to the office. This is a glass door, you can see everything I do inside. And if you still don't believe, you can check the surveillance footage. There was surveillance in the office, and it was a glass door. Obviously, he had no chance to cheat. Besides, a math exam for a first-year student wasn't worth cheating on. He had finished and rested in the office before coming out. After all, the questions were simple and didn't take much time. Upon hearing this, Su Lin dispelled her suspicions, but with all the questions correct, the situation was indeed strange. She was very clear about Yang Chenggang's grades. If he could score 60 in math, she would be grateful. Every time she tutored Yang Chenggang in math, it made her so anxious that she needed medication to calm her heartbeat. But now, this situation was truly strange. Su Lin looked at the papers on the table and felt increasingly overwhelmed. Tell me the truth, how did your math suddenly improve so much? Tell me the truth, Mom won't nag you. Li Chen had already guessed that this matter would arouse Su Lin's suspicion while in the office. He had also figured out a countermeasure. Since the summer vacation, I've used all my pocket money to buy exam papers. Almost all of them are math papers. Although the results of those test papers were not good, I still noted down some of the questions. But I didn't dare tell you about it, afraid that if my grades didn't improve, it would disappoint you again. I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go to my room and take out those test papers from under the bed. Then, you will see for yourself. Speaking of it, Yang Chenggong's grades were indeed not good, especially in mathematics. However, it's not that he didn't study well, on the contrary, he studied very seriously, but he just couldn't understand math. Because of this, he would often secretly buy test papers for practice. But he didn't dare let Su Lin know, fearing that if Su Lin found out and saw that his grades hadn't improved, she would think he was very foolish. So, every completed test paper would be placed under the bed. There were dozens of them. However, Yang Chenggang had started buying practice books secretly right when he entered junior high school. It wasn't something he started during the summer vacation. He just feared telling the truth, making Su Lin think that he didn't take the final exam of the first year seriously. With a few words, Su Lin felt her eyes moisten. Good child, why didn't I notice your determination before? Su Lin looked at the papers on the table, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A perfect paper, I'll have to frame it for you tomorrow. This paper must be kept well, it's a memento. Her son finally knew how to study well, and as a mother, she felt extremely relieved. Su Lin carefully put away the test papers, saying, for this paper of yours, Mom will have to celebrate it properly for you. Let's go out for dinner tonight. What do you want to eat? It's all up to you. I remember you love hot pot, how about we go for hot pot this time? Su Lin was happy, but Zhang Cheng beside her was stunned. This scene of mother's kindness and son's filial piety was obviously not considering the recruitment of the Royal Swedish Academy. But such a good student was truly rare. If Yang Chenggang really entered the Royal Swedish Academy, in the future, he could also tell others that he had taught such a talented student. Mrs. Su, you don't support your son playing the piano anymore? Zhang Cheng couldn't accept it. Su Lin was stunned for a few seconds, carefully organizing the papers in her hand, naturally wanting to leave more options for her son. But they had already made an agreement, she couldn't back out at the last minute. But this was indeed a good opportunity. Li Chen also noticed Su Lin's hesitation and spoke first. Mom, we have an agreement, you shouldn't change your mind, right? Su Lin couldn't persuade him anymore after being asked like that. Don't worry, Mom won't change her mind. If you can score full marks in math, Mom believes you can definitely get into a good university. She then turned to Zhang Cheng beside her. Since the child wants to focus on academics and not pursue the arts, let it be. It can be considered a hobby in the future. After all, the money had already been paid, it was difficult to get it back. Might as well let the child continue studying here. Zhang Cheng didn't say much after hearing this, let's go with your decision. But he still looked at Li Chen with a hint of helplessness. Such a talented student, what a pity. After handling the matter, Li Chen escorted Su Lin downstairs. We don't need to go out for dinner tonight, let's eat at home. Sheener said a few days ago that she wanted to eat the sweet and sour pork ribs you make, so let's make it according to her taste. The little girl loved sweets, and Li Chen was well aware of that. Su Lin looked at her son in front of her and felt like he had changed into a different person. She used to think he seemed a bit dull, but now she felt like he had grown up, looking much more mature. Whether it was in terms of grades or caring for Yang Sheener, he was mature enough. You've really grown up. Su Lin inexplicably felt her eyes moisten, patting his shoulder. Tonight, Mom will show you some skills. We'll have dinner at home, I'll cook a few dishes for you, and we'll have a hot pot too. Li Chen nodded, sure. After Su Lin boarded the bus and left, Li Chen turned back to Bowen Education. Shen Song squinted as he saw Li Chen return, then stepped forward. So, you weren't accepted, right? Li Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so he sat directly at his place, preparing to practice other pieces. After all, he would soon be teaching his two daughters how to play the piano, so he had to go through at once to avoid embarrassment later. The black and white piano keys, under his fingers, seemed to possess a soul. Beautiful music floated out. Several students in the classroom were stunned, feeling that this piece of music was much more pleasant than what they had played before. Students from other classrooms also came to watch, with many even taking out their phones to sneak a photo. Even Qian Song was stunned. What piece are you playing? Why does it sound so good? Li Chen didn't stop playing, and calmly said, this piece is called Fairyland. Close your eyes while listening, and you can imagine the scenery of a fairyland. Everyone inexplicably followed his words and closed their eyes. Even Qian Song closed his eyes. Everyone immersed themselves in the music, and Li Chen could even play with his eyes closed. When the piece ended, everyone opened their eyes and realized that Zhang Cheng had somehow arrived in the classroom at some point. But the look he gave Li Chen now seemed more regretful. Such a talented individual, what a pity. He could also tell that Li Chen was very familiar with the piano keys, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to play with his eyes closed. Such skill made even him feel inferior. If only he could seize this opportunity. The students returned to their seats, and Li Chen sat properly. Zhang Cheng took out the music sheet. Today, we will play a new piece called Blue Love, a beautiful piece. It's the first time for everyone, so you can familiarize yourselves by looking at the music sheet and trying to play it. As he spoke, he walked up to each student and handed them the prepared music sheets. When Li Chen received his, he frowned. He could play this piece too, but the music sheet he remembered was not like this. It was completely different. Teacher Zhang, this music sheet is not Blue Love, Li Chen asserted. Xian Song sneered, thinking highly of yourself, daring to say the music sheet is wrong now. His voice was low, but everyone heard it. Chen Lu frowned and glared back at him. If Yang Chenggang says there's a problem, there must be one. After Zhang Cheng distributed all the music sheets, he turned back to Li Chen. Why do you say this isn't Blue Love? I downloaded this music sheet from the internet and even paid for it. Due to a solar storm 10 years ago, many electronic information was erased. Even searching for such famous pieces online and downloading them required some money. Moreover, it was not allowed to resell the music sheets. Otherwise, it would violate the existing trading rules. Li Chen pointed at the first line of the music sheet. Actually, the first section is correct, but most of the rest is wrong. Maybe the information is incorrect, he said, pointing to a specific spot. For example, here, it should be more subtle, but this music sheet transitions abruptly. Such a thing wouldn't happen in music. With that, he played on the piano keys. Indeed, it sounded very abrupt. If it weren't for Li Chen's words, Zhang Chang wouldn't have dared to doubt the music sheet downloaded from the internet. Then Li Chen switched to the music sheet he remembered and played. Blue Love is a very beautiful piece, like a couple walking under maple trees in autumn, as beautiful as a painting. There should be no abrupt rhythm. Listening to the rhythm changed by Li Chen, Zhang Chang sighed. He regretted that this kid missed such a good opportunity. Really, after Yang Chenggang played it, it sounds much better and especially beautiful. Chen Lu even closed her eyes and imagined it. Following Li Chen's guidance, she also imagined the scene under the maple trees. Teacher Zhang, can we change this piece? Chen Lu said expectantly. Zhang Chang looked at Li Chen. He wanted to make changes, but he needed the ability to do so. Yang Chenggang, would you be willing to make some changes to this piece and write down the music score? Don't worry, I'll pay for this music score, and the copyright will still be yours in the future, Zhang Chang said sincerely. But with his words, Li Chen suddenly realized. He wanted to help his two daughters become stars, and there would be plenty of expenses in the future. Fortunately, all the knowledge he had written down could be exchanged for money. This was a way to make money. No problem. Li Chen took out paper and pen from his bag and started writing on the spot. Zhang Chang had originally planned to give him a few days, as changing the music score was not an easy task. But seeing how quickly Li Chen was writing the music score, he might finish it in less than 10 minutes. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chen quickly finished writing the music score. It's done. Li Chen put away the money and handed the music score to Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang took it and asked in surprise, how did you change it so quickly? It wasn't even 10 minutes. It probably took less than 5 minutes. Li Chen couldn't say that he was very familiar with these famous pieces, so he had to make up an excuse. Maybe inspiration struck, so I was able to change it quickly. Zhang Chang played the modified piece once. After confirming that it was fine, he started practicing with the other students. When the tutoring session ended, the students packed up and left. Just as Li Chen was about to leave with his bag on his back, Zhang Cheng called out to him. Yang Chenggang, wait. Zhang Cheng carefully counted the money in his hand and quickly walked over to Li Chen. I bought that music score from you, so I'll pay you the same price I pay others. If you think it's too little, just say it. He handed 5 red bills to Li Chen. Li Chen took one and said, Teacher Zhang, 100 is enough. How can that be? That's too little. Zhang Cheng hurriedly said. He grabbed Li Chen's wrist and stuffed the remaining red bills into Li Chen's hand. I'm really happy that you were able to change this music score. 500 yuan is not much, so just take it. So I won't feel embarrassed to ask you to change music scores in the future. Li Chen could only accept it after hearing this. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Chang waved his hand. Don't be polite to me, you deserve it. Thinking of the last piece Li Chen played, Zhang Cheng quickly added, by the way, when are you free? Can you modify that piece for release? The price will be the same. Li Chen nodded, sure, I'll modify it and bring it tomorrow. Zhang Cheng excitedly agreed repeatedly. Seeing that the other students had already left, he urged Li Chen to go home. As Li Chen left, Zhang Cheng watched his back and sighed. He's truly a genius. When Li Chen returned home and just entered, he was embraced by Yang Shiner. "Brother!" Yang Shiner called out in a sweet voice. Li Chen put down his bag and lifted her up. Then he saw the dishes on the table, and the test paper framed on the wall. It was actually framed. Su Lin heard the commotion and peeked out from the kitchen. "Go wash your hands and come eat, dinner is ready." Li Chen took Yang Shiner to the bathroom to wash their hands. After the siblings washed their hands, Su Lin had already brought the hot pot to the table. The three of them sat down, and Yang Shiner's eyes were fixed on the sweet and sour pork. "You little glutton, always staring at the food. Do you remember what Mom taught you to say?" Su Lin not only spoke but also made sure to put a piece of sweet and sour pork into Yang Shiner's bowl. Yang Shiner smiled, revealing 2 dimples, then turned to look at young Chenggang sitting beside her. "Congratulations on your academic progress, brother. I wish you all the best in getting into a good university in the future." After saying that, she couldn't wait to start eating, which made Li Chen and Su Lin both smile. Su Lin poured a glass of drink for Li Chen and explained with a smile, "Your dad's business trip is a bit long this time. I've already called him, and he said he'll come back in 2 days to celebrate with you properly." As she finished speaking, she placed the drink in front of Li Chen. "Eat whatever you want today, I won't bother you. Just eat happily." Li Chen nodded, "Okay." The three of them ate, chatting occasionally about family matters but mostly focusing on Li Chen's grades. Su Lin secretly hoped he would write a few more English test papers to practice. After all, Yang Qinggong's grades were not just bad in math, it was just that math was his worst subject. The other subjects were not good either, just not as bad as math. Li Chen readily agreed. After dinner, Su Lin took out the prepared English test papers. She even intended to watch Li Chen write the paper in the room. For Li Chen, who had graduated from Fudan University in his previous life, the English test in the first year of junior high was indeed not difficult. He finished a paper in about 40 minutes. "My English is not as good as math now, so there might be a few mistakes," Li Chen said deliberately. He intentionally made a few mistakes so that Su Lin wouldn't hang up his English test paper again later. Su Lin casually said, it's okay. A few mistakes don't matter. As long as you can score 70, Mom will be satisfied." She took out the prepared answers and began to check. Li Chen started tidying up the things on his desk, well aware of what score he would get on this test. 90 points. He had already calculated it. After Su Lin checked all the answers and carefully calculated the score, she exclaimed in disbelief, 90 points. You actually scored 90 in English. Li Chen knew how excited Su Lin was but still said deliberately, I will study English more in the future and try to make up for the missing 10 points. His obedient appearance made Su Lin even happier. Look, wasn't he their obedient and hardworking genius son? Just like a child from another family. Alright, study well. If you need anything, just tell Mom. Su Lin took out 2 red bills from her pocket and handed them to him. Take this money. Buy test papers if you need to, spend it as you wish, no need to save. If it's not enough, tell Mom, and I'll give you more. After returning from Bowen Education, she came to her son's room. She found piles of test papers and materials under his bed. There were dozens of them. It seemed that he had used all his pocket money, even his meal money, to buy test papers. As long as the child studied well, they naturally couldn't let the child pay for this kind of thing. When more was needed, they had to give more. From now on, Mom will give you money separately for buying test papers. You don't need to spend your own pocket money. Su Lin stood up, patted Li Chen's shoulder, and said, read for a while and then rest early. I'll frame your English test paper. Li Chen hurriedly said, Mom, don't frame this paper. He stood up, walked to Su Lin, and took the paper from her hands. This is a 90-point paper. Let's frame it when I get a perfect score next time. Let's leave it at that. They couldn't have test papers hanging everywhere in the house. If someone came to their house and saw them, they might think they were in the framing business. Su Lin nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll listen to you. When Su Lin left Li Chen's room, Li Chen began to write out the music score of To Alice. Selling one music score could earn him 500 yuan from a single person. Perhaps this business of getting rich was indeed feasible. However, this kind of business involved creating an account online and uploading useful information. Others would pay to download it if they found it useful. But the premise of this business was that he needed his own computer, so as not to arouse any suspicions from Yang Qinggong's parents by using the family computer for this. It was better to be cautious in such matters. First, make money, buy a laptop for himself, and preferably rent another room. With a clear goal in mind, Li Chen no longer hesitated and finished writing To Alice in a few minutes. He even wrote an extra copy, planning to bring it to Li Chen and Li Yun tomorrow. The next morning, Li Chen had breakfast and took the No. 11 bus to Lin Hui's house. Ding! Ding! He rang the doorbell a few times, but there was no response from inside. Li Chen frowned, about to ring the doorbell again when he suddenly remembered something else. Today seemed to be the 15th of July, the Ghost Festival. Li Chen rang the doorbell a few more times, but still, no one came to answer the door. Could they have gone back to burn offerings? Were they burning offerings for him? 3 black lines appeared on Li Chen's forehead. I don't even know where my grave is. It seemed difficult to see them today. He wondered if they would come back in the afternoon. He could only rush to Bowen Education first and attend classes as usual. He gave 1 copy of the To Alice music score to Zhang Cheng and received 500 yuan. Perhaps because it was the Ghost Festival today, a few students were absent from the cram school, including Chen Song and Chen Lu. The cram school was unusually quiet. Li Chen finished his classes as usual and then deliberately went to Lin Hui's house. Just as he was about to ring the doorbell, the door opened. Lin Hui, dressed in black, stood at the door, holding garbage in her hand. She paused for a few seconds when she saw Li Chen at the door, then furrowed her brows. It's almost dark. Why are you here at this time? Aren't you afraid your parents will worry? After all, he was just a teenager. If something happened, and they blamed her later, it would be hard to explain. Besides, she had just returned to her hometown today to burn offerings for Li Chen. Seeing someone pretending to be Li Chen now made her feel very repulsed. She couldn't believe that a teenager could be her reincarnated husband. Hurry back, you don't need to teach them to play the piano today. Impatiently, Lin Hui urged him and placed the garbage at the door, ready to close the door. Li Chen hurriedly stopped her. Wait, I'm here to deliver something. He raised his hand to block the door, almost getting his hand caught. Lin Hui quickly let go, afraid of hurting his hand, and reminded him, you brat, don't you know you shouldn't reach into the door when someone is closing it? What if you get hurt? It's okay, I believe my wife won't hurt my hand. Li Chen was very confident. Just as Lin Hui was about to scold him for being reckless, Li Chen took out another copy of To Alice from his backpack and handed her a box of mung bean pastries. I bought it on the way. Li Chen handed her the mung bean pastries. Lin Hui recognized the box in front of her as Zhang Ji's mung bean pastries. This mung bean pastry shop had no branches, only one store located in Dong Street. Moreover, the shop was in a small alley. How could it be on the way? Besides, this was her favorite mung bean pastry. Li Chen used to buy it for her when he was alive, but after he passed away, she never had it again. Lin Hui bit her lip lightly, took the music score, and said, I'll take the music score, we don't eat these mung bean pastries, you take them back. In her life, she would only eat mung bean pastries bought by one man, and she could only have all the love from that one person. She wouldn't accept it from anyone else. You don't eat them? Li Chen was puzzled. He clearly remembered his wife's favorite food. But I remember you used to love the mung bean pastries from this place. Has your taste changed? It had been over a decade since they last met, both daughters had grown up, so it wasn't surprising that his wife's preferences had changed. Li Chen looked up at Lin Hui and asked, so what do you like to eat now? Tell me, and I'll buy it for you tomorrow. But before he could finish, Lin Hui blurted out, what I like to eat has nothing to do with you. Just focus on teaching our daughters how to play the piano well. Otherwise, I won't let you in the house again. With that, she swiftly closed the door before Li Chen could react. Li Chen gazed at the closed door, feeling somewhat helpless. Well, getting his wife to open up to him was not going to be easy. It would take time. As it was already late and the bus service had stopped early, he had to take a taxi home. Upon entering, he saw an English test paper on the table. Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he needed to work hard on his English. Although writing papers didn't take him much time, this situation was still a waste of his time. Chenggang, I bought you an English test paper. Find some time to practice more questions. In the future, you'll be as good at English as you are at math. Su Lin peeked out from the kitchen. Seeing what Li Chen was holding, she frowned. Why did you suddenly think of buying mung bean pastries? Yang Chenggang was allergic to mung beans, and since they found out, they had never bought anything with mung beans at home, let alone mung bean pastries. Li Chen looked down at the mung bean pastries in his hand and said lightly, my classmates all say that the mung bean pastries from this place are delicious, so I bought a box for you and Shiner to enjoy. I won't eat any. As he spoke, Yang Shiner ran out of her room with a Barbie doll in her hand. Li Chen opened the box and gave her a piece of mung bean pastry. Children loved sweets, so she eagerly took a big bite. Su Lin, seeing Shiner enjoying it, softened her expression slightly but still said, don't buy these kinds of things in the future. Get something you can eat, like red bean pastries. She was always fair. Since they found out about Yang Chenggang's mung bean allergy and Yang Shiner's peach allergy, there had been no mung beans or peaches in the house to avoid any accidental consumption. Li Chen smiled and said, it's okay, you two enjoy. I'm already grown up, so I won't eat what I can't." He then placed the mung bean pastries aside and went to his room. After putting down his school bag, he started to have dinner. But as soon as he sat down, the landline phone rang. Su-lin got up to answer. "Hello, who is this?" After a few words from the caller, Su-lin turned to Li Chen and said, "It's a call from Wang Tao looking for you." Wang Tao was Yang Qinggang's classmate from junior high, and their grades were neck and neck, second to last and last. It had to be the two of them. But precisely because of their grades, they had become friends. Li Chen went to answer the phone, and Su-lin returned to the dining table. "Yang Qinggang, you're amazing. How come you never told me you could play the piano before? Last time I heard you play, it sounded like a donkey braying, but now you play better than those professional pianists. Do you know how people online are calling you now?" Wang Tao seemed even more excited than Yang Qinggang. "They're calling you the Piano Prince." Li Chen remained calm. "It's just a title." Hearing this, Wang Tao sighed, "But it sounds so good, being called the Piano Prince. Your parents were really foresight to choose the piano for you. It's not like me. Even if I play the Swana well, I'll just be the Swana Prince in the future. It just doesn't have the same ring to it as your Piano Prince." In order to give him a skill, his parents had specifically sent him to learn the Swana. It was too late to switch to the piano now. Li Chen said calmly, "The Swana is just like the piano, both are musical instruments, there is no distinction between high and low." Su-lin turned to look at Li Chen, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Wang Tao had called home before, but Yang Qinggang always just casually responded a few words and hung up the phone. It seemed like he was embarrassed to say too much in front of his parents and classmates. But today seemed a bit different. Yet she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Su-lin withdrew her gaze and continued eating. On the other end of the phone, Wang Tao hurriedly said, "Yang Qinggang, you play the piano so well, how about performing at the school opening ceremony when school starts? You might attract quite a few female classmates." Although they were only in the second year of junior high, there were already signs of puppy love among the classmates. However, this was not something they dared to let others know. All conversations were done in secret. As an adult, Li Chen was never interested in puppy love. He just wanted to return to Lin Hui's side and take care of her and her daughters. "No, I'm not interested in that. You better practice well, maybe you can perform at the opening ceremony when school starts." Li Chen turned to look at Su-lin and Yang Xiner at the dining table. He was about to say they should eat when he smoothly hung up the phone, but Wang Tao continued talking. "Alright, if you're not interested, I can't force you. When school starts in the second year, let's sit at the same table again, in our usual spot, the last row by the corner. With our grades, we are like the dragon and phoenix, evenly matched, we must not be separated." Their school, Yilin Middle School, had a system of whole class promotion. Whichever class a student was in for the first year, they would continue in the same class for the second year. Unless some students' parents pulled some strings to have their children transferred to another class. This mostly happened when the child had good grades, and the parents wanted them in a top or second-tier class. Otherwise, changing classes would be meaningless. That's why Yang Qinggang and Wang Tao were very likely to be in the same class in the second year. However, the current Yang Qinggang was no longer the same as he was in the first year. With Li Chen's memories, Yang Qinggang had undergone a transformation. He knew clearly that Wang Tao still wanted to sit with him, just to have him help keep an eye on the teacher. In the first year, Yang Qinggang listened attentively in every class, while Wang Tao slept beside him. When the teacher came down, Yang Qinggang would nudge Wang Tao awake. They had a kind of unspoken understanding. If Wang Tao had just left it at that, it would have been fine, but every time Yang Qinggang didn't do well, Wang Tao would mock him. It was even more heartbreaking when the studious Yang Qinggang didn't perform well in exams. And the words Wang Tao said were a blow to his self-esteem. "We'll see when the time comes," Li Chen gave a vague answer, not wanting to hear more from Wang Tao, and said, "I need to eat, so I'll hang up now." Without giving Wang Tao a chance to speak, he hung up the phone directly. He got up and returned to his seat, continuing his meal. "Qinggang, why don't you also work on the papers for the other subjects? Mom wants to know how you're doing now. If they're all okay, I'll talk to your dad, maybe we can find someone to send you to a top-tier class. It's okay to spend some money, as long as you study well." Su-lin picked up some meat and put it in Li Chen's bowl. Li Chen said calmly, "No need, I will study well in a regular class, there's no need to spend money on this. Moreover, during the class allocation, they will adjust the top-tier and second-tier classes by selecting the good students from the regular class and placing them in the top-tier and second-tier classes. I didn't do well in the final exam of the first year this time, even if they wanted to spend money to send me to a top-tier class, it probably wouldn't work out. It's better to wait until I graduate from the second year of junior high before taking the exams seriously. By then, they will naturally move me to the advanced class." He didn't think it mattered which class he was in, but Su-lin cared. He was also aware of this, otherwise he wouldn't have mentioned graduating from the second year of junior high. Su Lin nodded gently in response, "You're right. But you must study hard and do well in the second year. Even if you score slightly lower in the final exams, your parents can still pull some strings for you." Yang Chenggong's grades were too low in the first year, and it was really hard to pull strings. Li Chen nodded slightly, "Okay." After dinner, Li Chen returned to his room and started organizing other music scores for future use. However, before going to bed, he still completed an English test paper. After all, it was bought by Su Lin, so he had to make an effort. The next morning, Li Chen had just woken up and hadn't had time to freshen up when he heard some commotion outside. "Shoo, keep it down, Chenggang is still asleep, don't wake him up," Su Lin whispered. She casually took the briefcase from Yang Jianting's hand. Yang Jianting changed into slippers and glanced sideways at Yang Chenggong's room. He also looked at the test paper framed on the wall. "Did our son really do this?" Yang Jianting stepped forward, hands on his hips, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. "Not a single wrong answer, really?" Su Lin patted his back lightly and whispered, "I told you to keep it down, don't wake the child up." Yang Jianting turned around and asked softly, "Tell me the truth, did he really do this?" "Tisk." Su Lin gave him a sidelong glance. "Do you think I would joke about something like this? Of course, he did it." As she finished speaking, Li Chen walked out of the room. Su Lin glared angrily at Yang Jianting. "I told you to keep it down, but you didn't listen, now you've woken up the child." Yang Jianting didn't care, "It's already 7 o'clock, he should be up by now." Saying that, he walked towards Li Chen. "Son, tell Dad, what do you want now? Dad will go buy it for you." He was still wearing a suit, looking tired. Obviously, he had rushed back overnight. Li Chen shook his head gently. "I don't want anything, Dad, you should rest." "It's okay, I'm not tired. Your grades kept me up for 2 nights. Yang Jianting turned to look at the paper. "I told you, how could my son be stupid? It's just not his time yet." Su Lin couldn't help but laugh at this. "Alright, go to bed quickly. Chenggang has to get ready for his tutoring class." Hearing this, Yang Jianting frowned. "With such good grades, why does my son need tutoring classes? I don't think he needs to play the piano anymore. We should aim for a good university in the future." Having such good grades but not going to a good university would be a waste if he pursued an artistic path. Su Lin stepped forward and helped him take off his suit. The piano tutoring fees have been paid, it would be troublesome to withdraw now. Besides, learning the piano as a hobby is good too, it will be a talent when he enters the workforce. Yang Jianting didn't care about the money, he agreed repeatedly, okay, I'll listen to you. As long as our son has good grades, I'm willing to spend any amount of money. After saying that, he couldn't help but yawn. He rubbed Yang Chenggong's face. "Good son, we'll celebrate at a restaurant tonight. We'll take you and Xiner to the aquarium on the weekend, and buy you some more things. Dad will rest first, if you want anything else, tell me tonight." When he let go of Yang Chenggong's face, Su Lin pushed him towards the bedroom. Li Chen rubbed his cheeks, although he knew that all of Yang Jianting and Su Lin's love was for Yang Chenggang. Being rubbed by such a big man felt a bit uncomfortable. It felt strange too. But thinking about the situation when he saw Li Chen and Li Yun, he didn't feel anything strange. After all, Yang Chenggang is only 13 years old now, just a child in the eyes of adults. Knowing that Su Lin should have prepared breakfast by now, Li Chen went to the kitchen to serve the cooked porridge and some dishes. Just as he sat down, he heard Su Lin talking to Yang Jianting about his piano. Even with the door closed, he could hear Yang Jianting's surprised voice. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Su Lin came out. "Chenggang, this Sunday we will go to your grandmother's house. If she knows that your grades are so good now, she will be even happier. It just so happens that we will also go to the aquarium that day on the way," she said and went straight into the kitchen, taking out 2 boiled eggs from the pot and placing them in front of Yang Chenggang. "Your grandparents just went to your uncle's house. When they come back, we will tell them the good news." Li Chen had originally wanted to say that they wouldn't go to the aquarium on the weekend. With this free time, it would be better to give the 2 daughters some extra piano lessons. But seeing Yang Jianting and Su Lin so enthusiastic, he couldn't refuse. Besides, he was now Yang Chenggang, and his grandmother meant a lot to Yang Chenggang. It had been quite some time since he last visited his grandmother's house. Li Chen slowly peeled the boiled eggs and planned the events for Saturday and Sunday before speaking. "I will be at home writing papers on Saturday morning, and in the afternoon, I will go out to play with friends. On Sunday, our family will go to the aquarium, and in the afternoon, we will go to Grandma's house." The schedule was reasonable, leaving Su Lin with nothing to say. "Okay, that's settled then." After dinner, Li Chen left home with his backpack. He took the bus all the way to Lin Hui's house. Despite Lin Hui's displeasure yesterday, she still opened the door for Li Chen today. Do what you have to do, don't forget what I told you. The moment Li Chen entered, Lin Hui warned with crossed arms. Li Chen understood her meaning and quickly said with a smile, "Old." Before he could say wife, Lin Hui gave him a stern look. Li Chen immediately fell silent and quickly corrected himself. "Sister, is that okay?" Although being called younger should be a compliment, Lin Hui deliberately kept a straight face and corrected him. "Call me aunt." "Li Chen, what does it feel like to be called your wife aunt?" "Probably feels like she's taking advantage of me." Li Chen decided not to call her anything and turned to the east room, saying, "Yun Yun, Xian, come play the piano. I have only an hour to teach you later as I have to rush to the tutoring class." He didn't want his family to know about him secretly teaching Li Yun and Li Chen to play the piano. Otherwise, there would have been no need to lie in the morning. He could only squeeze out time to teach them. However, as he imagined it beautifully, the reality was that when the two daughters were sitting in front of the piano after washing up, it was already half an hour later. It was the holiday period, and the two daughters were living relaxed lives, so this situation was quite normal. Li Chen looked up at his two daughters sitting on his left and right, and said seriously, "I only have an hour in the morning to teach you to play the piano, so you need to wake up around 7:30 and be here around 8 o'clock. This way, you can study for a longer time, understand?" The twin daughters yawned in unison, still sleepy-eyed. "Got it," they weakly replied. Li Yun even let out a couple of grumbling sounds from her stomach. Li Yun awkwardly rubbed her stomach. "I haven't had breakfast yet, let's eat after the piano lesson." With only half an hour left, Li Chen could only teach them some basic things for now. Starting from various exercises, teaching them to recognize the piano keys, and finally starting to teach them to read music, he taught them the first section of Fur Elise to play. Half an hour passed, Li Chen taught very seriously, and his two daughters also studied diligently. But the time was too short, and they couldn't even play the first section smoothly. "It's okay, practice slowly. From now on, follow what I say in the morning, wake up earlier, so you'll have an hour of study time." Li Chen comforted the two softly, then glanced back at the clock on the wall. It was almost 9 o'clock, if he didn't leave now, he would be late. "Remember not to go out on Saturday afternoon, I will come to teach you how to play the piano." He started packing up, put on his backpack, and headed out. Lin Hui had just made breakfast, and seeing Li Chen about to leave, she hurriedly said, "Have you had breakfast?" After all, he came early in the morning to teach her two daughters how to play the piano. She had to show some hospitality. "Take a sandwich to eat on the way." Even though Li Chen had already had breakfast, he accepted it. Just as he was about to enjoy the sandwich made by his wife, Lin Hui seemed to sense something and was glaring at him angrily. Her eyes were full of warning. "Forget it, better not say anything." Li Chen took the sandwich and left, in a hurry to catch a taxi to Bowen Education. However, he hit the rush hour traffic, and by the time he arrived, he was already late. Zhang Chang was teaching everyone to play Blue Love. When Li Chen arrived, he waved. "Yang Chenggang, many people have seen your video playing for release online, some want to collaborate with you. There is a TV station that wants you to talk about this piece, sell the music copyright to them, it can be by year or any other cooperation method, the price is negotiable." Li Chen was willing to be scolded by Zhang Chang for being late. He didn't expect to hear such news as soon as he arrived. After a moment of thought, he said, "If the price is right, we can collaborate." He needed money now, and if they offered a high price, he was willing to cooperate. He returned to his seat, organized his backpack, and began the formal class. Even though he was very familiar with this piece, as a student, he had to go through the proper process. However, he didn't expect that after the class ended, just as he was about to leave with his backpack, he saw someone familiar downstairs. Wang Tao was actually at the entrance of Bowen Education. "Yang Changgang!" Wang Tao shouted loudly and waved. Chen Lu happened to come out of the classroom, saw Wang Tao, turned to look at Yang Chenggang. "Is that your friend?" Chen Lu asked softly. Li Chen nodded, sort of. In his view, Wang Tao was not really Yang Chenggang's friend, just someone with ulterior motives. At most, they were just classmates. But in Yang Chenggang's memory, Wang Tao was considered a good friend. Chen Lu smiled. "I think you play Fur Elise better. If you have time, can you give me some pointers? I'll treat you to a meal." Perhaps because they were studying art, they valued artistic talent more than family background or appearance among peers. They valued each other's artistic abilities, and Li Chen's artistic talent in recent days was enough to prove that he was the most talented potential artist in this tutoring class. Chen Lu naturally looked at him with admiration, even her gaze contained a hint of tenderness. Li Chen said lightly, "I can give you some pointers, but you don't have to treat me to a meal." It felt inappropriate for a young girl to treat him to a meal. Besides, mutual assistance among classmates was only natural. Satisfied with the answer, Chenlu smiled even more. Then I won't disturb you chatting with your friend, I'll leave first, see you tomorrow. Li Chen nodded slightly, and only after Chenlu left did he walk towards Wang Tao. But Wang Tao's gaze had been glued to her since Chenlu appeared. Yang Chenggang, you're quite something, you've only been in this piano class for a short time, and you've already attracted such a beautiful woman. How far have things developed between you two? Wang Tao raised an eyebrow, his face full of gossip. Is there a confirmed relationship? Li Chen couldn't be bothered to chat with him, so he lifted his foot and walked towards the mall, casually replying, we are just classmates in the piano class. Hearing this, Wang Tao hurried to catch up, so that means there's no confirmed relationship? What are your thoughts on her? Do you want me, your bro, to help you out? He put his hand on Yang Qingong's shoulder, looking like a good buddy. I may not be good at other things, but I'm great at making girls happy. Li Chen glanced at him. I have no intention of puppy love, I just want to study hard. Of course, he also wanted to take care of his future wife and children, but he certainly couldn't tell Wang Tao about that. Forget it. Wang Tao withdrew his hand, walking beside Li Chen with his hands in his pockets. With your grades, others might not know, but how could I not know? We both are responsible for being the bottom two in the class, so forget about studying hard. If you have time, you might as well play the piano more, who knows, you might become a pianist in the future. By the time they finished talking, they had crossed the street and stood in front of the bus stop sign. Maybe you really don't know about my grades. At least Wang Tao didn't know his current grades. Li Chen saw the No. 11 bus approaching, took a step forward, and waited to board. Wang Tao realized and quickly said, Yang Chenggang, let's go sing tonight. There's a new KTV over there with a bar inside. My buddy is the manager there, so we can get in. Let's have a good time tonight, maybe even stay out all night. What do you say? At their age, they weren't allowed to enter KTVs and bars, but with some connections, they could get in. Not interested. Li Chen turned to Wang Tao behind him. You better go home early, so your parents won't worry. I have something to do at home tonight, so I can't go out with you. He hadn't forgotten about Yang Jianting's celebration dinner tonight. Even without that, he couldn't stay out all night with Wang Tao. At least as Li Chen and Yang Chenggang, such a situation had never occurred. The bus stopped at the sign, and Li Chen got on directly. Wang Tao, still not giving up, followed him onto the bus, and they sat in the back after swiping their student cards. Aren't you curious at all? There's a bar inside, it's so much fun, and you can relax. Wang Tao took out his phone and showed him some photos. Look at the lights, the dance floor. What do you think? Want to go? Li Chen looked at the photos, feeling nothing inside. He even found it childish. Having lived a whole life already, Li Chen, who wasn't interested in bars and such places in his previous life, was even less interested in this one. Not interested? You go ahead. Li Chen stuck to his own thoughts. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Wang Tao had no choice. By the way, don't you have a phone yet? We're about to enter the second year of junior high, it's time to get a phone, right? Otherwise, I have to call your home every time, it's awkward. Either your aunt or uncle answers every time. He shook his phone. I already have a phone, you should ask your parents to get you one. Li Chen glanced at his phone. I'm not planning to buy one for now. But as someone who wanted to make money online in the future, a phone was necessary. He just didn't want to tell Wang Tao about it, as it was a number for contacting clients, and revealing it to acquaintances would do more harm than good. Even Wang Tao wasn't suitable to know about it, so he just said he wasn't buying one. Perhaps because Wang Tao repeatedly failed to get the answers he wanted from Li Chen, he lost interest and got off at the next stop. Li Chen was relieved and rode the bus all the way home. Yang Shiner ran out when she heard the commotion. She was wearing Elsa's dress, with a smile on her face. Brother, Dad bought me a new dress. Yang Shiner happily twirled around. Does it look good? Li Chen put down his school bag. It looks good. Shiner looks good in anything. Su Lin came out of the house, already wearing light makeup and a rarely worn dress. Compared to usual, she looked much more exquisite today. I also bought you new clothes, washed them, and put them in your wardrobe. Hurry up and change, let's go for a walk on East Street. The night view there is nice, and if we get tired, we can find a restaurant to eat something. If you see something you like on the way, as long as it's not too expensive, we'll buy it for you. As soon as Yang Jianting finished speaking, he walked out of the room, coincidentally hanging up his phone. Chenggang, your cousin has graduated from junior high, so your uncle bought him a phone. Do you need one? If you do, Dad will buy you one tonight. Su Lin glared at him and clicked her tongue. He's still in school, why does he need a phone? Don't let it affect his studies. Li Chen had to swallow the words he was about to say, reluctantly saying, no, I don't need a phone. He'd rather earn money to buy a phone himself. Otherwise, if Yang Jianting and Su Lin bought it for him, they would probably activate the location tracking on it. The family set off for the square on East Street. Under the glass walkway were rainbow lights, particularly eye-catching. Su Lin held Yang Xiner's hand and walked ahead, with Yang Jianting and Li Chen following behind. Many people around were taking photos, and Li Chen glanced around from time to time. He had been here before with Lin Hui and their 2 daughters, but that was 13 years ago, and not having been here for so long, it had changed drastically, becoming the busiest place on East Street. In the center of the square was a fountain, which Su Lin hurriedly took Yang Xiner to see. "Let's take a photo here." Women loved taking photos wherever they went, and Su Lin was no exception. Yang Jianting took out his phone to take a picture, and then Su Lin waved at Li Chen. "Cheng Gang, come here too." Li Chen walked over and stood on the other side of Su Lin. After Yang Jianting took the photo, the 3 of them walked towards him. Su Lin frowned as she looked at the photo on the phone. "Oh my, your photography skills are terrible. The faces aren't clear at all." But Yang Jianting didn't care. "As long as we can tell it's you guys, it's fine. Let me take it," Li Chen suggested. Having been with Lin Hui for so many years, she had taught him a lot about photography. Although he couldn't compare to a professional photographer, he could at least satisfy the women in the photos he took. Hearing this, Su Lin added, "Let our son try. I don't trust you with photography anymore." She then took Yang Jianting's phone and handed it to Li Chen. Then the 3 of them went back to stand in front of the fountain. Li Chen squatted down, adjusted a few settings on the camera, and just as he was about to take the shot, he suddenly saw 3 familiar figures. It was Lin Hui with their 2 daughters. Li Chen quickly took the photo, capturing all 6 of them in the same frame. However, Lin Hui's group was in the distance, while Su Lin's group was in the foreground. This way, he managed to capture both his family and Yang Qinggong's family in the same photo. He handed the phone to Yang Jianting, feeling uneasy. Since Lin Hui and the others were here too, if they were to meet and Li Yun or Li Chen accidentally said something wrong, things could get complicated. "It's better to leave early. Our son takes better photos. Look at this one, so clear." Su Lin was delighted. "Send me this photo later, I want to use it as wallpaper." Then she turned to Li Chen. "Cheng Gang, tell your dad how to take it, so he can take another one for us. I want to keep it as a profile picture." Li Chen hurriedly said, "Mom, let's stop taking pictures and go eat. I'm hungry." Judging from the results of the first photo, Yang Jianting's photography skills are not something that can be taught in a few words. It's better to leave here first. Hearing Li Chen was hungry, Su Lin naturally didn't want to take more photos, so they started looking for a suitable restaurant. In the end, it was Li Chen who pointed to a nearby barbecue restaurant, and they finally decided on what to eat. Fortunately, Lin Hui and the others did not follow this time, which relieved Li Chen. After a satisfying meal, Su Lin drove everyone home. Li Chen and Yang Xiner sat in the back seat, and the little girl had already fallen asleep, leaning against Li Chen, occasionally smacking her lips. It was as if she was dreaming of delicious food. The next day, Li Chen went to Lin Hui's house as usual. Upon entering, he saw several bags not far away, containing clothes from a well-known brand. They seemed expensive. Without asking much, Li Chen went straight to the east room, where Li Chen and Li Yun were waiting, and they began the lesson immediately. They repeated the first section of Fur Elise for the 2 to practice, pointing out their mistakes one by one. Lin Hui stood at the door watching this scene, couldn't help but sigh softly. If you were really Li Chen, how great would that be? When she and Li Chen had just gotten married, they had thought that regardless of having a son or a daughter in the future, Li Chen would teach the children to play the piano. But in the end, Li Chen had an accident. Now, it was a little boy teaching them to play the piano. Lin Hui sighed softly and turned to the dining room to eat. Inside the east room, Li Yun curiously asked, "Can we master this piece by next Tuesday?" Li Chen followed up, "Yes, can we?" Li Chen shook his head, but to consider their feelings, he said very tactfully, "There's a high chance that we won't be able to master it. The piano is not easy to practice, and the key is that you need to practice regularly. But with just 1 hour of practice every day like this, it might take a month to master it." Hearing this, the 2 felt disappointed. Sensing their disappointment, Li Chen quickly said, "Playing the piano requires patience, take it slow. Besides, with your high talent, you might be able to master it in just a month." Suddenly, he caught an important piece of information from what the 2 had just said. "Next Tuesday? Why do you have to master it by next Tuesday? Is there something going on?" Li Yun sighed, "There's a classmate gathering on Wednesday, it's also a party, and we thought of performing a piece then. After all, they are all former high school classmates, almost everyone has a performance. If we can play Fur Elise well, maybe we can surprise Zhao Feng." Hearing this, Li Chen frowned. He repeated that name with half-closed eyes, "Zhao Feng? If he remembered correctly, when his two daughters were in kindergarten, the little boy who kissed Li Yun seemed to be named Zhao Feng. He had even talked to the teacher about it. At least he couldn't allow his daughter to be kissed by a little boy at such a young age. Absolutely intolerable. Because of this incident, he had also noted down this name. Could the Zhao Feng Li Yun mentioned be the same Zhao Feng from kindergarten? I have been classmates with Zhao Feng since kindergarten, and later in elementary school, middle school, and high school, we were also in the same school. Now we are in the same university. We've known each other since childhood, and we just confirmed our relationship last month. Li Yun said with a smile, turning to look at Li Chen. You're still young, you don't understand these things yet. You'll understand in the future. Li Chen was speechless. His daughter actually had a boyfriend. For a father, this was a fatal blow. He had always remained in the mindset that his two daughters were still young. Li Chen helplessly looked at Li Chen. You're not trying to master this piece quickly for a boy, are you? It must not be. If both daughters had boyfriends, he feared he wouldn't be able to accept it. Li Chen raised her hand and tousled her hair. Back in high school, we had a classmate named Xia Tingxue. Since entering high school, she always liked to outshine me, always striving to be the best in everything, finding fault with everyone all day long. At this class reunion, I heard she was going to play the violin, and I was determined to steal her thunder. Li Chen was stunned, and it took him a while to speak. The piano is not meant to outshine others, it is art. Why do both my daughters want to use the piano for something else? He didn't know which one had a greater impact on him. It's art, but it can also steal her thunder. The two are not mutually exclusive. Li Qian's hands rested on the keys, intermittently pressing them while looking at the music score. It was impossible to tell she was playing the piano. It seemed more like a glitch. Oh, hurry up and teach us how to play the piano. You little brat don't understand these things now, but you will when you grow up, Li Chen urged impatiently. Me, a little brat? Li Chen was so angry he stuttered. But when he looked down at himself, he had nothing to say. Yang Changgang was indeed too young now, even younger than his two daughters. No wonder they thought he was a little brat. Li Chen earnestly recounted the past. I am really your dad. When you were little, I was the one changing your diapers. Xian Chen, when you had a fever as a child, I took you to the hospital overnight. And Yun Yun, do you remember falling while hiking? I carried you down the mountain on my back, almost falling myself. When you were little, you loved princess dresses the most. Every time I got paid, I would buy them for you. Have you forgotten? He could only speak softly, afraid Lin Hui would hear and not let him come again. Li Qian and Li Yun turned to look at him upon hearing this. Although some of the things Li Chen said were indeed part of their memories, hearing them from a 13-year-old was hard to believe. Li Qian snorted, you brats still want to take advantage of us, you really deserve a beating. Li Yun added, you better behave, if you dare say such things again, we'll call the police, and you won't be welcome here anymore. Perhaps because Li Chen had visited a few times before, they were not as surprised by his words as they were initially. They were calmer now. They were now certain that Li Chen could not possibly be their father. Li Chen wanted to explain a few more things, but seeing the serious expressions of the two, he naturally held back. Well, let's take this slowly. After a brief lesson, Li Chen hurried off to Bowen Education. Perhaps because it was Friday, everyone was particularly excited, looking forward to the weekend break. When he arrived, the students in the classroom were still fooling around. Only Chen Lu was practicing seriously, and when she saw Li Chen, she waved him over. Yang Changgang, you're just in time. I can't seem to get the feeling right in this section. Can you help me figure out what's wrong? Li Chen put down his backpack and walked over to Chen Lu. Play it for me to listen. He stood by the piano, and several classmates gathered around. Chen Lu followed his instructions and played slowly with her 10 fingers. The sound of the keys flowed out, but something was clearly off. It wasn't until she stopped playing that Li Chen pointed out the issue. Playing the piano isn't just about making the keys sound, you need to immerse yourself in the music. In the first section, although the music is gentle, it should also be somewhat lively. In this situation, when playing with 10 fingers, you should be quick but not rushed. He returned to his position and started playing with his hands on the keys. Beautiful and lively music filled the room, his 10 fingers swiftly dancing on the keys. It was neither rushed nor slow, flowing naturally like a stream. In the second section, the rhythm is livelier, and the speed is faster. But after this short section, we enter a slower part, with a fast beginning and a slow ending. This transition must be smooth, not abrupt, Li Chen played while explaining slowly. He then went on to detail the third and fourth sections. The people around were stunned. Even Chen Song was amazed at the scene before him, never expecting Yang Chenggang to play the piano as if transformed into a different person. It was as if his whole being had gained a soul. Clap, clap. Applause filled the room, and everyone noticed that Zhang Cheng had silently appeared at the doorway. Yang Chenggang's explanation is spot on, and he has elaborated on all the details better than the teacher. Zhang Cheng stepped in, placing the music score he held on the platform, looking at the crowd. Everyone tactfully returned to their seats. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to consult with Yang Chenggang, Zhang Cheng continued. Don't be shy, we are all classmates. It's fortunate to have such a talented student in the same class. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Cheng turned to Li Chen and said softly, practice on your own for now, the teacher will be here shortly. With that, he walked towards Li Chen. Come with me for a moment. The two left the classroom one after the other. It wasn't until they reached the office that Zhang Cheng spoke, practice for release more in the next few days. The deputy director of Dongjiang TV station will be visiting on Monday, and you will perform live for him. If everything goes well, you could earn tens of thousands in music royalties. But if something goes wrong, your collaboration might fall apart. Be cautious. At the mention of money, Li Chen's interest was piqued. The thought of having enough money to buy a computer, a phone, and gifts for his two daughters and Lin Hui excited him. I'll remember, Li Chen hurriedly replied. Zhang Cheng sighed, looking at the boy in front of him, since you don't want to pursue a career in music, I won't persuade you. But you are indeed a rare musical talent. Even if you treat music as a hobby, don't give up easily. He couldn't bear to let go of such a genius, but he was powerless. All he could do was advise Li Chen not to give up. Li Chen understood, don't worry, Teacher Zhang, I won't give up. At least, he could keep it as a hobby. As it was class time, the two didn't say much and returned to the classroom. The Friday afternoon classes ended early, and everyone went home. As Li Chen stepped out of the classroom, he saw his family's car and Yang Jianting leaning against it. Son, here! Yang Jianting called out. It seemed that with Yang Chenggang's improving grades and musical talent, Yang Jianting was filled with pride. Even his gaze towards others seemed to boast. Look, this is my son. Li Chen hurried towards him. Dad, what are you doing here? Surely he didn't come just to pick him up? Yang Jianting put his hand on Li Chen's shoulder. We were too busy eating yesterday and forgot to buy you a gift. So, I went this afternoon to get one for you and coincidentally came to pick you up. He opened the back door and took out a box from inside. Take a look, are you satisfied? Li Chen opened the box and was surprised to see a phone inside. He recognized this model, it was the same as Qian Song's, worth around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. Is this for me? Li Chen couldn't believe it. This gift was too expensive. After all, Yang Chenggang was just a student in the second year of junior high. Yang Jianting smiled, of course, it's for you. I carefully selected it. Even when they returned home, Li Chen still couldn't believe that the phone was for him. Despite Yang Jianting's extravagant words on the way, he couldn't believe that Su Lin would agree. Upon entering the house, Su Lin coincidentally emerged from the kitchen and approached Li Chen upon seeing the phone in his hand. You can use this phone, but it shouldn't affect your studies, understand? She took the phone from Li Chen's hand as she spoke and examined it carefully. Your dad discussed it with me for a long time, afraid that I wouldn't agree. But he also said, if your grades drop, he will take the phone back from you. Li Chen nodded, I understand. Su Lin smiled and glared at Yang Jianting. You must be happy now that the phone is bought, right? He. I bought a gift for my own son, of course I'm happy. Making money is for spending on the wife and kids. Despite Yang Jianting often being away on business, he could still be considered a good man. He always strived to provide a better life for his family. Su Lin nodded with a smile, the phone is bought, so consider this gift given. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner, it's all ready. Later, turn on the location on the phone, just in case something happens. Li Chen was happy at first, but upon hearing this, all his excitement vanished. Turning on the location. He didn't want Su Lin and the others to monitor him all the time. Who knows when he might go to Lin Hui's house with the phone, causing trouble. Mom, since the phone is bought, let's not turn on the location. Just consider it giving me some freedom. Li Chen turned to look at Yang Jianting beside him. If it's necessary, then there's no need for the phone. I don't need it. Using a strategy of retreat as advancement, Li Chen handed the phone directly to Su Lin and turned back to his room. Putting down his school bag, he casually went to wash his hands as if nothing had happened. Su Lin furrowed her brows as she held the phone. Mom just thought that in case the phone gets lost, we could track it down. Not to keep an eye on where you're going. Li Chen bent down to pick up Yang Xiner, then turned to look at Yang Jianting and Su Lin. I know, but I still don't want the location on. I just want a little space of freedom. If you think it's not good this way, then there's no need for the phone, you can use it, I can do without. Isn't it time for dinner? I'll go serve the food. His voice was calm, showing no signs of anger or discontent. It made Su Lin feel like she had gone too far. At least she knew better than anyone what turning on the location was really about. When Li Chen entered the kitchen, Yang Jianting whispered, "Oh, our son has made such great progress in his grades and works so hard, let's not turn on the location with the phone we gave him. Kids at this age are a bit rebellious. Being too strict isn't good, it's better to give him some freedom." He pointed to Yang Chenggong's room. "He has so many books and exercise books under his bed, working so hard, are you afraid he'll go astray?" Su Lin found some sense in his words. Her son had been working hard in secret, and now he was finally showing some results, so she decided to give him some freedom. "Alright, I'll go with your suggestion." Once the food was served, the four of them sat down. Su Lin handed the phone to Li Chen. Li Chen pretended not to understand and looked at the two. What's going on? He had heard their conversation in the living room and guessed what they wanted. It was just a compromise. "The phone is your reward. Since you don't want the location on, we won't turn it on. But we agreed, you can't have a significant drop in your grades." Su Lin's expression suddenly turned serious. "Occasional slip-ups are allowed by Mom, but frequent underperformance is definitely a problem. Mom isn't the kind to force you to study to death, but you can get a perfect score in math now. Even if you decline later, you should at least score 80 points. The same goes for the other subjects, we don't expect you to get full marks, but 80 points is the minimum." Li Chen nodded in response, "I got it." The issue with the phone was finally resolved, now only a computer was missing. Perhaps when Li Chen meets the deputy director of Dongjiang TV station on Monday, the computer matter could also be resolved. On Saturday morning, Li Chen followed the plan to write his paper at home. He was especially obedient in front of Su Lin and Yang Jiancheng, not even picking up his phone. Seeing this, Su Lin felt more at ease. In the afternoon, Li Chen made an excuse to go play with friends, but he went straight to Lin Hui's house after leaving. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw a young man in his 20s standing at the door with Li Yun. The two looked like a young couple in love. Li Chen's mind immediately went to one person, Zhao Feng. Ahem! Li Chen deliberately coughed. He felt an awkward and dissatisfied feeling as if an old father had caught his daughter dating. "What are you standing at the door for? Come in." The way the young man spoke was mature, which left Zhao Feng and Li Yun stunned. After coming to their senses, Li Yun burst out laughing. "Yang Chenggang, you really are like a little adult." With that, she raised her hand and put it on Zhao Feng's shoulder. "This is the piano teacher I just told you about, Yang Chenggang." Zhao Feng quickly reached out his hand. "Hello, Teacher Yang, I'm Yun Yun's boyfriend, Zhao Feng. Thank you for teaching her to play the piano." His attitude was humble, as if he didn't see Li Chen as a child. Li Chen was somewhat satisfied and shook hands with him. "No trouble at all, teaching her to play the piano is my duty." He carefully observed Zhao Feng. Although not stunning, his face was handsome. He was tall, at least 1.8 meters, broad shoulders with muscles, and his demeanor was honest. Compared to him, Li Yun, who was usually obedient at home, seemed more unrestrained in front of him, probably because she was really being pampered by Zhao Feng. "Do you smoke? Drink? Any bad habits? Who backs down when you argue? When is her birthday? When is your anniversary? What are your plans after graduation?" Li Chen asked all these questions as if reciting a text he had practiced years ago, finally being able to use it today. He wanted to clarify the situation about his daughter's boyfriend, but he didn't expect that the situation he would use it in would be the scene before him. He was asking his young Chenggang. The two people opposite were stunned, and after Zhao Feng came to his senses, he chuckled softly. "Teacher Yang, you have a way with words. Did you attend a host training class? Or learn crosstalk?" Li Yun couldn't help but laugh and was about to pinch Li Chen's face. "You're such a young child, how do you know to ask these things? Have you been watching too many TV dramas?" Li Chen avoided her hand and solemnly warned, "I'm not a child, I am." Before he could finish, Lin Hui walked out of the house and glared at him. Li Chen fell silent and didn't continue. Lin Hui smiled and looked at Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng, take Yun Yun out to play, let Jianxian study piano alone today." Li Yun hurried back to her room to change clothes, while Zhao Feng waited at the door. Even though Li Chen was reluctant to let his daughter go out to play with other men, with Lin Hui there, he couldn't say anything. "Mom, where is my floral dress? And the hat I bought the other day?" Li Yan's voice came, and Lin Hui sighed helplessly, saying as she walked, "You're already so grown up, you don't even know where your things are? I washed your dress yesterday, it's on the balcony. I also washed your hat, it's in that small cabinet where you keep miscellaneous items." As the voices faded, Li Chen lowered his voice and said, "Just go out and play, don't have any other thoughts. Or else I'll use this fist." Li Chen clenched his fist and raised it, but it didn't have much power. After all, he was just a 13-year-old middle school student. Li Chen quickly retracted his hand. "If you dare do anything to her, I won't let you off." He still couldn't accept the fact that his daughter actually had a boyfriend, and now he was being forced to accept the reality of his daughter going shopping with another man. In this situation, as the current Li Chen, he didn't even have the right to stop it. The next moment, Zhao Feng suddenly raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. "You're young, but you understand a lot. Don't worry, I've known Yun Yun and her for over 10 years. I know better than you what should be done and what shouldn't. You just focus on teaching Li Qian to play the piano well. She will learn from Yun Yun when she comes back." Li Chen, seeing him serious, didn't say much. When Li Yun came out, the two of them left together. They were even holding hands. Li Chen watched their backs, grinding his teeth in frustration. His eyes were fixed on them, not even noticing Lin Hui standing next to him. "That's my daughter, why do you look so resentful?" Lin Hui looked at Li Chen with arms crossed. "Do you really think you're my husband?" Li Chen felt helpless and repeated with grievance, "I am really your husband. If you don't believe it, you can test me." He even took out his private money, but she still didn't believe him. He really couldn't think of any other way. Lin Hui turned and went into the house. "I won't believe anything you say, who knows where you got that information from?" Li Chen helplessly watched her back and had to follow her into the house with his head down. Today, only Li Qian was learning to play the piano. Li Chen taught her the whole piece and sat quietly watching her practice. But all he could think of was Li Yun and Zhao Feng leaving. Unfortunately, he couldn't follow them, otherwise he wouldn't let them leave alone. "What are you daydreaming about?" Li Chen had already called Li Chen several times, but he seemed to be in a daze. She had to wave her hand in front of him. Li Chen snapped out of it. "What's wrong? Where are you having trouble?" Li Chen raised her chin slightly, staring at him suspiciously. "What's wrong with you today? You seem absent-minded. Don't you want to teach me?" He had been very serious about teaching her to play the piano before. But today, Li Yun wasn't there, and he seemed to have lost his soul. This made Li Qian very suspicious. Li Chen turned to the door, made sure Lin Hui wasn't there, and whispered, "You must be quite familiar with Zhao Feng, right?" "Yes." Li Chen blurted out. "Why, do you want to know more about him?" Li Chen nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it would be best to know more about him and Yun Yun's relationship in detail." Li Chen leaned back, smiling and raising an eyebrow. "I didn't expect that. You're young but quite nosy." After saying that, she looked warily towards the door. Seeing Lin Hui wasn't there, she whispered to Li Chen. But the two of them kept talking endlessly and lost track of time. Lin Hui hadn't heard any noise from the room for a long time and naturally suspected something was up. She tiptoed to the door of the east room. Watching the two of them discussing quietly, she faintly heard the names of Yun Yun and Zhao Feng. Ahem! Lin Hui deliberately cleared her throat. Li Qian and Li Chen immediately tensed up. The two of them exchanged a knowing glance but dared not look towards the door. "The first part you played is good, but the transition to the next part is a bit off." Li Chen pretended to be serious as if nothing had happened. Li Chen cooperated tacitly. "Then show me how it's done." Li Chen placed his hands on the keys and started playing the piano. Lin Hui, watching them at the door, suddenly chuckled softly. "You two really have some chemistry." Startled by Lin Hui's remark, Li Chen and Li Qian stopped chatting and spent the whole afternoon practicing the piano. Until it was dark, Li Chen was still at Lin Hui's house, just waiting for Li Yun to come back, otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease even if he went home. Li Yun didn't return until 9 o'clock in the evening. She was even escorted back by Zhao Feng. Li Chen felt slightly relieved seeing this. The two didn't stay long at Lin Hui's house and left together. Once they were out, Li Chen asked, "Do you remember Yun Yun's father?" Zhao Feng nodded with a smile. "I remember, I saw him when I was young. It was many years ago, but I strangely have some impression of him. It's a pity that her uncle is no longer here, otherwise, her aunt wouldn't have to work so hard to raise two daughters." With one sentence, he hit Li Chen's sore spot. Li Chen looked somewhat lost and glanced elsewhere. Raising two daughters alone is quite tough. He also wished to still be alive, at least to see his daughters grow up. This way, Lin Hui wouldn't have to work so hard. "Since you are with Yun Yun now, treat her well. If I find out you've let her down, I won't spare you." Although Li Chen had mentioned that Zhao Feng was reliable, as a father, he still worried. However, his daughter was already in college, and falling in love was only natural. Even if he had restored Li Chen's identity now, he couldn't stop their love. After all, he and Lin Hui had been in love during their college days. "I will treat her well." Even facing a kid like Yang Chenggang, Zhao Feng answered very seriously. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly took something out of his bag. "Although you are young, you are Yun Yun's piano teacher, so I'll call you Teacher Xiao Yang from now on. I bought you a little gift while shopping today." Li Chen was stunned when he saw what Zhao Feng took out. It was a pencil case for boys. It was indeed suitable for 13-year-old Yang Chenggang. Quite practical. It's not anything expensive. Zhao Feng scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. I only know what Yun Yun likes, I don't know about others. This was recommended by the store clerk, saying it sells well. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction and took the pencil case, knowing what she likes is enough. On Sunday, the family got up early to pack and set off for the aquarium. Yang Xiner loved going to the aquarium the most and excitedly started singing on the way. She was even wearing Elsa's dress. Compared to her, Li Chen was much calmer. He remained calm even at the aquarium, as he had been there many times in his past life and no longer found it exciting. However, his demeanor was seen as unhappiness by Yang Jianting and Su Lin. Chenggang, do you have something on your mind? Or do you not like it here? Su Lin asked softly. She handed Yang Xiner to Yang Jianting and walked behind her son on purpose, wanting to know if Yang Chenggang had something on his mind. If you do, you must tell your parents. We can help you with ideas. Li Chen said lightly, no, nothing's on my mind. He just couldn't help but think of the scenes with Lin Hui when entering the aquarium. The last time they came was with their 2 daughters. Unfortunately, the family of 4 only came here that one time. Then why are you feeling down? Su Lin still felt uneasy and continued to ask. Li Chen forced a smile and had to lie to cover up. I remembered I have a few papers to finish at home. Not sure if I'll have time to complete them tonight. Hearing this, Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something serious. Just that? Son, today is Sunday, it's okay to take a day off. Besides, it's still summer vacation, no need to rush with the papers, you can do 1 per day. Although having a studious son was a good thing, Su Lin wanted to help him relax a bit. Naturally, she couldn't add more pressure on him. Yang Jianting in front turned back to look at the 2 when he heard it. Don't write 1 every day. From now on, don't write papers on Sundays. Write from Monday to Saturday, anyway, school hasn't started yet. Su Lin nodded. Yes, this works too. We need some rest time. Yang Changgang? A familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind. Li Chen turned to look and frowned when he saw the person approaching. This was Wang Qintao, Yang Chenggang's classmate in the first year, also the first in the class during the final exams. Without any surprises, he would be picked up by the head teacher of the key class or the secondary key class when the second year started. Although they had almost no interaction, most of the classmates didn't have a good impression of him. It seemed like this person always liked to steal the limelight. Su Lin asked softly, is this your classmate? Wang Qintao, my classmate from the first year, Li Chen added softly as Wang Qintao approached. He has excellent grades, ranking first in the class at the end of the term. Hearing this, Su Lin suddenly realized, with such good grades, you guys can have a good chat. Interacting with good students more can help with studying. As the words fell, Wang Qintao had already walked up to the group. He carefully looked at the people beside Li Chen and politely said, hello, uncles and aunts, I am Wang Qintao, Yang Chenggang's classmate from the first year. If it's the second year, we might not be classmates anymore. The smile on Su Lin's face froze, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Especially the latter part of the sentence sounded off no matter how you listened to it. But Yang Jianting hadn't caught on yet. Why? Weren't you supposed to move up to the next grade together? Are you transferring schools? Wang Qintao looked at Yang Chenggang, pretending to be embarrassed. No, it's just that I ranked first in the class at the end of the first year, so in the second year, I might enter the key class or the secondary key class. But as for Yang Chenggang's grades, you should also know, he should still be in the regular class. Yang Jianting suddenly realized, laughing, it's okay, maybe in the third year, you two will be in the same class. Our Changgang is doing well in his studies now. Li Chen had completed papers for all subjects these days, with almost half of them scoring full marks. Some papers only lost a few points. If this situation were in the final exams of the first year, he might have been able to secure the first place in the whole grade. Yang Jianting naturally wasn't worried about his son's grades anymore. His grades are good? Wang Qintao's tone lingered, looking embarrassedly at Li Chen. If during this second year, Yang Chenggang can study well, he might be in the same class as me in the third year. But with his current grades, it might be a bit difficult. By the way, I heard he's starting to pursue the arts. What is he studying? He suddenly changed the subject, bringing up music. Li Chen replied calmly, piano. With that, he turned and continued walking forward. Wang Qintao followed beside him, asking as they walked, I happen to play the piano too. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Although I'm not very good at playing, I can definitely teach you. Li Chen intentionally slowed his pace, lowering his voice, no need. Yang Chenggang and Wang Qintao barely exchanged 3 sentences in class, and now he kindly offered to teach him piano. He didn't need that. He didn't think Wang Qintao could teach him anything. You don't have to be so polite with me, after all, we are classmates. Wang Qintao's voice raised slightly, causing Su Lin and Yang Jianting to turn back to look. I don't mind tutoring you in your studies. Although I'm just a beginner in piano, I should be able to teach you. Li Chen was stunned, not understanding his intentions for a moment. Did he stop him just to say these things? I said I don't need it, Li Chen persisted. Su Lin had to smile and smooth things over. Chang Gang's current performance is quite good. He doesn't need anyone's tutoring. As for the piano, it's just a hobby for him. It doesn't matter how he plays. With that said, Wang Qintao didn't know what else to say. Li Chen was looking up at the marine life when he inadvertently glanced back at the people behind him. He didn't know when several people had started following behind him, but they were all top students in the class. Li Chen took a quick look and then averted his gaze, pretending he hadn't seen them. It seemed like they had planned this, but it was just a chance encounter for him. As for Wang Qintao's actions, there was likely another motive behind them. Wang Qintao, there's a piano ahead, why don't you go play a piece? One of the classmates behind them suggested, if you play well, you might even get to perform on stage when school starts. Not far away, a piano was placed near the glass. A staff member was playing the piano in front of it. The melodious music floated through the entire oceanarium, attracting many marine animals. Wang Qintao turned to Li Chen. I think we should let young Cheng Gang play a piece. He's learning the piano now. It's just the beginning. Even if he makes mistakes, we won't laugh at you. It's a good opportunity to build courage in a place like this. Li Chen scrutinized Wang Qintao carefully. If you want to play, go ahead, there's no need to push me up there. It was strange to push him up there for no reason. Could it be because he hadn't interacted with kids of this age for a long time? So now he had no idea what Wang Qintao was up to. Being bluntly rejected by Li Chen, Wang Qintao had to say, then I'll embarrass myself. But I haven't practiced the piano in a long time. I don't know how well I'll play. If I don't play well, please don't laugh at me. Upon hearing this, the classmates behind him all expressed their support. Wang Qintao then went to the piano and informed the staff member playing that he wanted to play. The staff member gladly gave up the seat. Seeing this, Su Lin turned to Li Chen. Cheng Gang, do you want to play? No need. Li Chen answered without hesitation, not stopping for a moment. We're here to enjoy the oceanarium, not for a performance. Let's go. Seeing that Li Chen had no intention of staying, the classmates looked at each other and started whispering. I think he's afraid that Wang Qintao plays better than him. That's why he doesn't want to stay and play, right? Well, I've seen a video of him playing the piano online. He's actually quite good. Who knows if that video is real or fake? It could be dubbed. Who cares? This guy always keeps to himself, studying all the time, but still has poor grades. Maybe there's something wrong with his brain. I think so too. Every time I pass by him, he's always writing, but still ends up at the bottom. Exactly. I've noticed that too, so I always think he must have some kind of problem in his head. How else could he have such poor grades? The more they talked, the more arrogant they became, their voices getting louder. Li Chen and his friends were there to see the marine animals, so naturally, they walked slower. Su Lin overheard the last few sentences and furrowed her brows. Why are these kids talking like this? They have no manners. Su Lin couldn't stand it, but they were just kids, so she couldn't step in to educate them. However, those people showed no sign of restraint in their speech, and Su Lin's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. She was so angry that she was about to march over. Li Chen intervened in time. Mom, there's no need to say so much to them. My grades have improved now anyway. Su Lin glared at those people, grinding her teeth. Even if your grades haven't improved, they shouldn't say such things. In the end, even terms like idiot were being thrown around, all directed at young Cheng Gang. This made it hard for a mother to listen. Li Chen turned to look at those people, silently noting down their names. Once school starts, they won't say such things. Suddenly, music played, disjointed like each note was bouncing out separately. It took Li Chen a while to recognize it as Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Clearly, they were not familiar with music. The staff beside couldn't help but laugh at the situation. When the piece ended, someone in the crowd whispered, "What song was that? I've never heard it before." The person next to them casually replied, "I haven't heard it either, maybe it's a new piece." If Li Chen wasn't familiar with these songs, it would have been impossible to recognize Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Nevertheless, the classmates who came with Wang Qintao were still applauding enthusiastically. "It sounds beautiful." Someone even shouted loudly. However, others around them stared as if they were looking at a fool. Especially the staff, who were utterly puzzled. It seemed as if they were asking, "Is this considered beautiful? My brother plays beautifully." Suddenly, a childish voice rang out in the crowd, directed at Yang Chenggang's classmates. It was Yang Xiner who spoke. The little girl sat on Yang Jianting's shoulder, glaring at Yang Chenggang's classmates. Her chubby face was full of defiance. Wang Qintao stood up and walked towards a few classmates, turning to cheer Li Chen on. Yang Chenggang, why don't you give it a try? Even if you don't play well, it's okay. Yang Shiner glared at him angrily. My brother plays well, much better than you. Su Lin turned around, silently applauding. As an adult, she didn't want to argue with teenagers, but it was okay to exchange a few words with Yang Shiner. No one would argue with her. Wang Qintao frowned and turned to his classmates. Even if your brother plays well, if he doesn't want to play, how do we know he plays well? Just as Wang Qintao finished speaking, the other classmates echoed his sentiments. Exactly, if he doesn't play, how would we know? You're Yang Chenggang's sister, of course, you would say he plays well. Yang Chenggang, do you want to compete with Wang Qintao? Li Chen didn't want to play at first, but since Yang Shiner insisted, he decided to play a piece. However, looking at those classmates acting like lackeys, Li Chen suddenly remembered something from Yang Chenggang's memories. It seemed someone had mentioned that Wang Qintao was related to the homeroom teacher. The exact relationship was unclear. Perhaps those people were intentionally getting close to Wang Qintao because of this connection. It was unexpected that such social relationships existed in junior high school. Li Chen approached the staff. Can I play a piece? The staff carefully examined Li Chen and asked, can you play? If you can't, don't force yourself. While speaking, they felt like they had seen Li Chen somewhere before but couldn't recall. Li Chen smiled faintly, sat down directly, and placed his hands on the keys. Wang Qintao, this is how Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star is played. He glanced at Wang Qintao. In the next moment, it was as if he had transformed, playing the melodious tune. He even played with his eyes closed. Although it was a simple piece, most visitors to the aquarium were parents with children. Children loved such tunes, and within a minute, dozens of people had gathered around. The black and white keys under his hands became incredibly agile. To outsiders, playing the piano seemed effortless, even exuding an elegant demeanor. Only Wang Qintao knew that to make it look easy to others, one must be a master. As for elegance, one needs to be familiar with music and piano. Looking at Yang Chenggang, who had been a classmate for a year, Wang Qintao suddenly felt like he didn't recognize him anymore. The classmates standing behind him were also stunned. One of them asked, Wang Qintao, were you playing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, just now? He didn't realize it. Wang Qintao's expression turned even uglier. Gritting his teeth, he said, yes. After the piece ended, the staff finally realized, you're the boy who played Fur Elise, no wonder you look so familiar. You're truly a genius, a future pianist. He excitedly shook hands with Li Chen. To be honest, the Fur Elise you played is different from what I learned, but it sounds much better than mine. When you have time, could you sell me the sheet music? I'll pay for it. Both learning piano, why is there such a big difference? The boy in front of him looked like he was only in his teens, but he was deeply engrossed when playing the piano. More importantly, his piano skills were comparable to those of a master pianist. By the way, I'm Chao Rui, a staff member at this aquarium. Leave me your contact information, and when you come back, mention my name to get the employee discount. Saying that, he took out his phone. When you have time, please remember about the sheet music, I dream of having it. Li Chen had left his phone behind and turned to look at Su Lin. Su Lin's face was radiant after the performance. She walked over with her head held high. My son is still in school, so I'll give you the sheet music a few days later. Forget about the money. Next time you come, you can have the employee discount. Su Lin was momentarily happy, even waiving the payment for the sheet music. Li Chen didn't mind, as he was only losing 500 anyway. Chao Rui nodded repeatedly, thank you so much. After exchanging contact information, Li Chen prepared to leave with Su Lin. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, can you play Fur Elise again? One person called out, and others joined in, all clamoring for it. Li Chen couldn't see who had shouted, but he couldn't refuse such enthusiasm. One last piece, we still want to explore the aquarium. Li Chen returned to the piano and sat down. Chao Rui took out his phone to record a video, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. As the music began, the surroundings fell silent. It seemed as if no one wanted to disturb this scene. Beautiful music should be quietly enjoyed. However, Wang Qintao was the only one who couldn't enjoy it, feeling that Yang Chenggang was deliberately humiliating him by playing behind him. Why else would he play behind him? Clearly, he wanted to steal the show. Yet, all his classmates behind him were captivated, with one whispering, I never thought he could really play the piano. Could this be what they say, when one door closes, another opens? This window seemed a bit too wide open. The piano playing was just too good. Wang Qintao glared at him, don't speak. Upon hearing this, his classmates behind him dared not utter another word. But good times are always short-lived. After Fur Elise ended, Li Chen stood up and bowed, this is an aquarium, so feel free to continue exploring, but don't block the way, it will affect other visitors. Humble and polite, and played the piano well. Many parents in the crowd began educating their children. Look at others, then look at yourself. Maybe I should enroll you in a music class in the future, so you won't end up without any talents. The voices of parents educating their children were heard one after another, and they all left with their children. Li Chen walked up to Su Lin. Let's go. Yang Jianting came back to his senses and couldn't help but sigh. Son, with your level, no wonder the Royal Swedish Academy wanted to specially admit you. I know nothing about music, but even I find it pleasant to listen to. It's a pity your grades are too good, otherwise pursuing the arts wouldn't be a bad idea. Dad is willing to spend money on you, as much as you need. He carried Yang Shiner and walked ahead, his face full of smiles. Li Chen said lightly, no need, playing the piano is just a hobby. He walked behind with Su Lin, and the family continued their trip to the aquarium. However, they did not notice that there was a middle-aged man near the piano, holding a phone and comparing the boy in the video with Li Chen. It's him. This is Yang Chenggang that teacher Zhang mentioned. His talent in piano can be called a genius. We came here to find him this time. I was worried if he wouldn't play well. It seems I worried too much. He plays so well. A young man beside them couldn't help but say, it's like a godsend. He is the future master of the piano world. But since we've met him, should we go say hello? They were from Dongjiang TV station, here to find Li Chen and discuss cooperation in music. Unfortunately, they arrived on a Friday. Bowen Education was closed on weekends, so they had to wait until Monday to meet. Deputy Station Chief Xia Weibin hurriedly said, no need, we can meet on Monday, no rush to say hello now. Besides, they are having a good time as a family, should we interrupt their fun? After all, this was a big deal for them. The other party wouldn't continue playing, but would put aside the matter of cooperation. Host Han Shi nodded. Deputy Chief Xie is right, let's talk on Monday. The two continued to explore the aquarium. However, as they passed by Wang Qintao, they didn't notice that several teenagers were staring at them, with Yang Chenggang's name on their minds. But at this moment, Yang Chenggang had already been equated with a piano prodigy, and was on the verge of success. Do you think we can ask Yang Chenggang for an autograph now? Wang Qibei, who was always talkative, was already thinking of getting an autograph, keeping it for a few years until Yang Chenggang became famous, and then selling it. Wang Qintao stared at him. He won't become famous, getting an autograph is useless. Have you ever seen a piano master with such poor grades? He should go get his brain checked at the hospital. After speaking, he walked quickly towards the exit. Wang Qibei was about to follow, but realizing something was wrong, he hurriedly shouted, Wang Qintao, you're going the wrong way, the exit is over there. I know, I'm going back, you guys have fun. Wang Qintao left without looking back. The other classmates looked at each other and continued to enjoy the aquarium. After all, they had spent money and couldn't just leave like that. Li Chen's family spent a full 4 hours at the aquarium before leaving, heading straight to Grandma's house by car. By the time they arrived home, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Shiner was already tired and fell asleep in the car. But upon smelling the delicious food inside, she woke up again. The old lady heard the commotion and came out of her room, seeing Li Chen, and immediately said, oh my, look how thin Chenggang has become. Is he under too much pressure recently? Su Lin smiled and said, Mom, Chengdong's grades are excellent now, he even scored full marks in math. Everything else is good too, his progress is remarkable. But the old lady showed no joy, muttering softly, good grades don't matter, I just know he's gotten thinner. Yang Jianting heard the old lady's words and could only smile and try to ease the situation. It must be because of the hot weather recently, he lost his appetite and got thinner. As he spoke, he arranged the chairs. We're hungry from the journey, the food is ready, let's eat and talk. Upon hearing this, the old lady pulled Li Chen to sit down. Today's dishes are all Chenggang's favorites, eat more. These are all made by Grandma, not bought from the street. The old lady put some dishes in Li Chen's bowl, smiling kindly. Eat more, try to gain back some weight. Li Chen felt particularly close to the old lady, always seeing his grandmother's figure in her. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the food. Grandma's cooking is still the best. Getting praised by her most cherished grandson, the old lady smiled with joy. She turned to Yang Jianting and nodded, I saw some melons ripe this morning, we'll go pick watermelons in the field later, cut one to eat, and you can take the rest home. They lived in the suburbs, not only convenient for transportation but also had their own land nearby. They could grow whatever they wanted. Although they didn't grow many types of fruits, there were enough varieties for the family to enjoy. Yang Shiner was holding a chicken leg and eagerly agreed to go pick watermelons. Okay, Shiner wants to go too. Pick a big one for your brother. Her face covered in oil from eating, making everyone burst into laughter. Su Lin said while eating, Mom, come stay with us for a while. It's summer break for Chenggang now, and there's nothing much going on. It's better than staying here alone, we're worried. If you're worried about staying here, come back to visit once a week. The old man was no longer around. Yang Jianting had 2 older brothers and a younger sister. Despite the persuasion of the 4 siblings, the old lady insisted on staying there. But at her age, living alone made everyone uneasy. Yang Jianting added, "Yes, come stay with us for a while, it'll be cooler, and you can come back later. Of course, if you want to stay with me all the time, I'd be happy too. Just don't stay alone here all the time." Although he wasn't often at home, he would call the old lady frequently. He was afraid something might happen to her. Moreover, there were mostly elderly people around, so if something happened, it would be difficult to find help. The old lady waved her hand directly. "No. I'm fine living here, with food, drinks, chickens, ducks, all kinds of fruits, various vegetables grown here. It's better than where you are. Don't worry, I regularly check my health. I'll let you know if anything happens." She finished speaking and smiled at Li Chen. "Besides, I'm still looking forward to seeing my grandson get into college." Mentioning his achievements, Su Lin and Yang Jianting both smiled involuntarily. Yang Jianting proudly said, "Qinggong's grades are excellent now, he can even get full marks in several subjects. He plays the piano well, he played so well at the aquarium this morning. He's like that piano master in the world." He was so excited he didn't know how to describe it, making Yang Xiner giggle. Li Chen calmly said, "I just played a couple of songs casually, it's nothing special. At least in the previous life, his piano skills were nowhere near those masters. However, due to the solar storm in this life, many pieces of information disappeared or were damaged, causing deviations in people's memories, leading to many problems. Therefore, even if he only played the original pieces in this life, it was enough to amaze people, just because the pieces they knew were wrong." The family sat together chatting and laughing, mostly about young Chenggang. After dinner, they went to the field together to pick fruits. As the sky darkened, the family returned home. On Monday, Yang Jianting packed up early to prepare for a business trip, and Li Chen resumed his days at the tutoring center. But before going to the tutoring center, he would visit Lin Hui's house again. However, before he could enter, he saw a familiar figure at Lin Hui's door. It was Lin Hui's younger brother, Lin Yu. "Sis, my colleague is really a nice person. Although he's been married twice, he doesn't have any children. Why don't you meet him first? You might find him suitable," Lin Yu said, looking out for Lin Hui's best interest. "Now that Qian Qian and Yun Yun are all grown up, you should also consider your own life. You can't be alone forever." Li Chen felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this. In the previous life, he had a good relationship with his brother-in-law Lin Yu and had helped him a lot. He never expected that Lin Yu would now be introducing other men to his wife. It's not about being alone forever, but about the second half of life. She can choose the life she wants. Li Chen glared at him, feeling somewhat displeased. Even though he knew that Lin Yu might be doing this for Lin Hui's sake, he couldn't accept the idea of his wife being with someone else. "Your sister has raised both children. After all the hard work, she finally has some freedom. Why are you thinking about introducing men to her now? Why didn't you do it earlier?" If there had been a man to help Lin Hui raise the children earlier, she wouldn't have had such a difficult life. But in the current situation, even if he were Lin Hui, he wouldn't agree to meet that man. Of course, he also didn't want his wife to marry someone else. Lin Yu scrutinized Li Chen. "Who do you think you are? It's none of your business when my sister and I talk. You brat, you're young but you meddle a lot." If it weren't for Lin Hui's presence, Li Chen would have told Lin Yu directly that he was Li Chen. But meeting Lin Hui's gaze, he remained silent. "I'll teach Yin Yun and Shen Shen to play the piano," Li Chen said as he walked into the house. But to hear Lin Hui's answer, he intentionally slowed his pace. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Hui said, "Coming to talk to me about this early in the morning, Lin Yu, if you're bored after eating your fill, I don't mind finding something for you to do now. If you make me unhappy, don't expect to be happy either." Li Chen almost burst out laughing at her words. Indeed, his wife's temper hadn't changed. She was still as stubborn and willful as ever. Lin Yu clicked his tongue. "Sis, I'm doing this for your own good. Just look at yourself now." Before he could finish, Lin Hui pointed towards the stairs. Even without a word, Lin Yu understood her meaning and could only leave dejectedly. After Lin Hui closed the door, Li Chen quickened his pace towards the east room. Seeing both daughters waiting obediently, he felt content. He quickly put down his bag and walked over. "Yun Yun, Shen Xian, each of you play for at least once. Let me hear where the issues are," Li Chen said, addressing the problems in their playing one by one. Leaning against the door, Lin Hui watched, seeing a familiar seriousness in Li Chen that made her feel a strange sense of recognition. She even caught a glimpse of the real Li Chen in him. Realizing this, Lin Hui furrowed her brows and turned to prepare breakfast in the kitchen. However, her mind was elsewhere, causing her to make repeated mistakes. Bang! 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 The consecutive sounds startled Li Chen, who hurried to the kitchen. "Wife, are you okay?" Li Chen entered the kitchen to find the pan on the floor, the dough spilled on the cutting board, and Lin Hui holding her hand. Seeing no blood, it was clear she had burned herself. "How's your hand? Let me see." Li Chen quickly pulled her hand towards him. Luckily, it was just a slight red mark from the burn, not serious. Li Chen rinsed her hand under the tap. "Be careful when cooking. It's okay if things spill, as long as you don't hurt yourself." He then grabbed a tissue to help her dry her hand and led her out of the kitchen. "You sit down first, I'll get the first aid kit." Sitting on the sofa, Lin Hui stared blankly at Li Chen. She couldn't help but feel that he was more like her late husband. When Li Chen was still around, she was hardly allowed in the kitchen. Whenever there was trouble, Li Chen would always take care of it. It was no exaggeration to say that when Li Chen was alive, she didn't have to do anything. As long as Li Chen was there, it was enough. Li Chen and Li Yun also peeked into the hall, watching as Li Chen found their family's medicine box, took out the burn ointment, and went to Lin Hui to apply it to her. If it weren't for a child witnessing this, they might even think having such a stepfather wouldn't be bad either. At least he could take care of Lin Hui. "You must be careful when cooking, don't get distracted, or you might easily hurt yourself." Li Chen gently blew on the burn on her. Only after making sure everything was fine did he put away the medicine box and return it to its original place, then went to the kitchen to clean up the batter and frying pan. It was as if he treated this place as his own home. Lin Hui watched his figure and inexplicably felt a strange sensation. Her eyes were filled with a sourness, with an urge to cry. Li Chen used to help her clean up messes like this. Before long, the sound of sizzling oil smoke came from the kitchen. Li Chen, while cooking, didn't forget to shout instructions: "Yun Yun, Xian Xian, keep practicing the piano, don't slack off." Hearing this, Li Yun and Li Chen, who were eavesdropping at the door, hurried back to the piano to continue practicing. The sounds from the kitchen and the piano intertwined. Despite the chaos and noise, Lin Hui found it heartwarming. This was the scene she had fantasized about before. Her husband cooking, the children playing the piano. She never expected it to come true in such a situation. When breakfast was ready, it was also time for Li Chen to leave. "Do you want to eat breakfast before you go?" Lin Hui didn't even realize she was speaking so gently. "You can't just cook the meal and leave without eating anything, right?" Li Chen picked up his bag, looked at the food on the table, thought for a moment, and took a small cake. "This one is enough." After that, he reminded Lin Hui of the burn on her hand. "If it still hurts by tonight, apply some more burn ointment." Lin Hui looked down at her hand. It didn't hurt anymore. It wasn't even red. It was just a slight burn. But in this situation, only Li Chen cared about her injury. After Li Chen left, Li Chen asked softly, "Mom, if this Yang Chenggang were a bit older, at least closer to our age, would you consider him?" She took a bite of the cake and frowned. It was a taste from her memory. She vaguely remembered eating such a cake before, but she hadn't tasted it since then. She couldn't believe Yang Chenggang had made it. Li Chen looked back at the door, feeling a strange sensation. She couldn't understand how Yang Chenggang had managed to recreate that taste. "Even if he were older, I couldn't be with him." Lin Hui picked up a piece of cake, then looked at the two opposite her. "I will never meet a man as good as your father in this lifetime. And I don't want to find anyone to replace him. No one can replace him." With that, she started eating. But ever since she had the scallion pancake last time, Lin Hui didn't find it extraordinary anymore. Even when she tasted the familiar flavor again, she only paused for a few seconds before pretending to eat casually. But deep down, every bite made it hard for her to swallow, feeling a lump in her throat and a tingling in her nose. However, in front of her two daughters, she had to pretend to be calm. "Mom, don't you find this cake's taste very familiar?" Li Chen couldn't help but ask. Without looking at her, Lin Hui said, "Cakes all taste similar, it's normal to find the taste familiar, hurry up and eat. After you finish, both of you practice the piano well, no slacking off." Li Yun and Li Qian nodded, not daring to ask further. But their hearts were already full of questions. Bowen Education Center. As soon as Li Chen arrived, he saw Zhang Cheng talking to two people. There was a proud smile on his face for some reason. The moment Zhang Cheng saw Li Chen, he hurriedly shouted, "Yang Chenggang, come over here. Come quickly." Li Chen walked closer, already guessing that the two people in front of him should be from Dongjiang TV station. "This is the piano prodigy you were looking for, Yang Chenggang." Xia Weibin reached out his hand. "Hello, little friend. I am Xia Weibin, the deputy director of Dongjiang TV station. I came this time to talk to you about cooperation in music." Li Chen's brow furrowed. He still wasn't used to being called little friend or little brat. But the man in front of him looked 10 years older than Yang Jinting, so calling him a little friend didn't seem inappropriate. He shook hands with Xia Weibin. Hello. After the two let go of each other's hands, Han Chi quickly reached out. I am Han Chi, the host of a program on Dongjiang TV station. My program needs your music, but other programs might also need it in the future. But they are all programs of Dongjiang TV station. Li Chen shook hands with him and said lightly, as long as it's used by Dongjiang TV station, it doesn't violate the copyright contract. Music copyrights are signed with the entire platform. As long as it doesn't leave the platform, it's not considered a breach of contract. Zhang Cheng saw that the three had been introduced, raised his hand and gestured towards the reception room. Let's talk about copyright matters in the reception room. If it's possible, we can sign the contract tomorrow. By then, young Chenggang, you should bring your guardian. As a child, you can't sign the contract on your own. Under 18, all need a guardian to sign. Li Chen furrowed his brows, but after thinking it over, he decided to discuss cooperation first. Several people entered the reception room, and Zhang Cheng poured tea for everyone. It wasn't until all the matters were settled that they sat next to Yang Chenggang. Little friend, we are willing to buy the copyright for your piece for release for 3 years. I'm not sure if you understand about copyrights, but at least for these 3 years, you can't sell it to other platforms. Of course, this doesn't affect you selling the copyrights of your other pieces. If you have suitable ones, you can sell them to us too. Xia Weibin's voice was particularly gentle, as if afraid of scaring Li Chen. In terms of price, we are thinking of 8,000 yuan. If you think it's not suitable, we can discuss it further. The office fell silent, and Li Chen carefully calculated the figures with lowered eyelids. If he sold it to Dongjiang TV station, he wouldn't be able to sell the piece online. At least not for 3 years. But the opportunity was rare, and besides, receiving 8,000 yuan at once was a significant amount for him now. Li Chen contemplated for a long time before speaking. There's nothing more to discuss. I still trust Dongjiang TV station a lot. 8,000 yuan for 3 years of music copyright, it's fine. But I have one condition. As he finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng was stunned, not immediately understanding what he meant. What's wrong? Zhang Cheng asked curiously. Li Chen didn't expect Zhang Cheng to not understand his meaning, so he awkwardly said, I want to talk to them alone. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng suddenly realized, quickly got up, and left the reception room. It wasn't until the door was closed that Li Chen said, Is there any way to avoid having my guardian sign? I don't want them to know about this. Originally, he wanted to make money for his 2 daughters to use in the future. Otherwise, he had no need to consider making money at all. But if Yang Jianting and Su Lin knew about this, he wouldn't be able to get a single cent. By then, he could say, I'll keep it for you first. Xia Weibin and Han Chi exchanged a glance, seeming a bit hesitant. If there's no way, there's no need for this collaboration. I can sell the sheet music of this music online. Li Chen saw the dilemma of the two and slowly stood up. Xia Weibin hurriedly said, You can find a trustee and sign a contract between you. Li Chen could indeed do that, but there was currently no suitable candidate. Even though he trusted Lin Hui and the 2 daughters, he was afraid they wouldn't agree to this. In the past life, he had a few close friends, but in his current situation, it was not convenient to ask for their help. After much thought, Li Chen looked at Han Chi and Xia Weibin. Do I need to sign a contract with the trustee as well? Li Chen asked. Xia Weibin nodded. Yes, that way it becomes effective. His signature represents yours. The money will definitely go to you, and if you sell the copyright to someone else within 3 years, we can hold you responsible. But in this case, it will definitely be your responsibility. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Then one of you can be the trustee. Han Chi and Xia Weibin stared in astonishment, not expecting Li Chen to make a decision so hastily. But upon further thought, it seemed fine since they would be signing contracts anyway. The money went directly to Li Chen. Then Han Chi, you be his trustee, and I will sign on behalf of Dongjiang TV station, Xia Weibin ordered directly. Han Chi had no choice but to nod in agreement. After leaving the meeting room, Li Chen informed Zhang Cheng and then left Bowen Education with Xia Weibin and Han Chi. The 3 of them printed the contract, then contacted a local recording studio for Li Chen to play and record for release. Once everything was settled, all the documents were signed and stamped. The money naturally ended up in Li Chen's hands. Since he didn't have a bank card yet, he bought a safe box and temporarily stored the money there before carrying it home. Yang Jianting had gone on a business trip, leaving only the 3 of them at home again. After dinner, Li Chen searched for rental information and the latest computers on his phone. Asterisk knock knock. Asterisk the door was knocked twice, and Su Lin entered. Chenggang, Mom bought you a few more sets of test papers. Find some time to work on them. She placed the papers on Yang Qingong's desk and glanced at Li Chen's phone. Don't use your phone too much, it's not good for your eyes. Li Chen felt like she had something to say and curiously asked, "Mom, do you have something to say?" He had sensed something off about Su Lin since dinner. He thought it was because Yang Jianting had gone on another business trip, but now it seemed otherwise. "Ha? No, not at all." Su Lin forced a smile and shook her head lightly. "No, I just see you working hard and wanted you to rest early." Yang Shiner also walked in, leaning against Su Lin, her watery eyes fixed on Li Chen. Su Lin quickly picked her up. "You keep busy, we'll leave first. Remember to rest early." With that, she carried Yang Shiner out and closed the door behind her. Since Su Lin didn't want to talk, Li Chen continued with his tasks of finding a place to rent and buying a computer. Until the early hours, Li Chen fell asleep but vaguely heard hushed voices outside. "What can I do? I can't take the 2 kids with me. You take care of Mom first. When the weekend comes in a couple of days, let the kids stay at their grandmother's for a couple of days, and I'll rush over to see them." There was a pause for 2 minutes. Su Lin spoke again. "Mom, how can I not worry when you're injured? But in my situation, how can you not know? Moreover, if you hadn't moved to the south, we wouldn't be so far apart. The key is that we are so far apart now. Shengang is only 13, he can't take care of himself and has to go to piano lessons every day. Shiner is even more difficult to deal with. Taking her with me, not only would the plane tickets cost over 2,000 more, but it would also be troublesome when we arrive." Li Chen probably heard some useful information, got up and walked out. Seeing Su Lin making a phone call on the balcony, seemingly in tears, he hesitated for a moment before walking over. He casually grabbed 2 tissues. Su Lin was sobbing softly, when suddenly a hand reached out, offering a tissue. She turned to look at Li Chen, took the tissue, and hurriedly said, all right, whatever it is, we'll talk about it tomorrow, I have something to deal with here." She hung up the phone. The tissue wiped away her tears, revealing a forced smile. "Did I disturb you? Mama's fine, you should go back and rest." Li Chen said solemnly, "Grandma fell, you should go check on her, leave Shiner to me. I can take her to the tutoring class, it's fine, they allow it." With Li Chen's insistence, Su Lin finally agreed to go visit her mother, and she left young Shiner in Li Chen's care. The next day, just as dawn broke, Su Lin hurriedly left in a fluster, not forgetting to buy breakfast for the siblings before leaving. She also left 1,000 yuan on the table intentionally. By the time she left, Li Chen had already woken up. After a quick wash, he found some clothes for Yang Shiner, let her dress herself, and then took her to freshen up. Fortunately, he had taken care of Li Chen and Li Yun before, so looking after Yang Shiner was not a problem. Once they were both ready, they sat down at the dining table. "Shiner, Mom has some things to take care of, so for the next few days, you'll go to the tutoring class with your brother. Be good and listen, so Mom won't worry." Li Chen explained carefully, and Yang Shiner listened obediently. After he finished, Yang Shiner asked, "If I'm good and listen, will you buy me a lollipop, big brother?" Children love sweets, and Yang Shiner was no exception. However, Su Lin never let her have sweets, which only made her love them more. Li Chen held up a finger. "Be good and listen, then you can have a lollipop every 3 days. Although he didn't know when Su Lin would return, it shouldn't be too long. Having a lollipop every 3 days, even if Su Lin found out, she wouldn't say anything. Yang Shiner nodded. "Okay, Shiner will be good." After they finished breakfast, Li Chen cleaned up the table and then set off with her. On the way, he thought about taking Yang Shiner to Lin Hui's house, which seemed a bit inappropriate, but after much thought, he was afraid the 2 girls would slack off, so he decided to take her along. When they entered the residential area where Lin Hui lived, Li Chen reminded young Shiner, "Shiner, we're going to a friend's house now, but you can't tell Mom and Dad about this, it's our little secret. Understand? Only the 2 of us can know, no one else can know." Yang Shiner seemed to understand vaguely, but still nodded. "Is it the kind where we hook our fingers together?" Hearing this, Li Chen blurted out, "Yes, that's it, once we hook fingers, we can't tell anyone." He quickly reached out his hand, and Yang Shiner raised hers to hook fingers. "Once we hook fingers, we can't tell anyone," Li Chen repeated, not entirely convinced. Yang Shiner's dimples showed as she smiled. "Big brother, why are you like Mom? Always repeating things so many times." The little girl didn't quite understand how to describe this phenomenon, but her existing knowledge was enough to express herself clearly. Li Chen wasn't upset, he just found her adorable. Perhaps because he also had 2 daughters, when he looked at a girl like Yang Shiner, he would always think of Li Chen and Li Yun when they were young. Naturally, his sense of tolerance was stronger. When they reached Lin Hui's door, even before entering, they saw Lin Yu. The boy stood at the door, unmoving, not looking like he was kicked out, but more like he was waiting for someone. As for who he was waiting for, the moment Lin Yu saw Li Chen, he straightened up, his eyes becoming inscrutable. Obviously, she was waiting for him. Li Chen approached, raising his foot. "What's up?" Lin Yu carefully examined Li Chen. What's your name? Why did you come to my sister's house? To teach Yun Yun and Xianxian to play the piano, Li Chen said calmly, considering Yang Xiner beside him and being cautious not to reveal too much. After all, at this age, the little girl already knew how to talk. Lin Yu tilted his head, looking at the two children in front of him, and remembered the boy in the video. The music still echoed in his ears. No matter how you looked at it, it was the same person, he shouldn't be mistaken. After thinking for a while, Lin Yu took out his phone and found the video. Is this person in the video you? The boy in the video was playing the piano in the aquarium. Despite his casual attire, he exuded elegance while playing the piano. At just over 10 years old, he impressed many piano masters who praised him after watching the video, even calling him a piano genius. Such a genius actually came to teach Li Chen and Li Yin how to play the piano, and according to Lin Hui, he didn't even charge any fees. There must be a problem. It's me, Li Chen admitted openly. Seeing that Lin Yu seemed to have something to say, Li Chen took Yang Xiner and walked towards Lin Hui's house without hesitation. Passing by Lin Yu, he said, "Wait for me to take Xiner in, then we can talk in detail." Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and in less than 3 seconds, Lin Hui opened the door. It seemed like she was prepared. When she saw Li Chen at the door, her gaze slowly moved down and fixed on Yang Xiner. "Who is this?" Lin Hui frowned. "My sister," Li Chen paused, then added deliberately, "this life's sister, named Yang Xiner. My mother is busy these days and not at home, so I have to take care of her. She's well behaved and won't cause any trouble." Lin Hui suddenly realized, "Come in. Let her go in first, I have something to deal with." Li Chen pushed Yang Xiner inside. Lin Hui noticed something unusual and peeked outside. When she saw Lin Yu, she couldn't help but frown. "Lin Yu? You're at the door, why don't you come in?" Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say he came here to confront the piano genius, could he? "I want to talk to him alone, you guys go in first," Li Chen said, raising his hand to close the door. Lin Hui was clearly worried, but looking at Li Chen's determined eyes, she reluctantly followed his lead and closed the door. With no one else around, Li Chen's expression immediately turned cold. He turned and walked towards Lin Yu. Even though he was looking up, his momentum was no less than Lin Yu's. "Good timing. I also want to talk to you." Li Chen, if he were taller now, he would have wanted to beat Lin Yu first before speaking. "Is your brother-in-law good to you?" "My brother-in-law? You mean Li Chen?" Lin Yu didn't react for a moment. Li Chen nodded. "Yes, him. He's pretty good, he's always there for me, and he helps me when I'm in trouble. He's even better to me than my sister." Lin Yu's words were sincere, but he sighed helplessly. "But, good people don't live long." Li Chen's anger dissipated slightly upon hearing this. At least this kid knew his brother-in-law was good to him. He hadn't forgotten his gratitude. "He's so good to you, and now you're introducing someone to your sister? Why didn't you do it earlier? If you're capable, you should have introduced someone earlier. Don't let your sister raise 2 children alone, it's so hard. At this point, you're still introducing someone to her. What's the meaning? Do you think she lived too leisurely in the first half of her life?" Li Chen spoke like an adult, almost as if he was educating a child. Lin Yu lowered his head, looking like a child who had made a mistake. "I did introduce someone to her before, but she didn't want it, I can't help it. Besides," he realized halfway through his sentence. Lin Yu put his hands on his hips. "Hey, when did it become your turn to lecture me?" Li Chen looked at him coldly. "I've disciplined you before, when you argued with your sister, when you bought a house, and even when you changed jobs right after getting married. But this time is the most special one." Lin Yu slowly lowered his hands from his waist, carefully examining Li Chen, feeling like his brain had crashed. He couldn't process it. "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Lin Yu stuttered. Li Chen crossed his arms. "It means I am the reincarnation of Li Chen, with his memories. So even if you call me brother-in-law now, I dare to respond. Do you understand now?" Thinking back to Lin Yu's youthful days, he was once a teenager full of fantasies, believing in unscientific things like spells, immortals, and underworld figures. Li Chen felt that the old Lin Yu might have believed him, but he wondered what the current Lin Yu would think. "You are my brother-in-law?" Lin Yu leaned forward, locking eyes with Li Chen. "What proof do you have? At least tell me something only we know," he asked earnestly, catching Li Chen off guard. Could it be? Is this guy so easily trusting even at his age? Especially with such absurd claims. But Li Chen still spoke. "When I married your sister, those hidden high heels that we couldn't find, you helped me find them. Of course, it cost me 10,000 yuan. Only we know about this. Your sister still doesn't know, she thinks I gave you 1,000 yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu hugged Li Chen tightly, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Brother-in-law! You really are my brother-in-law! You're alive! I always said there are myths in this world, and today I finally have proof." You're like someone who has defied the laws of the underworld. Lin Yu's shouting even caught the attention of a security guard coming out of the nearby restroom. Seeing Lin Yu still shouting, the guard muttered softly, "What's he crying about? Something happened at home?" Li Chen was speechless. He couldn't tell if he was happy or resigned about Lin Yu's belief. No wonder this kid had been suppressed by Lin Hui from childhood to adulthood. It would be hard not to be. "Alright, let go of me." Li Chen looked disgusted, two grown men hugging each other, it's awkward. Only then did Lin Yu slowly release him, tears still on his face. But noticing the figure behind Li Chen, he furrowed his brows. "Aren't you underage? If you're underage, how did you marry my sister?" Lin Yu started to worry again. Li Chen raised his hand to his forehead, helplessly saying, "I'm only 13 this year. Besides, how many years have passed since my death? Do you think even if I were reincarnated, I could let another soul live in my place for a few years?" Lin Yu suddenly realized, then what about my sister? Let things take their course. Right now, I just want to do my best to help them, to make amends. Li Chen answered truthfully. Yang Chenggang wanting to marry Lin Hui at 13 was simply absurd. Moreover, in such a situation, the negative consequences would mostly fall on Lin Hui. How could Li Chen bear to see that happen? For now, he could only do his best to make amends. Seeing Lin Yu looking so dejected, Li Chen quickly cautioned, "Don't tell anyone about this, not a soul, not even our parents, understand? Our parents are old, if they get a shock, it will be on me." Lin Yu felt even sadder, lowering his head, "Our parents are no longer here." One sentence left Li Chen speechless. Lin Yu's eyes were red and swollen. "Not long after you had an accident, Dad was diagnosed with cancer. Despite several rounds of chemotherapy that temporarily cured him, the cancer recurred later, and he couldn't make it," Lin Yu said with a heavy heart. "After Dad passed away, Mom seemed to have lost her soul. Less than a month after the storm 10 years ago, she also left us. 10 years ago, Lin Hui lost 3 close family members within 3 years. Li Chen felt regret and heartache. If only he could have been by Lin Hui's side when her family passed away. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Li Chen knew his in-laws treated him well, even better than their own son. He had planned to get them a nice gift for their upcoming birthdays, but the current situation made it impossible. Lin Yu, feeling distressed, said, "Brother-in-law, my sister has been through so much these years. I even introduced several suitors to her, but she rejected them all, saying she only wants to marry you." Li Chen was at a loss for words. He knew how much Lin Hui cared for him, which was why she now distanced herself from him. No one could replace Li Chen in her heart. Li Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. "I understand. Go back now. Don't tell anyone about my situation, not even online," Li Chen instructed Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded, about to leave but suddenly stopped. "Brother-in-law, you've always helped me and supported me. Now I can help you too." She took out her wallet, handed Li Chen 2 red bills, and said, 200 yuan should be enough for a meal. "Let's meet up another day. I'll treat you to a nice meal and we can have a good drink together." Then she frowned, "Forget it, you're still young, no drinking for you." With that, she turned and left. Li Chen looked at the money in his hand, then at Lin Yu's retreating figure. After a while, he muttered to himself, "I guess this counts as karma coming back to me." When Li Chen was alive, Lin Yu was young and impulsive. She spent money freely, and he had supported her a few times. Although his in-laws found out and gave him some money, he hadn't spent much on Lin Yu. Seeing Lin Yu's mature side now made him feel nostalgic. Unfortunately, his in-laws didn't witness it. Li Chen pocketed the money, turned, and headed towards the door. He rang the doorbell a few times, and Lin Hui opened the door, glancing outside. "Where's Lin Yu? Did he leave?" Li Chen nodded, "Yes, he left." Hearing this, Lin Hui looked at Li Chen suspiciously. "What did he say to you?" She knew her brother well. If he didn't come knocking, he must have said something to Li Chen. Li Chen closed the door, looked at Lin Hui, and said, "Wife, you've been through a lot these years. If I could live a few more years, at least I could be by your side when your parents pass away." He reached out his hand, wanting to embrace Lin Hui. "I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you when you needed me the most." The sudden apology left Lin Hui touched by Li Chen's sincerity. If only this was the real Li Chen speaking to her. Before they could embrace, Yang Xiner suddenly shouted, "Brother!" Startled, Li Chen and Lin Hui were brought back to reality. Lin Hui snapped out of it, pushed Li Chen away, and said, "If you dare talk nonsense again, I won't spare you." She glared at Li Chen fiercely and went back inside without even having breakfast, leaving it untouched on the table. Li Chen looked at Yang Xiner in disbelief. It was not a good time to come out, but she chose this moment, almost bumping into him. Yet Yang Xiner looked so pitiful, gazing at Li Chen with a face full of grievances. "Brother, I want some water," her voice unconsciously softened. She seemed just like a child who had done something wrong. Li Chen quickly took out Yang Xiner's water bottle from his backpack. Xiner, if you have something, just tell your brother. You did great. Even though Yang Xiner interrupted him and Lin Hui, it was unintentional. Besides, there was nothing to argue about with a child. Yang Xiner turned to look in Lin Hui's direction. Is that lady bullying my brother? Li Chen was stunned, then couldn't help but chuckle when he realized. It was probably because Yang Xiner overheard the threatening words Lin Hui had just said to him and felt very scared. She was just joking with me. Actually, that lady is very nice. Xiner, you don't need to be afraid of her. Yang Xiner looked at Li Chen with a mixture of belief and doubt. It seemed like she wanted to confirm if he was telling the truth. After a while, she nodded slightly. I understand. After comforting Yang Xiner, Li Chen went to the East Room to teach Li Chen and Li Yun how to play the piano. As soon as he entered, he noticed that the music sheets on the piano were missing, and the two of them were practically trying to write them from memory. Li Chen said calmly, just play along with your feelings, it's faster to remember that way, no need to write it down like that. We don't have much time left, we have a performance tomorrow night, we can't still be looking at the music sheets then, Li Chen blurted out. Li Yun also nodded repeatedly, I haven't memorized it yet. The two sisters were like students rushing to finish their homework on the eve of the school year. If they had practiced well a few days ago, even now they could play without looking at the music sheets. But if they didn't mention it, Li Chen would have almost forgotten about their high school reunion. When playing the piano, last-minute efforts are useless. Li Chen sat down, hands resting on the keys, slowly closing his eyes. As the music began to play, he spoke slowly, last-minute efforts will only lead to panic. If you panic while playing the piano, the music produced will lack feeling. This is a very elegant art form. If there's no feeling, what's the point? Sitting between Li Qian and Li Yun, he played effortlessly. He could even play well with his eyes closed. Li Qian and Li Yun exchanged a glance, twins who seemed to have a special connection in certain situations. They both reached out to massage Li Chen's shoulders. Offering help for no reason, Li Chen naturally sensed that they needed something. He quickly withdrew his hands, looking warily at the two. Don't expect me to help you. A father knows his daughters, even though they hadn't seen each other for many years, he had spent some time with the two children at least. He could probably guess what they were thinking. Li Qian retracted her hand and whispered, when you play for Elise, we'll record it, so we can use it later. It's that simple, it won't affect you. This situation can also be called dubbing, you understand? As expected, Li Chen had already thought of the method of dubbing even in the piano world. After thinking for a moment, Li Yun whispered, we can pay you, but it will be limited. Li Chen's face darkened even more. He immediately became serious, his face cold as he said, both of you want to be stars in the future, how can you do something like this? No, you must rely on your own efforts. Recording is not allowed, dubbing is not allowed. If you want to stand out in front of everyone, then work hard on your own. If you can't do it, then just honestly let others surpass you. He deliberately looked at Li Qian. If you're not satisfied with Xia Tingshuo surpassing you, then work harder on your own, instead of relying on these tricks to gain an advantage. It's not embarrassing to be less skilled than others, what's embarrassing is not willing to admit it. There will always be someone better than you, there's never the strongest, only the stronger. At school, it was the same. Li Chen stood up, since you guys are going to a class reunion tomorrow, I won't come. I'll practice at home. I'll teach a new piece the day after tomorrow. After speaking, he left the East Room. Li Chen and Li Yun kept their heads down, not saying a word. But they didn't dare to mention asking Li Chen for help with recording again. When Li Chen left, Lin Hui came out of the room. Not seeing Yang Xianer and Yang Chenggang in the living room, she walked towards the East Room. But she only saw Li Yun and Li Chen. Where's Yang Chenggang? Lin Hui asked. Li Yun and Li Chen glanced at each other secretly but didn't dare to speak. It seemed like they were afraid of saying the wrong thing. Seeing the situation, Lin Hui naturally guessed that something was wrong, otherwise, these two wouldn't be so quiet. What's going on? Did you upset someone? Lin Hui stepped forward, asking kindly. But the two sisters knew this was just the calm before the storm. Li Chen tightened her lips and finally explained the situation but kept her head down, not daring to look at Lin Hui. Normally, it was fine if Lin Hui didn't get angry, but if she did, the two sisters wouldn't be able to handle it. After listening, Lin Hui looked at her two daughters and couldn't help but sigh, you're both in college now, and not even a middle schooler understands these principles. What should I say to you? What they said is right. If you have the ability, play by yourself. If you don't think about showing off. This was naturally directed at Li Qian. Li Qian wished she could sink into the ground. Li Yun breathed a sigh of relief, but the topic shifted to her. Your father pursued me back then, and he practiced the piano for a long time, never failing in front of me. You two, on the other hand, have resorted to underhanded methods. Lin Hui looked at Li Yun, clearly addressing her. Li Yun bit her lip, not daring to speak. Seeing the two girls looking down like sprouts, Lin Hui pursed her lips and said softly, apologize properly when he comes tomorrow. Don't think of such underhanded ideas in the future, or forget about becoming a star. Li Qian and Li Yun nodded, saying in unison, understood. Education at Bowen. Zhang Chenggang entered the classroom and saw several students gathered around Li Qian's seat. Ahem. He coughed deliberately and said coldly, start playing the piano. Go back to your seats. Hearing this, all the students slowly returned to their seats. After everyone dispersed, Zhang Chenggang saw the little girl sitting next to Li Qian. Li Qian explained first, Teacher Zhang, I have some family matters, so I have to bring my sister these days, or I can take a leave of absence. Anyway, attending the cram school now was just an excuse for him, so he wouldn't have to go to Lin Hui's house. But with Su Lin not at home, he had to take care of Yang Xaner, so whether he came or not didn't matter to him. After all, he wouldn't learn much even if he came. No need. As long as she doesn't disturb everyone practicing the piano. Zhang Cheng said and sat down to practice Blue Love with everyone. Although Li Qian was already very familiar with this piece, he still practiced along. Unexpectedly, before the class was halfway through, Yang Xaner fell asleep on him. Seeing this, Zhang Chang had to ask Li Qian to take Yang Xaner to the office to rest so that she wouldn't be disturbed by the students practicing in the classroom. Li Qian carried Yang Xaner to the sofa in the office, took off his coat, and covered her with it. Fortunately, the little girl wasn't picky about where she slept, so Li Qian was relieved when she showed no signs of waking up. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw several magazines on the rack at the office door. One of the magazines read, 4C's Magazine. Li Qian hesitated for a moment, picked it up, and flipped through it, starting with the editors on the first page. Zhou Chang? Li Qian's eyes were full of surprise. This kid is already the editor-in-chief? Speaking of his past life, he was still an editor at the 4C's Magazine. Unfortunately, he passed away before reaching the position of chief editor. However, during his time at the 4C's Magazine, he did mentor quite a few newcomers. Zhou Chang was one of those he mentored, but he never expected that Zhou would actually become the chief editor. I wonder how that kid is doing now. Li Qian didn't dare linger in the office for too long and returned to the classroom. However, he couldn't help but think about going back to the magazine when he had the time, even if it was just to see the place where he used to work. By the time the remedial class ended, Yang Xiner had already woken up. Li Qian was about to leave with her when Zhang Cheng called out to him. Yang Changgang. Zhang Cheng jogged over to Li Qian. Are there no adults at home? Are you two kids alone at home? Li Qian naturally understood what he meant and preempted. I can take care of her. But these days during the remedial classes, I have to bring her along. Zhang Cheng looked at the two of them, feeling somewhat uneasy, but after some thought, he could only say, alright, leave me your contact information. If anything happens, give me a call. It's fine no matter how late it is, my phone is on 24 hours. He took out the note he had just written in the office, double-checked the number, and then handed it to Li Qian. Li Qian took it and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. After bidding farewell to Zhang Chang, Li Qian left with Yang Xiner. But as soon as they stepped out, Yang Xiner's voice came in a childish tone, Brother, I want to eat fried chicken. Normally, at home, Su Lin hardly allowed the two children to eat such things. But with Su Lin not around, Yang Xiner naturally felt unrestrained. After all, her brother would spoil her. Li Qian looked at the smile on Yang Xiner's face and after a moment's thought, he said, You can only eat it this once, and you can't tell Mom, understand? Similar incidents had happened before, and Li Qian didn't think there was anything wrong with occasionally indulging. But we have to take it home to eat, so Mom won't call and we won't be able to pick up. Without taking the phone when going out, Su Lin would definitely call. Li Qian knew this without having to think about it. Yang Xiner nodded repeatedly, Okay, I'll listen to my brother. After deciding on dinner, the two hurried to buy fried chicken, took a taxi back home to save time. When they arrived home, they heard the phone ringing inside the house. Li Qian hurried to answer it, and the moment he picked up, Su Lin's voice came through. How is it? Is Xiner misbehaving? Did she disturb you when she went with you to the remedial class? I regret not bringing Xiner with me when I boarded the plane. Even if it meant spending more money, it would be better than having Li Qian take care of Yang Xiner. After all, they were both children. Li Qian casually replied, No, she's well behaved and obedient. Mom, you don't need to worry about us. I can take care of her. Just stay there and keep Grandma company. When Grandma gets better, you can come back. Su Lin responded with an acknowledgement and added, I'll take care of her here for a few days, and then I'll come back in a few days. If you really can't take care of Xiner, just tell me, and I'll ask your grandmother to come and help take care of you both. It's better than you taking care of her, and it saves you the trouble." Li Chen turned to look at Yang Xiner, who was standing by the table staring at the fried chicken, and couldn't help but smile. "No need, I can take care of her. Grandma is getting old, there's no need to have her come. We can take care of ourselves." After chatting with Su Lin for a few more moments, Li Chen made an excuse to hang up the phone. Yang Xiner immediately looked at him expectantly, as if waiting for him to come before she could eat. They sat down, and Li Chen handed her 2 chicken legs. Seeing her happily eating, he inexplicably felt a sense of returning to the past. He had once watched Li Yun and Li Chen eat like this, but that was many years ago. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang, and Li Chen stepped forward to answer it. "Yang Changgang, how did you offend Wang Qintao? I met that kid this afternoon, and he seemed quite resentful when he mentioned you. I remember you never spoke before, what's going on?" Wang Tao exclaimed. Just as Li Chen was about to explain, Wang Tao continued, "Did you guys have a fight? Who won? That kid always flaunts his status as the homeroom teacher's son, acting all high and mighty. I've been fed up with him for a long time. I never expected a conflict between you two." Li Chen raised his hand to his forehead and said calmly, "We didn't fight, we just played the piano." "Played the piano?" Wang Tao seemed very surprised. "Oh, is it from the time at the aquarium? I saw a video of you playing the piano at the aquarium online. Was Wang Qintao there at that time too? He played the piano too? Did you outshine him?" He seemed even more excited than if he had outshone Wang Qintao himself, his voice filled with excitement. Li Chen's lips twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, "Just playing the piano. It wasn't a competition, so it's not about outshining anyone. But you did outshine him, with your piano skills. Wang Qintao is no match for you." Wang Tao chuckled as if he had discovered a new world. "No wonder that kid was so angry, it was because of this. Is it true that he's the homeroom teacher's son, or is it just a rumor?" Li Chen asked in a deep voice. "Of course, it's true," Wang Tao blurted out, then added, "I overheard a conversation between the two of them at the office door before, and I heard Wang Qintao calling our homeroom teacher dad. It's not a rumor. Some people just can't be sure, that's why they say it's a rumor. But it could also be that the homeroom teacher deliberately spread the rumor to prevent more people from knowing. It's not good. Although he wasn't good at academics, he wouldn't talk nonsense about such things." After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen said, "I see. I have something to do, let's talk another day." Wang Tao naturally didn't say much after hearing this and hung up the phone. Li Chen didn't dwell on Wang Qintao's matter and continued to have dinner with Yang Xiner. Fortunately, Yang Xiner could take care of herself now, so Li Chen didn't need to worry too much. Just finding her some clothes to change into was enough. After both of them finished washing up, Yang Xiner went back to her room to rest. Li Chen then made a call to the landlord he had contacted earlier to confirm the house viewing for the next day. Since he didn't need to teach the two girls how to play the piano in the morning, it was a good opportunity to go house hunting, and if suitable, perhaps he could also sort out the computer issue. The next morning, Li Chen took Yang Xiner out as usual. They took a taxi straight to the Xiangyu mansion on Fengda Road. It was a new residential area with well-maintained greenery inside, and the security guard at the entrance seemed quite diligent. The landlord was waiting at the entrance, but even when Li Chen and Yang Xiner stood in front of him, he was still looking around. "Are you Mr. Li Jianqing?" Li Chen looked up at him. Li Jianqing slowly lowered his head to look at Li Chen, not reacting for a moment, and asked curiously, "How do you know my name?" "I'm Yang Changgang," Li Chen said calmly. A child who looked about 15 or 16 years old turned out to be the person looking to rent the house. Hearing this, Li Jianqing's expression instantly changed. "You're not joking, are you? You're Yang Changgang? You want to rent my house? Are you of legal age?" Li Jianqing scrutinized him carefully, then glanced at Yang Xiner beside him. "You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Two underage kids saying they want to rent his house. This was simply a joke. Regardless of whether these two had money or not, he wouldn't dare rent the house to them. He couldn't afford the consequences if something went wrong in the future. Li Chen had already considered this situation and calmly said, "We are just here to look at the house. The person who will sign the contract with you in the end is an adult. As long as I think it's okay, there's no need for anyone else to come and see. Do you understand this explanation?" Lin Yu just happened to believe in his identity. Asking Lin Yu for help in renting a house shouldn't be a problem. At least Lin Yu doesn't need to pay for the money, he will handle it himself. Li Jianqing hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Alright, let's take a look at the house first. But let's make it clear, I can only sign the contract with adults, not with you kids. You don't have to rent if you don't want to, but my rule cannot be changed." Li Chen readily agreed and then took Yang Xiner to see the house. Since there were no pictures online at that time, only a simple description of the rooms, Li Chen was pleasantly surprised when he saw the house. It was a new house, but it had been modestly decorated, and almost all the furnishings in the one-bedroom apartment were complete. Li Chen checked the water pipes and electricity, confirmed there were no issues, and then discussed the rent with Li Jianqing. After their conversation, Li Chen arranged to come and sign the contract and pay by no later than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As the three of them rode the elevator downstairs, Li Jianqing couldn't help but take a few more glances at Li Chen. "Young man, how old are you?" Li Jianqing asked. 13, Li Chen replied casually. Li Jianqing sighed, "But you don't seem like a teenager. I'll be frank, you're not the first one to come and see the house with me. Before you, there were 2 college students who came to see the house. But they didn't know to check the water pipes, electricity, and gas. At your young age, knowing to check these things, you are truly experienced." Li Chen had anticipated such speculation long ago, but he had already figured out how to respond. "My parents just taught me before coming here, that's why I checked those things," Li Chen said as the elevator doors opened. After bidding farewell to Li Jianqing, Li Chen took Yang Xiner to the tutoring center. On the way, he also contacted Lin Yu, asking him to pick them up from the tutoring center at 4 o'clock in the afternoon to come and sign the contract. He even reminded Lin Yu to bring identification documents. Once everything was arranged, he finally relaxed. But he didn't forget to remind Yang Xiner not to tell Su Lin and Yang Jianting about this. After the tutoring session, Li Chen and Yang Xiner came out of the tutoring center and saw Lin Yu standing by the car. "Sister, brother-in-law." Lin Yu waved excitedly and called out. However, Li Chen gave him a stern look, causing his voice to falter. But others still looked in Lin Yu's direction. Li Chen's forehead creased, unsure of how to respond. Calling a 13-year-old boy brother-in-law was probably something only he could do. When they approached, Li Chen lowered his voice and reminded, "Be more careful with your address in the future. Don't call me brother-in-law, you can call me Yang Chengang." This name was safer, to avoid any more mishaps with calling him Li Chen. Lin Yu nodded, "I got it. Brother-in-law, you." He almost made the same mistake again, but quickly corrected himself. "Yang Chengang, get in the car." Yang Xiner looked at the two of them with curiosity. "Brother, why did he call you brother-in-law?" Li Chen looked up at Lin Yu. "You explain, this is my sister, Yang Xiner." Lin Yu pursed his lips, staring at Yang Xiner without blinking for a full minute. Then, he suddenly took out a candy from his pocket and handed it to her. "Little girl, forget everything you just heard, okay? You heard nothing, understand?" Finally, he made a dazzling gesture. Then, he lightly tapped Yang Xiner's forehead with his index and middle fingers. It was like a magical move from an anime becoming reality. "I have cast a spell on you, so you must forget, understand?" Li Chen's mouth fell open as he thought to himself, this guy is almost 40 years old and may not even be as mature as Yang Xiner. But the next moment, Yang Xiner unexpectedly said, "Got it, I didn't hear anything, I've already forgotten." Li Chen was stunned, his gaze shifting between the two. It was confirmed, these two were peers. They were actually cooperating. Li Chen helplessly looked at Lin Yu. "Forget it, let's get on the car quickly, the more people look over, the better." On the way, Lin Yu sang nursery rhymes with Yang Xiner all the way. It wasn't until they reached the Fragrant Domain residence that they stopped. Li Jianqing was waiting at the entrance of the community. When Li Chen and the others got off the car, he hurried over. "This is Lin Yu, the one who will sign the contract with you. If there are any issues with the house in the future, find him, we are living together." Li Chen had to say this just to be safe, to avoid any future troubles. Li Jianqing nodded repeatedly, "No problem, let's go inside the house and talk." Li Chen turned to Lin Yu and Yang Xiner, "Let's go." The four of them entered the community together, and Li Jianqing led the three to the house. Inside the house, the contract was already prepared, along with 3 sets of keys. After the three entered, Li Chen took out the prepared money from his backpack, 1 month deposit and 3 months rent, a total of 6,000, you can count it. The house was not big, just a 1-bedroom apartment. The monthly rent was 1,500, which was reasonable. It's just that the area was not very bustling, it would take a few years to develop. Li Jianqing carefully counted the money once, his face instantly lit up with a smile. "No problem, if you think this house is suitable, then let's sign the contract. But if there are any issues when moving out, you will be fine. I'm handing over this house to you in good condition." Li Chen nodded, understood. After saying that, he turned to Lin Yu and gave him a look, asking him to come forward and sign the contract. Lin Yu hurried forward, took out his card and ID, and even double-checked the contract. Only after confirming that everything was fine did he sign his name. As soon as the contract was signed, Li Jianqing handed over the 3 prepared keys and his own key to Lin Yu. "You will have to give me these keys back together later," don't lose them. Lin Yu smiled, no problem, we know what to do. With that, Li Jianqing left with the contract and money. Lin Yu carefully inspected the house, confirmed everything was fine, then turned to Li Chen, sis. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, then quickly spoke, Yang Chenggang, do you need anything else? I can help you buy it, after all, I'm richer than you. After all, he was an adult, while Yang Chenggang was just a middle school student, probably not having much money. He didn't even know how he got 6,000 yuan. I do need you to help me buy some things. Li Chen took out another 10,000 yuan from her backpack, but I'll pay for it myself. Help me buy a set of bedding and a mattress, and also a 4-piece set. The most important thing is to buy me a computer. It doesn't have to be too fancy, but it should be decent. All these items together would be enough with 10,000 yuan. However, Lin Yu was stunned when he saw the 10,000 yuan on the table. Where did you get so much money? You didn't steal it, did you? Lin Yu looked at him with some confusion. It was hard not to be suspicious when even a middle school student had so much money. Li Chen sighed deeply, helplessly saying, you've known me for so many years, do you think I would steal? This guy really had no normal thoughts in his head. He then picked up one of the keys from the table and placed it on the money. The money comes from selling music copyrights, it's clean money. You can hold on to this key, you'll need it to set up the computer for me. I will pay the rent on time in the future, you can then pass it on to the landlord, pay every 3 months. Lin Yu nodded, I got it. After leaving the residential area, Lin Yu originally wanted to take Li Chen and Yang Shiner out for a good meal, but Li Chen refused directly. He had to drive the siblings back home. However, when the car stopped in front of Yang Qinggang's house, Li Chen unexpectedly saw Grandma at the entrance of the building. She was holding a bag that looked bulging, like it was filled with clothes, round and plump. Li Chen guessed that Su Lin must have asked Grandma to come and take care of them because she was worried about leaving them alone at home. We're going back now, you can just drive straight back, don't get out of the car. Up to now, Lin Yu still hesitated to call him brother-in-law, in case he said it wrong in front of Grandma, it would be troublesome. Li Chen opened the car door, got out, and whispered to Yang Shiner, Shiner, don't tell Grandma about our visit to Xiangyu Mansion today, and don't mention the money matters. Tomorrow, brother will buy you lollipops to eat. Yang Shiner was easy to coax, she quickly nodded, okay, brother's words count, no lying. She still remembered her lollipops after all. The two got out of the car and walked towards Grandma, but the old lady's gaze was still fixed on the car. Who brought you back? Do you know them? Grandma asked. Li Chen casually replied, don't know, we took a taxi on the way. As he spoke, he took the bag from Grandma's hand. Grandma, why are you here? Did my mom ask you to come? The three slowly went upstairs, with Grandma holding Yang Shiner's hand walking behind. Your mom told me that you two were alone at home. I was worried, so I thought of coming for a few days. I can't really leave you to take care of Shiner, you can't even take care of yourself. In Grandma's eyes, Yang Chenggang was still a child. How could he possibly take care of young Shiner well? Back home, Li Chen continued his usual routine, went to write his papers early. However, with Grandma around, he didn't have to worry about meals, not even taking care of Yang Shiner. But as Li Chen sat at the table, he couldn't help but think about Li Chen and Li Yun attending the evening party. He wondered how they were doing, if they made any mistakes while playing the piano. During dinner, due to Grandma's habit, the TV was always on. The news was about a stage collapse at a hotel in Xincheng. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries, only minor ones. But there were media present at the scene, and Li Chen frowned when he saw a familiar figure. It was Zhou Chang. Having an editor-in-chief at the scene was a great opportunity. If he could capture some photos, it would be a headline for tomorrow's 4 Cs magazine. However, Zhou Chang didn't take any photos, and on TV, he seemed quite impatient. Why would he be impatient? Li Chen's eating stopped. Regardless of the reason for such an incident, he shouldn't have that expression. Don't just watch TV, if you don't eat soon, the food will get cold. Grandma served some dishes into Li Chen's bowl. Li Chen slowly withdrew his gaze and continued eating. But in his mind, he was planning to visit the 4 Cs magazine over the weekend. Even if it was just a quick look, it would be a visit to the place where he worked in his past life. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang, and Grandma went to answer it. Lin, I'm here at your place. Take care of your mom over there, leave things here to me, you can rest assured. Li Chen guessed it was Su Lin on the phone. He turned to look at Yang Shiner. He whispered, don't talk about what happened these days, okay? In the current situation, it's better to keep things quiet. It would be more troublesome if the truth came out. As long as Yang Shiner kept quiet, Su Lin and the others shouldn't find out. Yang Shiner nodded, saying unclearly, got it. After hanging up the phone, the old lady returned to the dining table to eat. The three of them chatted happily while eating, and Yang Shiner laughed joyfully. After the meal, they each went back to their rooms to rest. Li Chen checked the online version of the 4Cs magazine on his phone. To his surprise, the magazine now only featured news about celebrities. In the past, the 4Cs magazine mainly covered news articles and social commentary, occasionally featuring interviews with respected artists or business figures. Celebrities were rarely the main focus unless it was for special events. Why was the online version now filled with entertainment news about celebrities? It felt more like a gossip magazine. Li Chen furrowed his brows, wondering, what is Zhou Chang doing? How could the magazine change so drastically? Instead of letting the 4Cs magazine undergo such a huge transformation, it would be better to start a new column for entertainment news. There was no need for such a drastic change in the 4Cs magazine. It seemed necessary to pay a visit this weekend and see what was going on with the magazine. The next morning, Li Chen had breakfast and went to Lin Hui's house. However, this time, Lin Yu opened the door for him. What are you doing here? Li Chen was puzzled. Are you introducing potential partners to your sister again? As he stepped inside, he saw Lin Hui looking gloomy. Li Chen stood at the door and glanced back at Lin Yu. Did you make her angry? No, I didn't. I just told her that you are Li Chen, my brother-in-law. Then she reacted like this. Maybe she couldn't handle such a big surprise in a short time. Lin Yu said earnestly, completely unaware of the danger. Lin Hui glared at him angrily, gritting her teeth. Both of you, get out. Leave. Do you believe the nonsense of a middle school student? Lin Yu, have you ever used your brain at home? Get out. Don't let me see you. Li Chen hurriedly explained, it was him who said it, not me. So, I don't have to leave, right? And I still need to teach Yunyun and Shanshan how to play the piano. He hadn't taught them yesterday, so he couldn't skip today. Thinking of the two daughters, Lin Hui glared at Lin Yu and said, you leave, Yang Chenggang stays. If either of you dares to talk nonsense again, I won't spare you. She stood up and tried to push Lin Yu out. Feeling wronged, Lin Yu said, sis, I was telling the truth. He really is my brother-in-law. I know my brother-in-law very well. How could I not recognize him? It's him. With that, Lin Yu was pushed out by Lin Hui. She snorted, I know him better than you do. Stop talking nonsense to me. If you dare to do it again, I will make sure you never come back. Lin Yu dared not say another word and could only look at Li Chen helplessly. Why wouldn't his sister believe the truth? Was it because Li Chen was now a middle school student? Meanwhile, inside the house, Li Chen was being dragged by Li Yun and Li Chen to the east room, with no chance to help plead for Lin Yu. Look at this event. It's a competition for selecting a girl group. If we participate, maybe some entertainment company will sign us. Li Qian looked at the promotional message on her phone with anticipation. There's also an audition in Xincheng, we can give it a try. We can sing or dance, showcasing our talents. Li Yin chimed in, we can play the piano, who knows, it might work. The two sisters seemed to have found a solution, even imagining the scene of signing with a talent agency. Li Chen glanced at them and said softly, with your piano skills, it might be difficult to pass the initial selection. Can you play for release without looking at the sheet music? The two sisters fell silent immediately, clearly lacking confidence. Li Chen took a deep breath, 1 minute on stage, 10 years off stage. If you want to attract attention at once, you need to be outstanding, not rely on luck. Even if you are lucky enough to be selected to join the girl group this time and enter the entertainment industry, you still need to rely on your abilities in the future. You can participate, but when you do, strive to do your best. At the very least, you must practice all the songs I gave you. After speaking, Li Chen took out the sheet music for Blue Love from his bag. Li Yun and Li Yun had to reluctantly put down their phones and start learning the new song under Li Chen's guidance. Meanwhile, Lin Yu at the door had already been chased out. Lin Hui stood at the door watching the three inside when she heard the new song. Seeing her two daughters studying earnestly, she felt relieved. It wasn't until the time was up that Li Chen packed up and prepared to leave. I will come to teach you tomorrow morning. You two need to play for release for me to listen to. Those who are not up to standard will face consequences. Also, if you enter the entertainment industry with a lucky mindset, don't even think about becoming a star. To become a star, you need to rely on your abilities to enter the entertainment industry. Li Yun and Li Qian glanced at each other and softly replied, understood. Li Qian slung his bag over his shoulder, looked at the two, raised his hands to rub their heads, and said, no one succeeds easily, stars included. So, you must rely on your own efforts. Hard work is a must, but it's more reliable than luck. With that, he withdrew his hands and left. Li Qian and Li Yun were stunned, taking a while to come back to their senses. How strange that a little brat like him is lecturing us, Li Qian said, raising her hand to touch her head. He's like a little adult. But what was even more striking was that in that moment, she truly felt that Li Chen resembled her father from her memories. Her father had boundaries but was also very tolerant and often encouraged them. He was their pillar of support. Frowning, Li Chen stiffly turned to look at the door. Oddly, why did she feel that a teenager resembled her father? She must be going crazy to think like this. Why do I feel like he really gives off a fatherly vibe? Li Yun murmured softly. Li Chen clicked her tongue. What nonsense are you talking about? How could a little brat possibly give off a fatherly vibe? You must not have slept well last night, having hallucinations. Go get some rest to clear your head and avoid any more hallucinations. Li Yun bit her lip lightly and whispered, it's probably just my imagination. Only she could have such a hallucination of finding a fatherly feeling in a teenager. After Li Chen left, he went to a tutoring class. Despite educating his 2 daughters, he continued to search for information about the event on his phone on the way. He found out all the specific dates and whether there were any fees involved. However, when he looked up, he realized he had missed his stop. He hurried to the back door of the bus and got off at the next stop. Next stop, Sihai Station. Please prepare to disembark to avoid missing your stop. A mechanical voice sounded, leaving Li Chen stunned. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar place in front of him, he inexplicably felt like he had traveled back in time. He seemed to be the old Li Chen who used to stay up all night to write. The bus stopped, and Li Chen got off. But he didn't message Zhang Chang to say he had something to attend to later. Sihai Station was right in front of the Sihai Company, and through the glass door, he could vaguely see several employees inside busy at work. Li Chen stood in front of the platform watching those people. He didn't move even when the people from Sihai Company came out, but Zhou Chang, who had just come out, froze upon seeing Li Chen. Doesn't that boy look like the piano prodigy who plays the piano? Zhou Chang asked, turning to look at the others behind him. Several people followed his gaze and looked at Li Chen. It seems to be him. I think it's him in the photos online, the photographer blurted out, reaching for the video on his phone. Let's just ask and find out. Zhou Chang walked towards Li Chen with his hands in his pockets. If it's really him, we might get some news, which is more interesting than what happened last night. When Li Chen saw Zhou Chang approaching, he was about to greet him with a smile but suddenly remembered his current identity. As Yang Changgang, he couldn't possibly know an editor-in-chief. Kid, are you the little boy who plays the piano online? Zhou Chang bent down, trying to appear friendly. We are from Sihai Company. Don't be afraid, we're just curious and want to ask you some questions. Li Chen nodded. The person you're talking about should be me, the boy who played for Elise. Zhou Chang winked at the photographer and the photographer quickly prepared his camera, ready to start the interview. Zhou Chang looked back at Li Chen, smiling, and asked, what's your name? Can you tell uncle? Li Chen squinted at him. Uncle. In his previous life, Zhou Chang called him Yango, and now he was calling himself uncle. Yang Changgang. Li Chen almost gritted his words, then warned the photographer with a glare. I won't do the interview, and no photos either. Zhou Chang looked at him with interest. We just want to ask you a few questions. We don't have to take photos or do an interview. Or how about uncle treats you to a drink, and we can chat while we drink. We can also eat something. Li Chen happened to want to know more about Sihai magazine, so he agreed without much thought. Zhou Chang sent the other people away and took Li Chen alone to a nearby dessert shop. Thinking that kids would like sweets, he specially ordered 2 extra small cakes for Li Chen. Can you tell uncle who taught you to play the piano so well? Did you have a master teach you? Or are you a disciple of a certain master? He asked several questions in a row, but Li Chen remained silent, just sipping his juice. He said no interview, but this kind of questioning was indeed an interview. Seeing Li Chen not speaking, Zhou Chang didn't feel embarrassed and said with a smile, Uncle is just curious, no other intentions. If you don't want to say, you don't have to. Li Chen said lightly, I can answer your questions, but it has to be one question from you, one answer from me. Then I ask you a question, and you answer mine. Ask each other questions and give honest answers. Zhou Chang couldn't help but laugh. You're young, and you've already learned to negotiate. Okay, let's do as you say. I'll ask you first, has a piano master ever guided you in playing the piano? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen shook his head, no. A simple and direct answer slightly disappointed Zhou Chang. But seeing Li Chen's serious expression, he didn't suspect him of lying and didn't raise any doubts. Now it's my turn to ask you. Li Chen pushed the juice in front of him forward. Sihai magazine used to hardly cover entertainment news, except in special circumstances. Why is it now mainly focusing on entertainment news? Zhou Chang didn't expect Li Chen to ask about Sihai Company. And such a strange question at that. Kid, you're not that old, how do you know that Sihai magazine used to hardly cover entertainment news? Zhou Chang asked curiously. I'm asking you now, please answer my question. Li Chen's expression was serious, almost like an adult. Looking at his expression, Zhou Chang suddenly remembered a familiar person. A hint of helplessness and pain flashed across his face. His lips curled up slightly as he said, "Versus magazine underwent a transformation 10 years ago because of a storm that wiped out a lot of information. Our writing was greatly affected as well. Out of necessity, we decided to transition into an entertainment magazine, which is the current model. Fortunately, Versus magazine had many readers, so the transition was successful quickly. Now, it's a leading entertainment media in the industry." Li Chen didn't expect this kind of answer. The storm from 10 years ago had such a significant impact on Versus magazine. It was just a pity that the original readers were mostly business elites or corporate white-collar workers, and now things were probably very different. The success of the transition was likely not due to the support of those old readers. Perhaps those original readers had already become disappointed with Versus magazine. "Now it's my turn to ask you." Zhou Chen looked at him expectantly. "Did you teach yourself to play the piano?" Li Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes." At least playing the piano couldn't be attributed to Zhang Cheng's teachings. From Yang Chenggong's perspective, without any other teachers, it could indeed be considered self-taught. However, he was aware that it was only because he now had Li Chen's memories. Zhou Chang looked speechless. "You answered that quite straightforwardly. Alright, if you have any more questions, go ahead and ask." Li Chen scrutinized him carefully, recalling the news from last night. "Last night at Yuxing Grand Hotel, there was a stage collapse. Why did you have an impatient expression?" Zhou Chang pursed his lips tightly, his expression suddenly serious, and his brow furrowed. It seemed he didn't expect Li Chen to ask that question. He clasped his hands on the table, giving off a distant and unapproachable vibe. "I was a bit preoccupied at the time, nothing special." Li Chen looked at his hands. "You're lying." When Zhou Chang first arrived at Versus magazine, every time he lied, it was like this, hands crossed on the table, thumbs circling non-stop. It seemed distant yet fidgety, but it was actually a sign of nervousness. The more nervous he was, the faster his thumbs would move. It was surprising that after all these years, he still hadn't gotten rid of this habit. "This is my private matter, I can't tell you." Zhou Cheng's face had turned cold. "Let's end it here. I'll treat you to dessert and drinks, enjoy them slowly. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first." With that, he got up, paid at the front desk, and left directly. Li Chen frowned as he watched his figure, becoming more convinced that Zhou Chang was dealing with something. Most likely, it wasn't something good. "Yang Changgang?" A familiar voice sounded, and Li Chen turned to look. Qian Song happened to be entering with his brother, both heading straight towards Li Chen. The boy beside Qian Song was the one who had clashed with Yang Changgang before. Li Chen observed him carefully. "You haven't been to the tutoring class these days, seems like you're not seriously injured." Fortunately, that day when he and Chenya fought, there was no one else involved, or else he might have had to stay in the hospital for a few days. They wouldn't have ended up in a draw. However, Chenya was very unwilling. As usually, Yang Chenggang, who handled things calmly, seemed easy to bully. Who would have thought that he could put up a fight when it came down to it? "With your level of skill, you can't even scratch me." Chenya raised his chin, looking disdainfully at him. "Last time, I just took pity on you, that's why I let you off. Otherwise, why do you think we ended up in a draw? Do you really think you can hurt me?" "What a joke." Xian Song chimed in. "Exactly, even though Yang Chenggang, you play the piano quite well, when it comes to fighting, you're definitely no match for Chenya. He has learned Taekwondo." Li Chen looked at the two in front of him and said calmly, "Since that's the case, you guys take your time eating. I have to go to the cram school." With that, he took a sip of the juice in front of him, then got up to leave. After walking a few steps, he stopped and turned back to look at Qian Song and Chenya. "Don't mention that you've learned Taekwondo in the future. The person who taught you wouldn't want you to say that either. After all, those who have learned it ended up in a draw with those who haven't, yet they are too proud to admit it. Saying that you've learned Taekwondo will only make you look more ridiculous." As Li Chen left, Chenya couldn't help but furrow his brows, gritting his teeth in anger. Just because he can play a few tunes on the piano, he's acting all high and mighty. If I had known, I wouldn't have spared him last time just because we were classmates. Next time, I will definitely teach him a lesson properly. Chen Song nodded, thinking about how Li Chen had been showing off in the cram school these days, itching with jealousy. In the past, everyone in the cram school used to revolve around him, with hardly anyone knowing about Yang Qinggong's existence. Except for Chen Lu, who always revolved around Yang Chenggang. If it weren't for this reason, he wouldn't even know there was someone named Yang Chenggang in the class. "When you get the chance, give this kid a good beating again, preferably ruining his hands," Qian Song whispered. Chen Yu widened his eyes at this. "Isn't that going too far?" They all knew how important their hands were as piano students. On the first day of class, Zhang Chang had told them that under no circumstances should their hands get injured, especially the bones. Otherwise, even a slight injury would be greatly magnified in the future, possibly leaving sequelae. If Yang Qing'on's hands were ruined, wouldn't he be unable to play the piano in the future? Chenya thought of how Yang Qinggang looked playing the piano in the video, and even he couldn't help but marvel at him being the next piano master. If the hands of a piano master were ruined, Chenya shook himself out of his thoughts and hurriedly said, "Let's not ruin his hands. After all, we are all piano players. We'll find another opportunity to teach him a lesson, as long as he stays away from Chen Lu." Qian Song glanced at him sideways. "Trust me on this. When the time is right, we'll ruin his hands." How could he let someone show off in front of him without consequences? Seeing his determination, Chenya couldn't say anything more and could only nod in agreement. Halfway through the cram session, Qian Song and Chenya finally arrived at the cram school. Li Chen had been practicing in the class for almost an hour. Among the 20-plus students in the class, he was the only one who played flawlessly throughout. He had become a rare and outstanding student in Zhang Cheng's eyes. During the break, Chen Lu specifically asked Li Chen how to play a certain section. Li Chen patiently taught her without any hint of impatience. However, this scene was seen by Qian Song. This kid must have hired a private tutor to play the piano, just to show off here. He nudged Chenya with his elbow. We haven't seen him play that well before. Now, he's not holding back to get closer to Chen Lu. It's working now. Chen Lu is sticking to him all the time. Chenya had nothing to say as he could also see others surrounding Yang Qinggang. In the whole class, apart from him and Qian Song, almost everyone had gone to ask Yang Qinggang some questions, but they were all about piano. Obviously, it wasn't just Chen Lu sticking to Yang Qinggang. Regardless of whether he hired a private tutor or not, he does play the piano well. We should learn more from him. It will benefit us in the future. After all, we are all here to learn to play the piano. If we encounter such a young talent, we should seize the opportunity to learn from each other, or we might not have this chance again in the future. However, Qian Song didn't see it that way. Qian Song gave him a glare. What are you learning from this kid? Playing the piano for real? I've paid for the education at Bowen, so I'm learning from him now. Bowen won't refund the money. Besides, I wouldn't bother learning with his piano. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but everyone in the classroom heard it. Li Chen didn't mind. After all, he couldn't argue with a teenager. But Chen Lu beside them couldn't hold back anymore. If you don't want to learn, then don't. No one is forcing you, there's no need to say it out loud. Chen Lu gave him a disdainful look. The noise from the renovation downstairs sounds better than your piano playing. Qian Song was stunned. My playing isn't good? He looked around at every classmate. His eyes were full of warning. He was the richest student here, who dared to say his playing wasn't good. Everyone lowered their heads pretending not to hear. Chen Lu didn't give him any face. Do you think you play well? Have you ever listened to yourself play? If you have time to criticize others, why not humbly ask others for advice? Qian Song's mouth twitched at her words, unsure how to retort. After a couple of minutes, he turned to Chenya. Is my playing not good? Chenya pursed his lips, fake smiling as he nodded. It's good. But his words felt oddly insincere. Qian Song looked at the others, but as his gaze swept over them, all the students lowered their heads. Obviously, no one was willing to lie and say he played well. Whether it's good or not, you know in your heart. Chen Lu crossed her arms, looking at him. You can't even play smoothly, jumping from one key to another. How could it sound good? Qian Song was left speechless, his brows furrowed. He was especially displeased with Li Chen. If it weren't for this piano genius comparison, they wouldn't appear so mediocre. But now, all the students in the class surrounded Li Chen. Even the teachers at the cram school knew Li Chen played well. It made their own playing seem even worse. Qian Song glared at Li Chen, who was still teaching others how to play the piano, gritting his teeth, always showing off. Just wait and see. One day, he would ruin this kid's hands, so he could never show off in front of these people again. So annoying. After the cram school session ended, Li Chen left as usual. Outside, he saw Lin Yu. Yang Qinggang. Lin Yu waved. Over here. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this kid changed how he addressed him. Once in the car, Li Chen said calmly, you don't need to pick me up, and try to appear in front of me as little as possible in the future, to avoid suspicion. But Lin Yu didn't care, driving towards Xiang Yu Mansion. I've sorted out the computer issue for you, want to go check it out? Besides, what's there to be suspicious about? If they ask, just say I'm your sworn brother. That way, they won't ask too many questions. Li Chen glanced at him speechlessly. Sworn brother? Only you could come up with that. A 13-year-old boy becoming sworn brothers with a man nearly 40, something was off about that. Only Lin Yu could think of such a trick. From now on, don't come to pick me up at the cram school gate. If there's anything, message me or call me. Lin Yu made an okay gesture, no problem. They drove to the rented house, where Li Chen saw a new desk, computer chair, and a setup computer. Approaching, he asked, "How much for the computer?" As he spoke, he tiptoed to the bedroom to check. Everything he needed was ready, enough for him to stay here temporarily. The computer was over 7,000, the rest of the stuff added up to over 2,000, so around 10,000 in total, Lin Yu said, sitting on the computer chair. "This chair is comfortable to sit on. I specially assembled it for you." Li Chen turned back to take another look at the computer chair. "As long as it's comfortable to sit on," he replied. Looking around, it seemed like nothing was lacking. "Let's go, I'm heading back." Lin Yu quickly got up to leave with him. Unexpectedly, as soon as they left the residential area, they saw Wang Qintao and a few other classmates. Seeing them all heading towards the residential area, it seemed like someone lived there. However, the moment they saw Li Chen, they all froze in place. When they finally reacted, Wang Qibei hurried forward. "Yang Chenggang, when school starts, are you going to represent our class for a piano solo performance?" Hearing this, the other classmates also walked over. Only Wang Qintao looked serious, staring at Li Chen with displeasure. It seemed like he was waiting to hear his answer. "No, I don't have any plans for that," Li Chen said before turning to leave. Wang Qibei hastily added, "If you don't perform, we'll have to find someone else, as each class has to send out a performance for the new first-year students." Li Chen frowned, realizing this for the first time. Since when did welcoming new junior high students become so grand? Even performances need to be arranged. Then let someone else do it. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. With that, Li Chen got into the car. Lin Yu didn't dare linger and quickly got into the car to drive away. Knock, knock. Wang Qintao tapped on the car window. Li Chen rolled down the window. "What's up?" His indifferent tone made Wang Qintao very displeased, but he tried to maintain composure. He softly advised, "Just a friendly reminder, don't focus only on playing the piano. After the start of the second year, there will be a test within the first month. Hopefully, no one will say you're a student who only knows how to play the piano but performs poorly academically. At least pass your class. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder." Li Chen withdrew his gaze and calmly replied, "Got it." With that, he rolled up the window. Lin Yu slowly started the car, taking Li Chen away from the entrance of the residential area. Wang Qintao watched the car drive further away, furrowing his brows in displeasure. The other classmates beside him dared not speak, stealing glances at Wang Qintao. It wasn't until Wang Qintao spoke, "This kid doesn't know how long he's been playing the piano, but he's putting in effort. Otherwise, he wouldn't play so well. If he put that spirit into studying, his grades wouldn't be so bad." He looked back at the other students. "But if I focused on the piano like him, I would definitely play better than him now. But studying is important. I still prefer studying." The other students nodded in agreement. "That's right, you play worse than him just because your mind is on studying, not on playing the piano. We students should focus on studying. Playing the piano is useless." "Exactly, this kid plays the piano well, but his grades are at the bottom? He's like a fool." Several people spoke like sycophants for Wang Qintao. Wang Qintao was all smiles, seemingly very satisfied. However, when the school exams came around, they were all dumbfounded. The next day, Li Chen went to Lin Hui's house as usual. Since he had already told the two daughters yesterday that he wanted to hear them play for release, he didn't delay upon arrival. Li Qian played first. Although she played everything written in the sheet music without mistakes, she played hurriedly and lacked emotion. When it was Li Yun's turn, she had the emotion but clearly struggled to keep up with the fast-paced sections. She wasn't proficient enough. After listening to both of them play, Li Chen pointed out their shortcomings before starting to teach them a new piece. Lin Hui stood at the door listening, and it wasn't until the time was up that Li Chen realized. "That program called Youth Girl Group, do you think they can participate? Do they need any other training?" The Youth Girl Group is the program Li Qian and Li Yun mentioned yesterday. However, the auditions have just started. Li Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked slowly towards the living room. Can Qian and Yun Yun dance? When his two daughters were young, he had sent them to learn dancing. But after he was gone, he didn't know if Lin Hui had kept them learning to dance. Lin Hui lowered her eyes and shook her head. "They can't. When my husband was alive, he had them learn for a while, but they were still young. Later, after my husband passed away, it was too difficult for me to support them, so I didn't let them continue learning." A woman raising two children costs much more than she imagined. Later, out of helplessness, she had to stop her two children from learning to dance. Even though there was really no other way, she still felt extremely guilty, especially feeling indebted to her two daughters. Raising them to adulthood is already impressive. Li Chen smiled at her. As for dancing, let me help find out. If there's a suitable option, I'll let you know. Only he could intervene in this matter and do something for this trio. After all, Lin Hui probably wouldn't let him pay, but at least he could help with some dance expenses, and find other ways to reduce Lin Hui's burden. Then I'll trouble you, but if there's a suitable one, let us know first, we'll handle the money aspect. Lin Hui reminded anxiously. Li Chen nodded, I got it. Leaving Lin Hui's house, not far away, Li Chen met Chen Jun, whom he hadn't seen for days. However, he looked like a wilted eggplant, seemingly very dejected. But he kept glancing towards the residential area where Lin Hui lived. You don't have any other thoughts about her, do you? Li Chen quickly approached. It was a good opportunity to warn this person, he couldn't miss it, to prevent Chen Jun from going to find Lin Hui again in the future. But to his surprise, Chen Jun sighed directly at his words. Whether I have other thoughts or not doesn't matter. What matters is she doesn't like me, and her husband has already returned. It's strange, I heard her say her husband was no longer around, how come he's back? He couldn't understand it, feeling that something was amiss. Li Chen found it even more strange. Who told you about this? It couldn't be Lin Yu, right? Her brother wouldn't lie to me about this kind of thing. Chen Jun blurted out, frowning in frustration, I've been pursuing her for so long, not only did I not succeed, her husband even came back. What a mess! It's really giving me a headache. Thinking about these years waiting for Lin Hui, just to walk a few more steps with her, Chen Jun felt particularly foolish. He actually believed Lin Hui's nonsense, believing that her husband was no longer in this world. It was all lies. Chen Jun furrowed his brows, clenching his fists. Clearly her husband isn't dead. I don't know why she would say he's gone. This woman is really inexplicable. Li Chen slapped his forehead, secretly praying that Lin Yu wouldn't make up stories to others again. Otherwise, the truth would come out sooner or later. He didn't want to end up living a horror movie in his next life. Anyone who knew that someone around them carried memories from a past life would find it terrifying. It might even cause more trouble. You often go to her house, have you seen her husband? Chen Jun suddenly asked. Li Chen was about to say he had, but after a moment's thought, he shook his head. Since Chen Jun knew where Lin Hui lived and even met her on the road, they would probably meet again in the future. Instead of lying to Chen Jun and risking Lin Hui finding out later, it was better to tell the truth. Let Lin Yu handle her own affairs. I haven't seen her, but since her brother said so, it should be correct, Li Chen said lightly. As he finished speaking, he saw the bus arriving. He reached the bus stop just in time, got on the bus directly, and left. Chen Jun was left walking slowly, his mind filled with thoughts from these days. But not long after, a car suddenly stopped. The window rolled down, and Lin Yu peered at Chen Jun. Heading to work? Need a ride? We're going in the same direction anyway, Lin Yu asked with a smile. Chen Jun hesitated for a moment before getting into the car, but he felt uneasy sitting in the passenger seat. Especially when he thought about what Lin Yu had told him yesterday, he felt even more overwhelmed. Lin Yu drove casually, saying, Actually, my brother-in-law is very hospitable and a really nice person. Maybe you guys could be friends in the future if given the chance. It's just that you need to improve your mental resilience a bit. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might get scared. Hearing this, Chen Jun felt even more frightened. What kind of person would he need to improve his mental resilience to be friends with? No matter how he thought about it, it seemed scary. There must be some problem. Well, maybe it's better to forget about it, Chen Jun said timidly. As soon as he spoke, Lin Yu's phone rang. The caller ID displayed the word brother-in-law. Chen Jun held his breath, watching Lin Yu answer the call. Hello, brother-in-law. I happened to pass by my sister's place today and didn't see you. Wait for me at the entrance of the community. I can give you a ride to the tutoring class. As Lin Yu finished speaking, Chen Jun furrowed his brows. Tutoring class? Was his brother-in-law running a tutoring class? On the other end of the phone, Li Chen said, You tell Chen Jun that your brother-in-law is back. Aren't you afraid of scaring him? It's like telling him your brother-in-law has come back from the dead. It's terrifying. Hearing this, Lin Yu looked at Chen Jun, slightly moved his phone away and asked, My brother-in-law is back. Is that scary? Even if someone comes back from the dead, it's not scary, right? At least in his opinion, it wasn't scary. After all, there was nothing he couldn't accept, and this could even be considered a good thing. Chen Jun forced a smile, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Lin Yu, Li Chen called out. Lin Yu put the phone back to his ear. Brother-in-law, I'll be more careful in the future. I'll try not to mention it, okay? Don't worry, my lips are sealed. As they spoke, the car slowly passed the bus. Li Chen was about to say a few more words when he suddenly saw Lin Yu's car and Chen Jun sitting in the passenger seat. He furrowed his brow, Forget it, I won't tell you. But I warn you, don't tell anyone else that I'm back, no one can know. The more you say, the more this kid will know. Don't say too much to Chinjun either, in case your sister finds out, I won't be able to protect you then. Lin Yu hurriedly said, okay, I'll listen to you, I'll do as you say. After hanging up the phone, Li Chen watched Lin Yu's car drive away and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know if trusting someone like Lin Yu was a good or bad thing. After all, this kid seemed to trust him a bit too much, even starting to tell others about this matter. After finishing the piano lesson, Li Chen went to the dance class at C position. When he arrived, the teacher was teaching the students how to dance, carefully observing each student's movements in the mirror and pointing out any mistakes promptly. Particularly serious and responsible. Kids, do you want to learn to dance? We have folk dance, street dance, and jazz dance here. A dance teacher who followed along enthusiastically introduced. But Li Chen interrupted her. How much does it cost for one person to learn during the summer vacation? Asking about the price directly had the highest success rate in closing a deal, but he was also a student who valued the price the most. The dance teacher in charge was well aware of this. It's not certain, it depends on which type of dance they want to learn. But it's just for one summer, so the cost would be around 2,000 to 3,000. But, young children, learning dance isn't something you can master in just one summer, it requires long-term dedication. I need to remind you of this, so you don't have to start over in a few years and miss out on the best opportunities by then. She scrutinized Li Chen carefully. You look like you're only in your teens, it's not too late to start learning dance now. If you wait another 2 years to start, it will be much harder. By then, your bones will have stiffened, making it difficult to learn. Li Chen was well aware of these points. However, in the current situation with Li Yun and Li Chen, they had no choice but to push through with the learning, or they might miss the chance to participate in the activities of this youth girl group. Li Chen glanced around at the several classrooms nearby. The students inside were mostly elementary school age, with the oldest looking to be in their teens. There were no students of Li Yun and Li Qian's age group to be seen. It's not me who wants to learn to dance, it's my friends. They are already in college and want to learn dance during this summer break. Li Chen finished speaking and turned to the dance teacher beside him. Seeing the name Deng Yi on her badge, Li Chen calmly asked, Teacher Deng, do you accept adult students here? Deng Yi nodded with a smile. Adult students are upstairs. The tuition fee is the same, after all, it's just for one summer, around 2,000 to 3,000. But there's one thing I need to make clear to you, if adults don't have a foundation, 2 months of learning may not yield significant results, as their bones are too stiff. Li Chen nodded, no problem. I will bring them here tomorrow to see if it's suitable, but the final decision will be up to them. But there's something I might trouble you with. He had deliberately searched for this dance class online, with a high rating. Moreover, Chen Lu had also studied dance here for a while. Even if Lin Hui and the others came to see it tomorrow, they would likely be satisfied, but it was better to settle the financial aspect in advance. Deng Yi asked curiously, what is it? After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen said, regarding the tuition fees, I hope you can offer a 50% discount to those who come with me, and I will cover the remaining half. Rest assured, you won't lose a penny. However, Deng Yi furrowed her brows, suspiciously assessing Li Chen. After all, he was just a teenager. Could he really come up with several thousand yuan? The tuition for one student is around 2,000 to 3,000. If you give a 50% discount, you'll have to pay over 1,000. Are you sure you can afford it? She was afraid that she might end up having to cover the remaining half if he couldn't pay. That wouldn't be cost-effective. Li Chen smiled, don't worry, I can afford it. By the way, there are 2 students in total, twins. Both will receive a 50% discount, and I will cover the rest. But this matter must not be leaked. Deng Yi became even more puzzled. With 2 students combined, this kid would have to come up with nearly 3,000 yuan. Could he really come up with that much money? Don't worry, I will definitely have it for you by then. Besides, if they have already paid, they will be coming here to learn dance in the future. If I really don't pay you, they can ask for it on my behalf. Li Chen said jokingly, dispelling Deng Yi's concerns completely. With the students secured, there was no need to worry about not receiving the remaining money. Alright, it's settled then. When will you come? I'll be ready to receive you. So that other teachers don't forget about this. Li Chen calculated the time carefully and said, it should be around this time tomorrow, maybe an hour later. The dance class had many students who attended cram schools and then came to learn dance, so the closing time was late. Deng Yi checked the time and nodded in confirmation. Okay, I will definitely stay here at that time. After agreeing with Deng Yi, Li Chen left. But due to lack of time, he had to take a taxi home to avoid making his grandmother suspicious. Unfortunately, it was rush hour, and the dance class was even further from the residential area where Li Chen lived. The traffic was so bad that it took an hour to get home, and by the time he arrived, it was almost dark. As soon as Li Chen got out of the car, he saw an elderly woman and a child standing below the building. "Grandma, I'm back." He walked quickly over and bent down to pick up Yang Xiner. The old lady furrowed her brows. "Why are you back so late? Did something happen?" "Nothing." Li Chen slowly carried Yang Xiner upstairs. "Just when I left the cram school, I went to the bookstore with my classmates, hoping to find some test papers, but couldn't find any suitable ones. I took a taxi back and got stuck in traffic. That's why I'm back late." He spoke without missing a beat, as if it were true. The old lady didn't think much of it and felt relieved. "As long as everything is fine, I was worried that something happened to you. If you didn't come back soon, I was thinking of calling your mother." After the three of them returned home, Li Chen saw the food already prepared on the table, untouched, obviously waiting for him. The old lady said, "You play with Xiner, I'll reheat this food." She slowly took the food to the kitchen and reheated it. Li Chen took Yang Xiner to play in the room, and when he heard the phone ringing outside, he got up to answer it. "Hello, who is this?" he politely asked. "Chen Gang, it's your mother." The voice on the other end was a bit loud, but it suddenly quieted down when the words fell. It was as if she had gone to a quiet place. "Is your grandmother and sister okay? Nothing happened, right?" Su Lin asked, worried. Li Chen smiled. "Everything is fine, they are all well, you don't need to worry about us here." Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as everything is fine, these days you should take care of them more. Your grandmother is old, so you must pay more attention to her health. I will probably be able to go back the day after tomorrow, and then I will take care of you all." His tone gradually became worried, concerned about the elderly and the children. Li Chen curiously asked, "How is grandma's condition? Is she better?" Su Lin sighed. "It's not easy to get better so quickly. She sprained her foot, it takes 100 days to recover from such an injury, it's not that easy. But I'm also worried about you all, I haven't slept well these days. Anyway, your uncle and the others are taking care of your grandma, so I'll go back." With that, she heard someone calling her name on the other end of the phone. Su Lin responded, then turned to Li Chen and said, "Well, I won't talk to you for now, I'll go see what's going on. By the way, do you remember Chao Rui? The one from the aquarium, he contacted me, saying he wanted that music score. I'll send you his number later, you can contact him. We've already promised him, we can't go back on our word." Li Chen nodded, "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Su Lin sent Chao Rui's number to Li Chen. Li Chen looked at the number and after some thought, decided to call the person. At least he couldn't give him the music score for to Alice, but he could give him other scores for free. When the call connected, Li Chen went to the balcony. "I'm Yang Chenggang, the one who played the piano at the aquarium that day. Are you Chao Rui?" Yes, it's me." Chao Rui was extremely excited. "Can you give me the music score? I happen to want to learn it these days." Li Chen turned to look at where Yang Xiner and his grandmother were. Seeing that none of them had come over, he whispered, "I can't give you the sheet music for to Alice because the music rights have already been sold. But I have other sheet music I can give you. Blue Love, or the Wonderland sheet music. If you don't like these two, you can choose another one. As long as I know it, I can give you the sheet music." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Li Chen thought Chao Rui was not satisfied with the situation and explained in a deep voice, "It happened suddenly. I didn't intend to sell the rights to Alice, it just happened." The next second, Chao Rui exclaimed excitedly, "You also know Blue Love and Wonderland? Is it true?" Li Chen. He didn't need to lie about this. "Yes, you can choose one, I'll give you a free sheet music," Li Chen said lightly. After a moment of thought, Chao Rui said, "Then I'll take the Wonderland sheet music. When are you free so I can get the sheet music?" Li Chen had to schedule this for the day after tomorrow since he had to go to dance class tomorrow. But the day after tomorrow happened to be Saturday. The most convenient time recently is Saturday. If you're working that day, I can bring it to you, Li Chen said. Chao Rui agreed repeatedly. "Okay, Saturday it is. I'll treat you to a meal when you bring it, and if you could play it once, that would be even better." Li Chen didn't refuse and accepted with a smile. By the time he hung up the phone, his grandmother had already heated up the food. The three of them sat down to eat together. However, the old lady kept looking at Li Chen, as if she had noticed something. Li Chen naturally noticed it too, but he didn't seem to give anything away. His grandmother couldn't possibly know his secret, right? But after dinner, the old lady helped Yang Xiner wash up and then went to Li Chen's room. "Cheng Gang, working on your essay?" The old lady saw Li Chen writing, but still walked over. Obviously, she had something to say. Li Chen put down his pen and turned to look at his grandmother. "Grandma, is there something you need?" The old lady's face, with wrinkles, carried a kind smile as she looked at Li Chen with a smile in her eyes. "Nothing much, Grandma just feels that you're different from before and wanted to chat with you." The old lady looked at the papers on the table. Although the distance was a bit far, she could still see the writing clearly. "Grandma feels that you're very different from before, have you noticed it?" she asked. Li Chen didn't expect his grandmother to be so straightforward, which was somewhat unexpected. But he could only say with a stiff smile, "Maybe my grades have improved, so there's a big difference from before." The old lady shook her head at his words. "No." She nodded towards the papers. "The way you write has changed, Grandma can see that." Li Chen pursed his lips. He thought he had disguised it well, so no one should be able to tell. Every detail seemed seamless. Just by the handwriting, it seemed like nothing else could be seen. Li Chen glanced back at the papers. "I've been practicing calligraphy recently, so my handwriting has changed a bit." The old lady looked at his profile and sighed softly. "Maybe Grandma is overthinking it, always feeling that you're different from before, becoming someone Grandma almost doesn't recognize. But when you last visited Grandma's house, you weren't like this. Such a sudden change, I'm having a hard time accepting it." Li Chen remembered when he used to visit his grandmother as young Chenggang. It was quite frequent, mainly because he had lived with his grandmother when he was young. But later, he moved to the city for school and naturally lived with Su Lin and young Jinting. That's why his grandmother was the one who cared about him the most in the whole family. She could even be called doting. Thinking about it, the old lady suddenly raised her hand and touched his head. "Chenggang, Grandma is old and doesn't understand much about big principles. I just feel that since I came this time, during these days I've spent with you, it seems like you are still not happy. Grandma doesn't know why, but one thing I know is, whether your grades are good or not is not important. What's important is that you are happy. As long as you are happy, Grandma is happy." Perhaps because Li Chen was doing well in all aspects and spoke in an organized manner. But this made the old lady even more suspicious. The more she thought about it during the hot meal, the more she felt something was wrong. She always felt that the current young Chenggang seemed to be different from the young Chenggang before. She still remembered her grandson's handwriting. It was as messy as a chicken scratch. But the handwriting on the paper now looked like it was carved out. Although she had some doubts about some details, her grandson could always find reasons to explain, so she had to comfort herself by saying that she was overthinking, and there was nothing wrong with her grandson. The old lady slowly stood up and walked towards the door. Li Chen watched her back, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. "Grandma!" he called out, and the old lady stopped and turned back. "What's wrong?" Li Chen shook his head gently. "It's nothing, I just wanted to say you should take care of your health and go to the hospital for a checkup." As young Chenggang, he knew clearly that although the relationships in the whole family were good, only Grandma was the one who loved him the most. She didn't even have any conditions, and allowed him to have poor grades. Yang Jinting and Su Lin only changed their attitudes towards him after he had good grades. In the end, it was Grandma who loved him the most. After Grandma left Li Chen's room, he couldn't help but think of his parents from his previous life. Unfortunately, his parents passed away early, otherwise, he could still visit them now. Now that his in-laws were also gone, for Li Chen, he no longer had any elders. But as young Chenggang, he still had many elders. That night, Li Chen had an unprecedented bout of insomnia. His mind was filled with things from his previous life. Unsurprisingly, the next morning, he overslept. When he woke up, it was already past 8 in the morning. Li Chen hurriedly washed up, grabbed breakfast, and rushed out, taking a taxi directly to Lin Hui's house. When he arrived at the residential area, he coincidentally met Lin Hui and her 2 daughters heading out. The 3 of them looked hurried, as if something had happened. But as soon as they saw Li Chen, they stopped and all looked at him. "Sorry, I'm late. I overslept this morning." Li Chen ran up to them. "Where are you going? Is everything okay?" The 3 of them exchanged glances, and Lin Hui tightly pressed her lips together. "It's nothing, we were just planning to go out for a walk, didn't expect to run into you." Normally, Li Chen would have arrived at her house by 8 in the morning, but today it was almost 9 and he hadn't shown up. Lin Hui couldn't help but worry, afraid that something had happened to him. Anxiously, she hurriedly took her 2 daughters and was about to go look for him, but they had just left the residential area when they saw Li Chen. However, thinking about this kid's previous behavior, Lin Hui naturally didn't want to tell him the truth, so as to prevent him from making up stories again in the future. Li Chen didn't think much about it either, and quickly said, "We're running out of time today, so I won't teach piano. In the afternoon, when my piano tutoring class ends, we'll go together to the dance class. I've found a suitable one, I'll take you there, you guys wait at home." After speaking, he took out his phone to check the time. It was already 9 o'clock. Li Chen hurriedly said, "I'm in a rush, so I'll leave now. Remember to wait at home around 4 or 5 o'clock, don't wander around." As he was about to raise his hand to hail a cab, he saw Qin Jun walking towards them not far away. Chen Jun had obviously seen Lin Hui and approached with a wry smile. Li Chen thought to himself that this was not good. Whatever happens, don't say anything wrong. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Chen Jun stepped forward and said, Lin Hui, congratulations, your husband has finally returned. You won't have to raise 2 daughters alone anymore. Lin Hui and her 2 daughters looked at him with puzzled expressions. Li Chen raised his hand to his forehead, silently praying that Lin Yu would still be alive. But the next moment, Chen Jun suddenly said, let's have a meal together sometime, bring your husband along, I'd like to meet him too. I'm curious to know what kind of person could make you wait for him for so long. Li Chen didn't think much of this, but Lin Hui frowned directly at his words. Meet him? How do you want to meet him? Lin Hui narrowed her eyes, leaning back. My husband is no longer here. If you want to meet him, you'll have to go to the underworld. Coming to me with such jokes early in the morning, Chen Jun, don't you find it inappropriate? You even want to have a meal with him, what are you thinking? Even if it was a joke, it shouldn't be said like that. Anyway, her husband had been gone for over a decade. She didn't mind such jokes anymore, but she was surprised that Chen Jun could even say that. It was strange, why would he still want to meet her husband? Chen Jun sighed, stop pretending, your brother has already told me. He said your husband is still alive and has returned. Regardless, I'm happy for you to be reunited. However, his face was filled with loneliness. It was not untrue that he felt disappointed. After all, he had been pursuing Lin Hui for so long. Now that there was no hope left, he was unwilling to accept it. But at this point, he couldn't interfere in someone else's family, so he had to let go. Lin Hui suddenly realized what he meant, looking at Li Chen with a cold face. Her eyes were full of questions. Li Chen gestured to her with his eyes, indicating to wait until Chen Jun left before discussing. It wouldn't be right to speak in front of others. Lin Hui took a deep breath, turned to Chen Jun, and said, we have something to attend to, so we'll be leaving. With that, she grabbed Li Chen's collar and led him back to the residential area. It wasn't until they entered the residential area that Lin Hui gritted her teeth and said, what are you trying to do? It's one thing to talk nonsense in front of us, but now you're going to Chen Jun and saying these things. If this gets out, what will others think? They might think it's haunted. Li Yun and Li Chen also looked at Li Chen with resentment, clearly unhappy that he had revealed this matter. Li Chen raised his hand and swore, I swear on my conscience, I didn't say this, Lin Yu did. I only found out yesterday morning, I swear. And, wife, I really am your husband, I really am Li Chen. Whether you believe it or not, it's the truth. Lin Hui let go of his collar, turned to look outside the residential area. Seeing no sign of Chen Jun, she whispered, it's impossible, my husband is no longer here. Even if you tell me the most unbelievable stories, show me all the evidence, I won't believe you. I just don't believe it. Rather than saying she didn't believe, it was more accurate to say she didn't want to believe it. She refused to believe that her husband had turned into a 13-year-old child. Even if Li Chen presented all the evidence, she couldn't accept it. Li Chen knew that this was hard for anyone to accept, but he was prepared for Lin Hui to never accept it. After all, he had only come back to help them, to make amends. If you don't believe me, fine, but I really didn't spread this, it was Lin Yu. You should hold him accountable. After all, his small frame now was no match for Lin Hui. It was better to expose Lin Yu. He wouldn't be a scapegoat. Oh, you're all here. A familiar voice sounded, and Li Chen turned to look. Lin Yu had just gotten out of the car, smiling brightly. Lin Chen whispered, kid, good luck to you. Of all times to come, it had to be now, truly picking the worst moment. Lin Hui was moving her wrist, walking slowly towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu hadn't sensed the danger yet, so he just raised his chin at Lin Chen. It's on my way, I'll take you to the tutoring class, let's go. Before he could finish, Lin Hui grabbed his collar. What nonsense did you tell Chen Jun? He actually said he wants to have dinner with your brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law has been dead for so many years, where would he go for dinner? It was only now that Lin Yu realized the danger and hastily said, isn't my brother-in-law alive? Let him have a meal with this brother-in-law, isn't that fine? Sister, that's really my brother-in-law. You still don't believe me? I can testify. You testify? How can you testify? Lin Hui rolled up her sleeves, ready to strike, and Lin Yu quickly covered his face with both hands. Sister, let's talk it out instead of fighting, can't we? Lin Yu knew how formidable his sister was. It seemed she was truly angry this time. Lin Yu hurriedly said, Sister, think about it, if you were a bit more imaginative, you wouldn't still doubt my brother-in-law. At your wedding, my brother-in-law gave me 10,000 yuan, only he and I know about it. No one else knows. After saying this, she pointed her finger. But he could have told him. Lin Hui froze, turned to look at Lin Chen. Her eyes were full of warning. If you really are my husband and gave him 10,000 at the wedding, we're not done. Hearing this, Lin Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Self-preservation was crucial, and he couldn't save Lin Yu. Lin Yu, still clueless, asked, "Why? What's wrong with giving me 10,000? Nonsense." Lin Hui glared at Lin Yu angrily. "His money is my money, especially that 10,000 from 20 years ago. That's a huge sum." Lin Yu pursed his lips, looking pitifully at Lin Chen. "Brother-in-law, please help me." Lin Chen looked up at the sky, refusing to meet Lin Yu's eyes. "The weather is nice today, you guys talk it out. I'll go to the tutoring class first." With that, he hurried off towards the entrance of the residential area. Lin Yu gazed at his departing figure with resentment. "Brother-in-law, how could you do this? I trusted you so much, and you just left like that. Is there no trust left between us?" His voice was loud, drawing the attention of the security guards in the residential area. They looked around curiously, murmuring to themselves, "Who is he calling brother-in-law?" In the early morning, there weren't many people around, just a boy passing by. It couldn't possibly be referring to that boy, right? To avoid further speculation, Lin Hui directly took Lin Yu back home, with her two daughters following closely behind. "Lin Yu, you're already an adult, almost 40, why are you still so immature?" Only after entering the house did Lin Hui release Lin Yu's collar. "He's just a teenager, and you actually believed he's your brother-in-law. What's wrong with your head? If he tells you he's the reincarnation of your parents, would you believe that too?" She looked exasperated, but Lin Yu felt wronged. Sitting on the sofa, he stole a glance at Lin Hui's expression, timidly saying, "But he mentioned that 10,000 yuan, it must be my brother-in-law. If he really were the reincarnation of our parents, he would have to mention things only we know. Then maybe I would believe him." These words only fueled Lin Hui's anger. It seemed that as long as Lin Chen mentioned something only known to them, even if he claimed to be the reincarnation of a deity, this kid might believe him. Lin Hui stood with her hands on her hips, laughing in frustration. "I've never met someone like you before, almost 40 and still believing in reincarnation. You've spent so many years in school, all for nothing. Are you being superstitious because of what you read in books? Shouldn't you believe in science?" The room fell silent. Li Qian and Li Yun exchanged a glance. It had been many years since they had seen Lin Hui lose her temper like this. It seemed like she had truly reached her limit this time. They were too scared to speak up for Lin Yu, afraid of provoking her further. Lin Yu lowered his head and muttered softly, "But there are some things that science can't explain clearly." "What did you say?" Lin Hui didn't catch it. Lin Yu shook his head repeatedly. "It's nothing, I just meant that, sister, you probably haven't eaten yet. Shall I go buy you all some breakfast?" He stood up and headed towards the door. "Did I tell you to leave?" Lin Hui crossed her arms, watching his back. "Stop right there." Lin Yu froze in place, not daring to take another step forward. Lin Hui stepped closer, raising her foot. "I warn you, if you dare to talk nonsense to others again, I won't let you off easily. Explain it clearly to Chen Jun, so he doesn't go around spreading rumors." Even though she didn't like Chen Jun, spreading such news everywhere could lead to unpredictable consequences in the future. Failure to clarify could lead to endless trouble. "But if you tell him that your brother-in-law is still alive, he won't bother you anymore. What's wrong with that?" Lin Yu looked puzzled. At least she felt it was a good solution deep down. "Besides, Yang Chenggang is really my brother-in-law. You may not believe it, but I do. I'm sure he's my brother-in-law." By the time she finished speaking, she had reached the door, raised her hand, and turned the doorknob. Seeing Lin Hui's face darken, Lin Yu bolted out of the room. He was faster than a rabbit. Lin Hui grabbed a broom and chased after him, but she was ultimately a step too slow. She couldn't catch up to Lin Yu. When she returned, she was so angry that she grunted a few times. "You brat, you're so old, yet still so childish. A 3-year-old on the street is more mature than you. I don't believe it, so what if he does? I don't acknowledge my own husband. What good does it do him?" Perhaps truly enraged, she couldn't hold back from swearing, even in front of her two daughters. Li Qian and Li Yun exchanged a glance, both lowering their heads in agreement. Lin Hui looked up at her two daughters, taking a while to calm down slightly. "Let me tell you, don't follow his lead in the future. Your uncle has never been reliable since he was young." Thinking about this incident, she wished she could beat Lin Yu up, a nearly 40-year-old still believing in reincarnation. "You're adults now, but not as mature as you think." Li Qian cautiously asked, "Mom, do you think Yang Chenggang might really be?" "Be what?" Before Li Qian could finish, Lin Hui became serious. "Don't be like your unreliable uncle. There's no such thing as reincarnation in this world. If you also believe he's your father, find evidence first." Li Qian pursed her lips and muttered softly, "Isn't the food he cooked for us evidence?" The atmosphere around them suddenly quieted down. Lin Hui's lips twitched a few times, then she stood up abruptly. Those meals could be just a coincidence. Or maybe your father knew his mother, but he can't possibly be your father, that's impossible. With that, she turned and walked towards her own room. Bang! The bedroom door slammed shut forcefully. Li Yun and Li Qian jumped in shock. Mom hasn't been this angry in a long time. Li Yun nervously tugged at Li Qian's sleeve. What should we do? Li Qian pursed her lips, shaking her head gently. It was the first time they had encountered such a situation. I think we should let Mom calm down, she probably can't accept this situation. Just the thought of the meals Yang Chenggang had cooked for them made Li Qian doubt. The familiar taste was so much like what Dad used to make. In the afternoon, after leaving Bowen Education, Li Qian took a taxi to Lin Hui's house. The four of them went to the C-position dance class together. By the time they arrived, it was almost 6 in the evening, and Deng Yi had been waiting at the door. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Li Qian and the others getting out of the car. Fortunately, she hadn't left, so it wasn't considered a broken appointment. Deng Yi hurried forward. I've been waiting for you all, thought you might not come. As she spoke, she carefully looked at Lin Hui and the two daughters following them. How should I address this lady? Lin Hui raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear. My surname is Lin, just call me Mrs. Lin. These two are my daughters Qian Qian and Yun Yun, who are also here to learn dancing. Upon hearing this, Deng Yi quickly said, Mrs. Lin, I am the dance teacher here, Deng Yi. We happen to have an adult class here. Your two daughters seem very suitable for learning dance, with figures as good as yours. Let me take you to the adult class on the second floor to have a look. Lin Hui was pleased by Deng Yi's compliments and followed her to the second floor. Li Qian and Li Yun followed behind her, glancing around from time to time. Li Qian hoisted his backpack straps over his shoulders and ascended to the second floor. When they reached the dance studio on the second floor, Li Qian and Li Yun frowned as soon as they glanced inside. They hadn't expected to see Xia Tingxue there. Li Yun and Li Qian quickly retreated, afraid of being seen by Xia Tingxue. Besides, Li Qian had never gotten along with Xia Tingxue, and she didn't want to be in the same class with her even if it was for dance lessons. She peeked at Lin Hui, who had just entered. Mom, let's go check out another dance class. I don't want to learn to dance here. Lin Hui, who was initially interested in the introduction, furrowed her brows upon hearing this. She turned to the two and walked out. What's wrong? What are you not satisfied with? Deng Yi and Li Qian exchanged a glance, equally puzzled about what was happening. They had just arrived on the second floor, and now they were saying they didn't want to learn here. There must be a reason for it. Li Qian looked elsewhere and said softly, we know a classmate in this class, Xia Tingxue. Upon hearing this, Lin Hui turned to look inside the room. She naturally knew the relationship between her two daughters and Xia Tingxue. However, she had never seen what Xia Tingxue looked like. Among the dozen students, she couldn't tell which one was Xia Tingxue. The one standing in the C position is Xia Tingxue. Deng Yi noticed that Lin Hui hadn't found her, so she kindly reminded her. She's only been learning for less than half a month, but she's already the best dancer in the adult class. Lin Hui's frown deepened upon hearing this, and she looked back at Li Yun and Li Qian. The two were surprised by how talented Xia Tingxue was. To stand in the C position in the adult class within half a month showed exceptional talent. Deng Yi sensed the dynamics between them but still smiled and asked, is it not good to have familiar classmates? Or do you think this competitive relationship is not good? Li Qian and Li Yun remained silent, unsure of what to say. Just then, Xia Tingxue suddenly walked out. When she saw Li Yun and Li Qian at the door, she raised an eyebrow and then smiled. What are you doing here? Want to learn to dance? Li Qian crossed her arms. We're just here to look around. Even if you want to learn to dance, it's impossible to do it here. To avoid being overshadowed by Xia Tingxue again, Xia Tingxue looked at the others, then turned to Deng Yi. Teacher Deng, we are classmates, but we have a little disagreement. They might not be here to learn to dance because of me. I'm sorry, it's because of me that the dance class lost 2 students. After saying that, he nodded at Deng Yi and then went downstairs. Polite and generous, there was nothing inappropriate except for being slightly straightforward. At least that's what Li Qian thought. He used to think Xia Tingxue would be a domineering young lady, but now it seems not. Maybe it's a good thing to let Li Qian and Li Yun learn to dance here. Lin Hui watched Xia Tingxue's back for a while before turning to Deng Yi and saying, we'll learn here, how much for both daughters? The decision was so hasty that Li Qian was stunned. Mom, I don't want to learn here, I want to change dance classes. Knowing that she and Xia Tingxue didn't get along, she still wanted her to learn to dance here. Isn't that giving Xia Tingxue another chance to pressure her? Li Yun remained calm and gently shook Li Qian's sleeve. It's okay, just talk less in the future, she whispered. Lin Hui crossed her arms and said coldly, this is decided. You will come here to dance every day from now on. Despite how ugly Li Qian's face looked, Lin Hui insisted on doing so. Teacher Dang, let's go downstairs to settle the payment. Both daughters are in the adult class, learning for this summer. Dangy nodded with a smile. You came at the right time, we just have a promotion. Signing up 2 students together gets a group discount, which is half price, so the total for both is 2,899. When summer ends, their classes will end too. Then Lin Hui and Dang Yi went downstairs together. Seeing Li Chen still angry, Li Chen softly said, Shen, even if you dislike her, you have to practice dancing with her this summer. And since you want to enter the entertainment industry, you have to be prepared to get along with people you don't like. Not everyone you meet will be likable. Since the decision was made to prepare for entering the entertainment industry, if you can't even get along with people you dislike, you won't survive in the industry. At least make sure they can get along with people they don't like. Pretense is the first step to maturity. Li Yun also whispered to her, yeah, maybe we can surpass her here. We can't let her dominate us in everything, this time we will definitely turn the tables. Even if Li Chen was unwilling 1,000 or 10,000 times, in the current situation, she had no choice but to agree. Alright, I can't decide anyway, let's go downstairs, Li Chen impatiently said. She shook off Li Yun's hand and went downstairs directly. Li Yun pursed her lips tightly and muttered softly, looks like I'll be busy in the future. She probably had to find a way to mediate. After all, Li Chen and Xia Tingxue never got along, and she always had to mediate between them. This summer, there would be no leisure. Li Chen smiled, maybe their relationship will improve in the future, this could be an opportunity. Hearing this, Li Yun shrugged, I think it's hard to improve, they are like water and fire. When Li Chen and Li Yun went downstairs, Lin Hui had already paid and even got a receipt. When Deng Yi saw Li Chen, he gave him a look, obviously reminding him not to forget to pay the remaining amount. Then Deng Yi told them the teaching schedule of the dance class, and Lin Hui made sure to remember before leaving with the 3 of them. When the 3 got into the car, Li Chen went to the driver's seat and said, my home is not on your way, so I'll take a taxi back later, you guys go home. Tomorrow is Saturday, Chen and Yun will come to dance in the afternoon, I will go teach them to play the piano in the morning. As for Sunday, depending on the situation, I will message you in time. On the way there, Li Chen deliberately left Lin Hui's current contact information, just so he could inform her promptly if there were any sudden issues. Lin Hui hurriedly took out money from her bag and handed it to him. You came all this way because of my 2 daughters, I'll cover the taxi fare for your return trip. If you don't accept it, I won't dare to trouble you in the future. Li Chen originally wanted to refuse, but upon hearing this, he could only accept, I don't have much money on me right now, so this will cover my taxi fare back. Hearing this, Lin Hui's lips curved into a smile as she drove away. It wasn't until the car had driven far that Li Chen turned back and entered the dance class. He took out the 3,000 yuan he had prepared earlier from his bag and handed over the 100 yuan Lin Hui had given him. I still need to pay 2,899 for tuition, so that's 2,009. In addition, the extra 200 yuan is a little hard-earned money for you, considering the trouble you went through to act in this play. It's not much money, just enough for you to have a meal. After all, with Li Chen's memories, he understood a bit about how to interact with people. In such situations, some benefits should be given at least. Deng Yi hurriedly said, no need, as long as the tuition is covered, that's enough, I don't need anything else. She handed the extra 200 yuan to Li Chen. This isn't the first time we've encountered such a situation, but it's the first time I've encountered a child doing something like this. I won't ask further, I can't accept the extra money, it's our rule. As she spoke, she had already put the money in the drawer and handed him a coin. I can't even accept an extra coin. Li Chen had no choice but to accept it, planning to find a way to thank her later. Thank you for your hard work. Li Chen slightly bowed. Deng Yi smiled, it's okay. As they spoke, they saw Xia Tingxue coming out of the tea room on the first floor, carefully observing Li Chen. Her exploratory gaze seemed to have heard their conversation. Tingxue, what's wrong? Deng Yi asked curiously. Xia Tingxue smiled and shook her head, nothing. I just wanted to ask those 2 students if they have both registered. Li Chen turned to look at her, they have both registered, I'll rely on you for guidance in the future. I'll rely on your guidance. Xia Tingxue's voice trailed off, her eyes lowered, smiling with deep meaning. They probably wouldn't want me to guide them, but would rather I keep my distance. Li Chen said lightly, you never know, their thoughts might change after some time. Xia Tingxue smiled and didn't say more, nodding slightly at the 2 before going upstairs to continue dancing. Deng Yi whispered, Tingxue is very hardworking, she's one of the most hardworking in the adult class. But she started learning too late, otherwise she might have really achieved something in dance. She sighed softly, following Li Chen's footsteps to the entrance of the dance class. I hope Chanxian and Yun can get along well with her. Hearing this, Li Chen was very curious about Xia Tingxue, so diligent, yet so competitive. It had to be said that such people had a promising future in the workplace. He turned to look in the direction of the stairs. Teacher Deng, please keep the matter of Yun Yun and Shanshan from them, don't let it slip. Dengi smiled and nodded, don't worry, I know what to do about this. Then Li Chen took a taxi and left. However, he didn't notice that not far away, there was another car following him. Zhou Chang drove with one hand while holding his phone with the other, answering a call. Since we've already secured the exclusive reporting rights for the youth girl group audition program, there's no need to rush. Just prepare in advance. I've found an interesting person these days. If we can thoroughly investigate this piano genius, it will definitely stir up quite a bit of public opinion. The person on the other end of the phone said a few words, making Zhou Chang frown impatiently. Seeing the car in front turning, he tilted his head, using his head and shoulder to hold the phone, driving with both hands. Until the person on the other end of the phone finished speaking, he responded casually, okay, I'll do as you just said. I have something to attend to here, so I won't talk to you now. We'll talk tomorrow. After speaking, he tossed his phone onto the passenger seat. He had been following along for so long for the sake of a piano genius. It would be such a loss if he couldn't dig up some juicy information. However, what he didn't know was that Li Chen, sitting in the front car, had already noticed the car following behind. Although Li Chen didn't recognize the car in the rearview mirror, the tailing was too obvious. There was no subtlety at all. But whether it was directed at him or the driver, it was not a good sign. After thinking it over, Li Chen said, Uncle Driver, there's a car following us from behind. Is it following you? The driver became nervous at his words. Following us? He quickly turned to look back and glanced at the rearview mirror. Could it be just a coincidence? It can't be tailing us, right? Li Chen scratched his head. It could be that I've been watching too many detective movies lately, but just to be safe, maybe we should be cautious. Driver, please drive to a more secluded place later. If it's still following us, then there must be a problem. If it's not following us, I'll pay you the metered fare, so you won't lose any money anyway. Probably due to his past life as a magazine editor, Li Chen was always sensitive to being followed. In his current situation, he had to be extra vigilant to prevent any trouble from escalating. The driver was naturally pleased to hear this, as he had nothing to lose. Alright, today I'll show you my driving skills. With that, he changed lanes directly and headed towards a smaller road. As expected, the car behind also followed. Li Chen's gaze remained fixed on the car following behind. He's following us, Li Chen's voice lowered. It was almost certain that the car behind was indeed tailing them. The driver chuckled, good lad, he's really keeping up. I want to see how long he can keep it up. With that, he made a sharp turn at the intersection, heading towards another direction. Clearly, he intended to completely shake off the car behind. However, no matter how the driver maneuvered, the car behind continued to follow. Seeing the pursuer sticking so closely, Li Chen suddenly thought of Zhou Chang when that guy first arrived at the Four Seas magazine. Tracking tasks like this were often assigned to him, simply because he was skilled at driving. But it couldn't possibly be Zhou Chang following him, right? Li Chen furrowed his brows, murmuring softly, could it be for the sake of publicity? The Four Seas magazine had undergone changes and was different from before. They might resort to some underhanded tactics. This time, it might really be related to them. The driver kept driving onto smaller roads, and soon noticed that the car behind had disappeared. Hey! It's gone? That car didn't continue following us, the driver exclaimed excitedly. To shake off such a skilled pursuer was truly a feat worthy of a master on the racetrack. Unfortunately, this wasn't a racetrack. However, only Li Chen knew in his heart that Zhou Chang not continuing the pursuit was an inevitable outcome. After all, once the other party realized they were being followed, as the pursuer, he wouldn't be able to get any newsworthy information by continuing the chase. Upon returning to the residential area, Li Chen paid the fare according to the meter as usual. The driver left happily. Li Chen also relaxed, carrying his backpack back home. But Su Lin would be returning tomorrow, and he might not be able to go out freely on Sunday. After dinner that evening, Li Chen prepared the music scores for Chao Rui early for the next day, even writing 2 extra sheets. Anyway, for Li Chen, the first day's exam papers were no problem at all. He finished both papers in less than an hour. By the time he was done, it was already early morning. However, when he came out of his room, he found his grandmother in the living room, with her belongings beside her. Grandma, what are you doing? Why are you packing things up? He asked. The old lady smiled and turned to look at him. Your mother is coming back tomorrow, and then it will be time for me to leave too. The chickens, ducks, and geese at home need someone to take care of them. I wonder how those things are doing now. She had hardly ever left her own home, and if it weren't for the special circumstances this time, she wouldn't have come. Now that Su Lin was coming back, she could go back with peace of mind. "Grandma, you're getting old, you should stay here. There's no one to take care of you if you go back." Every time he saw his grandmother, he thought of his parents from his past life. He had lost his parents early on, so he couldn't fulfill his filial duties. Later, his in-laws treated him well too. Unfortunately, they passed away early as well, and he couldn't fulfill his duties to them either. These were regrets in his heart, and now looking at his grandmother, he couldn't bear to let the tragedy happen again. The elderly need someone by their side to feel at ease. But the old lady waved her hand repeatedly. "No need, no need. Grandma is still strong. She can eat, drink, and sleep well. Don't worry, at least I'll live until you enter university. I don't need anyone to take care of me now. I'll let you know when the time comes." The old lady stuck to her own ideas, and Li Chen couldn't persuade her. He could only repeatedly remind her to be careful. The next morning, Li Chen set off early to Lin Hui's house. When he arrived, he started teaching them to continue practicing the piano. It wasn't their first day learning, so the two daughters were clearly progressing faster than before. By the morning, they could slowly play new pieces from the music scores. However, they still weren't proficient without the scores. "You mainly need practical practice. Take advantage of the summer vacation to practice well," Li Chen said. "When school starts, you won't have enough time. Whether it's piano or dance, you won't have as much time to practice as you do now." As he spoke, he slowly stood up, but remained behind the two. "Yun, you need to play a bit faster when playing the piano, not too slow, you're a bit slow now. Shanxian, on the other hand, you're playing too fast, you need to slow down." Each person's character is fully displayed when playing the piano, especially in Li Yun and Li Qian. The differences in the sisters' characters were stark, especially when playing the piano. One was slow, the other fast, and if they were to play together, there would be big problems. Li Yun and Li Qian practiced according to the issues pointed out by Li Chen, intending to correct some bad habits. The two sisters hardly left the east room the whole morning, with Li Chen supervising them all the time. Lin Hui was enjoying her leisure time, sitting alone in the living room drinking coffee. It wasn't until noon that Lin Hui started preparing lunch. Li Chen had to go back as it was lunchtime, and Su Lin should be back by then. He couldn't eat out. After bidding farewell to Lin Hui, Li Chen took a taxi back home. When Li Chen arrived home, Su Lin had just returned a few minutes ago. Seeing Li Chen coming back from outside, she hurriedly asked, "Where did you go? Hanging out with friends? Did you finish the papers?" "Tisk." The old lady frowned upon hearing this. "You just got back, can you not ask about the papers? This child doesn't even get to rest on weekends?" As soon as he comes in, he's asked about the papers, not even a moment to catch his breath. With the old lady's words, Su Lin could only smile and nod. "I understand." Li Chen went to his room, took out the papers he had written over these days. "During the days when you were not at home, I wrote 2 scrolls every day. I didn't write today because we ran out of scrolls at home, so I need to go buy some more. I haven't found suitable ones yet, so I didn't buy any." With sufficient reasons and enough effort, Su Lin smiled the moment she took over the scrolls. She carefully looked at the scrolls and said with a smile, "It's okay, as long as you're not slacking off. Mom will buy you more scrolls later, just buy a few extra sets and keep them for you to work on slowly, no rush." After looking at the questions on the scrolls, she hardly found any mistakes. Su Lin was even happier and raised her hand to ruffle Li Chen's hair. "Good son, from now on, Mom won't ask too much. You can arrange your weekends however you want. Even if you want to go out and play for 2 days, it's okay," she said as she collected the scrolls in her hand. "Go wash your hands and come eat." Li Chen took Yang Xiner to wash their hands, and like performing magic, he took out a lollipop from his pocket. Yang Xiner giggled, "Big brother is the best." However, Li Chen was just trying to please the little girl, so she wouldn't tell Su Lin about what happened these past few days. After everyone sat down, Li Chen slowly said, "I'm going to the aquarium this afternoon to deliver the music score to Chao Rui. He's busy this weekend and doesn't have time to come pick it up. Once you agree to something, you must not go back on your word." Su Lin nodded, "Okay, just don't come back too late." After lunch, Li Chen didn't take a nap at home. He took the music score and went to the aquarium. But before leaving, he also took his phone and the key to the Xiangyu mansion. After delivering the music score to Chao Rui, he planned to handle the online sale of music scores at Xiangyu mansion. At the aquarium, Li Chen called Chao Rui at the entrance. The moment the call connected, Chao Rui hurriedly said, "Have you arrived?" "I'm at the entrance of the aquarium," Li Chen replied calmly. Chao Rui exclaimed, "Great, I'll come out right now, wait for me." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Li Chen stood at the entrance, watching the tourists queuing to enter the aquarium, most of them accompanied by children's parents. Indeed, places like the aquarium were busiest on weekends. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Xia Tingxue. Xia Tingxue, not far away, was wearing a mascot costume, sitting on a bench, sweat dripping down. There was only half a bottle of mineral water on the left and a stack of leaflets on the right. It looked like she was doing a part-time job. However, it was summer vacation, and even in short sleeves and shorts, the hot weather was hard to bear, let alone wearing a mascot costume. Li Chen unconsciously took a few steps towards her, but before he could reach her, the owner of a nearby beverage shop came out. The man walked angrily towards Xia Tingxue. "What are you doing? Who told you to take a break? I asked you to distribute leaflets, not sit down. How can you distribute leaflets while sitting like that? I warn you, if you slack off like this again, don't expect to get paid." At the mention of money, Xia Tingxue quickly put on the mascot helmet, picked up the leaflets, and stood up. She handed out the leaflets to passing tourists one by one. Li Chen paused, unable to help but feel more curious about Xia Tingxue. To work so hard at this age, she shouldn't be a scheming girl. She's just competitive. "Hey, Yang Chenggang." Chao Rui ran out in a hurry and went straight to Li Chen when he saw him. "Come in and play with me, my treat." Li Chen handed him the music score he brought. "No need. This music score is for you, you should be able to play it just by looking at it." Chao Rui took the music score and carefully examined it. After a few minutes, he exclaimed, "This piece is different from the one I played." He looked up at Li Chen, his eyes full of smiles. "Is this really a piece from heaven? Did you write it yourself?" Li Chen nodded. "Go back and play a bit, you'll know. For a professional pianist like you, it shouldn't be difficult to play." Chao Rui carefully examined Li Chen, then suddenly asked after a moment of thought, "Hasn't a master taught you?" "No," Li Chen blurted out. Chao Rui pursed his lips, seeming hesitant. Li Chen turned to look at the doll not far away, seeing her still handing out flyers, and said softly, "If there's nothing else, I'll go busy myself. I just happened to meet someone I know." As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Rui rubbed his hands and asked, "Do you take on apprentices?" "Ha?" Li Chen was taken aback, then shook his head repeatedly after realizing, not for now, too young, not suitable. He couldn't possibly take Chao Rui as an apprentice, a 13-year-old child. That would be too inappropriate. After all, Chao Rui looked almost 30. "I don't mind, can't it be like this?" Chao Rui looked expectant. Although he didn't want to be taught by a 13-year-old child, how could he not admire someone whose piano skills surpassed his by far? He was willing to learn even from a child prodigy. Li Chen smiled, "I currently have no plans to take on apprentices, but if you ever have any questions, maybe you can ask me. If I know, I can tell you, but if I don't, I can't help you. After all, I'm not all-powerful." This was a way to give Chao Rui an explanation, and he naturally agreed. "Alright, it's settled then. If you need any help in the future, just let me know." He couldn't let Li Chen teach him for free. Besides, music scores nowadays all cost money. Li Chen giving him a music score for free was already generous. With the matter settled, Chao Rui didn't dare delay and hurried back to the aquarium. Li Chen also went to the doll not far away. "New drink shop opened, second cup half price. Would you like to try it?" Xia Tingxue said, pinching her voice. She was about to hand out the flyer, but upon seeing Li Chen, she quickly took it back. "What are you doing here?" Xia Tingxue took off the doll's hat and looked around. "Is there an adult with you?" Li Chen shook his head. "I'm already 13, I can come here alone." As he spoke, he took the flyer from her hand, stepped up to the drink shop on the flyer, and bought 2 cups of the signature drink. Coming back, he handed 1 cup to Xia Tingxue. "It's for you." Xia Tingxue hesitated for a moment before accepting. "You're just a child, it's better to come here with an adult, to avoid any trouble. There are too many people here, it's easy to be in danger." A place where all sorts of people mingled. A lone child and a woman were the most vulnerable. "But you're just a child, you don't have much money, and you can't treat me to this drink. Wait here for a moment, I'll get money for you." She was about to go to the drink shop to get her purse. Li Chen said softly, "No need, I don't lack this bit of money. But I'm curious, why are you working here? Is it for money?" Hearing this, Xia Tingxue stopped, unable to hold back her laughter. She turned to look at Li Chen, took a big sip of the drink. "Of course. Why else would I work in this weather? It's all for money. I'm sweating to death in this doll costume, I'm afraid I'll pass out here. I didn't come here on a whim to play, this outfit is so uncomfortable." As she spoke, sweat beads on her forehead kept falling. Li Chen looked at the doll costume she was wearing, with added cotton inside and fluffy on the outside. It was amazing she hadn't fainted yet. "How much do you earn for handing out flyers all day?" Perhaps it was because Xia Tingxue was the same age as his two daughters. Li Chen's sympathy overflowed, unable to bear seeing her risking her life to earn money like this. If the situation was really special, he could also chip in some money to help, just consider it a good deed. Anyway, the money in his hands was not urgently needed at the moment, so he could spend some to help her. It's not just for one day, it's only these 4 hours at noon in total. I can earn $100. Xia Tingxue took out her phone from the doll costumes pocket and checked the time. I just need to work until 3 o'clock, then I can go to dance class. Li Chen frowned, the hottest 4 hours of the day, and you're only earning $100, you're really risking it all. If she was earning more, it would be acceptable, but taking such a big risk and only earning $100. Forget it, you've worked, I'll give you the money, find a place to rest. Xia Tingxue pursed her lips, put away her phone, then reached out to touch Li Chen's hair. But as soon as her hand touched his hair, Li Chen quickly avoided it. The little boy didn't like others touching his hair, and Xia Tingxue understood. She smiled and said, "What do you know, you're just a kid. It's not easy to earn $100, I'm happy to earn it as a part-time job here. Besides, it's already 2 o'clock now, just 1 more hour to go. If I give up now, all my previous efforts will be in vain, that's not my style." With that, she placed the drink on the bench, put on the doll's hat again, and continued handing out flyers. Watching her work so hard, Li Chen felt even more sorry for her. He wondered if Li Qian and Li Yun had seen this side of her. It wasn't until the end of her part-time job that Xia Tingxue returned to the drink shop's changing room to change clothes and left with Li Chen. She took out a 20 from her bag and handed it to Li Chen. "I'm older than you, I can't let you treat me to a drink, take this 20, if it's not enough, consider it your treat." Li Chen glanced at it and coldly said, "I don't want it, keep it for yourself." Working 4 hours part-time only earned $100, giving him another 20 would simply be giving him an hour's income. "This drink is on me, you can treat me next time if you have the chance." Seeing that Xia Tingxue hesitated to take the money back, Li Chen could only say that. Sure enough, as soon as Xia Tingxue heard this, she took the money back. "Alright then, I'll treat you next time." The two walked a while before reaching a slightly cooler place. It was only then that Li Chen asked, "Do Li Qian and Li Yun know about your part-time job?" "They don't know," Xia Tingxue shook her head. Feeling a bit cooler, she sat down on a bench by the roadside. Li Chen knew she was tired, so he sat down beside her. "Not many people should know about this, I usually wear a hat, so they can't see me. Today, I took off my hat because it was too hot. But even if they find out, it's okay. I earn money through my own efforts, there's no shame in that." Xia Tingxue patted her bag and shook her phone. "Everything you see on me now, I earned bit by bit, bought with my own money. Even the dance class, and the previous violin lessons, I paid for them with my own money." She smiled proudly, even Li Chen couldn't help but smile. Even though he had lived for so long, he dared not say he worked harder than Xia Tingxue. A young girl like her working so hard was truly rare. "If you're short on money, I can help you," Li Chen said earnestly. In special circumstances, he was willing to help. Even if there were some conflicts between Li Qian and Xia Tingxue, it didn't affect his decision. Xia Tingxue shook her head, "No need, I can rely on myself. Besides, if you help, I'll have to pay you back in the future, it's better to rely on myself." "Or you don't have to pay me back," Li Chen said casually. Hearing this, Xia Tingxue's lips curled downwards, her smile deepening. "That's even more out of the question. I don't take advantage of others." Xia Tingxue scrutinized Li Chen carefully. "Especially not a kid like you." Her unexpected insistence on independence and self-reliance caught Li Chen's attention. "Can you tell me why you have to earn money on your own? Is it because of your family situation or some other reason?" Li Chen shrugged, palms up. "Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to." Xia Tingxue took a deep breath, her expression slightly serious. "It's okay to tell a kid like you. It's not that complicated, really. It's just like a TV drama. My parents don't care for me, especially in a male-dominated family where everything is for my brother. If I want something, I have to rely on myself." She couldn't help but laugh after saying that. "Let me tell you, I haven't been home for 2 nights, but my parents haven't called me or contacted me. It seems like they are the only ones in the world who would do that." Although she laughed, a hint of bitterness showed on her face, and Li Chen couldn't find it amusing. He thought that there were no more male-dominated families nowadays, but to his surprise, it still existed in Xia Tingxue, and it was severe. "What about your university tuition?" Before Li Chen could finish, Xia Tingxue proudly patted her chest. "I earned it myself." Li Chen pursed his lips and asked, "Did you earn it all bit by bit through part-time jobs like this?" "Not entirely, some are from long-term jobs," Xia Tingxue said seriously. "Every night, I go to a restaurant to wash dishes, earning over 2,000 a month. In the morning, I work as a waitress at a breakfast shop, usually busy until 10 in the morning. Then I rush over here for a part-time job in a hurry, earning a little bit. In the afternoon, I go to learn dancing, and in the evening, I continue washing dishes. Li Chen was completely stunned, carefully calculating the time. Washing dishes would keep her up late, but working at the breakfast shop required her to leave early. With this schedule, she hardly had any time to rest. Are you sure you sleep every day? Li Chen frowned. This kind of life was too harsh. He couldn't bear to listen anymore. Xia Tingxue forced a smile. I sleep for about 2 to 3 hours, luckily I'm young and my body can barely handle it. Well, I only have to work this hard during the summer break. Once I go to school, I won't have to do this anymore. I'll just need to work part-time at the cafeteria then. Glancing at the time on her phone, she felt a sense of quiet disappointment. No one messaged her, no one called her. Obviously, her family didn't care if she came back or not. They didn't even care about her life or death. Putting away her phone, Xia Tingxue slowly stood up. I have to go to dance class, or I'll be late. Li Chen looked up at her. Living like this, you won't be able to hold on for long. You should quit either the dishwashing job or the breakfast shop job, at least one of them. I can offer you an easier job. In today's world, selling online documents and data required computer skills. He happened to need an assistant. Xia Tingxue burst out laughing. You? She looked at Li Chen in disbelief. How old are you? Stop joking with me. Okay, I have to go to dance class now. I'm not joking, Li Chen said firmly, his eyes clear. And I can also provide you with a place to stay. Xia Tingxue indeed didn't have a suitable place to stay and genuinely needed a less demanding job. But if these words were spoken by an adult, she might have felt honored. But now, they were spoken by a child. She couldn't help but wonder if Li Chen was joking. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see where I live first. Li Chen obviously sensed her thoughts. Xia Tingxue scrutinized him suspiciously, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Alright, I'll go with you to take a look. I really want to see what kind of job such a young child like you can offer me. The two took a taxi to Xiangyu Mansion and entered the rented house in less than half an hour. The moment Xia Tingxue entered, she couldn't help but be curious. This isn't your home, is it? No. Li Chen closed the door, walked to the bedroom, and opened the door. This is the house I rented. Li Chen and Li Yun are unaware of it. Xia Tingxue looked at the neatly stacked blankets inside, clearly showing that no one lived there. But how could a teenager rent a house? You're still a minor, how can you rent a house? The landlord wouldn't rent it to you either. She still felt that something was amiss, afraid that something else might happen. Li Chen said lightly, I had someone help me rent it, and I paid for it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, I will tell you the truth. There was nothing to hide from a college student like Xia Xuetong. In Xia Xuetong's eyes, perhaps he was just a child. But in his eyes, Xia Xuetong was as young as his daughter. He just couldn't bear to see Xia Tingxue, so young, risking her life like this, so he just considered it a good deed. After all, almost no one lived in this house. Li Chen sat down in front of the computer, opened and uploaded the scores of Wonderland and Blue Love online for musicians to browse. He also inserted a USB drive prepared a few days ago, uploading 2 pre-recorded pieces. Only by listening to the music could people understand how good the rearranged scores sounded. After finishing everything, Li Chen turned to look at Xia Tingxue behind him. Seeing her look of astonishment, Li Chen was puzzled. What's wrong? You are that piano genius, right? Xia Tingxue only recognized the boy in front of her at this moment. Piano genius Yang Chengang, yes, it's you. She learned the violin and had some knowledge of music. She just didn't expect that the boy she had met twice turned out to be a piano genius. No wonder he could rent a house here. So, is this house really rented by you? Can you really offer me a job? Xia Tingxue found it hard to believe. Li Chen nodded, I had someone help me rent it, and I can offer you a job, and this is where you'll live. But let's make it clear, you have to quit either washing dishes or working at the breakfast shop. Otherwise, I won't give you the job. Xia Tingxue nodded repeatedly, okay, I promise. So, what job are you offering me? Is it difficult? How much will I earn per month? Li Chen opened the pages on the computer one by one. It's not difficult, mainly dealing with those who study music, purchasing my music scores online. As long as someone inquires, you just need to reply to them. Each score costs 500 yuan, and the money will be in the account. Once the money is received, you can directly send the score to the buyer. He had started preparing for this 2 days ago, asking Lin Yu to help create the account during lunchtime. After all, selling scores online required an adult's identity. Lin Yu was the most suitable for this. He came today just to upload the scores to his account as soon as possible. Xia Tingxue was completely stunned. You're going to sell music scores online? Since the storm 10 years ago, there has been a severe lack of intellectual property and various information. Anyone holding certain information can sell it online to make money. However, very few people are engaged in this work, considering that much of the information has disappeared. Even music scores are scarce, and most of them have some issues. That's why those with intellectual property rights are the ones making the most money now. Nowadays, the law also places great emphasis on protecting intellectual property rights. Items sold cannot be resold without authorization, otherwise, severe punishment will follow if discovered. No wonder this kid said he could offer her an easy job. Never thought it would be true. Yes, for $500, Li Chen stood up, gesturing for Xia Tingxue to sit down. First, familiarize yourself with the job, and later I will discuss the salary with you. After Xia Tingxue sat down, she carefully examined the music score and then began checking various pages on the computer as Li Chen had just mentioned. Li Chen went to the kitchen and bathroom to check the pipes again. After confirming everything was fine, he returned. Can you handle this job? You just need to reply online when someone inquires, but you must respond promptly, not after 3 to 5 days. If the response is delayed, no one will buy. Xia Tingxue nodded. I can handle it, no problem. Li Chen lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, You earned over 2,000 working at the breakfast shop and dishwashing place, right? It was his first time paying someone a salary, and it felt a bit strange. A comparison would be good. Yes, around 2,500 for both. Xia Tingxue understood his meaning but thought about having a place to stay and quickly said, A lower salary is fine, I can stay here, consider it as rent payment. Li Chen's lips curled slightly as he said slowly, No need for rent. For this job, I'll pay you 3,000 a month for now, but you can only work during this summer break. When you start school, no matter how long you worked, you will be paid in full. He wasn't wealthy. Although he made some money selling music copyrights, just the things in the house cost him 10,000. Renting a house, plus the dance lessons for his 2 daughters, cost another 10,000. Now he had 60,000 left, unsure where it would be spent in the future, so he didn't dare to offer Xia Tingxue a high salary. Xia Tingxue excitedly held Li Chen's hand. You are truly a good person. Let's settle it this way, I'll treat you to a meal later. Li Chen handed her the keys he had just brought. Remember to lock the door after entering. Li Chen was afraid that Xia Tingxue would be frightened when she saw Lin Yu in the house later, so he said lightly, Not only you and I have this key now, but also a person named Lin Yu, who is Li Chen and Li Yun's uncle. But I will tell him not to come here easily. When you have time, we can have a meal together. Consider it an introduction. Hearing this, Xia Tingxue was stunned. Li Qian and Li Yun's uncle. What exactly is your relationship with Li Qian and Li Yun? How do you know their uncle? Li Chen thought carefully. He really couldn't come up with a suitable relationship to explain. He had to avoid mentioning the events of the previous life and briefly explain the current situation. I am Li Qian and Li Yun's piano teacher, so I know their uncle. He helped me rent the house, and I paid for it. With this explanation, you should understand, right? Hopefully, Lin Yu wouldn't mention anything about the previous life in front of Xia Tingxue, especially not calling him brother-in-law. Xia Tingxue suddenly realized, so you are their piano teacher. No wonder the pianos they play sound so similar to your pieces, just not as pleasant as when you play. As she spoke, she slowly stood up. Alright, since we've settled this matter, I'll move in tonight. Finally, I'll have a place to stay. At least it's a decent home, much better than the rundown place she's living in now. Being able to stay here is worth the 1,000 yuan monthly salary they're offering her. Li Chen glanced at the time on his phone and kindly reminded, It's already past 4, the dance class should have started half an hour ago. Hearing this, Xia Tingxue slapped her forehead. Oh no! I completely forgot about that, thank goodness you reminded me. Grabbing her bag, she headed towards the door. I'll move in later tonight, I'll go learn dance first. Li Chen followed, raising his foot. I also need to go check on them at the dance class, let's grab a cab together. The door closed behind them, and the two headed straight for the elevator. By the way, we can't bring anyone else here. I don't want anyone else to know about this. You can't mention my online piano score selling business either. It's best if even Li Qian and Li Yun don't know. We should act unfamiliar in front of them. Xia Tingxue made an okay gesture. Don't worry, I understand. Once the two left the residential area, they hailed a cab and went to the dance class together. On the way, Li Chen learned that Xia Tingxue was learning dance to audition for the youth girl group. Surprisingly, her goal was the same as Li Qian and Li Yun's. Who knows if they'll meet during the competition. Inside the dance class, Li Qian and Li Yun had already started learning. However, they were clearly not proficient, each movement stiff and awkward. Lin Hui watched from the doorway of the dance studio. Seeing the dance teacher correcting the two repeatedly, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. It wasn't until Xia Tingxue changed into her dance attire and hurriedly ran in. "Teacher Li, I'm late, ran into some trouble on the way." Xia Tingxue bowed apologetically towards the teacher in the classroom. Teacher Li was correcting Li Qian's posture and casually replied, "It's fine, as long as you're okay. You practiced the song you learned yesterday with the other students first. On the second round, you watch them practice. I'll teach the two new students." Xia Tingxue acknowledged and went to play the music, leading the other students in practicing the dance. However, Li Qian and Li Yun were still being corrected by the dance teacher for various mistakes, clearly not accustomed to dancing. Lin Hui, feeling tired from watching, was about to go downstairs to rest when she suddenly saw Li Chen standing beside her. "What are you doing here?" Lin Hui was surprised. Li Chen replied calmly, "I happened to be nearby buying something, so I came to check on their progress. It's normal to find it difficult at the beginning of learning, it'll get better with time." While speaking, his gaze remained fixed on Xia Tingxue. It seemed that she could be considered the class monitor in this adult class. She had gained the dance teacher's approval. However, the more accomplished she became, the more Li Chen seemed to dislike her. Li Chen and Lin Hui went downstairs together, and as they walked, Lin Hui said, "If I had insisted on them learning to dance back then, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation now. Maybe they wouldn't even need to be in an adult class." Her tone was filled with guilt and regret. Li Chen softly remarked, "Raising them to this point is already impressive. Compared to Xia Tingxue, Li Qian and Li Yun were already leading decent lives. It's just not as good as it could have been." As the two descended the stairs, they coincidentally saw Deng Yi. She was holding flyers, her brows furrowed. Upon seeing Lin Hui and Li Chen, she quickly set the flyers aside and smiled at them. "Have a seat and have a cup of tea. The dance won't be over until around 7 o'clock, she said as she went to pour tea for the two. Li Chen glanced at the promotional flyer and curiously remarked, "The promotional flyer for the youth girl group has changed. It now indicates that they must be able to sing, dance, and have talent. The previous flyers didn't have these requirements. Probably because there were too many applicants, they couldn't keep up." Deng Yi sighed, "Yes, with this change, the number of students in our adult class has increased. To put it bluntly, it may bring in some money, but teaching adults to dance is not that easy, and if there are too many students, our teachers here will be overwhelmed." She handed the tea to the two of them. "With this sudden audition, I'm afraid there might be something else going on." "Something else?" Li Chen became alert. "What do you mean? What else could there be? Could this audition not be so straightforward? Is there an ulterior motive?" Lin Hui also looked puzzled, waiting for Deng Yi to explain. Deng Yi looked around, seeing no one else, she whispered, "This audition for the youth girl group is organized by Sheng Entertainment, but the exclusive reporting rights are in the hands of the Four Seas magazine. With this monopolistic reporting style, there might be some shady dealings going on. Moreover, Sheng Entertainment is not new to insider dealings, everyone is aware of it. But the people from the Four Seas magazine are now twisting the truth and distorting facts in their articles." Deng Yi shook her head helplessly. "I don't think they will write anything good this time." Li Chen was stunned to hear this, never expecting the Four Seas magazine to stoop to such a level. With just a pen in the editor's hand, they could completely distort the truth. But this is also a kind of sorrow for editors. Just as he was thinking, Deng Yi suddenly said, "That editor of the Four Seas magazine, his name is Zhou something, his articles are infuriating." "Zhou Chang?" Li Chen said coldly. Deng Yi nodded repeatedly, "Yes, that's the name. The last time I read the news he wrote, it made me so angry that I almost went to the Four Seas office and beat up that editor." Remembering the news she read, Deng Yi trembled with anger. Her eyes were filled with indignation. Clearly, the young man saved the old lady, but she falsely accused him of hitting her. The Four Seas magazine even wrote an article criticizing that young man, and everyone started blaming him. In the end, they drove that young man to his death, only then did the truth come out. It turned out the old lady lied, the young man was a good person, but the Four Seas portrayed him as a perpetrator. Li Chen's brows furrowed gradually, feeling angry about such a tragedy. He had witnessed many similar situations during his lifetime. But the Four Seas magazine should not jump to conclusions without investigating the matter thoroughly. This would only harm the rescuer. However, he didn't notice that Lin Hui had been watching him all along. "How do you know Zhou Chang?" Lin Hui asked, puzzled. It's not uncommon for a teenager to read magazines, but hardly any child can remember the name of the editor, let alone remember it so clearly. Li Chen shrugged helplessly. "I used to mentor him, he used to call me master back then." As soon as he said this, Deng Yi burst into laughter. "Kid, Zhou Chang is already in his 30s, how could he have called you master? I think calling him master suits you better." But Lin Hui was stunned. She knew that Zhou Chang was the disciple her late husband had taken under his wing. Unfortunately, after a year of mentoring, before he could fully graduate, her husband met with an accident. But since Li Chen was no longer around, Zhou Chang had visited her home a few times, but gradually stopped going. Lin Hui was not sure when things had changed to the way they were now. She just felt that the current state of 4C's magazine was definitely not what her husband wanted to see. After all, she knew how much effort Li Chen had put into the magazine. But looking at young Changgang in front of her, Lin Hui had a strange feeling for the first time. He even knew about Zhou Chang. Could it be that he really had some kind of relationship with Li Chen? Lin Hui tightly pursed her lips, drank the water in her cup, and turned to walk towards the door. "Come out with me." Li Chen knew this was directed at him, so he put down his cup and followed her out. The two got into the car, with Li Chen sitting in the passenger seat. Lin Hui asked in confusion, "Why did you say Zhou Chang called you master?" Li Chen shrugged helplessly. "Even if I say I'm Li Chen, you wouldn't believe me, but I really am Li Chen. So that's how I knew I had taught him before. Back then he was inexperienced, but full of a sense of justice. I just didn't expect things to turn out like this now." Lin Hui wondered what 4C's magazine would become in the future and where the previous editor-in-chief was. If he could contact the former editor-in-chief of 4C's during his time there, perhaps they could find a way to turn the magazine around. He couldn't bear to see the company he had fought for so many years to build turn into what it was now. "What else do you know?" Lin Hui stared at him seriously. "Tell me everything." Li Chen's eyes lit up. "Wife, do you believe me now? Are you willing to believe that I am Li Chen? I also know our wedding anniversary, our dating anniversary, and the birthdays of our two daughters. Oh, I also know you're in Lin Yu's birthdays, and I remember our parents' birthdays too. And that you like spicy food." He rattled off a series of information, deliberately mentioning several people's birthdays and various anniversaries. He even mentioned details from their wedding. He remembered everything clearly, as if those memories were engraved in his mind. However, he failed to notice that Lin Hui's eyes had already turned red, tears glistening. But looking at the young boy in front of her, she felt a voice in her heart telling her incessantly, "This is Li Chen reincarnated, that's why he remembers all this." Yet another voice was telling her, "He's just a child, a 13-year-old child." Bang! A loud noise interrupted their tender moment. An electric bike had collided with a black sedan. Li Chen turned to look at the source of the sound, but as soon as he saw the black sedan, his eyes widened. It was the car that had been following him yesterday. It must have started tracking him around here yesterday, and now it had appeared again. It was definitely following him. Li Chen opened the car door and headed straight for the nearby vehicle. The owner of the electric bike had already hurriedly left, but no one had come out of the sedan. In this situation, if no one came out, either there was no one inside, or the person inside was hiding and couldn't show themselves. Knock! Knock! He knocked on the car window. There was no movement inside for a while. Li Chen looked around, but didn't see any familiar figures. He had a strange feeling in his heart, as if he should know the person in the car. It might even be Zhou Chang, but since the person inside the car didn't come out, he had no choice but to stand by the car and continue knocking on the window. After knocking several times, the person inside couldn't bear it any longer. Why is this kid so persistent? One knock should be enough. Why does he keep going on and on? Zhou Chang was getting annoyed by the knocking, but he had knocked so many times already. If he went out now, wouldn't it prove that he was avoiding someone? But if he didn't go out, this kid would just keep knocking incessantly. It was truly tormenting. Knock! Knock! The familiar sound rang out again, making Zhou Chang grit his teeth in annoyance. But the next moment, he saw the woman outside the car walking towards the boy. However, when he recognized who the woman was, Zhou Chang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why is Shi Yang here? He was about to get out of the car to greet her when he saw Lin Hui and Yang Chenggang talking. It was clear that the two knew each other. Zhou Chang took out his phone and took a photo of the two, then leaned closer to the window, trying to hear what they were saying. "Why have you been knocking on the car window? Do you know the person inside?" Lin Hui asked curiously. Li Chen carefully examined the car and said lightly, "It should be Zhou Chang inside. But this is just my guess, without concrete evidence. If it really is him, I'm curious about what news he's trying to dig up by following me." Yesterday, he only suspected that Zhou Chang wanted to dig up news from him, but just a few words from Deng Yi made his spine tingle. The present Zhou Chang was no longer the same as before. If he could do things that twisted right and wrong, what else couldn't he do? Lin Hui scrutinized the car. No way, right? Zhou Chang is now an editor-in-chief. He's so busy, it shouldn't be possible for him to casually follow others, right? Li Chen crossed his arms and looked at the car window, saying coldly, "A good editor-in-chief would be busy. If it's an editor-in-chief who only wants to use underhanded methods and is solely focused on digging up sensational news, it's normal to stake out a place for 3 to 5 days, not busy at all. He didn't know what stage Zhou Chang was at now. Was there still hope? After all, he had brought him up himself, and Li Chen ultimately didn't want to see the people under his wing turn into such profit-seeking individuals. If he could change this situation, he also wanted to make the greatest effort to change it. Just pretend you don't know about this matter, I'll handle it. Li Chen ultimately didn't want Lin Hui and her daughters to get involved. But thinking about what Li Chen had just said in the car, Lin Hui felt uneasy. If things really get out of hand, just call the police. She was full of worry. If something really happened, it would probably be this child who would get hurt. But Li Chen smiled and said, calling the police in this situation won't help, so rest assured, I'm very good at handling this matter. And I can protect myself, so you don't need to worry. After Chanxian and Youngyan's dance class is over, you can take them back. There's no need to tell them about this matter. Seeing Li Chen's seriousness, Lin Hui hesitated for a moment before nodding. Alright, if you need anything, remember to contact me. She had 2 daughters to protect and couldn't take risks easily. Given the current situation, she didn't dare to predict how things would develop, so it was better to avoid this matter. After the two settled on this matter, Li Chen continued to stand by the car, occasionally knocking on the window. Zhou Chang was already annoyed enough for not getting any useful news, and being knocked on the window several times by Li Chen made him even more irritated. Until the sky outside was almost dark, and Lin Hui had already left with Li Chen and Li Yun, Li Chen was still by Zhou Chang's car, knocking on the window from time to time. This made Zhou Chang increasingly impatient. But in the current situation, he couldn't go out, nor could he just drive away directly. Otherwise, it would be telling Li Chen that the person in the car was avoiding him, and didn't even have the courage to come out. Zhou Chang stuffed tissues in his ears, took out his phone, and started watching short videos. He simply ignored Li Chen's presence and refused to go out. But it seemed like Li Chen was determined, as he didn't leave even when Xia Tingxue came out. I've given you the keys, go move your things yourself, remember what you promised me. Li Chen leaned against the car and said softly, you said you would quit a job, so you have to keep your word. Xia Tingxue nodded, don't worry, I promised you, and I won't go back on my word. She took out her phone to check the time on it, then looked up at the sky. It's getting dark, aren't you planning to go home? Li Chen smiled faintly, I'm not in a hurry, I'll wait a little longer. Unfortunately, he didn't have a tracker with him now. If he did, he could have stuck it on the car and left directly. Then, based on the tracker's location, he could find Zhou Chang. But he had already waited for so long now. If he just left like this, he would really feel unwilling. Might as well continue waiting. After bidding farewell to Li Chen, Xia Tingxue left. As the sky darkened, the teachers from the dance class were getting ready to leave work. When Deng Yi saw Li Chen, she walked closer. Why are you still here? Deng Yi looked around. Li Chen and Li Yun seemed to have already left. Are you waiting for them? Li Chen raised his hand and patted the car behind him. I'm waiting for the person inside this car to come out. Deng Yi looked at the car suspiciously, puzzled. What do you mean? Do you know them? Li Chen smiled. The person inside might be Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang? Deng Yi exclaimed. Thinking of those news reports from 4C's magazine, she couldn't help but frown. If Zhou Chang was really here, she really wanted to stay and see what he looked like. How could he write such irresponsible news? How do you know the person inside might be Zhou Chang? Li Chen shrugged, I'm just guessing. He took out his phone, still remembering Zhou Chang's number from the previous life, not knowing if he had changed it. After hesitating for a moment, Li Chen dialed the number. Inside the carriage, when the phone rang from an unknown number, Zhou Chang was watching a short video. He accidentally answered the call. He quickly took out a tissue from his ear and said coldly, hello, I'm Zhou Chang, the editor-in-chief of 4C's magazine. Who is this? Li Chen looked at the car and said, I'm Yang Chenggang. Even though Li Chen couldn't see the person in the driver's seat through the window, he was certain that Zhou Chang was inside. As Zhou Chang looked out the window, he was completely stunned. He stared at Li Chen outside the window, unable to speak for a moment. Where did this kid get his phone number? And he even had the perseverance to wait by his car for hours. Quite persistent. Let's talk outside, Li Chen said and hung up the phone directly. Zhou Chang looked at the call log on his phone, feeling incredulous. How did this kid know he was inside the car? He had been hiding in the car for so long without making a sound. Unbelievable. Zhou Chang angrily opened the car door and walked out. How did you know I was in the car? Zhou Chang couldn't understand. Li Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, slightly shorter than Zhou Chang, but his expression of certainty and calmness seemed more mature than Zhou Chang's. It doesn't matter how I knew, but I just want to know what you're up to? Li Chen's voice turned cold. You're willing to track me just to get a story. Editor Zhou, you're really going to great lengths now. Is 4C's magazine gradually turning into an entertainment tabloid? Being accused by Li Chen in such a straightforward manner made Zhou Cheng's face darken. But he couldn't lay a hand on a 13 or 14-year-old, so he could only say seriously, "You're still young. There are many things you don't understand yet. You'll understand when you grow up." Li Chen's forehead darkened. This sounded like the kind of words older people used to fool children. Did this kid really think he was that easy to fool? You may be older, but all you do is things without any boundaries. Is tracking me something you think you can get away with just because I'm young? Do you think with just a few words, I won't hold you accountable? He took out his phone and sneered coldly. You, an editor-in-chief, tracking a middle school student, no matter the reason, if this matter is reported by other media, you should be more aware than me of the consequences that will follow. Trying to teach him a lesson based on age advantage, Zhou Cheng seemed a bit naive. If the media were to report this matter, he wouldn't be able to hold on to his position as editor-in-chief. Zhou Cheng didn't want to lose face in front of a kid, especially with Deng Yi present. He remained calm, hands in his pockets, looking down at Li Chen's phone. I didn't track you. Even if you report this to the police, it won't work. Those media outlets won't believe your words. Seeing Li Chen actually press those 3 numbers on his phone, Zhou Cheng furrowed his brows. Is this kid really going to call the police? Li Chen was about to press the dial button but suddenly stopped, looking up at Zhou Cheng. Whether reporting to the police is useful, you'll find out if you try. As for those media outlets, just based on my title as a piano genius, I think it wouldn't be difficult to inform them of this matter. He answered Zhou Cheng's words one by one, showing no fear in front of an adult. Zhou Cheng's brows furrowed, and seeing Li Chen lower his head to make the call, he hurriedly reached out to snatch his phone. But Li Chen had anticipated his move and simply turned off the phone and put it in his pocket. What, trying to steal my phone? That would only make things worse. Li Chen smiled calmly. He handled the situation with ease, leaving Zhou Cheng helpless. All threats and bribes seemed to be ineffective. After all, the person in front of him was just a kid. Zhou Cheng tightly pursed his lips and turned to Deng Yi beside him. This is none of your business. Go back quickly. Deng Yi shook her head. I'm not leaving. I can't leave young Chenggang alone here. If something happens to him, who knows how you'll frame me in your writing? Maybe tomorrow's news will have me as the suspect in young Chenggang's incident. Even if it was to prevent Zhou Cheng from writing inaccurately, she couldn't leave. Besides, as an adult, how could she leave a child to face such danger alone? I'm not leaving. You can't make me go. Deng Yi repeated her decision. Zhou Cheng impatiently took out his wallet from his pocket, pulled out a stack of money, and handed it to Deng Yi. His dark eyes stared at her without saying a word. The message was clear, he wanted her to leave. But Deng Yi just coldly laughed. It seems you're not a good person either, giving me money to leave. I'm sure you're up to no good next. Why else would you want me to go? I'm not leaving. I won't leave even if you kill me. I won't let you succeed. Zhou Cheng was used to dealing with the upper-class businessmen. A single glance was usually enough to make those around him understand his intentions. But facing someone like Deng Yi, it was like a scholar meeting a soldier, impossible to explain. Even helpless. Do you believe I'll expose your dance class? Zhou Cheng could only resort to his usual threats. It might be the only thing that could work. Deng Yi raised an eyebrow. Sure, go ahead, if you don't expose it, you're a coward. She was just a worker, exposure would only make her boss panic. But there was nothing scandalous about their dance class, the fees were reasonable, and there were no irregularities. Even if they tried to cause trouble, it would only result in a small fine. It had nothing to do with her, the fine would be on the boss. Even if the dance class closed, she could easily find another job. Deng Yi sneered, disdainfully looking at Zhou Cheng. Your mind is not very bright, using the dance class to threaten me. Look at how I'm dressed. I'm just a worker, why should I be afraid of you? Haven't you heard that those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes? Li Chen almost burst out laughing, feeling that Deng Yi's personality was simply there to challenge Zhou Cheng. But every word she said was true. Zhou Cheng had indeed been out of touch with ordinary life for too long. Otherwise, he wouldn't have uttered such threatening words. Seeing Zhou Cheng's dark expression, Li Chen smiled and intervened. All right, just say what you want to say. There's no need to make her leave, there's nothing she can't hear anyway. It was just about telling him not to reveal the tracking incident. But he hadn't planned to disclose it in the first place. Instead, he saw this as an opportunity to meet the former editor-in-chief, Jiang. With no other choice, Zhou Cheng reluctantly took back the money and wallet from his pocket, but not without glaring at Deng Yi. Speak, how can we stop pursuing the tracking matter? With that said, Zhou Cheng got straight to the point. Since he hadn't found any sensational news and had even been labeled as tracking middle school students, there was no choice but to resolve it amicably. Name your price. Dang Yi widened her eyes at this melodramatic approach. She tugged at Li Chen's sleeve and whispered, "Ask for more." Though her voice was low, the three of them were standing close, and Zhou Chang naturally overheard. "Ha!" Zhou Chang sneered, "I thought you didn't care about money that much, but it seems otherwise." Dang Yi rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to say more. "I don't want money," Li Chen said calmly. Zhou Chang and Dang Yi frowned at this unexpected statement. The opportunity was right in front of them, yet Li Chen refused the money. Wasn't that absurd? "After taking the money, you'll have the chance to turn the tables on me. You may not write much now, but whenever you get the chance, you'll definitely expose this matter." With just a few words, Dang Yi suddenly realized, right, we can't ask for money. Zhou Chang pursed his lips, reluctantly admitting that this was indeed his usual tactic. Li Chen added, "I don't want money, I have two requests. First, you must not track me in the future. Second, I want to meet the former editor-in-chief, Zhang." The first request was easy to fulfill, but the second request left Zhou Chang stunned. There were hardly any people left who knew the former editor-in-chief now. How could a child like Li Chen know about Zhang? Zhou Chang scrutinized Li Chen carefully, but considering Zhang's current status, he reluctantly furrowed his brow. "The former editor-in-chief is now the vice president of our 4Cs company. It's not easy to meet him just because you want to." He was Zhou Chang's superior. If a child went to see the vice president Zhang and complained, Zhou Chang would be in trouble. Li Chen took out his phone again. "In that case, there's no other way. I have ways to make 4C's magazine issue an apology, even if it means ruining their reputation. I just wonder if your position as editor will still be secure by then." Those words hit Zhou Chang right where it hurt. He couldn't afford to lose his position as editor-in-chief. "Wait." Zhou Chang saw Li Chen was about to call the police and quickly stopped him. "You just want to meet Vice President Zhang, right? I can arrange that, but on one condition, you can't." "Don't worry, I won't reveal the tracking incident," Li Chen interrupted him and continued. He had already anticipated Zhou Chang's condition. Zhou Chang increasingly felt that he had underestimated the young boy before him. How could such a young child have such a hold on him? And even guess what he was thinking. "You're quite clever, knowing exactly what I want," Zhou Chang sincerely remarked. Dang Yi nodded in agreement. "I also think he's very clever." Even she, an adult, felt inferior in the face of such intelligence. Could it be that the piano prodigy was not only skilled at the piano but also excelled in other areas, surpassing everyone else? Li Chen said calmly, "Once you understand the ways of the world, these things become easy to figure out." He then turned to look at Dang Yi beside him. "It's getting late. You should head back now. I'll be fine here." Dang Yi glanced worriedly at Zhou Chang, hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right, I'll head back first. You must be careful." Li Chen nodded, "No problem." After Dang Yi left, Li Chen raised his eyes to look at Zhou Chang across from him. "Regarding the matter with your Vice President Zhang, let's meet on Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock, at your 4Cs company. Of course, if you can't handle this matter, I will consider exposing and tracking it." As he spoke, he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. Li Chen took it out and glanced at it. It was a call from Su Lin. It was almost 9 o'clock, so a call at this time was expected. Li Chen put his phone back in his pocket and said softly, "So it's settled, don't stand me up, Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock. Despite Zhou Chang's reluctance, he could only agree, "No problem." After Li Chen left in a taxi, Zhou Chang furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "This is really strange. How did I let a kid manipulate me?" After all, he had been mingling in high society for many years. How could he be manipulated by someone else? In the past, he was the one who threatened others. But no matter how hard he tried to understand, he just couldn't. He just had a faint feeling that this piano genius was not that simple. After getting into the car, Li Chen messaged Su Lin, informing her that his phone was out of battery and he was on his way back. An hour later, Li Chen returned to the residential area. When he got off the car, Su Lin was waiting at the entrance of the residential area, with a sleepy Yang Shiner beside her. As soon as Su Lin saw Li Chen getting off the car, she breathed a sigh of relief. "What took you so long? Your phone is out of battery." Su Lin complained, but still bent down to the driver, intending to pay the fare. "Mom, I've already paid," Li Chen said as he took 2 bags out of the car. "Let's go home." As the taxi slowly drove away, Su Lin reached out to take one of the bags from Li Chen's hand. "What did you buy?" She took out the contents of the bag and was surprised to find some study materials for the second year of junior high school. "I went to deliver the music score to Chao Rui this afternoon, then I went to the bookstore, thinking that the new school year is starting soon, so I bought some study materials in advance, as well as some extracurricular books. Since they have a place to sit and read there, I stayed for a while, and I had my phone on silent. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. When I looked up, it was already dark outside." Li Chen explained logically, without any loopholes. Su Lin took out some other study materials and smiled. You only need to buy study materials for the second year of junior high, why buy extracurricular books? You're only in the second year, it's not suitable to read extracurricular books. You should focus more on doing practice papers, that's how you improve your grades. In her opinion, students should prioritize studying. Li Chen had anticipated her response and took out the extracurricular books he bought. These are extracurricular books, but they are all in English. I thought I could occasionally read them to learn more words, which would help improve my English grades, so I bought a few. Su Lin suddenly realized and took the books from Li Chen's hand to flip through them. They were indeed all in English. Alright, buying these kinds of books is good too. After the three of them returned home, Su Lin gave Li Chen 200 yuan. Use this money to buy study materials in the future, just let me know when you need more. I'll go reheat the food for you, you go put Shinner to bed, she can barely keep her eyes open. Li Chen had initially wanted to refuse the 200 yuan, but Su Lin directly handed it to him. He had to take young Shinner to the room and sing nursery rhymes to lull her to sleep. Fortunately, the little girl was already tired, and before he could finish singing a couple of lines, she had fallen asleep. Li Chen also left young Shinner's room and gently closed the door behind him. After Su Lin heated up the food, the mother and son sat down to eat together. Thank goodness I had the foresight to let Shinner eat first. Otherwise, sleeping on an empty stomach would surely wake her up in the middle of the night. Then I would have to prepare something for her to eat, just causing unnecessary trouble. Su Lin said as she served Li Chen some meat. Eat more meat. Tomorrow, Mom will buy you some walnuts. You need to eat more walnuts to nourish your brain. Li Chen nodded, okay. Unknowingly, summer vacation was already more than halfway over, with less than a month left. Thinking about what Wang Qintao had said last time, Li Chen thought for a moment and then reminded, we will have an exam when school starts, probably less than a month after the school starts. At that time, if nothing unexpected happens, parents may be invited. Su Lin was puzzled, invite parents? Why? And how do you know that parents will be invited less than a month after school starts? Is it possible for people to become smarter and predict the future? This is just my guess, and it should only be my parents who are invited. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh, because my grades have improved too quickly. Some people may speculate, even be convinced, that my grades are fake. Su Lin suddenly realized, don't worry, Mom believes in your grades. Having seen Yang Chenggang work so hard on so many papers, no matter what the results are, she had nothing to say. But if someone says her son's grades are fake, this matter will not be over. I have an idea about this. Leave it to me when the time comes. Taking precautions in advance, Li Chen felt relieved. Seeing Su Lin's trust in him, he had nothing to worry about. After dinner, Li Chen hurriedly washed up and quickly returned to his room, where he saw a message from Xia Tingxue on his phone. She had already moved her things to Xiangyu Mansion and had quit her dishwashing job. Li Chen replied to her message and then went to bed early. But in the middle of the night, he suddenly heard a slight noise, as if Yang Jianting had returned. It was normal for him to return temporarily from his frequent business trips. But most of the time, it meant something had gone wrong. Li Chen put on his shoes and was about to go out when he heard Yang Jianting outside saying, we had an agreement for cooperation, but it was unexpectedly snatched by a small company. It's really infuriating. We've been preparing for this project for 3 months. A whole 3 months. Due to Yang Jianting's return, there was a smell of alcohol in the living room. But Su Lin knew he was feeling uneasy, so she didn't mention his drinking. She comforted him softly, it's okay, it's not just this one project. We can find other projects in the future. Keep your voice down, Shinner and Chenggang are already asleep. Don't disturb them. Supporting Yang Jianting to sit on the sofa, she poured him a glass of water. Have some water first. Yang Jianting took the water glass, raised one hand, and held up 3 fingers. 3 months, do you know that I've been working with my team for 3 months, and in the end, it was snatched away by someone else. If I had known this would be the result, I wouldn't have let my team work so hard for so long. During these 3 months, we even pulled all-nighters. Almost all of us haven't had a good night's sleep. Who would have expected this outcome? He shook his head lightly, a sense of helplessness evident in his cloudy eyes. Su Lin also understood his bitterness, but encountering such situations in business was normal. There will be better opportunities in the future. Yang Jianting sighed heavily, drank the water, and leaned back on the sofa, staring blankly at the papers on the wall. Bang! Yang Jianting slammed the cup on the table and pointed at the scroll on the wall. Son, you must not be like me in the future. You have to be more successful than me. At the very least, you can't let yourself be bullied like this anymore. I'll earn more money so that our son and daughter can have the opportunity to receive a better education, which will surely change their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen walked out of the room. Su Lin saw him coming out and hurriedly said, "Did your dad wake you up? It's okay, I'll take him back to the room, you go rest." Li Chen poured himself half a glass of water and drank it. "It's okay, I just woke up. Did dad run into some trouble?" Su Lin casually said, "Just a small matter, nothing serious, you go back and rest." But Yang Jianting suddenly stood up and walked over to Li Chen, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Son, let me tell you, you must study hard and not end up like your old man. I worked with a dozen people for 3 months, only to have our business snatched by a small company. I hope you won't encounter such a situation when you grow up." Yang Jianting patted his shoulder. "When you grow up, you must do better than your old man." He was clearly a bit drunk, speaking more than usual, even a bit incoherent. But Li Chen understood his meaning. It's all about hoping for the child to surpass the parent. Worked hard for 3 months, only to have the order snatched by another company. In such a situation, either our company's proposal was extremely poor, or that small company might have some issues, maybe they offered some kickbacks, or maybe they are just exceptionally good. Li Chen didn't mention his own future but instead analyzed the situation for him. He had some understanding of Yang Jianting's work. He was just a deputy manager in a medium-sized cosmetics company, overseeing a dozen people, but it was hard-earned money, involving various business dealings that often required him to travel. However, such situations rarely occurred. This time must have truly disappointed him. Yang Jianting shook his head. "It's none of those." He sighed repeatedly, wearing a bitter smile. "That small company has a powerful backer, something our company couldn't handle, so they chose not to cooperate with us." "Ah, you're still young, you don't understand these things yet. You'll see when you enter society." Su Lin quickly intervened. "Alright, let's stop talking about this. Go back and rest. Chenggang needs to rest too, talking more will delay his rest." She led Yang Jianting back to the room. Li Chen turned off the living room light, and went back to his room. It wasn't until the next afternoon that Yang Jianting got up. Luckily, it was the weekend, so there was no need to go to the company. Su Lin went out to buy groceries, while Li Chen was in the living room playing with Yang Xiner. When Yang Jianting got up, Li Chen poured him a glass of water. "Have some water first, my mom will be back later." Yang Jianting took the water and pressed his temples. "Did I talk nonsense last night?" Thinking of what he said last night, Li Chen shook his head with a smile. "No. Just mentioned the business order being snatched, nothing else." Bringing up the matter, Yang Jianting shook his head helplessly. "Forget it, in this situation, there's nothing much I can say. It's my fault for not securing this order earlier." After finishing the water in the cup, Yang Jianting turned to the bathroom to freshen up. Yang Xiner had somehow come to Li Chen's side. "Brother, what's wrong with dad? Is someone bullying him?" Li Chen looked down at her, smiling lightly. "No. Being cut off in business dealings was nothing unusual. It wasn't about being bullied. It's just that this time, it was clear that Yang Jianting was finding it very hard to accept." Source text: "If it were him, struggling with a dozen people for 3 months, only to fail to secure a deal in the end and get cut off, he would definitely find it hard to accept." By the time Su Lin returned, Yang Jianting had already returned to his usual self. The 4 of them sat around the dining table, with Su Lin serving him some dishes. "It's normal for work to affect your mood, but you can't dwell on it. Our family is counting on you. If something happens to you, what will we do? You can't be drinking outside so late anymore. Even if something happens, come back home to drink. I won't say anything no matter how much you drink." Su Lin used to almost never let Yang Jianting drink, but under special circumstances, she would make an exception. At least it was more reassuring than letting him drink outside. Yang Jianting nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, I've come to terms with it now. A good night's sleep will do the trick. Life must go on, I can't keep fixating on this one deal. Not only will I lose my commission, but my subordinates won't have any income either. I'm willing to obsess over it, but they aren't." Seeing that he seemed to have truly come to terms with it, Su Lin finally felt relieved. "Invite your employees over to our house later, I'll cook for them, consider it a treat. We have alcohol at home, drink as you please." Yang Jianting nodded with a smile. "Alright." After dinner, Li Chen went to Lin Hui's house. As soon as he entered, Lin Hui anxiously asked, "How was it last night? Did the person in the car come out? It wasn't really Zhou Chang, was it?" Li Chen walked in. "It was Zhou Chang, but we've already resolved the matter between us, so you don't need to worry." All he wanted was for Zhou Chang to keep his distance. At least stop following him, to avoid more twisted stories in the end. Lin Hui eyed him suspiciously, asking tentatively, "Do you really know Zhou Chang?" Li Chen smiled at her. "I do know him, but he doesn't know me. He only knows me as Yang Chenggang, a piano genius, so he wanted to dig up some news from me. But he doesn't know I'm Li Chen." Lin Hui began to believe he was Li Chen because of what he said last night, but the situation was too bizarre for her to easily accept. It would take some time to adjust. I was indeed Li Chen in my past life, and now I'm Yang Chenggang. You can take your time to accept this, no need to make it difficult for yourself. Li Chen truly understood Lin Hui. She had spent a sleepless night yesterday because of his identity. She felt torn between two voices in her heart, unable to convince herself. Seeing Li Chen heading to the East Room to teach their two daughters to play the piano, Lin Hui couldn't help but yawn. The situation was so complex that it was understandable why she found it hard to believe. No one would easily believe it. Except for Lin Yu, that weirdo. Just one sentence from him and she believed it, truly making one question his intelligence. Lin Hui decided to go back to her room to rest, leaving their two daughters in Li Chen's care, gradually drifting off to sleep to the melodious piano sounds. In the East Room, Li Chen helped them refine the details, ensuring that every piece they played was close to perfection. Even if there were some issues, they would surely handle it calmly. It wasn't until noon that Li Chen realized Lin Hui was not in the living room. He had to prepare lunch for their two daughters and left a portion for Lin Hui. Maybe you can interact more with Xia Tingxue, Li Chen deliberately said to Li Qian. Li Qian frowned. I have no reason to interact with her, we just don't get along. You're still young and don't understand our situation, but I just can't get along with her. If it weren't for my mom insisting on me joining that top-tier dance class, I would never have ended up in the same class as her. Just the thought of the dance teacher, Li, praising Xia Tingxue yesterday afternoon made Li Qian seethe with anger. Did you see how proud she was yesterday afternoon, showing off because she's been learning longer than us and can now lead the other students in dancing? They all look at us differently now. I may have lost to her in music, but in dance, she's always one step ahead. It's infuriating. Li Chen awkwardly chuckled. At least he didn't see Xia Tingxue as arrogant, she was just following the teacher's instructions. But in Li Chen's eyes, Xia Tingxue could do no right. Maybe it's just your perception? To me, she doesn't seem proud at all. As for feeling overshadowed, maybe that's just how you feel. Li Qian sneered, giving him a disdainful glance. What do you know, you little kid? We were classmates with her in high school, how could I be mistaken? With that, she nudged Li Yun's elbow. Tell me, does Xia Tingxue always have to outdo me in everything? Li Yun forced a smile and softly murmured, somewhat helplessly, it doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it? Li Qian's voice suddenly rose, haven't you seen her grades? She always ranks just above me, copying everything I do. I buy a certain outfit, she buys the same outfit, She was so angry her face turned red, but her voice abruptly stopped. Forget it, you won't understand. Li Chen and Li Yun exchanged a glance, both realizing there might be a misunderstanding. Perhaps Li Qian was overthinking it, but Li Qian's fiery temper was on par with Lin Hui's, she just couldn't listen to reason at the moment. Li Chen couldn't think of a solution right then, he could only wait for an opportunity to calm her down later. The weekend passed, and before they knew it, it was Tuesday. In the afternoon, Li Chen took a day off and went straight to the building of the Four Seas Company with Zhang Chang. When they arrived, Zhou Chang was waiting at the entrance. Seeing Li Chen, he walked over and whispered, I'm warning you, don't forget what we discussed that day. I won't mention what we agreed not to. If I find out you go back on your word, don't blame me for being ruthless in the future. At least, don't talk about the tracking. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh at his words. It seemed that the former editor-in-chief Zhang hadn't changed much, at least he would stick to his beliefs. Otherwise, Zhou Chang wouldn't be so afraid of Zhang knowing about this. Don't worry, since I promised you, I won't say anything. Carrying his backpack, Li Chen entered the Four Seas Company, and the receptionists whispered among themselves upon seeing him. After all, being a piano prodigy, he was quite well known. The people at the Four Seas Company were in the news industry, so almost everyone knew him. Led by Zhou Chang, Li Chen took the elevator to the 5th floor, where the offices of the top executives were located. When they reached Vice President Zhang's office, Zhou Chang raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Leaning in close, Zhou Chang whispered, Vice President Zhang, Yang Chenggang is here. Come in. The familiar voice sounded, tinged with a hint of weariness, as if feeling uncomfortable. Zhou Chang glanced back at Li Chen and whispered, don't forget what I asked of you. Not a word that shouldn't be said. Only then did he push open the office door. Vice President Zhang was sitting at his desk, looking at a magazine with a furrowed brow. He raised his head upon hearing the door open, his brow relaxing slightly. Yang Chenggang, my young friend, I've watched many of your videos, your piano playing is excellent. Vice President Zhang stood up and extended his hand towards Li Chen. I've been wanting to meet you, never thought I'd actually get the chance. Li Chen raised his hand and held his, feeling the looseness of his skin. Not only his hands, but also his face had many wrinkles. There were also a lot of white hairs on both sides of his head. He looked nothing like the chief editor Jiang he remembered. Just the thought that 13 years had passed, and when he passed away, chief editor Jiang was only 40 years old, and now he was over 50. He had indeed aged a lot. Vice President Jiang, I have read your articles before, you are my idol. I am grateful to Chief Editor Zhou for arranging this meeting. Upon hearing this, Vice President Jiang and Zhou Chang were stunned. They looked at Li Chen with smiles, feeling like the child in front of them was joking. You want to discuss the future development with Vice President Jiang? How old are you? What do you know about development? Zhou Chang couldn't help but laugh. If he had known that this kid was here to talk about this with Vice President Jiang, he wouldn't have introduced them. It all seemed very ridiculous. A teenager discussing the current situation and future development of a company with them was indeed laughable. Zhou Chang patted Li Chen's shoulder. Alright, come with me. Li Chen raised his eyes, a warning in his gaze. As if saying, if you make me leave, I will spill everything I know. Zhou Chang, realizing that the kid had something on him, withdrew his hand. Actually, listening to a child's advice might be useful, who knows? Zhou Chang reluctantly supported Li Chen. Vice President Jiang nodded slightly. Alright, go ahead, and tell us. He walked over to the sofa, poured 3 glasses of water, and said, come, let's have a good chat. Zhou Chang, you come too, let's discuss the current situation together. Zhou Chang had no choice but to join them and sit down with Li Chen. Li Chen put down his backpack and glanced at Zhou Chang beside him. As the first privately owned magazine in the country, the original idea of 4C's magazine was to give voice to the people through words, occasionally analyzing or commenting on special events. Because 4C's magazine stood on the side of the people, even on the side of justice, it also had many readers. But now, 4C's magazine has transitioned to an entertainment magazine, which is unacceptable to its past readers. So I believe that even if 4C's magazine wants to report on entertainment, it should not abandon its original style. He systematically explained the uniqueness of 4C's magazine and the current situation of its transition. Magazine transitions are not uncommon, but such a drastic change like theirs is rare. How could the old readers not be disappointed, going from speaking for the people to an entertainment magazine? Li Chen turned to the stunned Vice President Jiang. Vice President Jiang, you were the first chief editor of 4C's magazine when it was founded, and you poured all your heart into it. The current 4C's magazine must not be what you envisioned. So it's better to find a way to change the current situation. Zhou Chang widened his eyes in astonishment, not expecting Li Chen to know all this. You even know that Vice President Jiang was the first chief editor of 4C's magazine. There were very few people in the world who knew this, and a teenager knowing it was truly incredible. Jiang Vice President was even more astonished. How did you know all this? Li Chen couldn't reveal that he was the previous generation's Li Chen. Considering the age factor, he could only say, there are elders in my family who knew the former 4C's magazine editor Li Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, both Zhou Chang and Jiang Vice President turned pale. It had been too long since they had heard that familiar name. Zhou Chang looked helpless. Li Chen was my master, the one who introduced me to this field. Unfortunately, he passed away in a car accident 13 years ago. Li Chen gave him a cold look. It was a pity that this kid knew Li Chen was his master, yet now when writing articles, he seemed to have no moral boundaries. Li Chen had never taught Zhou Chang to distort right and wrong. Regardless, the important thing now is not to forget the original intention of the 4C's magazine. Even if half of the magazine is entertainment news, at least the other half should be speaking up for the people or providing various evaluations of social phenomena. Combining two aspects, or starting another magazine, would still be published by the 4C's company. However, Jiang Vice President couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. He held a cup in one hand and supported the bottom of the cup with the other, slowly turning it in his hand. Child, don't you know about the storm 10 years ago? Jiang Vice President sighed helplessly. Our magazine department was also greatly affected. Many past materials were lost. And it's not that we don't want to continue, it's just that we can't write anymore. It always feels like no matter how we write, it's not right, as if. He furrowed his brows, pondering how to describe it appropriately. It's like the soul has been pulled out of the body, and we can't write with the original feeling anymore. After saying that, he got up and fetched several magazines from the nearby cabinet. They were all magazines from over a decade ago, with yellowed pages. Care had to be taken when turning the pages, as they could easily crumble. These magazines, all from the past, clearly show how the articles were written fluently, without dragging on, and the analysis was very thorough. Jiang Vice President pushed the magazines towards Li Chen and opened another one. This one is from 9 years ago. It was already printed, but we couldn't send it out. You should be able to tell by looking at the content. Li Chen picked up the magazine from 9 years ago and started reading. Although the layout was fine, upon closer inspection, the content seemed like a jumble, failing to analyze the most crucial points of the events, and the words seemed devoid of any emotion, almost like they were written by a robot. There was not a hint of feeling. The author's name on the article was none other than Jiang Vice President's name, Zhang Yi. Li Chen pursed his lips. The storm from 10 years ago only affected some data. How could it affect your writing? He couldn't understand it. Even if others lacked experience, he knew the writing style of the chief editor Jiang, who was always sharp in analyzing events. This situation shouldn't have occurred. Jiang Vice President let out a long sigh. The storm from 10 years ago caused many data errors. The piece you played, for release, when I heard you play it, I realized that for the past 10 years, everyone else had been playing it wrong. In other words, we can only think of the true original version when we hear it correctly. As for our magazine department, it was also greatly affected. Zhou Chang, who had been silent on the side, continued, we also want to return to our previous style, but we just can't write good articles, and we have nowhere to look for references. Li Chen looked at the two of them, their serious expressions, and after a moment of thought, he said, I can give it a try. After all, he had worked at the Four Seas magazine for so long, and now that his memory was returning, many things were coming back to him. Writing articles shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing this, Jiang Vice President and Zhou Chang exchanged a glance. They seemed somewhat incredulous. Zhou Chang sneered coldly, speaking up for the people and evaluating social phenomena is not easy. It requires a certain level of social experience to see beyond the surface to the essence. It's different from writing essays like you students do. You wouldn't be able to do it. Indeed, writing for a magazine is different from writing essays, but how would you know if you don't try? Li Chen never expected Zhou Chang to agree to let him write, so he wasn't annoyed by his words. What does Deputy Jiang think? Just give it a try, you won't lose anything. Deputy Jiang hesitated for a moment, then nodded, let's give it a try. Deputy Jiang, he's just a kid, how can you let him try? Zhou Chang still disagreed. If it doesn't work out after trying, it's fine, but what if it does work out? A teenager can write an article that they can't, it's like a slap in their faces. Zhou Chang thought of his encounters with Yang Chenggang a few times and repeated, it's better not to try. Even if he has read many articles, he can't write well. Deputy Jiang waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay, it's normal not to write well, it's just a trial. After saying that, Deputy Jiang stood up, picked up his phone from the desk, and found a news article from the past 2 days. Li Chen walked over, and the two of them read through the details of the incident and agreed to try writing about it. Not far away, Zhou Chang was speechless, thinking to himself, please don't write a good article. Otherwise, how can I keep my position as the editor-in-chief? I'll be completely overshadowed by this kid. Then Li Chen sat at Deputy Jiang's desk, using his computer and keyboard to start writing. Deputy Jiang didn't disturb him, sitting quietly with Zhou Chang on the nearby sofa. Deputy Jiang, what topic did you ask him to write about? Zhou Chang asked quietly. Shoo. Deputy Jiang gestured for him to speak softly, then handed Zhou Chang the news article he had just shown Li Chen. It was about recent conflicts between schools and parents, emphasizing the discord and blame-shifting between them. After reading it, Zhou Chang blurted out, what's so difficult about this? I can write it too. Deputy Jiang looked at him, then you write an article for me to compare. Since he's just starting to write, I'll give you an extra 10 minutes later. That would be fair. But Zhou Chang looked embarrassed, regretting his hasty words. Now he was in a difficult position, regretting his impulsive response. I have something to do, maybe I should just forget about it? Zhou Chang said helplessly. He didn't want to compete with a kid, winning would be embarrassing, and losing would be even more shameful. It would be better to find an excuse to decline. Deputy Jiang could see through his intentions, but he did want to have a comparative article. Do you really have something to do? Do you think I wouldn't know? Go ahead and write. After I finish here, I'll call you, and you can come in 10 minutes. With that, Zhou Chang could only reluctantly return to his office. Before leaving, he shot a glare at Li Chen. What kind of article was he supposed to write? It was deliberately causing trouble. After Zhou Chang left, Deputy Jiang sat on the sofa and started reading through past magazines, making sure not to make any noise to avoid disturbing Li Chen's writing. The office was unusually quiet, and Li Chen's thoughts flowed freely as his hands tapped away on the keyboard. Writing such an article seemed effortless for him, without any difficulty. In less than an hour, Li Chen stopped typing. I'm done. He stood up and stretched lazily. Take a look. Deputy Jiang glanced at his watch. It's only been an hour, and you're already done? Isn't that too fast? He closed the magazine in his hand and walked towards the desk. Li Chen moved from his original seat to let Vice President Zheng sit down. Vice President Jiang looked at it and said, "Your writing style. What's wrong?" Li Chen hurriedly asked. Could it be that he hadn't written for so long that even his writing style was off? "Very good. It doesn't look like the level of a middle school student at all," Vice President Jiang sincerely said. "But for such an article, what matters is not the writing style, but the content." Vice President Jiang continued reading. The theme was clear, and the pointed out issues were right on the mark. The article was over 3,000 words, yet there were no unnecessary words, making it concise overall. A top-notch piece. Vice President Jiang looked at Li Chen in astonishment, pushing his glasses up his nose. "Are you really a middle school student?" Vice President Jiang scrutinized Li Chen. He couldn't believe a middle school student could write such a good article. What was important was that from the article, it was evident that his thoughts were clear, and his words were logical. In the detailed narration, the issues were gradually delved into. Vice President Jiang couldn't help but read the article a few more times. It had been 10 years since he had seen such a good article. It was truly surprising. "I am a middle school student, but I have liked writing for a long time, so I have practiced," Li Chen deliberately said, fearing that Vice President Jiang would become suspicious. After all, Vice President Jiang was very familiar with his articles. And this time, the article he wrote was different from his previous style. He was afraid Vice President Jiang would notice something. Otherwise, if he followed his usual writing style, he would have finished it 20 minutes ago. Vice President Jiang nodded repeatedly. "This is written so well, you are truly a rising star in the literary world. Young man, you must surely get high marks for your compositions at school. Your grades must be very good. I'm not lying to you, it's been 10 years since I've seen an article as good as yours." With that, he suddenly remembered something about Zhou Chang. He quickly took out his phone to call Zhou Chang. As soon as the call connected, Vice President Jiang exclaimed excitedly, "Send me the article you wrote in 10 minutes, Yang Chenggang has already finished writing on his end." Even though Vice President Jiang liked what Yang Chenggang wrote, he still wanted to compare. It was good to understand what made Yang Chengdong's writing stand out. However, on the other end of the phone, Zhou Chang chuckled. "Vice President Jiang, I've only written over 300 words. He was afraid that in another 10 minutes, he wouldn't be able to write much more. Vice President Jiang frowned upon hearing this. "I'll give you another 20 minutes, you should write at least 600 to 700 words. I just want to see how you write." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Vice President Jiang got up and went to the sofa. "Come, have some water. You've been writing for so long, you must be tired. It's a good opportunity for us to discuss the development of the Four Seas Company." Li Chen followed and sat down, taking the tea handed to him by Vice President Jiang. He took a sip and said softly after putting down the cup, "There's actually nothing much to talk about. There can be an entertainment section, but at least the original intention should not be forgotten. The Four Seas magazine was originally created to voice the people's concerns, but now it had completely lost its section for that. Instead, it had all turned into entertainment news, which was truly sad." Vice President Jiang nodded solemnly. "You're right, I've always felt that the original intention should not be forgotten over the years. But I just can't write good articles. It's like everything in my mind is out of place. It's really frustrating. But after reading the article you wrote today, I have regained confidence. We must return to the way the magazine used to be. Even if it's a bit troublesome, the original intention must not be forgotten. If it's really not possible, then start another magazine with the same style as before." Just the thought of finding contributors made Vice President Jiang worry again. You can't really let a child write articles for them, can you? Especially for a whole magazine. Nowadays, most magazines are published twice a month, with about 20 articles in each issue, so it's impossible to assign all of them to a child. But if not this child, then who else could do it? Vice President Jiang looked at Li Chen and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do you know any other editors? Editors like you who are good at this type of articles?" Since he asked like that, Li Chen could only shake his head. After all, even as a former chief editor, he couldn't find such an editor, let alone himself. "Not at the moment. If I come across someone suitable, I will recommend them to you," Li Chen said earnestly. He didn't want to see the place he once worked at producing subpar articles. That would be even more unbearable than being scolded by Su Lin. They needed to find some suitable editors to join the Four Seas Company. The two discussed some article-related issues until 20 minutes later when Zhou Chang finally sent the written article to Vice President Jiang, who hurriedly went upstairs. Vice President Jiang read the article from top to bottom, his brows gradually furrowing. Clearly, he was not satisfied. "Yang Chenggang, come and take a look at this article," Vice President Jiang called out. Zhou Chang, who was still standing in front of the desk, immediately frowned and muttered under his breath, "What can a child understand by looking at it? He doesn't get it." He didn't want Yang Chenggang to critique his work. It would be embarrassing if he said it was good, but even more so if he said it was bad. It's not good, Li Chen said directly, as if he had heard what Zhou Chang was thinking. The beginning of the article lacks focus, and the subsequent slow build-up is not concise and direct enough, failing to get to the point. And what editors need to learn the most is to explore how different people think about the same thing. Obviously, you lack this skill. He looked up at Zhou Chang and, seeing Zhou Chang's surprised expression, Li Chen asked, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm wrong?" Zhou Chang shook his head. "No, I just find your words familiar." Li Chen, his former mentor who had introduced him to the field, had also emphasized that empathy was the most crucial skill for an editor. It was essential for anything one wrote. But he never expected to hear it again, especially from a child. The inexplicable familiarity made his heart ache. He wondered if his mentor had reincarnated. "You should be focusing on your article now, not whether my words sound familiar to you," Li Chen said sternly, continuing his analysis. "And your article, you haven't even grasped the main theme." Thinking about the articles Zhou Chang had written before, Li Chen couldn't help but feel helpless. The regression was too significant. While his previous work had some minor issues, what he was writing now was even worse than when he first started. Oddly, could that storm have affected the minds of these writers as well? Li Chen couldn't help but worry. He couldn't fathom the extent of the storm's impact on the world. You need more practice and must research more about what the key issues are in these matters. Don't ask why when faced with a situation. As an editor, you need to think from different perspectives about what they want. For this incident, you need to consider it from the perspectives of teachers, parents, and students. Li Chen slowly rose from his chair, giving Zhou Chang a look of disappointment. "Do you understand?" Zhou Chang was completely stunned. This was undoubtedly his mentor reincarnated. At least some of the things his mentor had said. And why did a child's gaze at him seem to carry a hint of disappointment? Zhou Chang felt like he was dreaming, not quite understanding the situation. On the side, Vice President Jian was also somewhat surprised, feeling that the aura and words of the child were very familiar to him. It was just too much like the one he had personally brought up, Li Chen. But a child couldn't possibly be Li Chen. Vice President Jiang could only console himself that it was his illusion. His gaze returned to the article on the computer screen, and he said softly, "Zhou Chang, although you are now the chief editor, you still need to be able to accept criticism and make improvements when others point out your shortcomings. And Yang Changgang is right, there are indeed many shortcomings in your writing. Of course, it's not just you, but me as well. The articles I write now may not necessarily be better than yours, so I also need to learn more. After all, being a vice president also required some management skills." With just a few words, Zhou Chang didn't seem upset, nodding, "I'll remember that." Vice President Zhang beckoned, "Come and take a look at the article Yang Chenggang wrote." Hearing this, Zhou Chang walked over to the desk, bending down to read the article written by Yang Chenggang. After reading it over 3 times, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Did he really write this?" "Yes, and I even watched him write it." Vice President Jiang could see his surprise and asked, "How is it? Isn't it good?" It was not just good, it was excellent. Zhou Chang tightly pressed his lips, words on the tip of his tongue but held back. "It's quite good," he said softly. However, his eyes were fixed on Yang Chenggang. Oddly enough, although the article had some changes, why did he feel so familiar with it? Was it just his imagination? Vice President Jiang looked at the two of them, pondered for a moment, and said, "Yang Chenggang, would you be willing to contribute to our magazine? We'll pay you a fee of 2,000 yuan per article, how about that? Knowledge is valuable these days, and articles are no exception. Just give us 4 articles a month, 2 in the first half and 2 in the second half." Hearing this, Li Chen understood. It seemed they needed to make room in the current magazine for the 2 articles he would send every half month. After all, it was not easy to find suitable contributors at the moment, and they couldn't just start another magazine for the sake of 2 articles. It was not cost-effective. After a moment of thought, Li Chen nodded, "Okay, but I hope this matter can be kept confidential. I want cash for the payment, and I don't want my family to know for now." For Vice President Jiang, this was just a minor matter, so he agreed immediately, "No problem, it's settled then." Leaving the office, Zhou Chang specially escorted him downstairs. It was during working hours, and there were only the 2 of them in the elevator. "You write really well, it doesn't seem like something a middle schooler would write," Zhou Chang said casually. Li Chen, carrying his school bag, looked just like a well-behaved student. "Kid, are your family members familiar with that editor named Li Chen? Does that Li Chen tell you everything?" Zhou Chang couldn't understand why a teenager would say the same things as his master. It was really strange. Li Chen said softly, "We are very familiar, he tells us everything. Including some things about you, he has also told us." If he didn't make it clear to this kid, he would continue to be curious and might even try to investigate further. His curiosity was just too strong. About me? Zhou Chang was curious, racking his brain but couldn't figure out what Li Chen might have said about him. What did he say? Li Chen looked up at him. He said you have a sense of justice and he can trust you to do things. But now it seems he must have mistaken you. When you write, your sense of justice is nowhere to be found. Otherwise, you wouldn't have written that article that angered Deng Yi. Zhou Chang pressed his temple with his hand, scoffed coldly. What do you know? I was forced into this. Otherwise, our Forces magazine won't be able to continue. I can't just watch the company go down like this. Besides, making some mistakes in writing articles sometimes is normal. With that said, he looked down at Li Chen. Speaking of which, I was just about to tell you, be careful when writing articles, don't cause any trouble that would make our company liable. The elevator door opened, and Li Chen walked out first. You better watch out for yourself, don't let me be fine here while you get into trouble first. Zhou Chang, who had intended to see him off outside, stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. Watching Li Chen leave the company, Zhou Chang muttered to himself, me in trouble? There's no way I could get into trouble. Since that day, Li Chen officially started contributing to the Forces magazine. However, because he wrote about issues that spoke up for the people or commented on certain social matters, Li Chen also paid attention to some news. Coincidentally, Yang Jianting was also at home during these days, and the two of them often discussed news, even during meals. Su Lin brought out the final dish and couldn't help but laugh upon hearing them talk about news again. Alright, you two really are like father and son, one in his 30s and the other in his teens, always discussing news. I almost thought you were both old men, so concerned about the news. Let's eat, stop talking. Yang Jianting clicked his tongue, pointed at her, then turned to Li Chen and said, your mother has a woman's perspective. We are talking about news, but it's also about the current situation. As someone in the business world, how can I not understand the current situation? He made a valid point, and Su Lin nodded with a smile. Alright, you're right, but it's time to eat now. After eating, you can talk about whatever you want. But Chen Gang will have to start getting up early from tomorrow, and school starts in a week, so you need to adapt to the early morning routine in advance. As soon as Yang Jianting heard this, he furrowed his brows. But before he could say anything, Su Lin gave him a stern look, signaling him to be quiet. Li Chen didn't mind, as getting up early was fine with him, even if it meant exercising his body. His current physical condition was a bit subpar, so regular exercise would be beneficial in the long run. I got it. I'll start getting up at 6 tomorrow morning. As soon as he said that, Yang Jianting's phone rang. He glanced at the phone, picked it up and answered, calling this late, is something wrong? The person on the other end said something, and Yang Jianting's expression gradually turned grim. It seemed like something bad had happened. Su Lin became nervous seeing this, but she didn't dare ask at that moment. They stole our deal, and now they have the nerve to visit our boss. I bet they want to find out about our next moves while visiting. Yang Jianting snorted disdainfully. Those little rascals. Stealing an order from us once is bad enough. This time we can't let them scheme against us again. Everyone should go early tomorrow and secure all important documents. The person on the other end said a few more things. Yang Jianting responded briefly, then hung up the phone. That small company that stole your company's order is coming to visit your boss? Su Lin asked in confusion. Yang Jianting grunted, I don't know what they're thinking, showing their faces to visit. If it weren't for that little Lu under my command accidentally overhearing it, I wouldn't have known they were coming tomorrow. Normally, in this situation, our boss should have informed us in advance. But they kept it tightly under wraps, and if it weren't for Lu telling him about it, he wouldn't have known. Could it be that the boss was afraid they couldn't control their temper, so he decided to handle this quietly? Li Chen said in a deep voice, since your boss didn't inform you in advance, it's probably because he didn't want you to know. I don't think it's necessary to deliberately hide those important documents. Let your subordinates handle it as they see fit, so that in case something goes wrong, it will be your and Xiao Lu's responsibility. With these words, both Su Lin and Yang Jianting looked at him simultaneously. Yang Jianting didn't understand his meaning and hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Why would it be our responsibility, mine and Xiao Lu's? Li Chen was not very clear about Yang Jianting's company's specific situation. But for such a big matter, if the company boss didn't mention it, it was likely not forgotten. It was probably intentional. As for why, after a moment of contemplation, Li Chen said, your boss may have his own plans. Not mentioning it means the timing isn't right, and everything proceeding as usual is the best way to handle it. Even if he forgot to inform you, the fault lies with him, not with you. But if he did it intentionally, I think it's best for you to remain calm. Thinking back to what Yang Jianting had said before, especially about the small company having a big supporter behind it, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. In this situation, their boss might be trying to avoid them. Li Chen said slowly, "If you happen to meet those people tomorrow, it's best to greet them with a smile. Regardless of the reason, if the orders have already been taken, it's better to be generous and not dwell on the past. And since they have a big supporter, I believe your boss also wants to maintain peaceful relations. No boss dares to easily offend a powerful figure, and Yang Jianting's company boss is likely no exception. Perhaps behind the small company Yang Jianting mentioned, there really is a big supporter they can't afford to offend." With Li Chen's reminder, Yang Jianting hurriedly called Xiao Lu, instructing him to act as if he didn't know about the situation. After arranging everything, he still felt uneasy. "Are you sure nothing will go wrong with this approach?" Yang Jianting asked uncertainly. Li Chen shook his head gently. "I'm not sure, but this is the most prudent way." Hearing this, Yang Jianting stopped asking further questions, and the family continued their meal. After dinner and getting ready, Su Lin and Yang Jianting returned to their room. "Darling, have you noticed that Chen Gang has been acting a bit strange lately? I feel like he doesn't seem like our son anymore." Yang Jianting lowered his voice. Although Su Lin also had this feeling, she knew that no two people in the world look exactly alike. Even twins have some differences, but the current Chen Gang looks exactly the same as before. Even if there are significant changes, he is still their son. "Why are you thinking such nonsense? Chen Gang is just showing improvement in his studies, so there might be some changes in his daily life." Su Lin brought in the clothes from the balcony, sat on the edge of the bed, and neatly folded them one by one. Before, Chen Gang wasn't doing well academically because he hadn't improved, so he seemed a bit dull. But now it's different. Look at his good grades. I even think he might become the top scorer in our province in the future. With such good grades and some changes in his daily life, it's normal. Yang Jianting sighed in relief, picked up the clothes, and started folding them. "Maybe I'm overthinking it. Just a summer vacation brought about such drastic changes, which was indeed a bit hard to accept. It felt like he had become a different person. Or, should we take our son to the hospital for a checkup?" Yang Jianting tentatively asked. Su Lin's face darkened. "What do you mean? Do you really doubt that he's our son? I think it's unnecessary to check his health. A paternity test would be more convenient, that way, we can know for sure if he's our son." After saying this, she placed the neatly folded clothes in the wardrobe. "You're really overthinking it. Can't you recognize your own son?" Su Lin raised her hand and turned off the light. "Alright, you can take your time to dream, I need to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow to cook for our son." Yang Jianting had no choice but to stop overthinking and just consider it as his own imagination running wild. The next morning at 6 o'clock, everyone in the house except Yang Shiner was still resting. Su Lin was busy preparing breakfast, while Yang Jianting tidied up a bit, had a simple breakfast, and then headed to the company. Li Chen got up, went for a run in the nearby park, did some exercises, and then started eating. "You should exercise a bit, the pressure of studying in junior high is high. Only with a healthy body can you ensure not to miss a class. Mom doesn't want you to fall behind in your studies, which will affect your future learning." Su Lin served the meal she had prepared in front of him. "Let's go through this week like this: exercise in the morning, do some exercises, then eat after writing a paper. After eating, go to the piano class." The schedule was packed. Li Chen nodded with a smile. "I got it." After eating, Li Chen, as usual, carried his school bag and went to Lin Hui's house. These days, although Lin Hui still refused to admit that he was Li Chen, her attitude had clearly improved. Li Chen also understood that she probably had accepted the situation in her heart, but it would take time. However, compared to Lin Hui's attitude, Li Chen was very concerned about the piano practice of his two daughters recently. The next week was when the girl group officially started their auditions, and that day happened to be his first day of school. He couldn't go to see his two daughters perform live, so he could only do his best to supervise them. Yun Yun has made great progress recently, faster than before, which is exactly the rhythm needed for this piece. When it's time for the auditions, you can play this piece. As he spoke, he demonstrated. Pay attention to the second section, it has a very lively rhythm, so when playing the piano, you need to press down quickly and lift up quickly to achieve the best effect. Li Yun nodded. "I got it." After speaking to Li Yun, Li Chen turned to look at Li Chen. Perhaps because of the dance class, Li Chen had recently clashed with Xia Tingxue in dance. There was almost no progress in piano playing. Li Chen was also very worried. This daughter was impatient and had her own opinions, making it difficult for her to get along peacefully with Xia Tingxue. But with the competition approaching and no progress in piano playing, Li Chen was anxious for her. After all, the auditions focused on singing, dancing, and individual talents. He wasn't worried about their singing, as he knew how good his two daughters were at it, with exceptional voices. Dancing was also being learned now, so there was no need to worry about that. It was only Li Qian's piano playing. Li Qian remained silent for a while, staring straight at her, before finally saying, "You need to put more effort into piano playing, don't rush. You're playing the piano, not rushing to the cafeteria after school. Every time I teach you to play the piano, I feel like you're in a hurry. Can you slow down a bit?" Li Qian pursed her lips tightly, her face turning cold. Although her hands were on the piano keys, she hesitated to press them. "Maybe I'm just not cut out for playing the piano. If it doesn't work out, let's just forget it." Li Qian withdrew her hands. Li Qian frowned. "Forget it? How can you give up halfway? Yun has almost finished practicing now. Even if I'm not here, you can ask her for help. Why give up so easily?" His voice unintentionally raised, drawing Lin Hui's attention as she sneaked to the doorway of the east room to eavesdrop. After teaching the two of them for so long, it was the first time Li Qian had lost his temper with them. Even Lin Hui was taken aback. "When I'm not around, have you two sisters practiced at all?" Li Qian suddenly asked. Li Yun glanced at Li Qian sneakily, not daring to speak. Li Qian tightly pursed her lips and turned to look at the wall beside her. Yun has practiced, but I haven't." Li Qian glanced at Lin Hui by the door, as if seeking confirmation. Lin Hui nodded in agreement with Li Qian's words. "Why don't you practice?" Li Qian's expression turned cold. "Do you think playing the piano is easy? Or do you think you don't need to practice and can still play well?" Li Qian remained silent, just lowering her head quietly. Lin Hui stepped into the room, gently tugging at Li Qian's sleeve. "Shanqian has practiced dancing at home. Maybe she didn't have enough time, so she didn't practice the piano." After all, she was her own daughter, and Lin Hui couldn't bear to hear others speak ill of Li Qian. Li Qian sneered at this. "Practice dancing at home? It seems like she spent quite some time on that, leaving no time for piano practice. Are you trying to outshine Xia Tingxue in dancing?" The atmosphere in the room became quiet. Even Li Yun and Lin Hui dared not say anything. Li Qian bit her lip lightly, indignantly saying, "Yes, I want to outshine her in dancing, but what's wrong with that? Do I have to tolerate her always overshadowing me in everything?" She glared at Li Qian in anger, then stood up and went straight back to her room. Bang! The sound of the door slamming resonated, making ears ache. Li Yun glanced at Lin Hui, then decided to go back to the room to comfort Li Qian. Leaving Li Qian and Lin Hui in the room, Li Qian clenched his fists. He naturally cared for Li Qian, but her character was just too stubborn. If she had some real talent, it would be fine, but she played the piano poorly, and her dancing was only on par with Li Yun. He couldn't see where Li Qian's efforts were. Picking up his bag, Li Qian headed towards the door. "Today's lesson ends here." Lin Hui hurried to catch up. "Shanqian has a bad temper. Don't argue with her, I will educate her well." "I won't argue with her." Li Qian stopped and turned back, but with her current piano skills, she might not even pass the audition. As a father, he didn't even mind his daughter yelling at him, even if she was rebellious. He could even accept his daughter having no dreams and just wanting to be a layabout. But he couldn't accept having dreams but lacking the skills to achieve them. Li Qian took a deep breath and said softly, "It's my bad attitude, but in this situation, I need to calm down and think about how to make her stop competing with Xia Tingxue." With that, he turned and left Lin Hui's house. Lin Hui watched his back with a sense of helplessness. Among her two daughters, she found Li Qian the most difficult to handle, while Li Yun was much easier to deal with. She had hardly worried about her. Even in love, she had found someone reliable, so there was nothing to worry about. But Li Qian's situation left her at a loss. She didn't know if Yang Chenggang could come up with a solution. During the piano class, Li Qian's mind was filled with thoughts of Li Qian, but he couldn't find a better solution. Until noon, Li Qian deliberately contacted Xia Tingxue, then took a taxi to Lin Hui's house. Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and Lin Hui hurried to open the door. Expecting it to be Lin Yu, she was surprised to see Li Qian instead. "Why are you here?" Lin Hui stepped aside to let him in. "Come in, we're just having lunch, join us." Li Qian approached and stood beside Li Qian. "I'm here for you, come with me to the aquarium." Li Qian lowered her head, poking at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, muttering softly, "I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself. I want you to see the real Xia Tingxue." Li Qian stated his intention directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Hui and the others were all stunned. Li Yun looked at Li Qian with curiosity. "What do you mean? Can Xia Tingxue still tear off another layer of skin? Is there really a genuine Xia Tingxue?" Li Qian also felt puzzled, not understanding why Li Qian said that. But looking at the puzzled expressions of the three, Li Qian responded with a question. "Why do you think Xia Tingxue is deliberately trying to outdo you?" Naturally, this question was directed at Li Qian. Li Qian snorted, "Whatever I study, she studies, whatever I buy, she buys. Everything has to be the same as mine. The key is, she always does slightly better than me, just a bit. When I ranked 20th in the class, she ranked 19th. I used to sing at school, and she deliberately learned to sing too, even taking my spot to sing at the school opening ceremony in our senior year. Thinking about the current situation, Li Qian clenched her fists in anger. She learned to play the violin, and she plays the piano better than me. She's also better at dancing. How can I stand it? She said so much, but Li Qian only picked up on one specific thing. The singing spot at the school opening ceremony in senior year. She replaced you. Is it enough for you to hold a grudge against her until now just because of this one thing? Li Qian's lips twitched twice. It's not just these two things. There are other things. What things? Be specific. Li Qian remained very calm. He had already realized that some people's actions were just their own assumptions of being oppressed. Sure enough, when asked about specific things, Li Qian couldn't think of anything else despite racking her brain. In the end, she resorted to unreasonable arguments. She buys whatever I buy, doesn't that count as specific? And in terms of grades, I ranked 20th, she ranked 19th, isn't that specific? And the violin. Li Qian guessed what she wanted to say and intentionally reminded her, as far as I know, she learned the violin first, and you only started learning the piano later. That can't be considered her outdoing you, right? Li Qian was speechless, put down her chopsticks in frustration, crossed her arms, and said, anyway, I won't get along with her. If you're so eager to defend her, you don't need to come and teach us in the future. We don't need you to be so accommodating. After saying that, she stood up and headed back to her room. Watching Li Qian's back, Li Qian said softly, Xia Tingxue hardly had a good night's sleep throughout the entire summer vacation. She would get up before dawn to work at the breakfast shop, then do part-time work near the aquarium until noon, attend dance classes in the afternoon, and wash dishes at a restaurant in the evening. Have you ever tried standing by the roadside in a furry mascot costume in the summer, handing out flyers to people? Even getting scolded? His tone was steady, without any fluctuations. But the more he spoke like this, the more surprised Lin Hui and the others became. Li Qian also unconsciously stopped in her tracks, looking at Li Qian in confusion. Are you joking? How could she be like that? You don't know, she's very arrogant at school, always looking down on others. Li Qian wasn't sure how Xia Tingxue was at school, but he knew that if he were Xia Tingxue, he might also look down on others. After all, it's hard not to feel inferior in such a situation, and the more inferior one feels, the more they try to disguise it with arrogance. He chuckled softly, but I saw her working part-time by the roadside, wearing a mascot costume. Even taking a minute's break would earn her a few harsh words from the boss. Wearing the mascot costume for 4 hours, handing out flyers non-stop, she could earn 100 yuan. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see for yourself. She must be working part-time near the aquarium in the mascot costume right now. He had already contacted Xia Tingxue at noon and told her that he wanted to share these things with Li Qian. As compensation, Li Qian was also willing to give her a raise. However, Xia Tingxue refused. After seeing the message, she just replied to him, if it can prevent Li Qian from being delayed in the audition because of me, it's okay for her to know. Half an hour later, Lin Hui drove with 3 others to the aquarium. After getting off the car, Li Qian took the 3 to the entrance of the aquarium, watching Xia Tingxue in a mascot costume handing out flyers not far away. But the few of them tacitly did not take a step forward. Li Qian asked uncertainly, is that really Xia Tingxue? If you don't believe it, you can go say hello to her, Li Qian said softly. What could she say when she went to say hello? Li Qian really didn't know what to say to the current Xia Tingxue. She just felt extremely awkward. Why is she doing this? For money? Li Yun looked at Li Qian innocently, or for some other reason? Li Qian pursed his lips tightly, adjusting the strap of his backpack. It's for money. He turned to Li Qian beside him. The Xia Tingxue you see, she can only rely on herself for everything. All the clothes she wears are bought with her own money, including her bag and phone. The money for dance classes, she earned it herself, as well as her university tuition, daily living expenses, all of it. Lin Hui couldn't bear to listen anymore and asked anxiously, if she needs money so much, how about I give her some? Can it work? On such a hot day, everyone would have the air conditioning on at home. But Xia Tingxue had to wear a mascot costume. If she got heatstroke, it could be fatal. Li Qian shook his head. She doesn't want others to give her money, not even as a loan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of giving Xia Tingxue a job. But he really needed someone to help keep an eye on her. With Xia Tingxue's help, she had sold more than a dozen music scores these days. At least Xia Tingxue's salary had already been earned back. You always have such strong animosity towards her, but she has never seen you as a rival. After all, she doesn't have the energy to see others as rivals. For her, making money to survive is the most important thing. Li Chen finished speaking and turned to Li Chen. As for what you said about grades, do you really think she deliberately scored just 1 point higher than you? If she did it on purpose, she wouldn't be at Qingli University now. If she had that level, she should be at Qinbei University. People who can score full marks are strong, but those who can truly control how many marks they score are even stronger. Moreover, even if Xia Tingxue had that ability, she didn't know how many marks Li Chen could score. How could she just happen to be one rank above her? It's purely coincidental. But Li Chen misunderstood and thought Xia Tingxue did it on purpose. Li Chen sighed helplessly. Think about what you should do in the future. After speaking, he walked towards Xia Tingxue. He deliberately bought 2 drinks from the store and handed one to Xia Tingxue. Xia Tingxue took off her headgear, her face as red as a pig's liver. She took the drink handed to her by Li Chen and drank it heartily. I'm burning up, this weather is really deadly hot. Xia Tingxue took off her gloves and wiped her forehead with her hand. It was all sweat. Li Chen sighed softly. Can you quit this job too? I can give you a raise every month. He couldn't bear to see this girl risking her life like this. She was even more determined than he was when he was young. Xia Tingxue shook her head. No. I'm already content with the job you've given me now, and I feel like I'm already enjoying life. Having food, shelter, and being able to earn money, it's like living a heavenly life. So I can't quit this part-time job, in case when school starts again, if I can't endure hardship, I'm afraid I won't even be able to earn my living expenses. She made a reasonable argument, and Li Chen couldn't refute it. After all, it was uncertain whether her current job could be brought to the university. Everything was still unknown, so developing the habit of enduring hardships could be considered leaving oneself a way out. By the way, didn't you say you were going to bring Li Chen with you? Where is she? Xia Tingxue looked around, but she didn't see the 3 figures. Li Chen also turned to look and faintly saw the 3 figures hiding behind the glass of the aquarium. Although there were stickers blocking the view, it was still clear that it was those 3 people. They probably felt the situation was a bit awkward. Li Chen withdrew his gaze and said lightly, they feel a bit embarrassed to come out and meet you. Xia Tingxue pursed her lips. I don't see anything to be embarrassed about. Why are they still hesitating? She glanced back at the shops behind her. Alright, I won't chat with you anymore, I have to work. So I won't get scolded by the boss when he comes out later. She placed the drink on the bench, put on her hat, and continued handing out flyers. Li Chen took his own drink and went to the entrance of the aquarium. You've all seen her, if you don't plan to say hello, then go back. Lin Huixin looked at Xia Tingxue with pity. I knew the first time I saw this girl that she was polite and sensible. How could she be the kind of arrogant girl who likes to dominate others in everything? She glared at Li Chen. Why do you always like to overthink things? Li Chen didn't know what to say, she just felt a mix of emotions. With her hands clasped together and head lowered, she looked like she had made a mistake. Why is she so short of money? I clearly see her dressing decently most of the time. Li Yun was puzzled. Li Chen shrugged, her family favors boys over girls. Even if she stays in Qingqing for 10 days, half a month, or even the whole summer, her family won't contact her. Whether she lives or dies, it doesn't matter to her family. Upon hearing this, Li Chen widened her eyes. Oh my! How can there be such people? Li Chen sighed softly. There are quite a few people like that. You'll see more in the future. Having been an editor for so many years, he had seen all kinds of people. There were plenty of people without any bottom line, even more so than Xia Tingxue's family. It's just that Li Chen was young and had never heard of such a thing, which made her find it strange. Alright, hurry back, it's scorching hot, don't stay out in the sun. Li Chen urged the others to get in the car, then turned back to look at Xia Tingxue. Seeing Xia Tingxue waving at him, Li Chen waved back. The little girl's efforts were truly heartwarming. After everyone got in the car, Li Chen muttered softly, so I used to think she was always trying to outdo me. Was it just my misconception? Did I overthink it? This situation made her even more speechless. For so many years, she had disliked Xia Tingxue so much, only to realize it was all because of her own overthinking. It was truly ridiculous. Lin Huixin snorted, don't overthink things in the future, focus on working hard. If you don't understand something, ask for advice, look at how hard others work. That afternoon, the atmosphere in the dance class was particularly harmonious. Li Chen no longer opposed Xia Tingxue at every turn, but instead occasionally stole glances at her. However, Xia Tingxue didn't say much, and everyone tacitly avoided mentioning what happened at noon, but only those unaware found it strange. They didn't understand the relationship between these two. How did it suddenly improve? It wasn't until the end of the dance class that Li Chen took the initiative to find Xia Tingxue. Can we talk? Li Chen asked somewhat hesitantly. Xia Tingxue smiled and nodded, sure. The two went to the balcony on the second floor. On the quiet balcony, only the sounds of car horns and various vendors could be heard outside. As the gentle breeze blew by, the two of them couldn't help but smile at each other. At noon, you must have seen us, right? Li Qian spoke first. Xiao Tingxue nodded. I saw you, so thank you for not coming up to greet me. Now you don't have to feel sorry for me. I don't want others to pity me, I just want to live normally. She said these words directly, leaving Li Qian unsure of how to respond. She faintly felt that she still seemed the same as before, like a proud peacock. But there seemed to be some changes too. Li Qian took a while before asking, since you didn't want us to come up and greet you, why did you agree to let Yang Chenggang bring us to see you? Is there a reason you couldn't refuse? Xiao Tingxue took a deep breath, looking at Yang Chenggang and the others downstairs. There's no reason I couldn't refuse, I just feel that despite his young age, he seems more mature than all of us. And he handles things very gracefully, he's probably the most understanding person I know. She suddenly remembered the message Yang Chenggang sent her. Actually, he also thinks it's not right to do this, but for you, he had to. Li Qian looked at her puzzled. For me? Was it just to clear up her misunderstanding about Xiao Tingxue? Xiao Tingxue turned her head and after a while said, he said he didn't want you to be trapped in a circle where you're like a hedgehog, protecting yourself well, but also full of hostility towards everyone, even getting defensive. After speaking, she took out her phone, found the message, and handed it to Li Qian to read. Li Qian was momentarily stunned when she read it. She thought Yang Chenggang would be very disappointed in her after the events of the morning. She didn't expect him to want to help her clear up the misunderstanding about Xiao Tingxue, but his intention was for her own good. Unconsciously, tears welled up in Li Qian's eyes. For the first time, she felt like someone truly understood her. Since she was young, she knew she didn't have a father, often protecting herself well, like a hedgehog. Protecting herself also meant protecting Li Yun. But she had never told anyone about this, not even Li Yun probably knew. Now, a teenager had seen through her. Li Qian's eyes reddened, and she chuckled softly, he's really smart. Handing the phone back to Xiao Tingxue, Li Qian wiped her eyes. Alright, I won't be at odds with you everywhere from now on. But if you want us to get along well, it might be a bit difficult. At least we need some time to adapt to each other. Xiao Tingxue nodded with a smile, I feel the same way. The two locked eyes and laughed together. All past misunderstandings dissipated, and everything started anew. Li Qian saw the smiles of the two downstairs and decided not to linger any longer. He hailed a cab and went straight home. Coincidentally, he met Yang Jianting who had just returned from work downstairs. Son, you were right about today's events. Our boss indeed intended to meet with the other party alone. Yang Jianting put his hand on Li Qian's shoulder, finally relieved. Today, I followed your advice, acted as usual, and even graciously greeted them. When I finished work, the boss called me to the office and praised me. Although he didn't understand why the boss did this, there must be a reason. But no matter what, he could still hold on to his position now, which was fortunate. Do you know who is behind that small company? Li Qian asked. Yang Jianting thought for a moment and said, I knew before that their backer was Sheng Entertainment Company, but now I heard their company seems to be backed by another foreign company. I'm not sure which specific backer it is, but the foreign company seems to have some influence. They are said to be quite powerful. The two of them had unknowingly arrived at the doorstep. Yang Jianting took out the key and opened the door, and they entered together. Su Lin heard the commotion and peeked out, saying, Oh, why are you both back together today? Just happened to meet at the entrance of the community. Yang Jianting smiled. Hearing this, Su Lin didn't ask further and went back to the kitchen to continue her busyness. Li Qian whispered, Do you think there's a high chance of our company being acquired by the other company? This question caught Yang Jianting off guard. No way. Do you think our boss is considering being acquired? Yang Jianting widened his eyes in surprise. If they were acquired, he might not be able to keep his job. After all, the first thing most companies do after an acquisition is layoffs. We've been working in this company for so many years. If we were acquired, our boss wouldn't accept it. Li Qian smiled faintly and said, As long as they offer enough money, what's there to not accept? He went back to his room and put down his backpack, leaving Yang Jianting standing there dumbfounded. He felt that his son's words were too incisive. So, are you saying that our company might really be acquired? Is it true? Li Qian came out of the room. If you can figure out why our boss wants to meet them alone, maybe it's not about acquisition. The problem was, Yang Jianting couldn't think of any other reason. After much thought, it seemed like this was the only reason that would lead the boss to want to meet them alone. In that case, I really need to think about what to do next. Yang Jianting rubbed his forehead. He had worked hard to reach this position and had many people under him. He couldn't just be laid off like that. Besides, it would be difficult to find a job again in middle age. It was better to try to keep his current position. Su Lin faintly heard some of the conversation from the kitchen and peeked at the two of them. You two, if I didn't know any better, I'd think you were colleagues, talking about work as soon as you come back. She placed the freshly cooked dishes on the table one by one, intentionally glancing at Li Chen. Your dad is one thing, he's working, but you're still a student, what do you know about work? Yang Jianting hurriedly retorted, no. I think Xing'an's analysis is right. If he hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have thought of this situation. I need to think about what to do. If we're really acquired, and I get laid off, what will happen to our family? The more he thought about it, the more serious it seemed. Especially the situation after being laid off was even more daunting. Xing'an's analysis is right, I need to think about what to do. With that, he went back to his room, put down his briefcase, and washed his face. Seeing this, Su Lin couldn't help but worry. Could it really be an acquisition? The family mainly relied on Yang Jianting's income, and if his job was in jeopardy, the consequences were clear. Finding a new job would definitely not be as good as the current one. It's not impossible. Big companies acquiring small ones is quite common. Li Chen turned to look at Yang Jianting, who had just come out of the bathroom. But as long as you haven't made any major mistakes and have some skills, most likely you'll keep your job. Of course, the premise was that Yang Jianting hadn't offended the other company. A moment of impulse could be forgiven, but a subsequent meeting should be greeted with a smile. That's what shows magnanimity. Yang Jianting breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, I've sorted things out in my mind. You take Shinner to wash up and eat. Upon hearing this, Li Chen took Shinner to the bathroom. Yang Jianting sat down at the dining table and said solemnly, today, it's fortunate that Chen Gang reminded me. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. You don't know, our boss praised me today because of my performance. He sincerely exclaimed, thank goodness for Qing'an's reminder. After Su Lin had set the table, she sat down, looking worriedly at Yang Jianting. If the company gets acquired, what are the chances of you being laid off? She intentionally lowered her voice, not wanting the children to hear. Yang Jianting shook his head, it's hard to say. Let's see how things unfold next. Maybe we are overthinking it. At least privately, he didn't want the company to be acquired. But this matter was not solely up to him. Alright, don't worry about it. I have a plan in mind. After Li Chen and Yang Shinner took their seats, they all started eating together without discussing work anymore. After dinner, Li Chen freshened up and went back to his room to research Xingyu Company. Regardless of whether Xingyu Company was planning to acquire the company where Yang Jianting worked, a company involved in various fields was worth his careful study. To his surprise, Xingyu Company was involved in a wide range of sectors, primarily in entertainment, film, and artist management. However, they had also acquired companies in other fields, including skincare, real estate, and even food factories. Li Chen carefully examined and discovered that all the companies they acquired experienced price hikes. At the very least, the prices doubled. This is clearly profiteering. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. He feared that if the company where Yang Jianting worked was acquired by them, the current products would only get a new label, be heavily promoted, and the prices increased again. Asterisk knock. Knock. Asterisk a knock on the door was followed by Su Lin's voice, Chen Gang, rest early, we have to wake up early tomorrow. Li Chen calmly replied, I know, I'll sleep soon. As he heard the footsteps leaving the door, Li Chen sent a message to Lin Yu. But before the message was sent, Lin Yu called, and Li Chen had to answer. Brother-in-law, why did you ask me to buy skincare products? Do you think I need to take care of my skin now? I'm a man. Does it really matter if I take care of my skin? Lin Yu was very puzzled, while Li Chen was speechless. I asked you to buy, so just buy, don't ask so many questions. Also, don't open or use them, keep them for me to use later. Remember to check the expiration date, don't buy ones that are close to expiring. This guy even thought it was for his skincare, but Li Chen just wanted to keep evidence. It might come in handy for writing an article in the future. However, he was more unwilling to see such profiteers doing as they pleased. Lin Yu responded, okay, I got it. I'll buy them tomorrow. Considering they were at home, Li Chen didn't say much and reminded him, if you have nothing on, go watch Chan Chan and Yun Yun participate in the audition. I have classes starting that day, so I can't go. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu said, no problem. They didn't chat much more and hung up. However, Li Chen couldn't sleep, tossing and turning, feeling that Xingyu Company might not be as simple as it seemed. If the surface findings were already problematic, who knew what was happening behind the scenes? Since that day, Yang Jianting hadn't gone on any business trips for several days, instead diligently working in the office. He arrived on time every day, never daring to be late. Li Chen even reverted to his school days routine, and Su Lin was busy alongside him. The only silver lining was that Li Chen had also started putting effort into piano practice. Despite the short time, there was noticeable progress. Li Chen went to teach them piano every day until one Sunday morning after the lesson ended. Li Chen said sternly, "Tomorrow you will have the audition, and I will also be starting school, so I won't be able to make it. But remember, no matter what mistakes happen, don't panic. The more flustered you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. Facing all errors calmly makes it less likely for accidents to happen." This was his years of experience speaking. Making a mistake is not scary. What's scary is panicking after making a mistake. Li Qian was usually carefree, with an appearance of fearlessness. But now, she was starting to feel nervous. "Do you think I can really play the piano well? Am I playing too fast?" Li Qian clasped her hands together, feeling sweat in her palms. "Should I play it again for you to listen?" Li Chen could see her nervousness and reassured her softly, "You've played very well already, there's no need to play it again for me. But remember, even if something goes wrong, act as if nothing went wrong, just play as you normally would." Compared to Li Qian's nervousness, Li Yun seemed very calm. She appeared unperturbed, with a smile on her face. "It's okay, just like Yang Chenggang said, let's play well. Try not to make mistakes, but if you do, it's not a big deal. Just pretend you didn't notice and continue playing as usual." She reached out and held Li Chen's hand. "Don't worry, I'm here for you." Li Yun, who was usually timid but now showing a softer side, saying these words, greatly comforted Li Chen. At least Li Yun was quite similar to him. Li Chen suddenly remembered someone. "By the way, is Zhao Feng coming tomorrow?" Li Yun nodded with a smile. "Of course, he will come. He can't miss such an occasion. But he might not come early, he has been busy with work recently, coincidentally going on a business trip. Fortunately, he will be back tomorrow, but he needs to separate from the others to return earlier." Speaking of Zhao Feng, Li Yun's face was filled with a happy smile, as if she had fallen in love. Li Chen asked in confusion, "Isn't he in the same university as you guys? Why is he busy with work now?" "He found a part-time job during the summer, which can be considered an internship related to his major, so he can keep up with the seniors and learn something," Li Yun explained slowly. "So, Zhao Feng is quite ambitious." Li Chen couldn't help but have a different view of him. No wonder Lin Hui always said that Li Yun's matters mostly didn't need her to worry. It seemed true now, and Li Yun seemed easier to bully than Li Chen, but she seemed to know what choices to make. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. "As long as you know what you're doing, don't let him bully you." "I won't." Li Yun raised an eyebrow, looking pleased. "It's already good enough if I don't bully others." Lin Hui stood at the door of the east room, watching the three inside, and softly said, "All right, continue practicing." She gave a meaningful look to Li Chen. Li Chen stepped out, intentionally closing the door of the east room. "What's wrong?" he asked. Lin Hui said as she walked, "You start school tomorrow, will you still come here to teach them piano in the future?" "I can come on weekends," Li Chen blurted out. Lin Hui stopped, took out a prepared envelope, and handed it to Li Chen. Li Chen's brows furrowed, knowing without opening it that there was money inside. "I already said at the beginning that I won't take money for teaching them piano, take it back." He couldn't bring himself to charge for teaching his daughter to play the piano. Lin Hui took his hand and directly placed the envelope in his hand. "Who said it's for you? Open it and see." Lin Hui crossed her arms, looking at him. Curious now, Li Chen opened the envelope and took out what was inside, freezing in surprise. It was printed photos. They were the same size as the envelope, just not as wide. All were childhood photos of his two daughters, documenting their growth step by step until now. "Wife, you finally believe that I am Li Chen." Li Chen excitedly opened his arms to hug her. "Hug me first." Lin Hui pushed him away. "Go away. Who believes you are my husband?" Despite her words, she had a smile on her face. Obviously, she wasn't angry. Li Chen looked at the photo in his hand, his hands trembling. "It's okay if you don't believe, I know I am Li Chen anyway." Holding the photo like a treasure, he finally made up for the regret of missing his two daughters' growth. It must be said that this gift touched him deeply. Li Chen felt his eyes welling up, saying, "Thank you so much for raising them to this point." Lin Hui looked at the boy in front of her, feeling a mix of emotions. Although she now believed that the boy in front of her was Li Chen, she couldn't accept too much contact with him. After all, the age gap made it hard for her to accept. Instead of admitting that he was her husband, she decided to acknowledge it in her heart and maybe just have a casual relationship with him in the future. But hearing Li Chen's words still warmed her heart. "They are my daughters, it's my duty to raise them." Lin Hui looked at the photos in his hands. "But you should think about where to keep these photos. At your age, collecting photos of girls can easily be misunderstood." Li Chen understood this and nodded slightly. "I will make sure to keep these photos safe." Keeping them at home was definitely not an option. It would be better to keep them in the rented house. But he didn't want Xia Tingxue to know about this. After leaving Lin Hui's house, Li Chen bought a safe box and put all the photos inside. Then he went to Bowen Education and took a taxi to Xiangyu Mansion after the classes. Upon reaching his residence, Li Chen unlocked the door with his key. As soon as he entered, he saw Xia Tingxue at the door, as if she was about to leave. She had light makeup on and a bag on her back. "Why did you suddenly come? Is there something?" Xia Tingxue asked curiously. Li Chen took out the safe box from his backpack. "I just wanted to leave this here and come back for it later." Xia Tingxue took the box from his hand. She thought it would be heavy, but it turned out to be light. "What's inside? It's so light, it can't be money, right?" If it was money, with its light weight, there probably wouldn't be many bills inside. It really wasn't worth keeping it here. Xia Tingxue turned and placed the box in a drawer near the computer. Li Chen didn't want her to know that the box contained photos of Li Chen and Li Yun. He had to lie. "It's a love letter from a girl I like." This explanation seemed the most reasonable. Otherwise, if he said it contained checks, he was worried it would cause problems due to its light weight. After all, it's better to be cautious. "Oh, a love letter from a girl you like?" Xia Tingxue suddenly became interested. "Doesn't that mean mutual affection? You're not going to date at your age, are you?" Li Chen didn't respond and instead turned and walked out. Xia Tingxue followed him and locked the door behind her. "I'm not dating, I just feel it's worth keeping, so I put it away. Even if we were to be together, it would have to wait until after college." He had to continue the lie he started. Xia Tingxue patted his shoulder. "All right, the young can be taught. By the way, I remember your school starts tomorrow, right?" Li Chen nodded. "Tomorrow you have the audition for the youth girl group, and I won't be able to come. But you should do your best and give it your all." The two entered the elevator together, and Xia Tingxue sighed. "I will do my best, but our school notified that classes will start in a little over half a month, so I don't know if we can finish the auditions by then." Xia Tingxue finished speaking and chuckled softly. "But you might get eliminated early." Li Chen looked up at her and said after a moment of thought, "No, you're very strong. If you were eliminated early, there might be a problem. However, the organizer of the youth girl group is Sheng Entertainment, so there might indeed be some issues." Thinking that 4C's magazine is their exclusive reporting media, Li Chen became more curious about how far this selection program would go. Just as he was thinking, the elevator doors opened, but it stopped between floors. Standing at the door was Wang Qintao. When Wang Qintao saw the two in the elevator, he intentionally glanced at Xia Tingxue. After entering the elevator, he spoke in a low voice. "What are you doing here?" There were only 3 people in the elevator, and Xia Tingxue lowered her eyes at his words, then glanced at Li Chen. Did they know each other? Li Chen casually said, "Visiting a friend." "A friend?" Wang Qintao found it unbelievable and turned to Xia Tingxue. "Her?" He carefully looked Xia Tingxue up and down, but she didn't look like someone their age. Moreover, she was wearing high heels, although not very high. It was impossible for her to be a middle school student. "Yes, she's my friend, already in college." Guessing what Wang Qintao was thinking, Li Chen said slowly. Xia Tingxue waved at Wang Qintao. "Hello, I'm Yang Qing'an's friend Xia Tingxue." However, Wang Qintao felt something was off. How can a middle school student have friends in college? At least he didn't. Li Chen sneered, "Just because you don't, doesn't mean others don't." In ancient times, there were intergenerational friendships. Now it's not uncommon for middle school students to be friends with college students. The elevator doors opened, and Li Chen walked out first. Xia Tingxue smiled at Wang Qintao and quickly followed, like a follower behind Li Chen. Wang Qintao looked puzzled. How can someone like Yang Chenggang have friends in college? It's really strange. Before he knew it, Li Chen and Xia Tingxue had already left the residential area. Li Chen said as they walked, "That person is my classmate. It's best to say less when you see him in the future. If the topic of the house comes up, don't say it's rented by me, say you found it through someone else." He wasn't too clear about Wang Qintao's personality. However, from their few interactions, it was evident that Wang Qintao was somewhat hostile towards him. As for why, he couldn't say. But regardless, they needed to be cautious about the house matter. Xia Tingxue nodded, "I understand." The two didn't go far after leaving the residential area before parting ways. Li Chen took a taxi back home. Since the auditions for the youth girl group were the next day, advertisements lined both sides of the road. Li Chen looked at the ads and felt unexpectedly nervous. He wondered how Li Qian and Li Yun would perform tomorrow. After returning home, Su Lin had already prepared dinner early. After the family finished eating, they urged Li Chen to go to bed early, fearing he might be late on the first day of school in the second year. Fortunately, Li Chen was aware and went to bed early, waking up before dawn the next day. His movements were noticeably quicker than during the holidays. At school, he went straight to check the class distribution list, and after Su Lin confirmed his position, she took Li Chen to the classroom. At the classroom door, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, was waiting. Seeing Yang Chenggang, Mr. Wang pursed his lips. Chenggang, this is the second year now, you need to study hard. You can't be the same as in the first year, at least you need to improve your grades. Otherwise, if you keep being last or second to last, the teacher will also worry. Su Lin chuckled and said, Mr. Wang, rest assured, Chenggan's grades will definitely not be last or second to last. His grades are good now, he could even come first without a problem. If I had done well in the final exam of the first year, maybe I could have gone to the advanced class by now. Hearing this, Teacher Wang nodded with a smile, but his eyes were full of disbelief. We all understand the parents' mentality, thinking that their own children are the best, but Chenggang didn't even rank third from the bottom in the first year. So, if he wants to get into the advanced class, it might be quite difficult. The smile on his face was hypocritical, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't think young Chenggang could enter the advanced class. It's not just difficult, it's impossible. Su Lin didn't think too much about it and smiled in agreement. That was last year, things will definitely be different this year. Maybe by the time we reach the third year, he'll be in the advanced class. With that, she patted Li Chen's shoulder. Alright, you go in first. Li Chen nodded slightly and entered the classroom. Hey! Yang Chenggang, over here. Wang Tao waved. Li Chen hesitated for a moment, about to find another seat, when suddenly Teacher Wang said, For now, sit in the same positions as you did at the end of the first year. We will have an exam later, and then we will rearrange the seating according to the results. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but look curiously towards the door. We're having an exam later? Although he knew there would be an exam within a month of starting school, it was usually more than 20 days after the start of the school year. Why an exam so soon this time? In the past, the seating arrangements were always based on the results of the final exam in the first year. Li Chen had been feeling off lately. Teacher Wang smiled. Yes, the principal received a report 3 days ago, saying that some students cheated in the final exam of the first year. What's more, some even got hold of the exam papers in advance. So, the first day of the second year is an exam day, also to test if everyone has really studied during the whole summer. Yang Chenggang looked puzzled, feeling guilty in his opinion. Could it be that Yang Chenggang didn't study during the summer? Su Lin straightened up immediately. How could that be? Our Chenggang at home studied diligently throughout the summer. At least 3 papers a day, sometimes up to 6, and also, before she could finish, Teacher Wang interrupted her. Whether he studied well during the summer, sometimes parents are unaware, so we need to verify through exams. If he really worked hard, there will definitely be an improvement in his grades. At this point, Su Lin didn't know what else to say, so she smiled and gestured to Li Chen, Go sit down and read for a while. Li Chen returned to his previous seat, next to Wang Tao. Wang Tao grinned, Don't be nervous, it's just an exam. Worst case scenario, I'll let you copy. Anyway, our levels are similar, at worst, we'll compete for the bottom spot together. Li Chen glanced at him and casually said, For this kind of exam, they should be taken separately. Besides, he didn't need to copy Wang Tao's paper. Wang Tao suddenly realized, You're right. But I wonder who submitted the report to the principal, must be someone with too much time on their hands. We're having an exam right after the school starts, I'm really not used to it. As he spoke, he saw Wang Qintao entering the classroom. He quickly nudged Li Chen's elbow. Hey, why is Wang Qintao in this class? Wasn't he supposed to go to the advanced class? Did he not go? If that's the case, our homeroom teacher will be very upset. Li Chen couldn't be bothered with him, took out the things from his bag one by one, and started reading the first year books. Wang Tao scoffed, You're trying to cram at the last minute, it's useless. You better rely on me, maybe my intelligence can help you get a decent grade. He just didn't know that Li Chen was studying, nor was it a last-minute attempt to seek help. It was simply to use the problem-solving approach for the exam, just don't go beyond what you've learned. Avoid using high school or college problem-solving methods for middle school questions. Even if Su Lin speaks up for him later, it won't make sense. Wang Tao saw that young Chenggang was silent all along and felt that saying more would be pointless, so he remained silent. After all the students had arrived, parents began to leave one after another. Teacher Wang stepped onto the platform. I have an announcement for everyone. 3 days ago, we received an anonymous report accusing our batch of first-year students of cheating during the final exam. Some even knew the content of the test paper in advance. Therefore, the principal has deliberately arranged for the new students and the third-year students to start school later, to free up the exam rooms for our batch of second-year students. Based on the results of this exam, we will reorganize the classes. Those with outstanding results will be placed in the advanced class, while the rest will remain in our class. The students in the class were discussing animatedly. Apart from curiosity about who sent the report, most were complaining about the exam. The most annoying thing for students is exams. They didn't expect to face one right at the beginning of the school year. Alright, stop talking. Teacher Wang tapped the table a few times. Now, everyone pack up your things and listen to me. Students with odd-numbered student IDs, go to class 37 for the exam, the rest stay here for the exam. Upon hearing this, all the students began to pack up and half of them left. The remaining students sat apart, with only the front and back seats relatively close. After Teacher Wang checked each student, 2 more teachers arrived shortly, one of them being the head teacher. For this exam, everyone must work independently. If caught cheating, the consequences will be severe. The head teacher scanned the room and brought a chair to sit at the back. Each exam room will have 3 invigilators. Those thinking of cheating should think twice, don't regret it after being caught. As he finished speaking, a bell suddenly rang outside. The principal's voice came through the loudspeaker. Attention, second-year students, we are now conducting a diagnostic test for the new school year. Regardless of the results, everyone must take this exam seriously. Even if you can only score a few points, do not cheat, or we will consider involving your parents. Now, invigilators, please count the papers, distribute them in 3 minutes after the bell rings. With that, the broadcast from the loudspeaker was turned off. Li Chen was not worried, as long as he followed his usual exam routine. However, when he looked up at Teacher Wang, he suddenly noticed that Wang Qintao, who was sitting diagonally in front of him, had sweat on his forehead. His legs under the table were uncontrollably trembling. It didn't seem like discomfort but rather nervousness. What was he nervous about? Was he afraid of not doing well in the exam? Li Chen was curious, but as the bell rang outside, his curiosity vanished. The invigilator handed out the papers, and another invigilator took a chair and sat behind. Coincidentally, next to Li Chen. Li Chen didn't mind, he glanced at the paper and started writing. Surprisingly, the first exam turned out to be math. But for Li Chen, the questions were easy. By the time others finished the multiple-choice questions, he had already completed the long-answer questions at the back. In less than half an hour, he asked, "Teacher, can I submit my paper early?" This sudden request made everyone in the exam room look at him. Teacher Wang frowned, knowing that early submission was allowed. However, Yang Chenggang was a student in their class, and he was very familiar with Yang Chenggang's performance. Wanting to submit early now clearly indicated that he hadn't written the paper properly. He must have only done the multiple-choice questions and didn't want to attempt the rest. But with the head teacher and another invigilator present, Teacher Wang couldn't say much, so he gritted his teeth and said, "You may." Li Chen got up and walked to the platform, handing the papers to Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang had intended to say a few words in the 1 or 2 seconds he had, but as soon as he saw the papers, he was stunned. It was filled to the brim, not a single blank question. His eyes widened in astonishment, he could hardly believe it. But just as he was amazed, Li Chen had already left the examination room and headed straight to the school's canteen. Only the canteen had a television, maybe he could watch his 2 daughters' competition live. Unexpectedly, when he entered, the TV was showing the auditions of a youth girl group. But it wasn't Li Qian and Li Yun. Li Chen bought some snacks and then settled down to watch in the canteen. The boss was an old man, curious as to why he wasn't taking the exam, asked, "Aren't you taking the exam? It's been 30 to 40 minutes since the exam started, don't you know?" "I know," Li Chen replied without taking his eyes off the TV. "I've already handed in my paper." "So fast?" The boss looked at him in surprise. Before he could say more, another student walked in. He wore thick glasses on the bridge of his nose. "You haven't handed in your paper already, have you?" the boss asked in surprise. At the mention, Li Chen also looked at the student who had just entered. The boy was slightly chubby but looked obedient. There were bandages on his fingers, probably from writing too much. The boy nodded, "I have." The questions were easy. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Chen sitting in the chair. He openly scrutinized Li Chen, as if trying to figure out who this student was. "Are you in the honors class?" Unable to recall, he couldn't help but ask. Li Chen shook his head, "No, just in the regular class." The boy nodded and left the canteen with a bottle of water. After that, several students came in to buy water. All of them had already handed in their papers, except for him, who was in the regular class. The rest were in the honors class. Li Chen didn't mind, he found the boss's inquiries rather amusing. When the time came, there was a 20-minute break before the next exam started. Li Chen still hadn't seen Li Qian and Li Yun's performance, but he couldn't skip the exam, so he reluctantly returned to the classroom during the 3-minute break. As soon as he entered, Wang Tao patted him on the shoulder. You did well, kid, daring to hand in your paper early. You're the only one in our exam room who did that. Even Wang Qintao didn't hand in early. You really made our group proud. Li Chen replied casually, whether our group can hold up is still uncertain. Based on this round of results, he should be able to move to the honors class. By then, he and Wang Tao's last and second to last combination would have to be separated. The second exam was Chinese, and Li Chen also handed in his paper early. Then he hurried to the canteen. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, he caught Xia Tingshue's performance. It was a singing and dancing performance, singing while dancing. Fortunately, she chose a lively rhythm. It was more suitable for singing while dancing. She did quite well. After the singing and dancing, she performed playing the violin, showing even more elegance. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xia Tingxue had a good chance of advancing to the next round. The TV broadcasted the comments of several judges, then handed out cards, indicating they had advanced to the next round. This girl sings decently, but dances well, and most importantly, plays the violin well, the boss commented softly. Li Chen didn't expect him to understand these things. Seeing his confusion, the boss chuckled and said, "My granddaughter watches these shows all day, and I watch along with her. After watching for a long time, I can pick up a thing or two. But it might be difficult for this girl to make it to the final. Those spots are already reserved for certain people. It's just a formality." Li Chen's eyes lit up. The boss really knows his stuff. He even knows about this. The boss sighed and took out a box of snacks from the cabinet, laying them out one by one. "You kids sometimes don't understand these things. We've seen a lot, so it's not surprising to us. In this situation, you need to bribe a bit to enter the semi-finals or finals, otherwise you'll be eliminated after one or two more rounds." Li Chen also knew there were some insider dealings involved. Especially this time, it was related to Shang Entertainment Company. But no matter what, he still wanted his two daughters to enter the upcoming matches in a dignified manner, rather than relying on last-minute entries for the next rounds. Even the semi-finals and finals were the same. Li Chen spent half an hour at the convenience store, just in time for the second exam, where it was Li Chen and Li Yun's turn to perform. The performance of twins was more captivating than solo performances. They danced in harmony, their singing voices moving. Even the boss couldn't help but take a few more glances. Unfortunately, when the students came out of the exam room, many of them came to the convenience store to buy things. The noisy voices disturbed their viewing of the match. Li Chen didn't even hear clearly if there were any issues when Li Chen and Li Yun were playing the piano. But to his surprise, the two of them played together. Face to face, two pianos. Just this alone was more captivating than the other contestants. In the end, they unsurprisingly advanced to the next round. Compared to the excitement of the two, Li Chen was only excited in his heart, remaining calm on the surface. "Are you mesmerized? Is it that good looking?" Wang Tao stood beside him with his arms crossed. "I've been standing by your side for so long, and you didn't even notice." Li Chen saw the result and felt relieved. He left the convenience store and headed to the cafeteria. "Today, my treat, eat whatever you want." Li Chen was in a good mood, naturally generous. Wang Tao hurriedly caught up, saying anxiously, "What's up with you today? Why do I feel like you're hiding something from me? You handed in both papers early. Aren't you afraid of performing poorly and getting your parents called in? I know your mom's temper. If she comes, she'll nag at you for half a month when she goes back." He kept talking, but Li Chen casually said, "It's impossible to perform poorly." As they entered the cafeteria, they saw Wang Qintao, who had just bought his meal and sat in a corner. Wang Tao nudged Li Chen's arm. "Why do I feel like Wang Qintao might not do well this time? His emotions seemed off in the last two exams. Do you think he might have cheated in the final exam of the first year?" Li Chen glanced at him speechlessly. "You can still have the mind to observe others' emotions during the exam. You really have too much free time." While others were busy writing their papers, this kid was observing others in the exam room. "All right, forget about him, let's order." Li Chen walked briskly towards the cafeteria counter, handing the meal card to Wang Tao. After he ordered, Li Chen went to pick up the food with the meal card. They found a quiet spot to sit down, but as soon as they sat down, it suddenly darkened around them. It was Teacher Wang. "Teacher Wang? What are you doing here?" Wang Tao was so startled he couldn't speak properly. Teacher Wang raised an eyebrow. "Even teachers need to eat. I came to the cafeteria to eat. Isn't that normal? It's you, not paying attention during the exam, even falling asleep. You really don't care about your grades." Wang Tao awkwardly smiled, but since he had just bought the food, it wasn't appropriate to say he was full now. He could only muster the courage to say, "I don't understand it at all, I can't stay awake. Besides, the biology teacher said if we don't study, we can sleep, it helps us grow taller. At least it won't be difficult to find a wife in the future." When this was said, Teacher Wang couldn't help but laugh and cry. You're already thinking about finding a wife at your age, you're really in a hurry. Teacher Wang took a bite of his food and turned to look at Li Chen beside him. Yang Chengang, I carefully reviewed the 2 papers you did today, and if everything is fine, there should be almost no mistakes. I wonder how you improved so quickly. Or is there some other way that helps you score high? He asked tactfully, but it was clear that he still doubted if Li Chen cheated. However, Wang Tao sitting across from them suddenly whitened his eyes upon hearing this. Almost no mistakes? Could it be true? He looked at Li Chen in shock. Could this kid really have studied hard during the summer vacation? But could he have improved so quickly? Li Chen took a while before saying, there's no special method, just studying hard and doing more practice papers. If there is a way, it's to study happily. It was as if he hadn't said anything, leaving Teacher Wang somewhat disappointed. But thinking about Yang Qingong's previous grades, he couldn't understand how he had improved so quickly. Did you attend any tutoring classes during the summer vacation? Teacher Wang continued to inquire. Li Chen shook his head. I only attended a piano class, not any academic tutoring classes. Maybe I just had a sudden breakthrough this summer, which led to a faster improvement in my grades. Seeing Teacher Wang's serious expression, Li Chen deliberately asked, do you think I might have cheated under these circumstances? The exam was announced at the last minute, with only 30 students in the exam room and 3 invigilators. It was clear that Li Chen had almost certainly not cheated. Moreover, during the second exam, Teacher Wang had been watching Li Chen almost the entire time, knowing that Li Chen hardly looked up while writing. Teacher Wang was puzzled, but still smiling, said, no, I'm just curious how you improved so quickly. After Teacher Wang left, Wang Tao hurriedly asked, Yang Chengang, is it really you? You secretly studied behind my back? Almost no mistakes on both papers, your improvement is too significant. Tell me the truth, did you use some other method? Wang Tao knew Yang Qingong's grades better than anyone. There was no way he could have suddenly improved so much. Besides, with almost no mistakes on both papers, there had to be something fishy. Do you have any relatives who are connected to the principal? Li Chen was puzzled. How could I be related to the principal? This kid's way of thinking was quite unique. Even Teacher Wang didn't continue to question, but Wang Tao did. Otherwise, how could you have performed so well? These exams were announced last minute, only the principal knew. If you have any connection with him, he might have informed you in advance. The more Wang Tao spoke, the more convinced he became. It must be like this. Li Chen chuckled softly and casually said, I don't know the principal, I just practiced more papers during the summer. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. He lowered his head to eat, but soon felt a shadow beside him. Wang Tao had unexpectedly sat next to him. Just as Li Chen was about to explain that he really didn't know the principal, he suddenly heard him say, Are you really Yang Chengang? The sudden question left Li Chen stunned for a moment. For the first time, someone doubted if he was Yang Chengang. He never expected it to be Wang Tao. Li Chen pursed his lips tightly, and after a while, he jokingly said, I'm not Yang Chengang, who else could I be? Wang Tao shook his head. I don't think you are. Do you have a twin brother or younger brother with excellent academic performance, and now that person is replacing Yang Chengang in school? He raised his hand to stroke his chin, nodding solemnly. It must be like this. Li Chen's forehead darkened. If you put half as much effort into studying as you do into daydreaming, you wouldn't be at the bottom of the class. He thought this kid really had some solid evidence, but he didn't expect him to say such nonsensical things. He chuckled and resumed eating his lunch. Wang Tao curled his lip. I don't like studying anyway. Besides, even if I don't study, I won't starve in the future. At least my Swona can still earn me some money. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't be bothered to advise him further. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the classroom to rest. In the afternoon, they continued with the exams. However, Li Chen handed in his papers early every time and hurried off to the convenience store to watch the show. Even though there were no performances by Li Chen and Li Yun later on, he still wanted to know if there were any stronger contestants. But watching it almost gave him a heart attack. Perhaps because many contestants had passed in the previous rounds, some very strong contestants in the later rounds were still eliminated unfairly by the judges. By the time school was over, the show had ended, and the second round of the competition was scheduled for half a month later. Li Chen went home with his school bag, still pondering over the competition. He was afraid that Li Qian and Li Yun would face great difficulties in the second round and needed to come up with a plan. Chengang is back, hurry up and wash your hands for dinner, Su Lin said without even looking up. Li Chen put his school bag back in his room and took Yang Xiner to wash up. After everyone sat down, Su Lin scooped porridge and said, Today your homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, called me, specifically asking about your situation during the summer vacation. From what he said, it seems like your exam results this time were very good. You might have a chance to enter the key class. She placed the bowl of porridge in front of Li Chen. You have 3 more exams tomorrow. Study well. As long as you can get into the key class, your parents will celebrate with you. Li Chen smiled. There shouldn't be a problem. I never expected that you would enter the key class so soon. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Su Lin's eyes wrinkled with her smile. Especially when she thought of Mr. Wang's tone, she felt even prouder. By the way, before going to bed tonight, review your books just in case, Su Lin reminded anxiously. Yang Jianting sighed. Whether our son enters the key class or not doesn't really matter. After all, our son's grades are so good. Don't put too much pressure on him, so he won't get nervous and perform poorly. In the past, Su Lin would have argued with Yang Jianting for a few words. But now she felt that what he said made sense, so she didn't argue and instead agreed with a smile. Right. Your dad is right. Don't be nervous during the exam tomorrow. Watching the two of them looking nervous, one would think they were the ones taking the exam. It was just a minor test, but they seemed to treat it as seriously as the college entrance examination. Fortunately, Li Chen had a good mindset and wasn't nervous. It was probably a sure thing for him to enter the key class. The next day, Li Chen went to school early as usual to take the exams. After the 3 exams were over, it was not even 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the school teachers needed to grade the papers, so they let all the students leave early. Since Li Chen had nothing else to do, he took a taxi to Lin Hui's house. On the way, he didn't forget to buy 2 gifts, which he brought specifically for his 2 daughters. Ding dong! Ding dong! After ringing the doorbell twice, Li Chen looked around, and after a while, someone opened the door. But it was a strange man. A middle-aged man in a suit, wearing glasses, exuding an elegant demeanor. Li Chen became alert immediately. Could this be another man pursuing his wife? This one seemed much better than Chen Jun. Even so, Li Chen still felt a bit uneasy. Who are you? The man spoke first. Just as he finished, Lin Hui walked out from the house. Seeing Li Chen, she immediately felt that something was wrong and hurriedly said, Mr. Wei, I'm really sorry for making you help open the door. This is a child from my friend's family. She inexplicably stuttered and nervously rushed forward. Li Chen looked at Lin Hui in confusion, then glanced inside the house. Li Qian and Li Yun were nowhere to be seen, only Lin Hui and this Mr. Wei. Something was off. Li Chen warily looked at Lin Hui, then glanced at Mr. Wei with a hint of hostility. Who are you? Li Chen asked, looking up. Mr. Wei took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Li Chen. I am Wei Ming, a talent agent from Star Art Entertainment Company. After watching the audition of the youth girl group yesterday, I felt that Li Qian and Li Yun are very suitable for our company's standards for signing artists, so I came to visit. Li Chen suddenly realized and quickly said, Oh, you came to visit, please come in, almost causing a misunderstanding. After the 3 entered, Li Chen asked, By the way, where are Yin Yun and Qian Qian? As soon as she heard this, Lin Hui frowned. They went to celebrate with Xia Tingxue and Zhao Feng. I just called them, and it sounds like they are far away. I don't know when they will be back. If she hadn't remembered to call her 2 daughters, she wouldn't have asked Wei Ming to help open the door. But fortunately, Li Chen didn't speak out of turn, otherwise Li Qian and Li Yun might have been upset. The 3 sat down, and Lin Hui quickly poured tea for them. After Li Chen took the tea and put it down, he curiously asked, It was only the first round of the competition yesterday, and you're already here to sign artists. Isn't that a bit hasty? Although this was asked by a teenager, Wei Ming still explained seriously. Our company is very good at nurturing new talents, especially those who love singing and dancing like them. Once they sign with us, we will be responsible for sending them abroad for training. When they qualify, they will be brought back, and that way they will become mature artists. Thinking of Li Qian and Li Yun's strengths, he smiled and said, Moreover, they are so outstanding. If we don't discuss signing them first, what if they get signed by another company later? Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. That's true, good talents are hard to find. He didn't expect his 2 daughters to be targeted by an entertainment company so quickly. It seems that his daughters are indeed very outstanding. Entering the entertainment industry seems to be just around the corner. However, may I ask about the specific situation of Li Qian and Li Yun? Wei Ming spoke appropriately and very politely. Lin Hui smiled and nodded. Of course, you can ask anything. Are they both in college? Wei Ming asked. A simple question, Lin Hui answered without hesitation. Yes, they are both in college. Wei Ming pushed his glasses up and smiled. As a parent, aren't you worried that once they enter the entertainment industry or start working as artists, their academic performance might decline? This is something many parents would be concerned about. Lin Hui frowned upon hearing this, subconsciously looking at Li Chen. She seemed unsure how to respond. Li Chen responded effortlessly, since they have already decided to participate in the audition, it means they have thought about their future path. As for their academic performance, they will strive to maintain a balance, and we all believe in them. Wei Ming looked at him puzzled, as if he didn't understand why a child was answering. But he didn't dwell on it and hesitated before speaking again. Can I ask about their relationship status? When it came to matters of the heart, Lin Hui didn't hold back. She said directly, Qian doesn't have a boyfriend. She seemed to have had one before, but they broke up. Yun has a boyfriend, childhood sweethearts, and they are still together. If nothing unexpected happens, they should get married. But to Wei Ming's surprise, he frowned upon hearing this. He seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Li Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. Does your company restrict artists from dating? Wei Ming pursed his lips, pondered for a moment, then nodded. There are indeed some restrictions. The company stipulates that one must wait 5 years before dating. Newcomers are not allowed to date. Within 5 years, they cannot have any rumors with others unless it's arranged by the company. Thinking of how the two girls looked while playing the piano, Wei Ming felt even more unwilling. In this case, I actually suggest that Li Yun break up with her boyfriend. She will meet someone better in the future. There will be plenty of wealthy suitors. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Hui's hand, placed on the side, moved towards the edge of the sofa, until she reached an itch and suddenly scratched it. Are you kidding me? My daughter is going to be an artist, not to find some wealthy boyfriend. I'm not selling my daughter. Wei Ming was startled, leaning back, the cup in his hand shook, spilling some water. He quickly put down the cup, got up, and headed towards the door. Madam, we are all civilized people. Why can't we have a civil conversation? Besides, what I said is the truth. She will definitely meet wealthy men in the future. What's wrong with marrying a rich man? Moreover, which female artist had a boyfriend when they first entered the entertainment industry? I'm doing this for her own good. As he spoke, he had already retreated to the door. But Lin Hui followed him. Get out. I will never let my daughter join your company. Get out. She was so angry that she raised her hand to scratch him, but luckily Wei Ming opened the door and ran out directly. Lin Hui stood at the door, hands on her hips, shouting angrily, Don't let me see you again, I will hit you every time I do. Wei Ming ran out without looking back, not daring to slow down his pace. However, when he reached the entrance of the residential area, he suddenly remembered something important. Wasn't that boy just now like the piano prodigy? Wei Ming's eyes lit up. Such a young child surely didn't have a girlfriend. It was a pity that there was a tigress around, so he wouldn't turn back. Helplessly, he could only squat at the entrance and wait. Lin Hui watched Wei Ming run far away before returning to the house, still gnashing her teeth in anger. On the other hand, Li Chen remained very calm. Why aren't you angry at all? After what that person said, you're not angry? In her heart, she had long regarded young Qingang as Li Chen. Seeing his calm demeanor now only made her feel more irritated. As Li Chen, he shouldn't be showing such an expression. Li Chen calmly said, Just kick such people out, no need to consider future cooperation with them, there's no need to get angry. Getting angry will only harm yourself. He poured a glass of water and handed it to Lin Hui. You should calm down first, don't let the children see you angry when they come back later. The key is not to mention the conditions Wei Ming proposed. Lin Hui drank the water in the glass, looking puzzled as she stared at him. Why? Why shouldn't I mention it? Li Chen tightly pressed his lips, pondered for a moment, and said, The situations of the two daughters are different. For you and me, we certainly hope that they can sign with the same company. But it's best not to let one of them affect the other and prevent the other from signing first because of one person. Lin Hui was confused, shaking her head repeatedly. I don't understand, just tell me directly. As fiery-tempered as ever, but straightforward in nature, Li Chen had to explain softly, if you tell them, Yun will be concerned about this matter and feel that it's because of her that Qian didn't sign the contract early. Asterisk ding dong. Ding dong. Asterisk the doorbell suddenly rang, causing Lin Hui to swallow nervously. You explain to them later. I can't handle such complicated matters. Accustomed to speaking her mind directly, she didn't understand these twists and turns. It was better to leave it to Li Chen. Li Chen nodded, no problem. After opening the door, it was Li Chen, Li Yun, and Zhao Feng who had returned, accompanied by them. Seeing Lin Hui's expression, she tightly pursed her lips, clearly indicating she didn't intend to speak. Where is he? He didn't leave, did he? Li Qian asked anxiously. Li Chen poured water and placed it on the table, smiling faintly. The conditions were a bit unsuitable, not negotiated properly, so he left. What conditions were unsuitable? At least wait for us to come back before discussing it. Li Qian pouted dissatisfied. After everyone sat down, Li Yun also asked, was it some unreasonable demand? I also searched online. That Star Entertainment Company is quite big, specializing in training singers and dancers. The requirements shouldn't be too unreasonable, right? Lin Hui slowly lowered her head, unsure of what to say. Glancing at Li Chen, she waited for him to explain. Li Chen calmly said, actually, it wasn't a particularly special request. It's just that they wanted you to undergo dance and singing training after signing the contract. Once you become a mature artist, they would arrange for people from their company to start spreading rumors about you. We felt this wasn't good, so we refused. Li Chen thought it would be some big condition, but it turned out to be such a simple one. She, who was originally slouched on the sofa, quickly sat up. Just spreading rumors? What's so unacceptable about that? Isn't that how the entertainment industry works? Li Chen was very puzzled, clearly eager to sign the contract soon. Raising an eyebrow, Li Chen smiled and said, we just think you should be a bit cleaner in the industry. At least rely on your talent to gradually become excellent, rather than resorting to rumors to attract attention. Although many in the entertainment industry do spread rumors, we hope you will be different. With a few simple words, they expressed their thoughts and aspirations. Lin Hui also nodded repeatedly, yes, we hope you will be down to earth, not relying on rumors to gain fame. Li Qian and Li Yun glanced at each other, understanding in their hearts, and nodded simultaneously. I also think that since we've decided to enter the entertainment industry, we should rely on talent, Zhao Feng suddenly spoke. He turned to Li Yun beside him. From the beginning, Yun wanted to enter the entertainment industry to sing and act at the right time. In that case, if you're not talented, you'll be eliminated sooner or later. Relying on rumors for fame is temporary, ultimately, it's talent that matters. Li Yun agreed, you're right, it's all about talent. Li Chen and Lin Hui exchanged a glance, naturally noticing the good relationship between Li Yun and Zhao Feng. They certainly didn't want Li Yun and Zhao Feng to break up just because they wanted to enter the entertainment industry. For Li Yun, it must have been heartbreaking. Moreover, as parents, they all hoped their daughter would find someone who truly cared for her. Whether he was wealthy was secondary. After a brief explanation, Li Yun and Li Qian didn't continue to inquire. Li Qian planned to leave, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and heading towards the door. Shanxian, there were some issues with your performance this time. I'd like to talk to you about it privately. Li Qian didn't think much and left home with Li Qian. After a few steps, Li Qian suddenly stopped and looked up at the taller Li Qian. The real reason for rejecting this contract is that they asked Yun and Zhao Feng to break up and demanded that you both not date for 5 years, Li Qian explained. Li Qian was a bit slow to react, pondering Li Qian's words repeatedly. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Asking Yun to break up with Zhao Feng, is this company crazy? Li Qian was annoyed. Li Qian took a deep breath, they have their own ideas, they just want the artists they sign to remain single for 5 years to attract more fans. But no matter what, Yun and Zhao Feng have such a good relationship, we can't let them break up just because of this contract. Li Qian nodded repeatedly, yes, absolutely not. Why should they break up because of this? I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such a ridiculous reason for a breakup. Fortunately, the matter was resolved, and Li Qian wasn't angry. He just felt that it was better not to work with such a company. But thinking of Li Qian's situation, Li Qian said slowly, the reason I'm telling you this is because we don't want Yun to think that you didn't sign the contract early because of her. But you still have the right to choose to sign with a different company than Yun. In other words, you can sign with the Star Entertainment Company, it's your choice. Li Qian turned her head towards her home. If Yun isn't going, then I won't go either, she blurted out. But thinking that Li Qian had called her out for this reason, she guessed his intentions. It was not just about giving her the right to choose, but also about not letting Li Yun know about it. Li Qian snorted, I understand this, if I meet someone from Star Entertainment Company again, I will pay more attention. But we must not tell Yun, so she doesn't blame herself for this. Li Qian nodded with a smile, okay. He took off his backpack, took out the gift he had bought, and handed it to Li Qian. This is a gift for you both, bought in a hurry. It's not anything expensive. Li Qian took the boxes and opened one. It was a pair of pearl earrings. Playing the piano is elegant, and this gift suits you well, Li Qian said, full of indulgence in his eyes. He hoped his 2 daughters would be as precious as pearls and remain as pure as pearls. Even if they entered the entertainment industry, he hoped they would stick to their principles. Li Qian looked at him, feeling choked up for a moment. Regardless of the gift, it was the thought that counted. Thank you, Li Qian said sincerely. Li Qian replied calmly, you're welcome. With that, he waved to her and walked towards the entrance of the residential area. Li Qian looked at the pearl earrings in the box and felt a warmth in her heart. Only he had prepared gifts for them, which showed how thoughtful he was. As Li Chen had just left the residential area, Wei Ming, who was hiding in the car, quickly got out and approached. Wei Ming asked urgently, "You're Yang Chenggang, right?" Li Chen's expression darkened as he watched Wei Ming approaching briskly. "What's the matter?" Li Chen asked coldly. Wei Ming handed him a business card. "I'm sorry I didn't recognize you just now. But if you don't mind, I think we can discuss cooperation. In terms of money, our company is willing to offer a high price." Li Chen looked at the business card for a while before saying, "I'm not considering working with you." With that, he turned to leave. Wei Ming was not ready to give up and hurried to catch up. "You're still young and don't understand how rare this opportunity is. Or how about this, you give me your parents' contact information, and I'll talk to them about collaborating. Yang Chenggang, if you miss this opportunity, there may not be another chance." However, no matter what he said, Li Chen did not slow down his pace. He kept moving forward. It wasn't until he reached the traffic light that Li Chen had to stop. "Mr. Wei, I've already said I'm not considering collaboration at the moment. Even if you contact my parents, they will listen to me. Besides, my impression of your company is not good. So, to save face for both of us, let's not talk about it anymore." Although he understood the company's requirement for artists not to date for 5 years, he couldn't accept their demand for Li Yun and Zhao Feng to break up. When the green light came on, Li Chen left directly. Wei Ming stood there inside, youthful indeed. They will regret it sooner or later. He took back his business card, his eyes fixed on Li Chen's figure. A piano genius. If he could enter their company, it would elevate their status. They had to try again no matter what. The next morning, Li Chen went to school early. As soon as he entered the classroom, he noticed all his classmates' eyes on him. There was confusion, shock, and even disdain. Li Chen guessed that most likely the exam results were out, probably because he did well. "Yang Chenggang, you really aced it this time." Wang Tao excitedly put his arm around him. "Guess how much you scored this time?" Li Chen nonchalantly replied, "I probably didn't lose many points." He knew his exam results well and was aware there were hardly any mistakes. Unless he was careless and made a mistake unknowingly. But that was unlikely. "You only lost 2 points. It was in the Chinese and English essays. The school rule says essays can't be full marks, so the teachers deducted 1 point. Wang Tao patted his shoulder, looking very pleased. "Bro, for one of us to go to the advanced class, it's like a miracle." The other students in the classroom watched the two, especially focusing on Li Chen. Wang Qibei stepped forward, looking somewhat timid as he said, Our class teacher said if you came, he wants you to visit his office." He looked at Li Chen with admiration in his eyes. They never expected to have a hidden genius in their class. Not only was he good at playing the piano, but his grades were outstanding. It was truly amazing. Li Chen nodded and, after putting down his bag, went to Mr. Wang's office. Knock, knock. Li Chen knocked on the door and peeked inside the office where the teachers were reporting. All the teachers were momentarily stunned when they saw him at the door. He was the top student in this exam. His talent was truly extraordinary. Mr. Wang, upon seeing Yang Chenggang at the door, said, "Come in." Li Chen walked over and stood next to Mr. Wang directly, asking, "Teacher, did you need me?" "Yes, Mr. Wang said, still holding Li Chen's exam papers. He had all of Li Chen's exam papers in his hands. "Your grades are truly unbelievable. I'm curious how you managed to score so well." Mr. Wang put down the papers, slowly took off his glasses, and pinched the bridge of his nose, showing signs of fatigue. "I just worked hard on my papers during the summer break, there's no other secret." Li Chen knew that such rapid improvement in grades would raise suspicions among the teachers. He calmly said, "If you don't believe my grades, you can use another set of papers. Even if 10 people surround me to watch, I can still achieve good results. At least, I don't need to cheat." However, with grades like his, it was somewhat inappropriate for Mr. Wang to suspect him of cheating. After all, which student could cheat to such an extent? In 7 subjects, only 1 point was lost in the compositions of Chinese and English. Even copying wouldn't yield such good results. "But your grades this time are really strange, so we think we need to carefully study whether you can enter the advanced class this time." Based on his grades, Li Chen would definitely be able to enter. But now his progress was beyond words, almost terrifying. Therefore, the school could only decide cautiously. Li Chen never expected that it would affect the class placement. But since it had come to this, he could only respond calmly, "Alright, I'll wait for the school's reply." Although he wasn't particularly fixated on the advanced class, studying was the same everywhere. However, Su Lin seemed to think differently. Given the special circumstances, he could only temporarily follow the school's arrangements. Coming out of the office, he encountered several teachers, all yawning incessantly. Obviously, they had stayed up all night to correct the papers. But upon seeing Yang Changgang, they were all astonished, mostly due to his grades. Li Chen slowly returned to the classroom and saw Wang Qintao coming out of the classroom. But when Wang Qintao saw Li Chen, he frowned. To score so high, you are indeed quite strong. The sarcastic tone made Li Chen very uncomfortable. Wang Qintao sneered, now everyone in the school knows about your good grades, even the students in the advanced class know about you. Being first in the whole grade, yet you're still in the regular class, you really hide your talents well. He glanced at Li Chen, his eyes filled with anger. Li Chen couldn't recall ever offending Wang Qintao, so where was this anger coming from? But he couldn't be bothered with such a person. Let them know, good grades come from hard work, not from envying others. With that, Li Chen went straight into the classroom. Wang Qintao clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth in anger. I never expected you to hide so well. He thought that even if he didn't do well this time, he could at least maintain the first position in the class. At most, he might not enter the advanced class. Unexpectedly, a dark horse emerged, not only snatching his first place in the class but also becoming first in the whole grade, truly stealing the limelight. Wang Qintao snorted, his eyes full of disdain. There must be something fishy, otherwise, it's impossible to achieve such good grades. I will find out sooner or later. That morning, all the teachers of the second-year class were in a meeting, while the students in the classroom were playing around. Even in such an environment, Wang Tao managed to take a nap. When he woke up, it was already lunchtime. Wang Tao and Li Chen went to the cafeteria together, bought some food, and sat down to eat. This time, Wang Qintao's grades are not good, ranking just over 130 in the whole school. He has no chance of entering the advanced class. I think he won't make it this time. You should be fine. But even if you enter the advanced class, don't forget about your brother. We've been desk mates for so long. He tried to please Li Chen by offering him his chicken leg. However, Li Chen handed it back to him, saying, whether I can enter the advanced class is still a question. Ha? What do you mean? Wang Tao looked puzzled. Li Chen recounted what teacher Wang had said in the office. After hearing it, Wang Tao's expression turned serious. So, even with such good grades this time, you might not necessarily enter the advanced class? Do they also consider the usual grades? Isn't that too unreasonable? Li Chen saw several teachers approaching from a distance, all looking serious. Clearly, something was up. Among them was teacher Wang. Li Chen slowly lowered his eyes, feeling that the chances of entering the advanced class this time might not be high. It doesn't matter anymore, whether I enter the advanced class or not. Wang Tao's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing this, but in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Haha, if you were in our regular class, you would still be the top student in the whole grade in the future. The students in the advanced class would definitely be green with envy. After all, a student who ranks first in the whole school is not in the advanced class. No matter how you think about it, it's a bit ironic. Li Chen, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it, just feeling that it wasn't necessary to force it. After having their meal, the two returned to the classroom. It wasn't until the afternoon class that teacher Wang finally arrived. As soon as he entered the classroom, he looked towards Li Chen, who was sitting at the back, clearly about to mention something regarding him. Let's talk about something first. Teacher Wang placed his cup on the lectern. Our classmate Yang Chenggang's performance this time was exceptionally good, scoring only 2 points less in a total of 7 exams. This can be considered a miracle. Everyone turned to look at Li Chen at the back. Li Chen remained calm as ever, seemingly oblivious to everyone's gaze. However, after the school teachers reviewed Yang Chenggang's past performance, they decided to temporarily keep him in the regular class. Of course, this is not because we suspect him of cheating, but simply because this situation is special. So, he will stay in the regular class for now, and if he can still achieve such good results in the midterm exams, he can transfer to the advanced class. Teacher Wang finished speaking and looked at Li Chen. Yang Chenggang, what do you think about this? If you're not satisfied, feel free to speak up. It seemed like Li Chen was given the decision-making power, but in reality, the teachers had already made their decision. Li Chen didn't care much about going to the advanced class or not, asking calmly, if I can achieve the same good results by then, can I choose to continue staying in the regular class? This statement surprised everyone in the class. Who would dare to choose to stay in the regular class when they could go to the advanced class? Even teacher Wang found it strange, but the choice in this situation naturally lay with the students. He nodded with a smile, of course, you can. Li Chen smiled, that's good. The afternoon was the beginning of the new term, and all the books were distributed to the students. They even had 2 classes. After school, Li Chen, carrying his backpack, just stepped out of the school gate when he saw Su Lin. Son, how did it go? When can you enter the advanced class? She looked expectant, as if she was already convinced that her son would definitely enter the advanced class. I didn't get in, Li Chen said calmly, 3 simple words that instantly chilled Su Lin's heart. What do you mean you didn't get in? What happened? Did you not perform well? It's impossible, I know your grades, at least you could achieve a decent rank. Li Chen looked up at her, speaking lightly, because my grades weren't good in the first year, even though they improved this time, they still decided to keep me in the regular class temporarily. They probably felt that this result was a bit off. Although they didn't suspect him of cheating, most of them felt that something was amiss. Otherwise, why would they hold a meeting specifically to decide whether he should go to the advanced class? But Su Lin furrowed her brows upon hearing this. What's off about it? I know your grades. And you've worked so hard. Now that your grades have improved, what's wrong with that? Why shouldn't they let you enter the advanced class? No, I'm going to talk to them. With that, she turned to enter the school. Li Chen hurriedly stopped her. Mom, don't go. This was the decision made by all the teachers in the second year. There's nothing more to say if we go in. As long as I study well, whether it's the advanced class or not doesn't matter. Su Lin understood this too, but she just couldn't accept it. Especially when it came to her son's grades, she knew them very well. It was truly hard to accept that despite his good grades, he couldn't get into the advanced class. Let's go back. Dad and XANR must be anxiously waiting at home. Li Chen spoke again. Su Lin looked at the school, then turned her gaze back after a while, walking towards home with Li Chen. Luckily, it wasn't far, and they could make it back on foot. How did you do this time? Are your grades still good? Su Lin asked. Li Chen nodded slightly. They're quite good. I only lost 2 points in all 7 subjects combined. I lost 1 point each in Chinese and English composition, he added. Hearing this, Su Lin paused, feeling even more unwilling to accept it. Such good grades, yet it was said that his performance in the first year of junior high was not good enough to enter the advanced class. It was infuriating no matter how she thought about it. It's such a waste that you, with such good grades, couldn't get into the advanced class, she sighed, then continued walking with Li Chen. Li Chen smiled and said, actually, it doesn't matter whether I get in or not, as long as my grades stay stable, it's a good thing. Besides, being the top student in the whole grade in the regular class is quite interesting. Especially after what Wang Tao said, he found it even more intriguing. Maybe staying in the regular class all alone wouldn't be bad after all. Su Lin couldn't help but chuckle at his words. Indeed, it's interesting. The students in the advanced class are all the cream of the crop in your school. Many people try to get in by giving gifts, but they still can't. I never expected the top student of the whole grade to be in the regular class. It sounds funny. Her mood lightened a bit, so she decided not to dwell on it too much. Forget it, since you didn't get into the advanced class, let's celebrate when we get back home. When they returned home, Yang Jianting had already prepared the meal. Upon hearing the noise, he quickly looked towards the door. Oh, son is back. Go wash your hands, we'll eat soon. Today, your dad and I cooked ourselves just to celebrate your entry into the advanced class. Let's have a good celebration today. After saying that, he hurried into the kitchen. Su Lin frowned at his words and looked at Li Chen beside her. You take XINR to play first. I'll call you both when the meal is ready. Li Chen understood that Su Lin wanted to talk to Yang Jianting about the advanced class matter, so he took XINR back to the room. Only after seeing the two of them enter the house did Su Lin enter the kitchen. She whispered, our son didn't get into the advanced class, so let's not mention it at the dinner table later. He must be very concerned about it, let's not make him upset. Yang Jianting was stunned to hear this. What do you mean? What happened? Did he not do well this time? Su Lin was flustered just thinking about it. It would be fine if he didn't do well, but he did great. Su Lin crossed her arms, feeling frustrated. He only lost 2 points in all 7 subjects, where else can we find such good grades? But his teacher said his performance in the first year of junior high was not good, so they didn't let him into the advanced class. She kept her voice low, afraid the 2 children might hear. Yang Jianting found it unbelievable. How could this happen? Didn't they say they would consider this time's grades for class placement? Was that just a joke? Su Lin was already angry, and hearing this made her even more annoyed. But now that things had come to this, what could they do? Forget it, just let it go. Maybe their school's teachers didn't accuse him of cheating, so I can't just call his homeroom teacher and ask. Yang Jianting was not pleased. He was already frustrated at work. Why should their child be treated unfairly like this? No, we have to clarify this matter. Shen Gang has finally made progress to this point. Why shouldn't he be allowed into the advanced class? If they said they would consider his performance in the first year, then they shouldn't just look at this time's grades. Such inconsistent words, it's better not to say them at all. He wiped his hands on his apron and was about to leave. Su Lin hurriedly stopped him. Don't go and ask. Even if we find out the result, what difference will it make? Even if our son gets into the advanced class, he will probably still be ostracized. I don't want Cheng Gang to have any psychological issues. With these words, Yang Jianting also felt that it was inappropriate to do so, but he couldn't bear the thought of deceiving their son like this. Let's celebrate at home ourselves, and when his birthday comes around, we'll give him a gift he likes. Since he's doing well academically now, I won't ask for more, I just want him to be mentally healthy. After Su Lin finished speaking, she glanced back at the pot of food. Go cook, I'll wash some fruits for them. Yang Jianting could only obey her and went to cook obediently. Inside the house, Li Chen played with Yang Xiner for a while, then checked his phone for messages. Xiaoting Shuai had sent him a few messages, mentioning someone wanting to buy music scores recently, and a few others interested in different music scores. Finally, she mentioned the specific date for the start of the school year. It happened to be in half a month. Li Chen replied briefly and put his phone away. Su Lin brought in the favorite fruits and placed them on the table. Have some fruits, they're good for your health. Li Chen picked up an orange, peeled it, and said, by the way, how is grandma's foot? With this sudden question, Su Lin was momentarily stunned before replying, it's much better, should be fine in a few days. She mentioned the other day that she wants our whole family to go for her birthday. She specifically said she wanted me to bring you along, she loves you the most. Li Chen nodded with a smile, yeah, but we'll have to see if there's a school holiday then, otherwise, we'll have to take time off. Hearing this, Su Lin waved her hand repeatedly, no need, there's no need to take time off because of this. I'll take Xiner with me when the time comes, your dad is busy with work and doesn't have time to go. You have heavy studies, so you shouldn't go either. But Li Chen pursed his lips tightly, seeming unwilling. My grades won't suffer, can you let me go? He always knew what Su Lin cared about the most, so he knew how to handle her sensitivities. I still want to celebrate grandma's birthday. With the conversation reaching this point, Su Lin had to agree, alright, we'll go together when the time comes. It's just for the first day, we'll drive back the next afternoon, at most 3 days. Judging by their son's grades, missing these 3 days shouldn't be a big deal. However, Su Lin was unaware that Li Chen had other plans in mind. That evening, the family sat together and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Yang Jianting and Su Lin tacitly avoided mentioning the advanced class. Li Chen naturally didn't bring it up again, appearing calm. The next day, he went to school as usual, but it happened to be the day he had to submit his article. Before leaving, Li Chen made sure to put the finished article in his backpack, planning to deliver it to the Four Seas Company after school. However, to his surprise, when he entered the classroom, he saw several familiar students at the door. They were the same students who had submitted their papers early and whom he had met at the convenience store. Among them, the most memorable was the slightly chubby boy. Who are you looking for? Li Chen asked warmly. The chubby boy was momentarily surprised when he saw Li Chen, then furrowed his brow and asked, You're not Yang Chenggang, are you? That day, Lu Dong also had some impression of Yang Chenggang, who had submitted his paper early. However, he hadn't thought much about it at the time, let alone expected the top student of the year to be in a regular class. Now, seeing him, it suddenly dawned on him. Perhaps this year's top student was him. Li Chen nodded slightly. It's me. What's up? Upon hearing this, several students sized him up as if he were someone extraordinary. Lu Dong tightened his lips and said seriously, My name is Lu Dong, I rank second in the whole grade in this exam, usually in the top 3 of the whole grade. I heard that the first in the whole grade this time is actually in the regular class, so I came specially to see who it is. I just didn't expect it to be you. Li Chen smiled and glanced at everyone. It's the same in any class, as long as you study hard. He looked at the clock inside the classroom and said, If you have nothing else, I'll go in first. It was almost time for class, yet these people didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave. Seeing the silence of the group, Li Chen was about to enter the classroom when Lu Dong suddenly asked, Can I see the essay on your Chinese test paper this time? Li Chen looked at the expectant faces of the group, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, but the essay is not in my hands. If you want to see it, you have to ask the teacher. The papers are in their hands. He thought these people would be very dissatisfied that the first in the whole grade appeared in the regular class, but they just wanted to see the essay. Li Chen looked at them suspiciously and asked after a while, Why do you want to see the essay I wrote? Lu Dong smiled and said, Our homeroom teacher, who is also the Chinese teacher, specifically mentioned your essay in class yesterday. Anyway, she said you wrote well, so we want to see how good it is. Not for any other reason, just want to learn more from you. Li Chen nodded. Then you'll have to ask the teacher for the paper, you can look at it however you want. As the bell rang, the people at the door didn't dare to delay and ran off directly. Li Chen also returned to the classroom. Shortly after, Teacher Wang arrived with the report cards in hand. Let's make some adjustments to the seating arrangement now. In 10 minutes, we will officially start the class. Now everyone go out first. I will call in the names to come in and choose their seats. Remember, once you sit down, you can't change seats. Upon hearing this, the students responded sparsely and then all left the classroom. Teacher Wang looked at the rankings on the report card and calmly said, Yang Chengang can come in and choose a seat. Sit wherever you want. Li Chen walked in, looked at all the seats, thought for a moment, and went to the last seat in the last row. It was right in the corner. Teacher Wang frowned upon seeing this, clearly not wanting him to sit there. But since the students chose their seats themselves, she didn't want to interfere too much. Next, Wang Qintao. Wang Qintao walked in slowly, frowned upon seeing where Li Chen sat. It seemed he didn't expect Li Chen to choose that seat. With such good grades, sitting in the corner was truly surprising. After some thought, he returned to his original seat. In the middle of the third row, Teacher Wang nodded in satisfaction and continued calling other students to come in and choose their seats. It wasn't until all the students had chosen their seats that the formal class began. However, Li Chen's deskmate had already been changed to another person, Kaya. His grades were also at the bottom of the class, but he was honest and studious. Unfortunately, there was no improvement in his grades. His situation was comparable to Yang Chengong's. With this change, Wang Tao also got a new deskmate, naturally very dissatisfied. But being at the bottom, he couldn't do much about it. It wasn't until lunchtime that Wang Tao couldn't help but complain. Yang Chengang, aren't you being a bad friend? How could you change seats? We were all in the last row, why did you sit in a different place? Besides, they are all corner seats, what's the difference? By doing this, you've separated us, are you happy? Li Chen was happy in his heart, at least he didn't want to sit at the same table as Wang Tao. However, at the age of just over 10, he didn't think it was necessary to say such things directly. It might be better to change to another seat by himself, so he could naturally sit apart from Wang Tao. After all, Wang Tao, being the last one, had no right to choose a seat. But on the surface, Li Chen still smiled and said, I don't want to sit by the corridor, and I've been sitting in that seat for a long time, so I'd like to change to another seat. Besides, it's also nice to have a different table partner. Despite his words, Wang Tao was still dissatisfied. After all, this way, he wouldn't be able to have the new table partner help him watch out for the teacher. After dinner, Li Chen and Wang Tao returned to the classroom together. As soon as they entered the building, they saw a few familiar figures. It was Lu Dong and a few others. Lu Dong was leaning on the corridor railing, holding a paper in his hand, with people on both sides staring at the content on the paper. The moment he saw Li Chen, Lu Dong hurriedly said, Yang Chengang, we read your composition. Li Chen walked closer, lowered his eyes to look at the content on the paper. Is it good? What do you mean, is it good? This is simply amazing. Lu Dong was very excited, his glasses on the bridge of his nose even shook. The composition you wrote is simply divine. Directly addressing the topic at the beginning, gradually progressing in the narrative, the overall flow is smooth. He pointed at the words on the composition. Look at these words, some of them I haven't even seen before. It shows that you've been reading a lot of extracurricular books, right? Saying this, as if he suddenly remembered something, he looked at Li Chen abruptly. By the way, can you recommend me some good extracurricular reading books? I think it's time for me to read more books so that I won't be dry when writing compositions. He was too excited, making Li Chen a bit at a loss. Just a composition, was it worth getting so excited about? But he still recommended some easy-to-understand extracurricular reading books to Lu Dong. When those people left the entrance of Class 7, Li Chen finally came back to his senses slightly, but he found Wang Tao still standing in place not far away. However, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Those people seem to be from Class 1, and Class 1 is a key class. Wang Tao hinted intentionally. Li Chen nodded, I know. Is there a problem? Wang Tao's eyebrows gradually furrowed, and after a while, he said softly, are the people from Class 1 so happy to see you? They even went to read your composition on purpose? This is not what I imagined at all. Shouldn't they be jealous of you, or dislike you? In fact, Li Chen had the same initial thoughts, especially when suddenly there was a student with such good grades in the whole school, and he was even in a regular class. But he suddenly understood in the morning. Li Chen chuckled softly, what's there to be jealous of in this situation? Grades are improved by oneself. Being able to improve is a skill, not just cheating to get good grades. Moreover, even if someone did cheat to get good grades, there's no need to be jealous, there's no point. Regardless of the method used, it's just one's choice. In the future, when it comes to a critical moment, the true colors will show. Jealousy and dislike are unnecessary in this situation. Wang Tao shrugged. Fine, I really don't understand the way you good students think. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me, my grades are not good. At least I won't be jealous of you. With that, he put his hands in his pockets and was about to enter the classroom. But as he reached the door, Wang Qintao happened to look up. When he saw Li Chen, his eyes were full of jealousy and dissatisfaction. Wang Tao muttered softly, the jealous person has appeared. After school in the afternoon, Li Chen carried his backpack and went to the Four Seas Company. When he arrived, it was just in time for the end of the workday. People from the company were gradually leaving, but Li Chen was heading inside. Having collaborated for almost half a month, he was well aware of the deadline for submission. Either Jiang Yi or Zhou Chang would be waiting at the company. Until he submitted the manuscript, Li Chen easily found Jiang Yi's office and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. With the sound, Jiang Yi's voice came from inside. Come in. Li Chen entered and upon seeing the people inside, he whispered, Vice President Jiang, Chief Editor Zhou. Zhou Chang looked up at the door, frowned as he saw Li Chen taking out the manuscript from his bag. He couldn't help feeling displeased. In such a large company, why entrust such an important manuscript to a middle school student? It seemed like there were no good editors left in the company. Even though it was true, it just didn't seem right. Zhou Chang took the manuscript from Li Chen, and after a while, he said, it seems fine. Hearing this, Jiang Yi stood up and went to sit on the sofa, taking the manuscript from Li Chen. As he read, he nodded, not bad, well written, logical and easy to understand, this is what everyone likes to read. The worst thing for a magazine article is to be too complicated. If no one can understand it, then the article loses its meaning. After they finished, Li Chen kept staring at the files on the desk, his brow furrowing gradually. It was about a report on a young female idol group, but it seemed like they were exaggerating some trivial matters to attract attention. Entertainment news, lacking authenticity, will bring a lot of trouble in the future, he said in a deep voice. His expression was serious, showing great dissatisfaction. Jiang Yi and Zhou Chang looked at the files on the table. Zhou Chang sneered, what do you know? This is entertainment news. If we report everything truthfully, who would read it? What would be the point? The purpose of reporting is to attract attention. If we can't do that, then there's no point in reporting. Li Chen looked at him, his eyes filled with disappointment. After all, Zhou Chang was his apprentice, and the previous Zhou Chang used to be serious. But now, all he cared about was attracting attention. He had completely forgotten his dream of joining the Four Seas Company. He had even lost his original intention. You are only responsible for 2 articles a month, the rest is our job. I hope you don't interfere with our work unless you are very good at entertainment reporting, Zhou Chang warned seriously. After hesitating for a few seconds, Li Chen said, I don't know much about entertainment reporting, but if exaggeration is needed to attract attention, I think it's better not to report at all. But this is your choice, and I have just stated my opinion. Zhou Chang still seemed indifferent. Even Jiang Yi, who had been serious, now seemed indifferent, as if he didn't care about the matter. You are young, you may have less exposure to entertainment reporting, so you don't know how it differs from other types of reporting. We also want to report truthfully, but the magazine won't sell if we do that. The company needs to survive, just focusing on the original intention won't sustain us. So the only way is to try not to forget the original intention as much as possible, but we also need to find another way to make money. Although he spoke with a smile, there was a hint of helplessness. It was simply a matter of having no other choice, otherwise, why would they willingly make such unrealistic reports? Li Chen understood their situation but still felt uneasy about it. After the payment was settled, Li Chen left the Four Seas Company and took a taxi back home. At the entrance of the residential area, he brought some toys specifically for Yang Xiner before going upstairs. Su Lin didn't ask much about why he came back late, she was just busy cooking and asked Li Chen to take care of Yang Xiner. But even at dinner time, Yang Jianting had not returned. Su Lin anxiously called him twice before he answered. What's going on? Why haven't you come back yet? Su Lin hurriedly asked. Yang Jianting quickly replied, I have some issues here, I'll be back late, you don't need to worry about me, I estimate I won't be back until midnight. After speaking, he quickly hung up the phone. Su Lin looked at her phone for a while before putting it away. I wonder what he's so busy with, he sounds quite urgent, she said as she went to the dining table, specifically scooping out Yang Jianting's bowl of rice and setting it aside, leaving some dishes in the kitchen. Alright, let's not wait for him, let's eat. Li Chen and Yang Xiner didn't ask further questions and started eating. The news was playing on the TV next to them, and Li Chen occasionally glanced at it. It wasn't until they heard about the car accident in Qingcheng that he stopped eating, and Su Lin did the same. Watching the news about the accident, they were also concerned if their car was involved. Sure enough, they actually saw their car. Su Lin's face turned pale with fright. Could something have really happened to him? Her voice trembled slightly. Li Chen was also worried about Yang Jianting, but he tried to remain calm. He should be fine. Didn't he just answer the phone? Maybe he's just slightly injured, or someone else got hurt. He looked at Su Lin across from him. It's okay. Su Lin nodded. Yes. He already answered the phone, so he should be fine. She comforted herself, trying to calm down. With both children still at home, as a mother, she couldn't afford to panic. Besides, the phone call was answered, so everything should be fine. Comforting herself in this way, she mechanically ate a few more bites of rice. When Li Chen and Yang Xiner finished eating, she didn't get up to wash the dishes but sat in the living room. It wasn't until close to midnight that they suddenly heard the sound of keys opening the door. Su Lin sprang up as if injected with life, quickly went to the door. Yang Jianting pushed the door open and saw Su Lin coming towards him, holding a few pairs of used chopsticks in her hand, which made him furrow his brows. What are you doing? You guys didn't just eat, did you? Su Lin scrutinized him carefully. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Hearing this, Yang Jianting understood that she had seen the news. He smiled. I'm fine, really. It's just that the other party had some trouble, so I helped take them to the hospital. The blame is all on the other party. It's been resolved. But the car had to be taken for repairs. It might take some time to get it back. Fortunately, no one was seriously hurt, which was a blessing in disguise. Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're okay, nothing else matters. She quickly put away the dishes on the table and took them to the kitchen. By the way, I saved some food for you. I'll heat it up now. Have some. Yang Jianting was indeed hungry and agreed without hesitation. He then went to freshen up, and when he came out, the food was already on the table. Su Lin whispered, how's work going? Is everything settled now? In the past few days, Yang Jianting had clearly felt that the company was going to be acquired by Xingyu Entertainment, so he naturally had to pay more attention. However, he didn't tell Li Chen about this for fear of affecting his studies. Only the couple knew about these matters. Yang Jianting nodded. It's settled, but we're still negotiating on the price. I always feel that this company is a bit unreliable. Even if they acquire us, it will most likely tarnish our company's reputation and could potentially ruin our products in the future. To be honest, I don't want our company to be acquired. After all, I've been working in this company for so many years. However, he was not the owner of the company and couldn't influence this matter. For now, all he could do was to try his best to keep his job. At least he had a family to support. I think we should just go with the flow. If we do get acquired, since it's not something you can decide, might as well wait and see. Su Lin sighed. I just don't know if there will be massive layoffs. If Yang Jianting was laid off, the whole family would face significant financial problems. Even if he found another job, it would be hard to find one as satisfying as this. Yang Jianting lowered his head and ate, indifferent. I can't control this situation either. We'll see how it goes. If I do get laid off, I'll just have to find other ways to make money. Hearing this, Su Lin stopped asking further questions. As long as the family was safe and healthy, she would be content. The next day, Li Chen went to school as usual, but during lunchtime, he didn't stay at school but took a taxi to Xiangyu Mansion. As soon as he got off the car, he headed straight to the rented house, bringing the music score with him. He didn't dare to delay for a moment and hurriedly uploaded the newly written music score. Xia Tingxue stood behind him, watching silently, not daring to disturb him. It wasn't until the music score was successfully uploaded that Xia Tingxue asked, now that you've started school, will you only have time to come here on weekends? Li Chen stood up and said softly, not necessarily, I'll come in special circumstances. But if I get too busy, I might not have time to come here. He quickly took out a box from his backpack and handed it to Xia Tingxue. This is for you, a gift. A gift? Xia Tingxue couldn't believe it. Why are you giving me a gift? Li Chen smiled. Because you made it to the second round of the audition, so I prepared a gift for you. Not only you, Shanshan and Yunyun also have one. It's just that the contents are different. Open it and see. Xia Tingxue slowly opened the box and was stunned when she saw what was inside. It was a necklace of an animated character. Although it was a bit cartoonish, it was exquisitely made. How did you know I like this cartoon character? Xia Tingxue looked at him in surprise. Li Chen pointed to the design on her phone case. It's printed on your phone case. Hearing this, Xia Tingxue finally noticed the design on her phone case and suddenly realized. You are really attentive. She looked at the necklace in the box and found it even more beautiful. She never expected to receive jewelry for the first time, especially from a child. It was truly unexpected. She put on the necklace, and although the pendant was of a cartoon character, it was small and not much different in size from other necklaces. But no matter what, this necklace suited her well. Thank you so much, I really like it. Xia Tingxue looked at herself in the mirror and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Li Chen glanced at the clock on the wall. As long as you like it. But I'm running out of time, I have to go back first to avoid missing my afternoon classes. I'll come back on the weekend. Xia Tingxue hurried to the kitchen and took out the prepared rice balls. Take this to eat on the way, and here's some yogurt, don't go hungry. She handed everything to Li Chen. Li Chen hadn't eaten yet, so he accepted them and hurriedly left. He took a taxi back to school, and as soon as he entered the school gate, he met an old man. The old man was sweeping the floor, and when he saw Li Chen, his gaze lingered on him for a moment. Are you Yang Chenggang? The old man suddenly asked. Li Chen stopped. Yes, do you need something from me? The old man was the school's gatekeeper. Although he was old, he was still in good health. He always liked to keep busy, so the school deliberately kept him around. The old man waved his hand repeatedly. It's nothing, I've just been hearing about you a lot lately, so seeing you feels unusual. Your grades are good, you must study hard, it's best to get into a good university. Li Chen couldn't help but smile at these words. I understand. When he returned to the classroom, Kaya asked softly, Yang Chenggang, why didn't you come back for lunch? Some students came looking for you, they seemed to be from the key class. As soon as he heard it was from the key class, Li Chen guessed who it was. It must be Lu Dong and a few others. I had something to do at lunch, so I went home. Li Chen smiled and looked at the teacher entering the classroom. If they came, it's probably nothing serious. If it were, they would definitely come back. He took out his textbook, said no more, and followed the teacher's instructions to open the books one by one. Although he understood the knowledge in the textbooks, he still tried to look like he was studying, but his mind was filled with business matters. Since Xia Tingxue was about to start school, he had to find someone else to keep an eye on things for him. He couldn't just ignore everything. How else would he earn money to help his two daughters? Until the end of the school day, Li Chen couldn't think of a better solution. As he left the school gate, Li Chen saw Su Lin, and not far away, Chen Song. This kid wasn't from their Inlin High School, so why was he here? Was he looking for other classmates? Li Chen watched as Chen Song's gaze remained on him, and a thought inexplicably crossed his mind. Could this person be looking for him? He walked towards Su Lin. Let's go. Su Lin said as they walked. I think that boy over there looks familiar, like your classmate from the piano class, is it him? She was referring to Chen Song, and Li Chen nodded without hesitation. It's him. But we didn't talk much in the piano class, so we're not really familiar. Su Lin said, I received a call this afternoon, inviting you to a birthday party on the weekend. It's a girl named Chen Lu. When Li Chen heard the name Chen Lu, he suddenly understood. Perhaps Chen Song came to find him to talk about this, but with Su Lin present, he had to hold back. Did they mention the specific time? Li Chen asked casually. Su Lin looked at him with a hint of caution in her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she said, they said it's this Saturday, on the 3rd floor of the Qingxin Hotel. Are you going? Li Chen didn't think much about it. Since the call had already been made, he might as well go. We'll see. If I have time, I'll go. If not, then forget it. Upon hearing this, Su Lin's expression became slightly serious. She moved her red lips a few times before speaking. At your age, there's really no need to attend birthday parties. Just focus on studying. We can talk about other things later. Especially between male and female classmates, it's important to maintain a distance. It took Li Chen a few seconds to react to her words. Perhaps because of memories from a past life, he always felt like he was in his 30s. He even treated people his age as younger. At least in his eyes, Chen Lu seemed more like a junior. There couldn't possibly be any romantic feelings between them. He had overlooked Su Lin's thoughts. She had actually thought about the relationship between him and Chen Lu. Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. We're just classmates. There can't be anything else between us. If you're really worried, I won't go. Su Lin hurriedly said, No, how could Mom not trust you? Mom just thinks you should be a little more cautious. But Mom believes you can handle these things. Just as she finished speaking, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly came from not far away. My leg. The voice was familiar, and Li Chen subconsciously turned to look. He saw Chen Song lying on the ground, with a car nearby. His right leg was bleeding profusely, blood still flowing out continuously. But the owner of the car not only didn't get out to help but started to reverse, obviously trying to escape. Li Chen noted down the license plate number and then rushed over directly. Chen Song, let me help you with the wound first. Endure it a bit, it might hurt a little, he said as he started to search his pockets, then looked back at the others. His gaze suddenly fell on the scarf wrapped around Su Lin's bag. Mom, give me the scarf. Su Lin didn't react in time, but upon hearing this, she quickly took off the scarf and handed it over without hesitation. Li Chen took the scarf and lifted Chen Song's injured leg. Just this movement made Chen Song cry out even louder. Yang Chengang, are you even capable? I'm in so much pain. Chen Song's face was pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Hiss, are you trying to retaliate against me? It hurts so much. But Li Chen remained indifferent, wrapping the scarf around his leg, stopping just above the wound, and then tying it tightly. Chen Song gasped, are you trying to kill me? Su Lin, watching from the side, asked in a trembling voice, Chengang, do you know how to do all this? If the emergency treatment by Yang Chengang led to serious consequences, their family would have to pay for it. It would truly be a loss outweighing the gain. Did you call for an ambulance? Li Chen asked urgently. Someone in the crowd shouted, yes, it's been called, it should be here soon. Li Chen watched as the bleeding at the wound slowly stopped, feeling a bit relieved. Then you wait here for the ambulance, I'll head back first. He stood up to leave but was stopped by Chen Song grabbing his leg. No, you can't leave. You bandaged me like this, if it ends up in amputation, how will I seek revenge on you? Chen Song said, on the verge of tears, his eyes red with fear and reluctance to speak. All he knew was among all these people, he only knew Yang Chengang. In any case, he had to hold on to this person and not let him leave. Look at how you bandaged me, you didn't cover the wound at all. No, you can't leave. You have to stay until I'm okay. Chen Song stubbornly refused to let go, and the people around, unaware of the situation, joined in, urging Li Chen to stay and accompany Chen Song to the hospital. Li Chen had no choice but to agree. However, Su Lin couldn't help but worry, afraid that something might go wrong, and they would end up having to pay for it. My son was just trying to help you bandage the wound, how about you? Isn't this bullying someone who was trying to help? Su Lin just wanted to take Yang Chengang away as soon as possible. Li Chen calmly said, it's okay, let's wait for the ambulance to arrive first. 10 minutes later, when the ambulance arrived, Chen Song's face was as pale as a sheet. But he still clung tightly to Li Chen's leg, refusing to let him go. It wasn't until the medical staff brought a stretcher that he finally let go. But he still weakly said, you have to come with me. You must come with me. The medical staff thought there might be some connection between Li Chen and the incident, and they all looked at him. One of them said, come with us for a bit. Su Lin panicked at this and quickly said, my son was just trying to help, why should he go with you? No, we're not going. We've been here for so long already, we can't go. She shielded Li Chen behind her as she spoke. Li Chen, however, was indifferent, it's okay, I'll go with them, and I have something to tell Chen Song as well. At the very least, he needed to clarify the license plate number of the person responsible. Su Lin glared at him, signaling him to change his words. But Li Chen handed her his backpack and said, Mom, you go back first, I'll be back in a while. Su Lin was so angry she couldn't speak. But since her son insisted, she had no choice but to go along. In the end, mother and son went to the hospital together. 2 hours later, Chen Song came out of the emergency room and was transferred to a regular ward. The attending doctor followed, with Li Chen and Su Lin close behind. Young man, did you tie that scarf? Dr. Lu asked. Li Chen nodded, yes, Dr. Lu patted his shoulder with a smile, thank goodness you were there, otherwise he might not have saved his leg. Hearing this, Su Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief and gestured towards Chen Song in the hospital bed. Did you hear that? My son saved you, can we leave now? Chen Song pouted, looking somewhat displeased at Li Chen. He seemed surprised that Li Chen had actually saved him. Just then, the door of the ward suddenly opened, and a couple dressed in designer clothes walked in. When they saw Chen Song on the bed, they rushed over. Son, how are you? Are you okay? Who hit you? The man asked, then turned to Su Lin and Li Chen. Was it them? Chen Song furrowed his brows. No, they saved me. Even though he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. I saw the license plate of the driver. Li Chen took out pen and paper from his bag and wrote it down. It was this car. After informing Chen Song's parents about the driver, Li Chen and Su Lin left the hospital. It wasn't until they were outside that Su Lin dared to call Yang Jianting and tell him what had happened. The two took a taxi home, and on the way, Su Lin couldn't help but sigh. Thank goodness nothing serious happened, otherwise who knows what trouble we would have gotten into. Remembering how Li Chen had bandaged Chen Song, she still felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, everything was fine now. But how did you know how to bandage that kind of wound? Did your school teach you? Li Chen thought for a moment before replying, I saw it on TV before. Su Lin didn't doubt it, nodded, and couldn't help but sigh. Watching TV does have its benefits. Back home, Yang Jianting had already prepared dinner. The family sat down to eat together, and the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. However, after dinner, Su Lin and Yang Jianting returned to their room and discussed quietly. Did our son really save someone? Yang Jianting seemed somewhat incredulous. Su Lin clicked her tongue. Of course, do you think I would lie about this? It's a pity the situation was too scary at the time, otherwise I would have definitely recorded it, as a memento. At least it was a heroic moment for our son. But fortunately, everything was fine, otherwise the video she recorded would have been advantageous to the other party. Yang Jianting furrowed his brows, hesitated for a moment, and said, I can't help but feel that our son doesn't seem like our son. Don't you find it strange at all? It seems like he's not only doing well academically now, but he's also good at various things. He can even guess what our company boss is thinking. He had been suspicious before, and now with this incident of saving someone, Yang Jianting was even more doubtful. Something just didn't seem right. Su Lin found this strange, but how could she, as a mother, not recognize her own son? Besides, Yang Changgang had been living under her nose all this time. There couldn't possibly be any problem. Are you overthinking it? Our son is just maturing, improving his grades, and excelling in various aspects of life as normal. If you really don't believe he's your son, just take him to the hospital for a paternity test. She joked, but Yang Jianting frowned. Of course, he believed that Yang Changgang was his son, but the recent behavior of Yang Changgang was indeed a bit off. After all, there are no two identical people in the world. If Yang Changgang is not his son now, then who else could it be? The night was dark as ink, but there were hidden undercurrents. In Xiangzhou, inside a tall building, a man flipped through a magazine repeatedly. He held a cigar in his hand, taking occasional puffs. Standing in front of him was a middle-aged man with graying temples, as if waiting for the man in the boss's chair to give instructions. Lao Yu, have someone check who wrote the articles in the recent issues of Sihai magazine. The style is off, clearly reminiscent of a decade ago. Find out specifically who it is and inform me as soon as possible. The middle-aged man across nodded, yes. Due to the video of saving someone being posted online, Li Chen once again appeared in the public eye. Even the school knew about his heroic act. Chen Song's parents even had a banner made and specially sent it to Class 27 of Yinlin Middle School. We are so grateful to classmate Yang Changgang. If it weren't for him, my son might have lost his leg. I really don't know how to thank you enough. When Chen Song is discharged, I will make sure he comes to thank you properly. Saying this, Xian's father took out a stack of money and a business card from his bag. This is a token of our appreciation, please accept it. Li Chen hesitated for a moment before accepting the business card and pushing the money back. I can't take the money, but I can accept the card. Although he was in need of money, he knew there were things he shouldn't accept. Keeping the card might come in handy in the future. Teacher Wang stood by and added, Mr. Chen, helping others in times of crisis is our traditional virtue, and we cannot accept money for it. As long as the person is safe, money is unnecessary. After a moment of hesitation, Xian's father took the money back. Alright, I'll listen to you. He had no choice but to leave the banner with Li Chen and quickly departed. When Li Chen returned to his seat with the banner, Teacher Wang said, in such a critical moment, our classmate Yang Changgang remained calm and even saved a life. This kind of spirit and attitude is something we should learn from. Everyone should learn more from classmate Yang Changgang. Not only does he excel academically, but he can also save lives, making him an outstanding student among his peers. The crowd applauded, and many turned to look at Yang Changgang. Wang Qintao pursed his lips tightly, his eyes filled with disdain. It was as if he didn't care at all about such matters. Li Chen, on the other hand, was indifferent. To him, helping out was just a matter of course. He just hadn't expected it to blow up online. By the time school ended, there were even several media outlets at the school gate. Seeing Yang Changgang, they quickly took out their phones or cameras. Li Chen hurried out of the school, but the media followed him, eager to take pictures. Fortunately, Yang Jianting came to pick him up today. Seeing the situation, he quickly stepped forward and shielded him. This is the school gate, please be mindful of the impact. My son doesn't want to be on TV or photographed, so step aside. Yang Jianting scolded. Hearing this, the crowd slowly made way. Yang Jianting took Li Chen and left in a taxi. It wasn't until the car was far away that he couldn't help but say, these people are crazy, coming to the school gate like that. They don't consider the students' feelings at all. Li Chen was already used to such situations and didn't feel annoyed. Tomorrow was Saturday, and when he got home, Li Chen began arranging things for tomorrow and the day after. He even contacted Li Chen specifically to inform her that he would be teaching them tomorrow. During dinner, Li Chen said, you don't have to pick me up from school anymore. I can come back on my own. It's not far, just a short walk. Moreover, I'm already a junior high school student, not an elementary school student, so I don't need to be picked up anymore. Su Lin was still somewhat worried and advised earnestly, it's okay, I don't have anything urgent to do, so I'll just pick you up on my way. Yang Jianting, however, remained indifferent. I don't think you need to pick him up. There are hardly any parents of junior high school students at the school gate. They are all parents of elementary school students. He's old enough to come back by himself. Father and son were on the same page, so even if Su Lin wanted to pick him up, she had to compromise. Alright, I'll listen to you, I won't pick you up anymore in the future. Finally, when the weekend arrived, Li Chen also rarely stayed in bed. By the time he got up, it was already past 10 in the morning. After a simple breakfast, he made an excuse to go out. He took a taxi straight to Xiangyu Mansion, to the rented house. Why did you suddenly come? Xia Tingxue heard the noise and peeked from the kitchen to the door. Are you going to upload a new playlist again? Li Chen nodded. Yes, I need to upload a new one. Hearing this, Xia Tingxue took off her apron and walked closer. We will start school in a few days. I think you need to find a suitable person to help you manage things here in advance. Otherwise, if you don't reply to messages for a long time, you might lose some buyers. Li Chen understood this, but for a moment, he couldn't think of where to find a suitable person. At least it had to be someone he could trust. It depends on fate, I can't just find the right person whenever I want. Xia Tingxue pursed her lips tightly, hesitated for a moment, then sat down on the side. She seemed to have something to say, but hesitated to speak. Li Chen kept typing on the keyboard, uploading the new music scores online, but also asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Xia Tingxue forced a smile. I do have something on my mind, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate to say it directly. Hearing this, Li Chen stopped typing and looked at her in confusion. What's the matter? Just say it. Xia Tingxue took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and said, I want to buy the rights from you for a period of time. In this way, during that time, we will split the income from these songs equally. Of course, I will also give you some additional royalties. Li Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised that Xia Tingxue was daring enough to propose this. Royalties were not cheap. Moreover, in this situation, buying the rights again would mean sharing the money with him in different proportions. Royalties are quite expensive. Are you sure you want to do this? Li Chen asked. Xia Tingxue bit her lip tightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, I just want to buy the rights for a period of time, maybe 3 months. How about 8,000 for the rights? 8,000 was not a small amount, considering it was only for 3 months. But Li Chen thought that selling the rights again at this point might not be a good idea. At least he didn't want to attract attention. We split the money earned, 40% for me and 60% for you. Xia Tingxue, seeing his hesitation, quickly added. Li Chen understood that the conditions she offered were already quite good. The royalties were not low. However, he was concerned that doing this again would attract more attention. After a moment of hesitation, Li Chen shook his head. I don't want to sell the rights for now, let's forget about it. Xia Tingxue didn't get the answer she wanted, so she had to give up. If you want the rights, I can sell them every half month, Li Chen suddenly said. Hearing this, Xia Tingxue's eyes lit up. Okay, selling them every half month works too. You decide how much money and how to split it, it's up to you. After thinking it over, Li Chen said, 2,000 every half month, and we split the money earned equally. Although the royalties had increased slightly, changing the split to equal shares would allow Xia Tingxue to make money. It might even be more profitable than the 3-month rights proposal she had suggested. Deal, let's settle it this way. When school starts, start counting down. A contract half a month ago. If you ever decide not to sell the rights, then we won't renew the contract. As long as there's a way to make some money for her, it's fine. A half-month contract seems just right. Li Chen nodded, so it's settled then. After uploading the new songs, he hurriedly left once everything was done. At the entrance of the residential area, he called Lin Yu to come to Xiangyu Mansion. While waiting, he ran into Wang Qintao. When Wang Qintao saw Li Chen, he sneered coldly. Here to see your friend again? His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Li Chen glanced at him calmly. Yes, any problem? Wang Qintao, noticing his tone wasn't friendly, looked even more displeased. Your attitude has changed since you started doing well in your studies. You didn't talk to me like this before. Wang Qintao approached, but I'm curious how long you can maintain these grades. I don't know how you managed to score so well last time, but I'm looking forward to your next exam. I want to see how well you can score next time. Li Chen squinted slightly at him, feeling Wang Qintao's hostility inexplicably. He vaguely remembered not having offended Wang Qintao before. Each time, it was after Wang Qintao provoked him that he had to retaliate. But now, Wang Qintao seemed genuinely hostile towards him. Li Chen looked at him suspiciously. Are you jealous of my good grades? Wang Qintao's brows furrowed at the question, blurting out, why would I be jealous of you? You know how you got those grades, deep down. I have no reason to envy someone who cheats. Li Chen chuckled softly at his words. Cheating? Can you prove it? Wang Qintao's face darkened, his gaze shifting away. Seems like there's no evidence, so stop making baseless accusations. Li Chen saw teacher Wang slowly approaching from a distance and whispered, if you're capable, try getting such good grades yourself. Just 2 points short, even the principal wouldn't dare accuse me of cheating, let alone you. Wang Qintao clenched his fists tightly, seething with anger. But Li Chen continued, by the way, are you so dissatisfied with me now because if it weren't for this exam, you could have entered the key class? But now you can't because of this exam? Wang Qintao, did you cheat during the final exam in the first year? This remark completely enraged Wang Qintao. You're talking nonsense, he roared. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. What's going on? Why all this shouting? Wang Qintao stiffened immediately, knowing without looking that it was who it was. Li Chen calmly said, it's nothing, just that Wang Qintao isn't very happy with me, so he said a few words. It's okay, Teacher Wang, you don't need to worry about it. But Teacher Wang found this even more puzzling. Stepping forward, he asked, can't things be discussed calmly? Why all the shouting? His gaze shifted to Wang Qintao beside him. Clearly, he was asking him. Wang Qintao had nothing to say and didn't know what to say. Li Chen spoke up, perhaps Wang Qintao isn't happy because he didn't do well in this exam and couldn't get into the key class, so he's a bit dissatisfied with me. We've explained it, let's wait for the next exam results. If I can still score well, he won't accuse me of cheating in the future. He was very good at reporting others, but he used to disdain arguing with petty people. Teacher Wang's expression turned sharp upon hearing this, glaring angrily at Wang Qintao. It's your own fault for not getting into the key class, don't blame others. Besides, can Yang Chenggun's grades be achieved without cheating? Even if the answer is right in front of him, he still wouldn't be able to copy this grade. The students in the advanced class all know to seek help from him, to look at the essays others have written. Have you seen them? People were coming and going at the entrance of the community, many of them looking towards Teacher Wang and Wang Qintao. Wang Qintao kept his head down, not saying a word. His fists were clenched tightly. He was displeased with Li Chen in his heart, but he didn't dare say a word at that moment. Teacher Wang snorted in frustration, then turned to Li Chen with a smile. Why are you here? Is there something you need? Li Chen replied calmly, nothing much, just here to see a friend and chat. Teacher Wang nodded, your grades are indeed good. I don't expect you to maintain this score in the next exam, but I am looking forward to it, especially in the essay section. Noticing he was still holding something in his hand and that it was almost time for lunch. Oh, haven't you eaten yet? Why don't you come to my place for some food? Li Chen waved his hand. No, I have to go practice the piano later, so I'll pass. Maybe another time. Besides, with Wang Qintao being so dissatisfied with him, even if he went to eat, he might end up with indigestion. As he finished speaking, he saw Lin Yu's car. Teacher Wang, my friend is here, I won't take up any more of your time, I'll leave first. Teacher Wang agreed, and only after Li Chen got into the car did he turn to Wang Qintao. His expression turned cold, his eyes filled with displeasure. You couldn't even make it to the advanced class by yourself, yet you have the nerve to be dissatisfied with Yang Chenggang. If you're so capable, why don't you outperform him? He only lost 2 points in 7 subjects, and those were unavoidable in the essay. And you? You did terribly. If I hadn't pushed you to study during the summer, you wouldn't have achieved this score, you might have even been ranked outside the top 200 in the whole school. With a disappointed sigh, he turned and walked back into the community. Wang Qintao kept his head down, glancing in Li Chen's direction as he left, then entered the community. But no one saw the anger and frustration in his eyes. After Li Chen got into Lin Yu's car, they set off for Lin Hui's house. On the way, Lin Yu excitedly talked about Li Chen saving someone. Brother-in-law, that's just like you, no one else could have been so calm. I always say you're my brother-in-law, I'm not mistaken. Thinking about the audition a few days ago, Lin Yu suddenly became interested. By the way, did you see Chanxian and Yun Yun's audition performances? I almost didn't recognize them. It's all thanks to your good teaching, no one else could have taught them, they improved so quickly, it's truly a miracle. Compared to Lin Yu's excitement, Li Chen remained calm. He was only going to Lin Hui's house to teach them some new pieces, at least one suitable for the second round of the competition. He couldn't think of a suitable piece for a moment. Even when the car stopped at the entrance of the community where Lin Hui lived, he still couldn't think of one. As he got out of the car and was about to go to Lin Hui's door, his phone in his pocket rang. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Jiang Yi, so he answered directly. Vice President Jiang, is there something wrong? Jiang Yi and Zhou Cheng never contacted him unless something was wrong. Could it be an issue with the manuscript? Jiang Yi chuckled, it's nothing serious, it's just that the articles you wrote have caught the attention of many readers recently. Some company bosses, including the one from Shang Entertainment and another from Fuyu Corporation, want to meet you. I told them you're just a kid, but they still want to meet you. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but frown. Being targeted just because of his articles didn't seem like a good thing to him. Even have to meet. Li Chen tightly pursed his lips, gesturing for Lin Yu to go in first as he waited on the side. Lin Yu understood and headed straight to Lin Hui's house. Li Chen leaned against the car, his eyes scanning around. It wasn't until he saw Lin Yu enter the house that he spoke. Mr. Zhang, please help me tell them that I won't meet with them. Furthermore, I don't want them to know who I am, whether it's my name or appearance. I hope Mr. Zhang, you won't tell them. Otherwise, I think I won't be able to continue contributing to 4C's magazine. His contributions were out of nostalgia for 4C's company and his love for the editing work. It could even be said that he didn't want to see 4C's magazine turn into an entertainment magazine. But he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. The fact that the bosses of two major companies wanted to meet him, even after knowing he was just a kid, indicated that there was definitely a problem. However, Zhang Yi on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent and didn't speak for a while. Li Chen realized that things might have spiraled out of control and were heading in a bad direction, which made him furrow his brow. You didn't already tell them, did you? This was the last thing he wanted to anticipate. Zhang Yi responded with an it was my oversight. I thought since you had appeared on the internet, it wouldn't matter even if I told them. I didn't expect you didn't want them to know. Rest assured, I will do my best to explain to them next, and I won't let them disturb you. This is my mistake, I apologize to you. Li Chen raised his hand to touch his forehead, sighing somewhat helplessly. But now it wasn't a good idea to confront Zhang Yi further, lest there be no one to mediate. It's best not to let them disturb me. Otherwise, I don't mind resorting to legal means to resolve this matter. With that, he hung up the phone directly. As he put away his phone, he couldn't help muttering under his breath, they want to meet me out of the blue, there must be a problem. He didn't linger outside and went to Lin Hui's house. By the time he arrived, the food on the table was already prepared. Lin Hui hurriedly said, sit down and eat first, we can teach them to play the piano later, no rush. Li Chen didn't hesitate, as it had been many years since he had eaten his wife's cooking. It seemed her culinary skills had improved a lot. After sitting down, Li Chen couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, smiling lightly. You're quite popular online now, many people have seen the video of you saving someone. I didn't expect that, you're so young and yet you know first aid. Speaking of this, Li Chen suddenly thought of Qian Song. He wondered how his leg was doing. Seeing the others looking at him, Li Chen casually said, I had previously studied first aid knowledge, and it just came in handy this time. After the meal, Li Chen started teaching Li Qian and Li Yun a new piece. Lin Yu and Lin Hui sat in the living room, not daring to disturb. It wasn't until the whole piece was finished that Li Chen came out and gave Lin Yu a look before they both walked out together. What's wrong? Is there something you want to say? Lin Yu asked curiously. Li Chen stopped after a few steps, turned back to look at Lin Yu following him. We split the money from selling the music scores, 80 to 20. Li Chen said straightforwardly. Lin Yu smiled and walked towards the car. I knew you asked me to pick you up for this reason, so I took out the money on the way here. Li Chen followed him, but also glanced back at Lin Hui's house. Seeing Lin Hui didn't come out, he whispered, do you have a way to give this money to your sister? Even though he knew this money would be used for his two daughters and Lin Hui in the future, he still felt it would be better to give some to Lin Hui for emergency use. But he also knew Lin Hui wouldn't accept his money, he just didn't know if Lin Yu would be able to. Lin Yu opened the car door and looked back at him. I really can't help it. Don't you know my sister's temper and personality? Even if it was from me, she wouldn't accept it. He took out the money from the car as he spoke. Although we've only just started this, we've made quite a bit of money, over 16,000. You don't have to give me any. We don't need to exchange money in our relationship. Li Chen took the money handed to him and looked back at Lin Hui's house. After some thought, he said, do you have a bag? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. What bag? What do you need it for? Li Chen patted the money in his hand. Divide this money into several parts and put them here. Later, when I slowly find them, I'll say it's money I hid in my past life. This way, it's only natural to give them the money. This was the only way to make Lin Hui accept the money. Lin Yu smiled and said, brother-in-law, you really think for my sister. But they don't lack money either, they should have enough to spend. You don't need to give them money on purpose. Keep it for yourself, you might need it for something in the future. As he spoke, he took out several paper bags from the car. Li Chen handed the money to Lin Yu in batches to put in the bags. They're not poor, but they're not wealthy either. They have to budget for their daily expenses. I can't help much, but I can help a bit with money. Leaving 2,000 yuan, Li Chen handed it directly to Lin Yu. "This money is for you." Lin Yu clicked his tongue, about to refuse, but Li Chen added, "Hush money." Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, since you put it that way, I'll accept it." The two divided the money into several parts, each putting some in their pockets, and then returned to Lin Hui's house. Once inside, Li Chen hid the money in various nooks and crannies, intentionally avoiding Lin Hui's gaze. After confirming that all the money was well hidden, Li Chen went to the east room to watch his two daughters play the piano. It was late when he finally left, taking a taxi to the Qingshan Hotel, buying a birthday gift downstairs, and heading straight to the third floor. Chen Lu's birthday party invited not only his own friends but also classmates from the piano class. Originally, Chen Yu wanted to come with Qian Song, but since Qian Song had an accident, he could only help bring the gift. Unexpectedly, he ran into Li Chen. Both of them handed the gifts to Chen Lu at the same time. "This is Qian Song's gift." Chen Yu shook the gift in his left hand and looked at the gift in his right hand. "This is my gift to you." Li Chen calmly said, "Happy birthday." Chen Lu reached out to take the gift from Li Chen and sweetly smiled at him. "I thought you wouldn't come. Actually, your presence is the best gift." Only then did she accept the two gifts from Chen Yu. "By the way, I watched the video online. I didn't expect you to save Qian Song. It's a good thing you were there, otherwise, who knows what would have happened to his leg. It looked really scary in the video." Li Chen casually replied, "It just happened that I was there and helped out." Chen Yu, looking at his calm demeanor, suddenly thought of the situation in the video where he saved someone. It was unexpected that in the end, it was Yang Chengang who saved Qian Song. After all, Qian Song had been harboring ill intentions, wanting to teach Yang Chengang a lesson. Now, it seemed he might never want to teach Yang Chengang a lesson again. "Yang Chengang, since there's a piano here, why don't you play a birthday song for us later?" Chen Yu said, trying to get closer. Li Chen nodded slightly, "No problem." But thinking about the relationship between Chen Yu and Qian Song, Li Chen asked, "How is Qian Song's leg?" Chen Yu sighed, "It looks like it will take some time to heal. It might take 3 to 5 months to fully recover. Fortunately, with you here, we managed to save his leg. Otherwise, he might have lost his leg." Li Chen said in a low voice, "As long as he's okay." After speaking, he turned to look around, his gaze falling on the piano. "There's a curfew at home, so I might have to leave after playing the piano piece." In reality, there was no set time, he just didn't want to stay here for long. The gift had been delivered, playing the piano piece was his participation, there was no need to linger any longer. Chen Lu didn't think much either, smiling and nodding, "Okay." Most of the people at the birthday party were of the same age, and Li Chen only greeted a few classmates from the piano class. As the birthday party was about to begin, with the footsteps of the waiter pushing out the cake, Li Chen also went to the piano and slowly played the happy birthday song. The music was melodious and cheerful, and when the cake was brought to Chen Lu, Li Chen intentionally slowed down the music. It wasn't until Chen Lu made a wish and blew out the candles that the music returned to normal. At the end of the song, a few people recognized Li Chen and took out their phones to sneak a picture. But Li Chen acted as if he hadn't seen it, and went straight to Chen Lu. "It's about time, I'll head back first," he said softly. Chen Lu was about to see him off, but Li Chen stopped her. "No need to accompany me, I'll go downstairs by myself, you stay here with your friends." With that, he turned and walked towards the door. Chen Lu watched his back and inexplicably felt that he was different from before. There was a maturity in his words that didn't belong to their age group. But she couldn't pinpoint when this change had occurred. Li Chen walked to the hotel entrance, about to hail a cab, when he heard Chen Yu's voice behind him. "Wait!" Chen Yu called out urgently, "Yang Chengang, I want to talk to you." Hearing this, Li Chen turned around to see Chen Yu running towards him in a hurry, curious about what he wanted to talk about. "Just say what you want to talk about." When Chen Yu approached, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "You should know that Qian Song has never liked you, right? Even the last time I fought with you, it was at his instigation." Li Chen nodded, "I know. What about it?" He was too calm, his tone seemed to reveal a hint of puzzlement, which made Chen Yu somewhat at a loss. He even regretted coming out. But since things had come to this, he could only muster the courage to ask, "If you knew that, why did you still save him?" Li Chen felt a big question mark flashing over his head. In that situation, could he just sit back and do nothing? Or watch Qian Song get seriously injured and faint, resulting in a disabled leg? He asked himself, he couldn't be so cold-blooded and heartless. "He wanted me to go after you again before, even wanted me to ruin your hand. For someone who plays the piano, you should know how important hands are." Chen Yu spoke again. Hearing this, Li Chen looked at his own hands. He didn't expect Qian Song, at such a young age, to be so malicious. If a pianist's hands were destroyed, how could they continue playing the piano in the future? However, after thinking for a moment, Li Chen suddenly smiled. If I had known about his intentions before the accident, maybe I would have hesitated about saving him, but it would only be a second of hesitation, and then I would definitely save him. After all, I can't be that ruthless, watching others in trouble and not helping. He looked up at Chenya across from him. Even if the injured person wasn't Qian Song, just a stranger I didn't know, I would still save them. Chenya suddenly understood, looking at him with admiration. You're different from him, he said sincerely. Li Chen smiled, seeing a taxi approaching not far away. He raised his hand to hail it. I should go back, you guys continue to have fun. The car stopped beside the two, and Chenya watched as Li Chen got in. As the car drove away, he muttered softly, such a good person, I really don't know why Qian Song can't get along with him. Even after being saved by Li Chen, when Qian Song handed him the gift to pass on to Chen Lu, he specifically instructed, see what Yang Chenggang loosened, at least I want to know if my gift is more valuable than his. If Yang Chenggang knew about this, who knows if he would regret saving Qian Song. The weekend flew by, and Li Chen felt like he hadn't rested enough before school started. At his request, Su Lin and Yang Jianting did not accompany him to school, so he walked there alone. Halfway there, he happened to meet Lu Dong. Yang Chenggang. What a coincidence, you're also walking this way. Lu Dong was very excited. Li Chen chuckled awkwardly, yeah, quite a coincidence. This road was the main entrance road to the school, and almost half of the students had to walk this way to get to school. The other half of the students walked on the opposite side. However, Lu Dong's excitement was quite unexpected. Is there something on your mind? Li Chen was suspicious. Lu Dong waved his hands repeatedly. No, I just feel happy when I see you. By the way, I memorized your essay. The more I read it, the better it seems, and it's so easy to recite. Li Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. He just wrote it casually. Was it really worth all this attention? And someone even memorized it. Are all the students in your class so diligent? Li Chen had to change the subject. He couldn't continue talking about the essay, to avoid further embarrassment. Lu Dong nodded slightly. Yes, the pressure in the advanced class is even greater, not only from the teachers but also from the classmates. I've thought about relaxing a bit, but everyone around me is studying, so I can't relax. Besides, my parents care a lot about my grades. They hardly allow me to make any mistakes. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but frown. In comparison, although Su Lin cared about grades, she wouldn't forbid him from making mistakes. She even gave him a lot of room for error. He was much more comfortable in this aspect than Lu Dong. Lu Dong sighed softly. I won't hide it from you, when you did so well on the exam, my parents scolded me harshly, thinking I didn't study hard enough. He pushed up the thick glasses on his nose, his eyes devoid of the innocence typical of his age. Instead, a wave of endless fatigue surged within him. Li Chen couldn't help but worry about Lu Dong's mental state upon hearing this. Pushed to such an extent, it might be impossible for him to relax. Grades don't represent everything. There's no need to demand so much from yourself. Maybe you can talk to them. Lu Dong shook his head gently. It's useless. I can only study hard and do my best to improve my grades. If I could achieve the kind of grades you did, my parents would probably be very happy. Li Chen never expected this incident to have such a significant impact. Perhaps there were many parents in the advanced class who were similar to Lu Dong's parents. Hiss! A piercing brake sound came from behind, and Li Chen instinctively turned around. Fortunately, no one was in an accident. It was just a black car that stopped just before hitting someone. Li Chen glanced at the car's license plate number, habitually memorizing it. However, he had no idea that the people inside the car were all lowering their heads in alertness. Yu Shangzhong furrowed his brow. Be more careful while driving. If we're discovered, how will we explain it when we go back? The driver acknowledged and slowly drove the car towards the school gate. Li Chen watched as the car stopped right in front of the gate, unmoving. No one got out of the car from start to finish. Strange, why would they park the car here? This is not a parking spot. Unless it's for parents dropping off their children at school, they might stop temporarily. But this car clearly isn't here to drop off students, otherwise the students would have gotten out of the car already. Out-of-town license plate, and it's a car from Shangzhou. Li Chen furrowed his brows, suddenly remembering that Xingyu Company is located in Shangzhou. Not sure if he was overthinking, he just felt something was off about this car. What are you looking at? Lu Dong followed his gaze. Do you recognize this type of car? Li Chen shifted his gaze back and entered the school with Lu Dong. I do. This car isn't considered expensive. It just has a spacious interior, more comfortable to sit in. Suitable for long journeys, but if driving in the city, especially in crowded places, this car might seem a bit too big. He blurted out everything, leaving Lu Dong stunned. You know about cars too. Isn't your knowledge a bit too extensive? People in their age group like to remember car brands, but very few are as specific as Yang Chenggang. Li Chen calmly said, I've read car magazines before, so I gradually remembered them. In his past life, he had bought a car from this brand, so naturally, he remembered it. After finishing his morning classes, Li Chen, after lunch, deliberately walked around the campus with Wang Tao. He saw the car outside through the school gate was still there. Li Chen thought to himself, there might really be some problem. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been parked in front of the school for so long. Long-term parking is not allowed here. Wang Tao, Li Chen smiled, there are a few new beverage shops nearby. After school, I'll treat you to a drink. Wang Tao readily agreed to the good offer. Sure, you treat me this time, and I'll treat you next time, he said, raising his hand to pat Li Chen's shoulder. Look at you, everything's going well now, you're cheerful, doing well in studies, and even a piano genius. Too bad, I just don't go to bars. At our age, we should practice our alcohol tolerance more, so we can navigate well in society in the future. Li Chen just smiled and didn't respond to that. The two of them walked around the playground before returning to the classroom. Until school was over in the afternoon, Li Chen and Wang Tao left the school together. Li Chen saw that the car was still in place, but it started when they came out. He deliberately took Wang Tao to a beverage shop further away. It was on a small road where only one car could pass. Li Chen clearly saw the familiar car following them. After buying drinks, Li Chen took a sip and pretended to have just noticed. Wang Tao, it seems like that car behind us is following us. Huh? Following us? Wang Tao turned around abruptly. Glancing at the car, he waved his hand nonchalantly. Impossible, what benefit would they have following us? Have you watched too many spy movies? Who would track students? He didn't believe it at all, Li Chen casually said, maybe I'm just overthinking. After speaking, he looked towards one of the side roads. Let's take this way, it's closer and leads directly to the main road. Without much thought, Wang Tao followed Li Chen down the side road. The car behind them followed suit. However, as they walked further down the quiet side road, it didn't seem like it led to the main road at all. Wang Tao couldn't help but doubt, Yang Chenggang, are you sure this is the right way? Does this really lead to the main road? He looked back, there was no one else on the side road, but the car had been following them all along. Wang Tao furrowed his brows, starting to feel suspicious. Not sure if the car was really following them, or if it was just coincidental. Li Chen scratched his head, I remember this road. Let's keep going, maybe it leads to the main road ahead. With that, he peeked around the corner. I remembered it wrong, this is not the right way, Wang Tao said as he peered ahead. At the end of the path was a house with its gate tightly shut. He paused, feeling a chill down his spine. In the past, there were a few houses, but none of the cars had stopped, and now only this house remained. If that car continued to move forward, it was likely following them. Wang Tao tugged at Li Chen's sleeve, and they both stood against the wall. Yang Chenggang, that car seems to be really following us. He intentionally lowered his voice, then glanced back to see that the car behind them had stopped, which made him even more afraid. Oh no! It really seems like they are following them. Seeing Yang Chenggang about to turn back, Wang Tao hurriedly said, don't look back. Li Chen pretended to be scared and said, what should we do? I didn't bring my phone. If they are really after us, aren't we walking into a dead end? Wang Tao, you're clever, do you have any good ideas? He seemed to be placing all his hopes on Wang Tao, which made Wang Tao suddenly want to find a way to save them. It's okay, I have my phone with me. Wang Tao took out his phone to make a call. I'll report this, I don't believe we can't handle them. How dare they follow us, they have some nerve. Li Chen hurriedly said, but it's getting dark now, and I need to go home. If I go home late, my mom will scold me. Wang Tao knew a bit about Yang Chenggang's mother's temperament. Without much thought, he blurted out, after I report this, when the law enforcement officers arrive, you can leave, and I'll stay with them to make a statement. No matter who they are following, since they are following, it can't be anything good. With that, he dialed the number and started reporting the incident. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. They had narrowly escaped a disaster. A few minutes later, law enforcement officers arrived, and without the occupants in the car reacting, they were taken away. Wang Tao was taken away with them. Li Chen didn't go with them but took a taxi straight home. When he arrived home, Su Lin had already prepared dinner. Why are you back so late today? It shouldn't have taken you this long to walk back, right? Su Lin set the chopsticks and questioned Li Chen with a gaze fixed on him. You didn't go somewhere else on the way, did you? Li Chen sat down. No, I just had a little incident with Wang Tao on the way, so I came back late. He couldn't mention the tracking incident, or else Su Lin and Yang Jianting would continue to pick him up and drop him off at school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through all this trouble to have Wang Tao solve the issue. Su Lin didn't press further and took Yang Shiner to wash up, and the three of them started eating. Yang Jianting didn't return until 2 hours later, and he was clearly drunk. As soon as he entered, he said, "Our company is about to be acquired, and our boss plans to take the money and leave. For us employees, I doubt many of us will be kept by the new company." He said these words with a bitter smile, but Su Lin and Li Chen knew he was afraid of losing his job. However, Li Chen was more curious about who was acquiring their company. "Is it Xingyu Company acquiring your company?" Li Chen asked. Yang Jianting nodded, "Yes. That company is like a vampire, and now they want our formula. Do you know? Our company's gift boxes only sell for a few hundred yuan. Now they want our formula, and the products made with the same formula are priced at over 3,000, with the most expensive ones selling for over 8,000. He couldn't help but sneer. They are real bloodsuckers. Su Lin couldn't help but say, "Isn't this price difference too big?" Yang Jianting snorted and slowly sat down on a nearby chair. They are obsessed with money. Yang Jianting accidentally spilled a glass of water on the table. Just changing the packaging will cost so much more. Truly capitalist. Su Lin thought the product boxes from Yang Jianting's company were pretty good, so she quickly said, "Then hurry up and buy me 2 boxes to use at home. So we won't miss out if they really get acquired, and then we won't be able to buy them." Yang Jianting nodded with a smile. "I've already arranged that, but whether we can buy them or not is uncertain." Due to the need to track a certain matter, the school had to access the surveillance at the school gate, so the school became aware of the situation. The next day when Wang Tao went to school, he saw teacher Wang already at the podium as soon as he entered the classroom. He wondered why the teacher was there so early when he wasn't late. "Report!" Wang Tao shouted from the doorway. Teacher Wang waved him over. "Come here." Wang Tao walked over, looking terrified. He rarely stood at the podium, and even though he was usually brave, once he was up there, his legs turned to jelly. After hesitating, Wang Tao softly asked, "Teacher Wang, I'll study harder next time, please don't criticize me in front of everyone. I have my pride." Although his voice was low, in the quiet classroom, the students in the front rows could still hear him. They couldn't help but chuckle. Even teacher Wang chuckled. "I'm not talking about your grades, I'm saying your performance last night was very good, especially brave. Regarding someone following you, you were so vigilant. Being able to notice it promptly shows that you are very careful and strategic in your actions." With a few words of praise, Wang Tao suddenly felt elated. He thought teacher Wang was going to criticize him, but unexpectedly, she was praising him. After so many years of schooling, it was the first time he had been praised by a teacher. Wang Tao smirked and instinctively looked at Li Chen. Thinking about last night, he was about to explain that Yang Changgang also deserved credit, but Yang Changgang gestured for him not to say anything. Wang Tao tactfully remained silent. Teacher Wang continued, "However, what happened last night served as a reminder to all the teachers and students in our school. In the future, everyone must be more careful when going to and from school. If you encounter such a situation without a phone, find a public place and ask passers-by for help. No matter the situation, remain calm and first ensure your safety." All the students responded in unison, "Understood." Teacher Wang turned to Wang Tao, "Praise is praise, but I have one reminder for you. You can't bring your phone to school in the future, it's a school rule." Wang Tao nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I'll remember that." "Teacher Wang, if you have nothing else to say, I'll go back to my seat." Hearing this, Teacher Wang couldn't help but smile. You're clever, but you don't study well. If you put this cleverness into your studies, you'll definitely be in the top 100 of the whole school." Wang Tao had heard these familiar words before, but he still smiled and replied, "I will do my best to study well." With that, he hurried back to his seat. All the students returned to their normal class demeanor, but the school remained vigilant about student safety. Especially, they added more surveillance cameras at the school gate. They also had staff stationed in the monitoring room at all times to prevent a situation where the school might not notice a similar incident in time. At lunchtime, Wang Tao and Li Chen sat together. Wang Tao whispered, "I only found out while making a statement yesterday that they weren't after me, they were after you. They said it was because you're a piano genius, that's why they wanted to meet you. It's just that they chose a bad way to do it." He looked around and lowered his voice, saying, "You should be more careful in the future. It was fortunate that I was there yesterday. If I hadn't been there, what would you have done if something had happened to you?" Li Chen naturally knew that those people were after him. However, most of them were not there to see him, let alone for the title of piano genius. Most of them were sent by Shengyu Entertainment. Fortunately, this time it was resolved smoothly. Otherwise, these people wouldn't know what secrets they could have dug up from him. Li Chen nodded calmly. "I will be more vigilant in the future." Perhaps because of using Wang Tao's help last night, Li Chen also felt a bit guilty for some reason. "Thanks to you last night, I'll treat you to a meal another day." Wang Tao waved his hands repeatedly. "No need, I don't have much going on anyway." I'll just go and take care of this matter. But it's quite interesting that I even received praise. If something like this happens again in the future, if you find out in advance, just call me, and I'll help you solve it." Li Chen was speechless. How did this become a habit? But being praised once in a while, he was probably finding it hard not to be happy, right? "Alright, next time I'll come to you for help." After this incident, Li Chen became even more cautious. Even when he went to Lin Hui's house on the weekend, he was fully prepared, afraid of encountering similar situations again. On Saturday morning, Li Chen went to teach his 2 daughters to play the piano, but he received a call from Zhou Cheng halfway through. "Do you know that the boss of Xingyu Entertainment wants to see you?" Zhou Cheng's tone was not good, sounding somewhat angry. Li Chen responded, "I know, but I don't want to see him." "You don't want to see him?" Zhou Cheng was very surprised. "That's Xingyu Entertainment. Others can't even get a detailed meeting, and you don't want to see him? Do you even know how big Xingyu Entertainment is? The current youth girl group program is exclusively funded by Xingyu Entertainment, and many top artists are from their company." The more he tried to convince Li Chen, the less Li Chen wanted to meet the person. It was just a matter of wanting everything, even resorting to all kinds of despicable means. He had nothing to talk about with such a person. However, Zhou Cheng's current way of handling things did disappoint Li Chen. As an editor, the most important thing is to look at a person or an event from an objective perspective, not just based on their money, power, or fame. Li Chen said earnestly. "Besides, I've already said I don't want to see him. If you want to, you can go." Zhou Cheng fell silent, as if he hadn't expected a middle school student to say such things. It was almost like an adult. "You little brat, how dare you lecture me?" Zhou Cheng couldn't help but doubt himself. Such a great opportunity, if you miss it, you won't have another chance. Li Chen calmly said, "I don't care for such opportunities, you can have it." After saying that, he hung up the phone. He had answered the call at the door, but when he turned around, he found Lin Hui standing there listening. Li Chen put away his phone and casually said, "You must have heard everything, right?" Lin Hui didn't hide it either. "I heard. Are you in some trouble?" At least from the phone call, it seemed like that. After careful consideration, Li Chen said, "I've encountered some trouble. Since you've already heard some of it, I won't hide it from you. It might be better if you know." He narrated the incident of Xingyu Entertainment noticing him, and also mentioned the various misdeeds of Xingyu Entertainment. Only at the end did he say, "If there are any unfamiliar vehicles or people looking for you recently, just say you don't know me. I remember the youth girl group is exclusively funded by Xingyu Entertainment?" Lin Hui looked at Li Chen in confusion. If Chan Chan and Yun Yun really enter the girl group, does that mean they will sign with Xingyu Entertainment? When the time comes, this will be the worst-case scenario. Li Chen also thought of this. But obviously, it was impossible to make Li Chen and Li Yun give up the competition now. He didn't want his speculations and other objective reasons to cause his 2 daughters to have to stop pursuing their dreams. Besides, he hadn't found a suitable company for Li Chen and Li Yun to sign with. Otherwise, they would have to go through the preliminary auditions. Let's take it step by step. There's no need to stop them from competing now. But when it comes to signing contracts, we need to be more cautious. Li Chen was very cautious. At least his 2 daughters and Lin Hui couldn't afford any mistakes. Lin Hui looked at him worriedly. "You need to be more careful, don't let anything happen for real. I don't want to wait until something happens to you and then have our family matters exposed." This was her biggest concern. If Li Chen had an accident and the media exposed that he had memories from a past life, or worse, that he was the reincarnation of her husband, what kind of situation would it be then? She couldn't imagine. It was not just her, even Li Chen felt the same way. His wife and children were always his bottom line, and no one could use him to harm Lin Hui and his 2 daughters. Moreover, when their affairs were exposed, he knew how much malicious gossip would be directed at Lin Hui. This was definitely not the situation he wanted to see. But looking at Lin Hui's nervous appearance, Li Chen pretended to smile lightly. "Wife, it seems you have finally confirmed that I am your husband. You finally believe me." Hearing this, Lin Hui gave him a look. "I still don't believe it. I'm just afraid that after your affairs are exposed, you will talk nonsense with the media again." With that, she turned and walked into the house. Li Chen followed her inside. Knowing that Lin Hui was stubborn but actually believed him, Li Chen deliberately teased her. "Don't worry, if my affairs are really exposed by the media, I will say that we only have an employee-employer relationship, and I'm just teaching the 2 daughters to play the piano. I won't say you're my wife." Lin Hui turned to look at him. "That's for the best." Li Chen chuckled, thinking about the money he had hidden before, and took a few steps towards the corner. His hand behind his back slowly reached for a paper bag. Snap! The paper bag fell to the ground, and Lin Hui looked over. Knowing that Li Chen hadn't taken anything when he went out just now, Lin Hui became alert. Li Chen quickly bent down to pick it up, trying to put the money back where it was. Wait! Lin Hui spoke up. What's inside? She snatched it away. Opening it, she found a dozen red bills inside. Li Chen awkwardly laughed. What's inside? Is it a treasure you've hidden? Lin Hui's eyes sharpened, glaring at him angrily. What's inside? Keep pretending. You've hidden quite a bit of private money. She took out all the money and counted it carefully. 15 red bills. I warn you, you better find the rest and give them to me now, or I'll beat you up today, Lin Hui said, picking up a broom nearby. Anyway, it's easy for me to beat you now, you're not my opponent. Li Chen, pretending to be scared, quickly agreed. Okay, I'll go look for them. Don't be angry, I'll go find them now, he said as he ran off, finding the money he had hidden in various corners from the past week. He brought them all to Lin Hui. Lin Hui opened them one by one, and the total was a whopping 14,000. He really hadn't hidden much, but the next moment, she suddenly saw the date printed on the money. It was printed after Li Chen's passing. Lin Hui looked up at Li Chen across from her. Where did this money come from? Li Chen thought he had hidden it well and continued to deceive her. When I received my salary before, I saved a little bit, thinking I could use it when I go out for drinks with friends. Some of this is a bonus that I secretly kept. However, Lin Hui was not pleased to hear this. She handed one of the red bills to Li Chen. This was printed after you passed away, explain. Li Chen looked at the year on it and slapped his forehead. What a mistake! Since he was caught, he had no choice but to tell the truth. I earned money selling music scores online. Just the other day when Lin Yu came, he happened to take out that money and gave it to me. I thought you might not be well off here, so I gave it to you. If only he had been straightforward from the beginning. Lin Hui's brows furrowed gradually. You can earn so much money selling music scores? How long have you been doing it? Li Chen replied casually, about a month or so. This is just a part of it. I also gave Lin Yu 2,000 as hush money. But now I can earn money on my own. I contribute articles to 4C's magazine every month, and each article pays 2,000. Starting next month, I will sell the copyright of the music scores every half month, and the money earned will be split between me and the buyer. He listed his current money-making projects one by one. However, Lin Hui's brows twitched as she listened. She could hardly believe that a teenager could earn more money than her. Not only did he earn money faster, but he also earned more than her. Lin Hui looked at the money in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and asked, since you regained memories from your past life, how much money have you earned approximately? Li Chen blurted out, in a little over 2 years, I've earned around 100,000, nearly 110,000, but mainly from selling the copyright of To Alice. The copyright of that piece cannot be sold again for 3 years. However, it did alleviate his urgent financial needs, giving him some money on hand to live without worries. This money is just a small part, so you can use it. You can buy clothes, shoes, or have fun with your 2 daughters. I still have tens of thousands in hand, so I'll take care of the money for the 2 daughters in the future. Hearing this, Lin Hui couldn't help but tear up. If Li Chen hadn't died, her life wouldn't have been so difficult these years. But now, with Li Chen helping her after reincarnation, Lin Hui couldn't help but feel unworthy. This money. Seeing Lin Hui pushing the money towards him, Li Chen understood her intention and directly interrupted her. You keep this money, don't give it to me. I won't take it back. He suddenly realized that there had been no piano music in the room for quite some time. Obviously, neither of the 2 daughters were playing the piano. Li Chen turned around and happened to see the 2 daughters peeking at them from the doorway of the east room. He immediately frowned. Go practice, no slacking off. Li Qian and Li Yun hurried back to their room and resumed playing the piano, but they were filled with doubts. Li Qian asked softly, do you think this young Chenggang could really be Dad's reincarnation? Hearing this, Li Yun shook her head without hesitation. It's impossible. We should believe in science, not superstition. After all, they were both university students, and Li Yun firmly believed that reincarnation was impossible, although Li Qian also found the situation very strange. But what was even more strange was the many similarities between Yang Chenggang and their father. But those pastries he makes, I distinctly remember eating them when I was young. And haven't you seen Mom practically admitting that he is Dad's reincarnation now? Li Qian couldn't help but recall every little detail of their time together. If he wasn't our dad's reincarnation, he probably wouldn't tolerate my bad temper so much. Li Yun played the piano, and upon hearing this, she couldn't help but feel doubtful. However, it was a bit difficult to make them believe in concepts like reincarnation. After Li Chen left, Li Yun and Li Qian came out from the east room. The 2 looked at Lin Hui, clearly seeking an answer. Lin Hui didn't know how to explain to them, but the only thing she could be sure of was that Li Chen's appearance had indeed brought some different phenomena to this family. At least the two daughters were more motivated than before. If you want to ask about young Chenggang, I think you don't need to ask anymore, Lin Hui shrugged, looking down at the money in her hand with a faint smile. Believe in the voice in your heart about who you think he is. But it doesn't matter who he is, at least he is good to you. Hearing this, the two daughters didn't ask any more questions, but they could also clearly feel the change in Lin Hui's heart. Fortunately, the matter of Xingyu Company did not last long. Yu Xiangzhong and a few others were detained for half a month and then left Xincheng. Li Chen was no longer disturbed and returned to his previous calm state. The two daughters and Xia Tingxue quickly entered the second round of the competition. Everything went smoothly, and the three entered the third round of the competition. However, after the second round of the competition ended, the three of them also started school. Naturally, Li Chen didn't have to go teach them to play the piano every weekend, but he would still go see Lin Hui on weekends. The only downside was that the company where Yang Jianting worked was acquired by Xingyu Company. Although Yang Jianting was not fired, he was demoted and had to start from the grassroots level. Unless he could achieve good results in the company or help the company, it would be difficult for him to reach the position of manager before retirement. However, soon, there were voices online denouncing Xingyu Company. I used to use the Runya brand, now it has been acquired by Xingyu Company, and the price has increased so much. Exactly, I feel that the effect is not as good as before, but the price has increased a lot. It used to be only 300 to 400 yuan for a set, now it's 3,000 to 4,000. This Xingyu Company is a vampire, always the same routine, acquiring small companies and then raising prices. I think Xingyu Company doesn't want us to use good and cheap skincare products anymore. Regarding the price increase, Xingyu Company also responded, we have specially invited a well-known brand skincare specialist to formulate a new formula, so the skincare products you buy now are already using the new formula. Due to the special raw materials, we had to raise the price. If you can't accept it, please switch to other skincare products. With a confident response, there were also many comments supporting Xingyu Company below. Li Chen found it laughable when he saw it. It seemed that the entertainment industry had not made any progress at all, still using the same old tricks. As an editor, he naturally felt somewhat indignant about such things. Clearly, it was the original formula, yet they claimed to have invited a well-known brand to create a new formula. How shameless of them to say that. He clicked on Xingyu Company's reply and commented below, please compare the new products with the original products of Runya with relevant institutions. Once the comment was posted, it received many likes and was gradually pushed to the top. Li Chen happened to be in the mood and wrote an article, intending to publish it in the 4Cs magazine. However, the next morning, Li Chen found that his comment had been deleted. Indeed, the guilty are always afraid. However, many people below gave exactly the same comments, asking Xingyu Company to compare the new products with the old products of the original company. Knock! Knock! Suddenly, a knocking sound was heard, and Su Lin's voice sounded, Chenggang, it's time to get up, we have to go to class later. Li Chen responded and quickly put on his clothes to get up and go to the door. The weather was getting cooler, and Xincheng was in the north, so thin outerwear was needed in the morning and evening. He hurried to wash up and found that Yang Jianting had already gotten up. Since he started working as a salesperson again, Yang Jianting also needed to get up early. But emotionally, he was clearly a bit unstable, and his drinking at night was becoming more frequent. Dad, how many employees does your company have now? Li Chen suddenly asked. Yang Jianting shook his head, not many, almost no management level left, they've all become salespeople. Seeing a smile on Li Chen's face, Yang Jianting couldn't help but be curious. Why are you asking about this out of the blue? Li Chen only had a preliminary plan in mind, but no specific implementation plan yet, so he smiled and said, just curious. With that, he quickly went to sit down at the dining table to eat. Su Lin brought the food to him. You must be having midterm exams soon, right? Hearing this, Li Chen almost laughed out loud. It's only been a little over a month since school started, there's still some time before midterm exams. You still have at least a month before midterm exams. Su Lin sat down slowly and said very seriously, a month goes by quickly, you need to pay more attention to your grades, don't let any problems arise. As soon as she finished speaking, the phone next to her rang. Su Lin hurriedly got up to answer the phone. Hello, who is this? The person on the other end said something, causing Su Lin to furrow her brow. She even subconsciously looked at Li Chen. Li Chen thought it might be Wang Tao calling, so without thinking, he said, is it Wang Tao calling? The person on the other end said a few more words, and Su Lin said in a low voice, I need to ask him about this, please wait a moment. With that, she covered the receiver with her hand and turned to look at Li Chen. The secretary of Fuyu Company's president said their president wants to meet you, preferably for an interview. Even Su Lin was well aware of the scale of Fuyu Company. She never expected such a large company to want to meet her son. It was truly unexpected. But if it were Li Chun from half a month ago, he would definitely not have agreed. However, now that Xingyu Company was in the spotlight, Li Chen saw this as an opportunity to leverage his position. Sure, have them set a time, I'm available anytime. Su Lin relayed Li Chen's words and specifically requested it to be arranged for the weekend. After hanging up the phone, Su Lin felt puzzled. Why would the boss of Fuyu Company want to meet you? You two couldn't possibly know each other, it's really strange. Li Chen knew it was because of the article in 4C's magazine, but he couldn't let Su Lin know about it yet. He could only smile and say, maybe it's because of those piano videos online before. Hearing this, Su Lin suddenly realized, that's possible. But since you're going to meet such an important person, you don't have proper clothes. I'll go buy you a set this afternoon, so you can wear it when you meet him. As she finished speaking, Yang Jianting finished washing up and came out of the bathroom. Meet who? He asked. Su Lin smiled at him. Just now, the secretary of Fuyu Company called, saying their president wants to meet our son, mainly for an interview. Fuyu Company is a big company, as you know, our son is getting popular. Yang Jianting was completely stunned, looking at Li Chen with a surprised expression. Fuyu Company? Yang Jianting's mouth curved into a smile. That's Xingyu Company's rival. Although both companies are in the entertainment industry, their focus is different. Xingyu Company mainly promotes young artists, while Fuyu Company focuses on nurturing good actors and singers. Maybe our son will sign with Fuyu Company in the future. If he became an artist, money would not be a problem. Yang Jianting suddenly beamed with joy, feeling all the suppression of these days completely dissipate. Li Chen chuckled and said, I have no intention of becoming an artist, so I won't be signing with Fuyu Company. He understood Yang Jianting's thoughts, but he had never considered becoming an artist. Moreover, with his personality as an artist, he might even want to write about everything in the entertainment industry. Those people in the entertainment circle would probably hate him for it. Yang Jianting's smile disappeared instantly at the thought. However, the child had his own ideas, and he didn't push further. After breakfast, Li Chen went to school. As soon as he entered, his math teacher, Li Chuan, found him. Yang Chenggang, there's a math competition in our city, are you interested? Before Li Chen could respond, Li Chuan handed him a practice booklet. Or maybe you can try solving the questions in here first? If you can get one or two right, I think you should give it a shot. Li Chen took the booklet, raising a question. Is this math competition open to both high school and junior high students? He had never participated in such competitions before, only focusing on studying well. This time, he could give it a try. Opening the booklet, he frowned at one of the questions. Reaching for a pen from his bag, he asked, is this a math competition question? It doesn't seem too difficult. Li Chen couldn't help but doubt and turned to Li Chuan. Can I write the answers here? Li Chuan was taken aback by the question, feeling a bit slow to react. After a moment, he nodded. Yes, you can. Write it down, this booklet is for you. Unfortunately, the question Li Chen chose happened to be one he had solved in the office. It took him a whole day to figure it out. If Li Chen could solve it in a few minutes, Li Chuan would have doubted life itself. However, under Li Chuan's gaze, Li Chen wrote down the calculation steps in the booklet. In less than 3 minutes, he had the answer. Flipping through the booklet, Li Chen checked the answers. Yes, this is the answer. Li Chuan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, sensing for the first time the gap between genius and ordinary people. It was simply overwhelming. Just then, Teacher Wang walked over from a distance, seeing Li Chuan and guessing his intention. Looking for students to participate in the math competition? Teacher Wang glanced at Li Chen. Let Yang Chenggang go, he should be able to handle it. Li Chuan nodded, thinking of another good student in the class, and quickly went to him. Let Wang Qintao give it a try too, his math grades are good as well. Li Chuan hurriedly walked over and handed another practice booklet to him. Thinking of the question Li Chen had just solved, he turned to that page. Wang Qintao, try to solve this question in the next few days. When you have an answer, come to the office and let me know. Also, I need the specific steps to solve it, not just the answer. I'll see how you're doing in math now, and if it's good, you can participate in the math competition. The back of the practice booklet had answers, but no solution steps. Providing the steps was essential to ensure students weren't copying answers. Wang Qintao replied, I understand. After giving instructions, Li Chuan left. Yang Chenggang, you're set for the math competition. I'll let you know when the competition is scheduled. But you can't back out at the last minute, this is about the honor of the class. Since Li Chen was also interested in mathematics, he agreed with a smile. After Li Chuan left, Li Chen and Teacher Wang entered the classroom together. However, when Wang Qintao saw the practice booklet in Li Chen's hands, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect Li Chen to catch Li's attention too, probably to make him solve that question. Throughout the morning, whenever there was a break, Wang Qintao would ponder over the question, but he couldn't find a clue. Even during lunchtime, he hurriedly ate a few bites and returned to the classroom to work on the problem. Meanwhile, Li Chen remained calm and composed throughout. It was as if he hadn't even thought about that question at all. When Li Chen and Wang Tao returned to the classroom after lunch, Wang Qintao couldn't help but say, "You really don't care at all. Did you solve the question that Teacher Li asked you to do?" "What question?" Li Chen looked puzzled. At least Li Chuan didn't tell him to solve a specific question. Wang Qintao sneered coldly, "Forget it. Maybe Teacher Li never even thought about letting you participate in the math competition." Li Chen put his hands in his pockets, smiled as he looked at the workbook in his hands, and took a few steps closer. Seeing the question in front of Wang Qintao, Li Chen suddenly realized, "Oh, this question, I've already solved it. Do you need me to explain it to you?" As soon as these words came out, Wang Qintao's face turned green. He never expected this to be the answer. "You solved it? How is that possible? When did you solve it?" Wang Qintao continued to inquire. Li Chen nodded towards the door. "When Teacher Li brought the workbook, I solved it at the classroom door. It's such a simple question, it doesn't take much time." Wang Qintao clenched the pen in his hand, as if he wanted to break it. "I didn't realize you were so smart." Li Chen, already dissatisfied with Wang Qintao's attitude, blurted out, "You haven't even seen how smart I am. This is just the beginning. Take your time with the questions. If you need me to explain, I don't mind helping. After all, we are classmates in the same class, we should help each other." Grinding his teeth, Wang Qintao said, "No need." With that, he lowered his head and started writing again. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Dong shouted from the doorway, "Yang Chenggang." Li Chen turned to see him holding a workbook and walking out. Obviously, Lu Dong was also preparing for the math competition with the same workbook. "I heard you solved this question. And you wrote it out quickly." Lu Dong found the question in the math workbook. "Can you explain your thought process to me?" Li Chen nodded with a smile, "Of course." After that, he walked a little further with Lu Dong before starting to solve the problem. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Wang Qintao, hearing that Lu Dong was seeking help from Li Chen, became even more furious. How arrogant! Who knows how he did it? One day, the truth will come out. But he forgot that Wang Tao was still beside him. Wang Tao crossed his arms and looked at him. "Who's the arrogant one here, you or him? I think you're the most arrogant one in the class. It's really bothering you to have someone with good grades in the class." With a sneer, Wang Tao turned and walked back to his seat. But his voice wasn't low, and several people around heard him. Wang Qintao couldn't bear it. His head hung low like a sprout. He felt utterly embarrassed. Until the end of the school day, he still hadn't figured out that question, but he refused to ask Li Chen for help. However, he didn't expect Li Chuan to be waiting at the door after school. "Wang Qintao, how did you do with that question?" Li Chuan asked anxiously. Wang Qintao lowered his head and said softly, "I didn't solve it." Hearing this, Li Chuan frowned and looked at Li Chen, who was approaching. "Well, this time's math competition has limited spots, only 24 people are needed, divided into 4 groups of 6. I was thinking if you could solve it, our class could have 2 spots. But you still haven't solved it, and the other classes have almost filled their spots." He felt a bit awkward to say the next words, as he had to consider Wang Qintao and Teacher Wang's relationship. "If it's not possible, let's forget about it this time. There will be another suitable opportunity next time." Wang Qintao's ears turned red, his hands tightly gripping the straps of his school bag. Although unwilling, he had nothing to say. But the thought of the person at noon who had specifically asked Li Chen for advice made him feel like he had caught a lifeline. But among the applicants, there should be some who have sought advice from others, right? Would the questions they come up with be acceptable? If not, perhaps he could still participate in this math competition. Even though he didn't participate last year, this year was different. He couldn't accept that only Li Chen would go. With his grades, he should at least go. "Of course you can." Li Chuan smiled. "Although we tell students which question to do, we never forbid them from seeking advice from others. Of course, seeking advice from others is allowed, but you must thoroughly understand it. This is a math competition, not a solo test, it's about teamwork." He also saw that Wang Qintao wanted to participate in this competition. Thinking about Teacher Wang's face, Li Chuan finally said, "How about this, you ask Yang Chenggang for help. If you can solve it tonight and show me tomorrow morning, you can participate in this competition." If necessary, he would talk to the teachers of Class 1 and Class 2 and have one student removed from the advanced class. After all, nearly half of the participants in this math competition were from the advanced class. But when Wang Qintao heard that he had to ask Yang Chenggang for help, his face turned cold. No need, I won't participate. With that, Wang Qintao left with his school bag. As Li Chen came out of the classroom, Li Chuan was watching Wang Qintao's back. Teacher Li, the math competition is held in the city, right? Li Chen asked. Hearing this, Li Chuan turned around. Yes, it's held in the city. If you perform exceptionally well, you might even represent the city in the provincial competition. If you do well at the provincial level, you might have a chance to participate in the national math competition. Like climbing stairs, step by step. He patted Li Chen on the shoulder. I have high hopes for you. After the teams are formed tomorrow, I will apply to the school for you to lead a team. Li Chen was puzzled. Lead a team? Are we going to be divided into groups? Of course. Li Chuan said, there are a total of 24 people, 6 in each group, 4 groups in total. But half of them are from the advanced class. After all, the students in those 2 classes have good grades. Among the regular classes, from what I see, it's only you and Zhang Song from class 3 who have good math scores. Li Chen nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. Seeing that the students had all left the classroom, Li Chuan didn't want to delay Li Chen any longer, so they both went their separate ways. When Li Chen came out of school, he saw Su Lin. She hadn't come to pick him up in a long time. Why was she here today? Why are you here? Li Chen approached and glanced at the bag she was carrying. It contained clothes, but he saw a bow tie. Please don't tell him she bought it for him. Su Lin proudly lifted the bag. I went out today to pick out clothes that fit you perfectly, especially suitable for formal occasions. Try them on when we get back. If they don't fit, my mom can go exchange them tomorrow. Li Chen felt his temples throb. It was really his clothes. Mom, it's not necessary to dress so formally. Even in his past life, he only dressed so formally at his wedding. He always dressed comfortably for work. No matter how important the person he was meeting, it was always the same. Su Lin clicked her tongue. How can that be? That secretary called again today, saying they will visit the day after tomorrow, and their boss will be coming too. You're not dressed formally enough. They might think you don't value them. With that, she turned and walked towards home. This is a style with a little suit and even a bow tie, so handsome. When Li Chen saw the bow tie, he already guessed it was a suit style. Now hearing her say that, he felt even more overwhelmed. When meeting the president of Fuyu Company, he would have to figure out how to dress more normally. He didn't want to wear this outfit. Back home, under Su Lin's repeated requests, Li Chen tried on the clothes. As expected, it was indeed a children's version of a suit, complete with a burgundy bow tie. It fit well, but he didn't think the clothes looked good at all. However, when he emerged from the room, Su Lin's eyes visibly lit up at the sight. Li Chen could only think of 2 words in his mind. It's over. This outfit looks good, fits well. Wear this when you have the interview, Su Lin said, stepping forward to adjust his clothes. It fits perfectly. Luckily I didn't buy a size smaller. It looks so formal. It will be perfect to meet the boss of Fuyu Company in this. Thinking that the day after tomorrow was not a weekend, Su Lin hurriedly added, you should ask for a day off from your homeroom teacher, and I'll accompany you. It would be a good opportunity to see what the big boss was like. It was getting more and more grand. With her son's outfit sorted, Su Lin couldn't find anything suitable for herself. She hurried back inside to find something to wear. Li Chen could only smile wryly, looking down at his clothes. No, he couldn't let Su Lin go with him. He quickly walked towards Su Lin's bedroom. Mom, you don't need to come, I'll go by myself. Shiner is still in kindergarten, someone has to pick her up after school. Su Lin waved her hand. It's okay, if it coincides with her school hours, I'll have your dad pick her up. She had everything planned out, but it worried Li Chen. What if the boss of Fuyu Company mentioned the article? It would be a dead giveaway. Besides, he really didn't want to wear this outfit. Suddenly, Li Chen had a bright idea. I'm just going for the interview, you don't need to accompany me. I'm an adult now, I can handle these things. But Dad has started working in sales again, so I shouldn't take up his time, lest it affects his performance. If his superiors happen to see me, I might even lose my job. Thinking about Yang Jianting's current situation, Su Lin hesitated. Taking a moment of time was not a big deal, but the lunch hour during sales was precious. If he really got fired by his boss, Yang Jianting would be even more desolate than he was now. Li Chen walked away. Mom, I can really handle these things myself. I'll bring my phone with me. If anything happens, I'll call you. After much thought, Su Lin nodded. Alright, but if anything happens, you must call me. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about the article being exposed. As for the clothes, he would deal with it later. Time flew by, and when the boss of Fuyu Company arrived in Xincheng, his secretary contacted Li Chen. As Li Chen left, Su Lin kept reminding and cautioning him, fearing something might go wrong. But Li Chen couldn't escape the fate of wearing that suit. After all, Su Lin was watching too closely, and he didn't have a chance to change into something else before leaving. He took a taxi to the agreed-upon rich hotel. Upon arrival, he discovered that Zhang Yi was also there. Fortunately, Zhou Chang was not present. Seeing Li Chen's arrival, Zhang Yi was also surprised. Dressed in a little suit, it seemed he was particularly keen on meeting the president of Fuyu Company. Mr. Yu from Fuyu Company stood up. Piano prodigy, I finally get to meet you today. I've seen videos of you playing the piano online before, but today I finally get to meet you in person. Young man, you play the piano very well. Everyone around me who plays the piano says you are a genius fed by the heavens. With a hearty laugh, the man finished speaking. Zhang Yi also smiled and said, you are a genius, not only in piano but also in writing. Li Chen walked up to Mr. Yu and stopped, saying, Mr. Yu, I've heard so much about you. As he spoke, Li Chen reached out his hand. Mr. Yu raised an eyebrow, shook his hand, and remarked, young man, you have good manners. Alright, let's sit down and chat. We'll discuss some things that can't be included in the interview now, and we'll do the interview later. Li Chen was surprised by his directness, but it suited him just fine. Zhang Yi whispered, I've told Mr. Yu that we won't mention your writing in the interview. Don't worry, except for us, Zhou Chang, the boss of Sheng Entertainment, and a few others, no one will know that you wrote those articles. As he listed these names, Li Chen couldn't help but feel that many people might already know. At least from the leaks from Zhou Chang and Sheng Entertainment, quite a few should know. Mr. Yu leaned back in his rattan chair, supporting his chin with one hand. Why don't you want others to know that you wrote those articles? It's a good thing. Can you tell me the reason? Perhaps because he was also a boss of an entertainment company, he couldn't understand why someone wouldn't want to be famous. But he asked in a friendly tone, more like seeking advice. Li Chen chuckled softly. It's not that I don't want others to know that I wrote those articles, I just don't want others to know everything about me. Not just writing, but also playing the piano, and even the incident of saving someone the other day. Too much exposure just makes me feel restless and annoyed. I prefer to live quietly and privately, rather than being scrutinized by the public. Mr. Yu's eyes twinkled with amusement as he looked at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi tactfully said, young people should learn to settle down, only then can they accumulate strength to make a splash in the future. Kids like Yang Changgang should especially do so, it will help them in the future. After speaking, he took out a handkerchief from his suit pocket and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He still wasn't used to chatting with these big bosses. Every word and every glance seemed to imply something to him. Ha ha. Mr. Yu chuckled, Vice President Zhang, you truly live up to being an old hand at the magazine, speaking so eloquently. Zhang Yi's lips curled up in a fake smile as he said, I dare not, I've just been reading the articles Yang Changgang wrote these days, and his writing has clearly improved. Li Chen experienced for the first time what it felt like to receive high-level flattery. He never expected the topic to be redirected back to him by Zhang Yi. Mr. Yu looked at Li Chen and said with a smile, have you ever thought about entering the entertainment industry? Or you could sign with our company. I think you have potential, and I can help you earn a lot of money without affecting your studies. Li Chen shrugged, I haven't thought about entering the entertainment industry, but I would like to know more about the requirements for signing with your company. I have a friend who wants to sign with a talent agency, so I want to learn more about entertainment companies. If it weren't for his two daughters, he wouldn't have asked these questions at all. But given the current situation, he had to find out about suitable entertainment companies first. Mr. Yu furrowed his brow slightly, pondered for a while, and then said, it seems like our company doesn't have any specific requirements. After speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle, sitting up a bit straighter. I'm not just trying to brush you off, I really don't pay much attention to these things anymore. After all, it's something the subordinates handle. I used to be more involved before, but in recent years, the company has become more stable, so there's no need for me to be hands-on anymore. Thinking that it was Li Chen's friend, manager, you didn't want to brush him off with just a few words. He took out his phone and quickly called his secretary, reassuring, just wait a moment, I'll have my secretary come over. The moment the call connected, manager, you said, come over, and then hung up directly. Straight to the point. He didn't even give Li Chen a chance to speak. In less than a minute, Secretary Wang Wei arrived. Manager, do you have any instructions? Wang Wei asked as soon as he entered the room. Manager, you pointed to Li Chen, tell him about the standards for recruiting people in our company now. Wang Wei paused at his steps, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a thought popped into Li Chen's mind, could he also not know? Manager, you've told the agents before that the most important thing in signing artists is to look at their appearance, character, and abilities. These are the 3 requirements of our company, nothing else. Manager, you squinted slightly, did I say that? Wang Wei nodded, yes. An awkward silence filled the room. Manager Yu chuckled, I even forgot myself, but this secretary remembers, what a good memory. Yang Chungang, these are the 3 requirements. If your friends have no issues with their abilities and character, they can come and try out in our company. We have a segment for artists to audition. Other companies go out to the streets to find talents. We allow suitable individuals to come for interviews themselves. Li Chen suddenly felt that Li Qian and Li Yun might still be far from meeting the standards of Fuyu Company. In terms of talent, those two were still lacking. They might have good voices, but they needed many more years of practice in piano to be considered skilled. Are there any companies suitable for new talents to develop? Li Chen continued to inquire. Zhang Yi tugged at his sleeve, reminding him to stop asking. You're chatting with Manager Yu, you can't ask random questions. Manager Yu quickly said, it's okay, it's just a chat anyway, you can talk about anything, it's fine. Then he turned to Wang Wei. Introduce him to a few companies suitable for newcomers. Hearing this, Wang Wei opened his phone, found a list, and walked towards Li Chen. These are companies we recently surveyed, all established for less than 3 years, but with good reputations. It lists their key development projects. If you want to know more, I can send you this list, how about that? Li Chen needed this kind of information. Great, thank you, Secretary Wang. After they added each other as friends, Wang Wei sent the list to him. With the matter of the entertainment companies settled, Wang Wei turned to Manager Yu. Manager Yu, do we need to arrange interviews now? Manager Yu glanced at his watch, interviews in half an hour, bring a pot of tea then. Wang Wei nodded, understood. Once he left, Manager Yu said, I'm curious, how can someone of your age write such profound articles? Actually, that's the real reason I wanted to meet you. I find it hard to imagine how a young child can write such excellent articles, with empathy and logical reasoning. It piques my curiosity. Li Chen realized he was here because of his articles, and it seemed that the formal conversation was just beginning. The upcoming interview was just an excuse. Writing profound articles doesn't necessarily have much to do with age. The key is to stay true to your original intentions, have strong empathy, and maintain objectivity while writing. Even when faced with something infuriating, you need to sort out your thoughts and express them through your writing. Thinking back to the articles he had seen in the Four Seas magazine before, he couldn't help but find them amusing. The whole piece revolves around this one point, but in reality, it's not clear at all. Mr. You looked at Zhang Yi, as if asking him if he understood the meaning. Zhang Yi didn't know whether to nod or shake his head for a moment, but one thing Li Chen said was right. As an editor, this is indeed how it should be. Can you do it? Mr. You blurted out. Zhang Yi smiled awkwardly, I can manage, but when it comes to writing articles, I'm not as organized as he is. Hearing this, Mr. You found it strange. You're so young, yet you can excel in all these things to such an extent that even Vice President Zhang can't. I really wonder how talented you are supposed to be by the heavens. You play the piano well, write well. As far as I know, your grades in school are also very good, surprisingly good. The more he spoke, the more Li Chen seemed to excel in too many things. It's really hard to understand how there can be such a genius. Li Chen, however, remained indifferent. In fact, some things are interconnected. Once you excel in one aspect, most likely other aspects will also see some progress. Actually, my piano skills are not that great, and I dare not call my writing genius level. As for my grades, it's also the result of hard work. If he were still in the previous life, both his piano playing and writing would have been just average. Otherwise, he would have become a pianist or a famous editor in the previous life. But the reality is different. His piano skills are only good enough to please Lin Hui and make her happy. The articles he writes were initially just average, and only later did they show some improvement. But compared to those truly good editors, he still falls short. It's just in this life that all these deviations or problems have made him appear exceptionally outstanding. But this is not because he is outstanding, but because he is being highlighted by others. Seeing Mr. Yu and Jiang Yi looking incredulous, Li Chen added, even Vice President Jiang, at the moment, is just lacking some inspiration. Otherwise, the articles he writes are definitely not something I can compare to. He just needs some time and some coincidences. Maybe then he can restore to his previous level. Zhang Yi couldn't help but sigh at these words. If I could restore my previous writing level, I wish I could live 10 years less. But the fact is that this is something he cannot control. Mr. You carefully assess Li Chen. Do you have any other strengths? Perhaps we can collaborate without signing a contract. Such talent should not be overlooked, and sooner or later, it will be taken in by Xingyu Entertainment. Instead of that, it might be better to find a way to cooperate with Li Chen, thus not giving Xingyu Entertainment a chance. Li Chen does have his strengths, but they are not meant for collaboration with an entertainment company. After much thought, he shook his head, not at the moment. But since Mr. Yu is so eager to collaborate with me, and even willing not to sign a contract, you must be worried that I will work with Xingyu Entertainment, right? The thoughts of Mr. Yu were spoken out by a child, but instead of getting angry, he found it more amusing. You are quite clever, I do think that way indeed. But compared to Xingyu Entertainment, working with our Fuyu company is a much better choice, at least we are not as unscrupulous as they are. Li Chen wanted to give Xingyu Entertainment a hard time, as a warning that they cannot do as they please. But with his current power, trying to go against Xingyu Entertainment is like hitting a rock with an egg. In the end, it will only bring bad luck to him and his family. However, since Fuyu Company is there, maybe it can be used to his advantage. In fact, Fuyu Company and Xingyu Company have been competing for so many years, it might be possible to make a move at the right time. He spoke in riddles, without directly stating it. Mr. Yu was even more curious, the right time? Are you suggesting now? Li Chen nodded with a smile, clasping his hands together earnestly. Their company is currently in a precarious situation. If Fuyu Company can resolve the issue with Runya skincare products, it would solidify their position in the entertainment industry. If Xingyu Company's reputation is affected, it would be an intangible loss for them, he continued. It will gradually impact their entire company in the long run, possibly for years. As he analyzed the situation, he failed to notice Jiang Yi frowning beside him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jiang Yi tugged at Li Chen's sleeve. Xingyu Company is one of the shareholders of 4C's magazine, he reminded through gritted teeth. Isn't Fuyu Company supposed to deal with 4C's magazine? It's hard to distinguish who the real enemy is. Li Chen remained calm. Whether they are shareholders of 4C's magazine is not important. What matters most is not letting them have their way, or they will eventually ruin 4C's magazine. The formula remains unchanged, only the packaging is different, and the price has almost increased tenfold. Who wouldn't be outraged by this? He questioned. At this point, Jiang Yi had nothing more to say, as he was already familiar with the situation. Considering Xingyu Company's stake in 4C's magazine, he refrained from commenting further. He never expected Li Chen to suggest to Director Yu to take action against Xingyu Company. What consequences would this lead to, especially if it escalated and Xingyu Company retaliated against 4C's magazine? Director Yu did not confirm whether he would follow Li Chen's advice, but neither did he reject it. Li Chen did not elaborate further. The solutions had been discussed in detail, and there was no point in continuing. The three of them moved on to other topics, mostly discussing the changes in 4C's magazine over the years. It wasn't until half an hour later that Li Chen officially began the interview. The questions had been prepared in advance, focusing on topics unrelated to the recent events. By noon, the interview concluded. Although Director Yu suggested treating them to a meal, Li Chen declined. One never knew what the future held, and it was better to be cautious. He decided to head directly to Lin Hui's residence. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and Lin Hui opened the door. Seeing Li Chen in a suit, she couldn't help but be surprised. Why are you here all of a sudden? Is something the matter? Li Chen patted his stomach. I came to mooch a meal. Lin Hui opened the door, and Li Chen caught sight of Lin Yu inside. Several dishes were already laid out on the table. You've arrived just in time. We were just starting to eat, and there's plenty of food, Lin Hui said with a smile. Approaching, Li Chen removed his bow tie and jacket. After wearing them all morning, he finally felt some relief now that he could breathe freely. Aren't you supposed to be at school today? Why are you dressed like this? Are you going to a piano performance? Lin Hui inquired. As he sat down, Lin Yu hurried to serve him food. Not a piano performance, I had an interview with Fuyu Company today. My mother bought me this outfit, insisting that I wear it. Perhaps due to extreme hunger, he dove into the food without much regard for the others, eating heartily. Lin Hui and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, simultaneously asking, Fuyu Company? Is it the Fuyu Company that has been competing with Xingyu Company for years? Lin Yu followed up. Li Chen nodded. Yes, that's the company. Their boss was also present, so we chatted for a while, he explained. Thinking about the documents he received today, he looked at Lin Yu. I'll give you a form about entertainment companies. Investigate all the companies listed on it. It might come in handy when Shanshan and Yunyun sign contracts in the future. Lin Yu nodded without hesitation. No problem. Lin Hui looked at Li Chen expectantly. Do you think Shanshan and Yunyun can sign with Fuyu Company? I heard that company is very good. If they can sign with Fuyu Company, I will feel a bit more relieved in the future. I think Fuyu Company is better than Xingyu Company. They focus on nurturing artists, while Xingyu Company only cares about making money from the artists. Even someone who doesn't know much about the entertainment industry can see the difference between the two companies. Li Chen also wanted his two daughters to sign with Fuyu Company. However, he could already sense that not everyone could sign with Fuyu Company. Moreover, the skills of his two daughters still needed improvement. Looking at Lin Hui's expectant expression, Li Chen said slowly, most of the artists in Fuyu Company are talented, and most of the artists in Fuyu Company have been in the entertainment industry for over a decade. If Chanxian and Yunyun want to go there, they need to first sign with a suitable new entertainment company. In that case, when the contract with this company expires, they can try to sign with Fuyu Company, increasing the chances of getting signed. With just a few simple sentences, he had already planned out the path for his two daughters in the entertainment industry. Lin Hui immediately understood. Alright, let's do as you say, find a suitable company for them to sign with first. Lin Yu chuckled, with me around, sis, you can rest assured. There are many things that brother-in-law thinks through carefully. Lin Hui glared at him, stop messing around. Even though she had accepted that Yang Chengang was Li Chen in her heart, she still couldn't accept the change in address. Even if Lin Yu changed his address, it made her uncomfortable. Lin Yu shrugged, I'm not wrong. He is my brother-in-law. How can I not call him brother-in-law when I see him? What should I call him then? Yang Chengang? In the previous life, Li Chen used to listen to the siblings bickering, but he didn't expect to hear it in this life as well. They were already middle-aged, yet they still argued like children. After a brief stop at Lin Hui's house, Li Chen returned home. As soon as he entered, Su Lin hurriedly ran out from the house. How was it? Are you okay today? Were there any questions you couldn't answer? She asked as she approached Li Chen. But when she caught a whiff of the scent on him, she frowned. How come there was a hint of perfume? Everything is fine, and there were no difficult questions to answer, Li Chen said as he took off his suit jacket. It's just a pity that it's already 3 o'clock now, and school has already started. Like other students, he didn't want to go to school either. Otherwise, he would have come back earlier, and it wouldn't have been exactly 3 o'clock when he arrived home. Su Lin didn't mind, as their son had good grades. It's okay, don't go today. Rest at home for a day. When you go tomorrow, ask your classmates about the lessons you missed. With that, she took Li Chen's jacket. This outfit needs to be kept well. You might need it in the future. Li Chen awkwardly smiled. He didn't want to wear that outfit again. He just couldn't appreciate such clothes. But why do you have the scent of perfume on your clothes? Was the person you interviewed a woman today? Su Lin asked casually, but she was secretly observing Li Chen's expression. Li Chen remained calm. After all, as someone with memories from the previous life, how could he be so easily caught off guard by such a simple question? No, the host was also a woman. But when I was coming back in the taxi driver was a woman. It seems like the previous passenger left some scent, so she sprayed more perfume in the car. He explained and even leaned in to smell the scent on his suit. It was Lin Hui's familiar perfume scent. He had gotten used to it, so he didn't pay much attention. Having a bit of perfume scent on you is normal. You can often smell this scent on public transportation. His perfect answer completely dispelled Su Lin's doubts. This perfume is quite common, but it smells good and is reasonably priced, so the sales are good, he said as he walked towards the bathroom, stuffing his suit jacket into the washing machine. Change your clothes, I'll wash them now, and then I'll iron them again later. Li Chen went back to the room to change clothes, just in time to see a text message on his phone. It was from an unknown number. You are smarter than I imagined. Even though it was not signed, Li Chen guessed it was sent by Manager Yu. Li Chen pretended not to see it, put down his phone, and changed his clothes. But he already knew that Manager Yu was probably going to act against Shang Entertainment Company based on his proposal. In the evening, Yang Jianting came back. As soon as he entered, he said, "Have you heard? Many people online are now pressuring Shang Entertainment Company to test our product, just to see the difference between the current product and the previous one." Although he was now part of Shang Entertainment Company, hearing about this gave him a sense of satisfaction. At least, what goes around comes around is true. Su Lin teased him on purpose. Are you so eager for something to happen to Shang Entertainment Company? What about your job then? Aren't you afraid of finding another job? Just a few days ago, Yang Jianting said it was not easy for middle-aged people to find a job. Now, knowing that Shang Entertainment Company might be in trouble, he was unexpectedly happy. Yang Jianting just laughed and waved his hand. Work is work, but I can't stand the way they do things. I still have some conscience. How can I watch them do such shameless things? After saying that, he turned to Li Chen, placing a hand on his shoulder. Besides, our son has already been interviewed by Fuyu Company. As a father, I can't let him down. If I support Shang Entertainment Company's behavior, it will have a big impact on our son's reputation. Su Lin found some truth in his words. but she also worried about Yang Jianting's job. By the way, Fuyu Company seems to have already come out with a statement, suggesting that Shang Entertainment Company should compare the new product with the old one. Yang Jianting looked expectant, obviously hoping that this matter would be exposed soon. Su Lin said, "Alright, calm down. If someone doesn't know, they might think you are arch-enemies with Shang Entertainment Company. It seems like you are even happier than Fuyu Company." With that, she went back to the kitchen to cook. Yang Jianting peeked into the kitchen, then looked at Li Chen beside him. "Son, there is a company that wants to poach me, a cosmetics company acquired by Fuyu Company. But about this matter, I want you to tell me the truth. Did you tell someone from Fuyu Company about my situation?" Coincidentally, Li Chen had just been interviewed today, and one of Fuyu Company's subsidiaries approached him in the afternoon. He couldn't help but think more. Even Li Chen seemed somewhat surprised. A company under Fuyu Company? Li Chen couldn't help but frown. Could it be arranged by Manager Yu? If that's the case, wouldn't he owe Manager Yu a favor? Yang Jianting nodded, "Yes. But Dad hasn't agreed yet. I don't want to use you to find a suitable job. After all, you are just starting to gain some fame now. If this matter is exposed, I'm worried it won't be good for you." Although the benefits and salary offered by that company were very good, they even directly hired him as the general manager. Yet Yang Jianting still did not agree directly, instead saying he needed to consider it. But after hearing this, Li Chen thought for a few seconds and said, "Shang Entertainment Company should soon be affected significantly. If the treatment offered by Fuyu Company is very good, then go for it, you don't need to consider me. Whether this is a coincidence or someone's deliberate arrangement, it doesn't matter, what matters most is suitability. Anyway, even if Xingyu Company tries all kinds of methods, it will be difficult to escape the outcome of damaged reputation. Yang Jianting's work will definitely be affected by then. It's better to change jobs before everything formally begins." Besides, judging from the smile on Yang Jianting's face, it's obvious that the conditions offered are very good. Yang Jianting's smile widened upon hearing this. "Alright, I'll go with your suggestion. I also think that changing jobs now is an opportunity, especially since they want me to be the general manager. Even if I have to start from the grassroots level after going there, I'm willing, as long as I don't cause you trouble." At least his son is doing well now, even accepting an interview from Fuyu Company. Yang Jianting naturally had to be more cautious in his actions, to prevent any future trouble that might harm his son. Li Chen just smiled and said, "You won't cause me any trouble, as long as you think it's suitable. As for Manager Yu, they might still have opportunities for cooperation in the future. Or perhaps, Manager Yu just wants to use this opportunity to prevent him from cooperating with Fuyu Company." Yang Jianting did not mention the job change to Su Lin. Li Chen also tactfully pretended not to know anything. The four of them specially celebrated Li Chen's interview during dinner, with Yang Shiner even giving Li Chen a gift on behalf of everyone. It was just a cartoon character model that Yang Chenggang used to like. Li Chen no longer liked it, but out of goodwill, he pretended to be happy and accepted it. After dinner, Su Lin took Li Chen to the balcony. "Chenggang, your grandmother's birthday plans have changed. She wants to celebrate it here so that it saves some of your time. You just need to come back for lunch that day. Or maybe your mom will allow you to take a day off then." The grandmother's birthday was approaching but not on the weekend. After discussing it, they had to change plans to not disrupt the children's studies. Li Chen had originally planned to go to Lianzhou to handle some matters and see the two children. Unexpectedly, plans changed suddenly. "Grandma is getting old. It's inconvenient for her to come from Lianzhou. How about we go there instead?" He still wanted to take this opportunity to visit Lianzhou. Su Lin smiled, "It's okay, your uncle said they will drive here themselves. They can enjoy the journey and your grandma can see the scenery along the way. If you want to go and have fun there, I'll take you during the winter break." With that said, Li Chen couldn't say anything more and could only agree. As for what he wanted to do, he would have to wait for another opportunity to bring it up. The next day, Li Chen went to school as usual. Although the courses were dull for him, he had to go through the motions. However, before he even entered the school, he ran into Li Chuan at the entrance. "Yang Chenggang, you weren't here yesterday, so I couldn't talk to you about the math competition. The school has agreed, you can lead a group to participate, you're the team leader." Li Chen was not interested in being a team leader, let alone having to take care of others. But since it was already arranged, he couldn't refuse anymore. "Did you choose the team members yourself? Or did the school already arrange it?" Li Chuan awkwardly smiled. "You weren't here yesterday, so you missed the selection process. Your team members have already been assigned to you. The list is on your seat, you can check it when you enter the classroom." However, thinking about yesterday's events, Li Chuan couldn't help but worry. "By the way, can you try to get closer to Wang Qintao during this time? He seems a bit upset because of the math competition. The teacher thinks that among classmates, you shouldn't let such a small matter cause too much tension between you. But you also know, the math Olympiad is not something I can decide on. It really depends on one's ability. He couldn't solve that problem. I really can't do anything about it. Li Chen didn't expect Li Chuan to say this to him. It seemed like he wanted him to resolve the conflict between them. But he was afraid he couldn't do it. After all, Wang Qintao's dissatisfaction with him was not just because of the math Olympiad. Teacher Li, let the relationships between classmates develop naturally. I always like to be friends with people I get along with. It's hard to get along with those I don't. Even with Wang Qintao, I can't force myself to get too close to him, making it seem like I'm trying to please him. He didn't know Wang Qintao anything. There was no need to do that. Li Chuan understood his meaning, but considering Wang Qintao's status, he whispered, "But he is your class teacher's son." "So what?" Li Chen retorted, "Should I try to please him? What can I gain from him?" The math Olympiad issue was clearly provoked by Li Chuan, but now he was being asked to please Wang Qintao. Things couldn't be handled this way. Li Chen sneered, "Teacher Li, if you think Wang Qintao is dissatisfied with me because I was selected for this math Olympiad competition, which then caused problems between you and Teacher Wang, and you want me to solve it, I think I can skip this math Olympiad and give it to him." With that, he quickened his pace and went straight into the school gate. Li Chuan was surprised and slowed down, even stopping in the end. This kid, he's quite temperamental. He had more temper than he imagined, but that was also good. It's no fun without a temper. He hurried towards Li Chen, anxiously saying, "I didn't mean that. I was just worried that this math Olympiad competition would cause problems between you, so I wanted you to adjust a bit. It's not about pleasing or trying to please. If you don't want to do it, just forget I said anything." Li Chen raised an eyelid and glanced at him sideways. Just that one glance made Li Chuan inexplicably feel like it's all his fault. "Teacher Li, you, a math teacher, are even better at handling interpersonal relationships than the Chinese teacher. You just said to get closer to him, and then specifically reminded me that he is Teacher Wang's son. Now you say it's not about pleasing, then what is it? If it's not, what do you mean by telling me he's the homeroom teacher's son?" After all, he had been an editor for so many years, and he couldn't be easily fooled by Li Chuan's few words. Although it was a small matter, he always liked to have a satisfactory outcome. Now that Li Chuan denied his true intentions, this was definitely not the result Li Chen wanted. Li Chuan was full of question marks. "You're just a middle school student, how come you're so eloquent?" Even more eloquent than him. But he still hoped that Li Chen could lead the students to win the Math Olympiad Championship. There was no choice but to compromise first. Alright, I was wrong. I shouldn't have had such thoughts. I won't do it again in the future. Is that okay?" Li Chen adjusted his backpack straps. "Barely okay." With that, he turned and went up the stairs. Li Chuan stood still, muttering under his breath, "Barely okay, this brat, he's really putting on airs." Meanwhile, Li Chen, who had gone upstairs, happened to meet a teacher coming down the stairs. As they passed each other, Teacher Jiang suddenly stopped and turned back. "You're Yang Chen Gang, right?" Teacher Jiang suddenly spoke. Li Chen stopped and looked at her. "Yes, I am, and you are." Teacher Jiang smiled and introduced herself. "I'm Jiang Yu, the English teacher for the 3rd year. I heard that there is a student in the 2nd year with very good grades, so I wanted to know more about you. I read the English essay you wrote, it's very good." Li Chen smiled and said, "Teacher Jiang, you flatter me." As he finished speaking, Jiang Yu took out a test paper from his folder and handed it to him. "Could you please take some time today to complete this test paper?" The smile on Li Chen's face instantly disappeared. Giving a test paper right at the first meeting, what a unique gift indeed. Jiang Yu seemed to realize that it might not be appropriate, but his hand didn't retract in midair. "I just want to know how much knowledge you currently possess. If you are really outstanding, I think you could skip a grade. After all, geniuses cannot afford to waste time." This remark struck a chord with Li Chen. Yes, he hadn't even thought about skipping a grade. Without hesitation, he accepted the test paper. "Where is your office, Teacher Jiang? I will bring the test paper to you around 1 o'clock in the afternoon." Jiang Yu pointed upstairs. "It's the 2nd office on the 3rd floor, the office of the 9th grade English teacher. I will be waiting for you there." "No problem," Li Chen agreed. Pressed for time to attend class, both Li Chen and Jiang Yu didn't dare delay any longer. After a brief farewell, they went their separate ways. Li Chen returned to the classroom and saw the list on the table. "You didn't come to school yesterday. Wang Qintao and Teacher Li almost had a quarrel because of you," Kaya whispered. Hearing this, Li Chen was stunned and turned to look at Wang Qintao. Was it because of the math competition? Just as he was thinking, Kaya whispered again, "It wasn't really a quarrel. Teacher Li is an adult after all, so he talked to him calmly throughout. But Wang Qintao's voice was particularly loud, giving the impression of an argument. It was only when the homeroom teacher came that the matter was resolved. Li Chun chuckled and murmured softly, "No wonder Teacher Li asked me to maintain a good relationship with him." However, it was probably impossible for him to have a good relationship with Wang Qintao. But he didn't care much about Wang Qintao. What he wanted now was to leave junior high school as soon as possible. Even if it meant going to high school, it would be better. After all, some of the questions in high school were still challenging for him. Kaya looked at the list in his hand for a long time before saying, "If you participate in the math competition, you are very likely to win, right? Many people in our school say you might win, and then you'll be a celebrity in our school." He spoke slowly, giving a sense of calmness, but Li Chen felt a bit anxious listening to him. Everyone has a different personality, and Kaya was no exception. He didn't compete or fight for anything, taking everything lightly. Li Chen even felt that he had a sense of detachment from the world. Of course, when it came to exams, not necessarily. The math competition hasn't started yet. Li Chen looked at the test paper in his hand, feeling that skipping a grade was more important. This way, he could have some thoughts about studying the questions. "Where did you get this 9th grade English test paper?" Kaya asked. Li Chen put down the test paper and casually replied, "It was given by the 9th grade English teacher." With that, he took out a pen from his backpack. For him, 9th grade English was quite simple. By the time the morning self-study began, he had already completed half of it. By the end of the second class, he had finished the entire test paper. He even delivered it to Jiang Yu. "Did you write it during class?" Jiang Yu looked at the test paper in his hand, furrowing his brows. Handing in the paper so quickly, and not even finding any mistakes. She couldn't help but suspect if Li Chen had found the answers somewhere. How could a second-year student write a 9th grade test paper with such high accuracy? "No, I just wrote it during the break between classes," Li Chen replied calmly. Jiang Yu quickly took out the answer key from the drawer and compared it with the test paper Li Chen had written. Not a single wrong answer. Even the final essay was written perfectly. She finally understood why the teacher only deducted 1 point from Li Chen's English test paper a few days ago. It was simply because the school had a rule that essays in English and Chinese could not be given full marks. But with such a perfect essay, she even wanted to give him an extra point above full marks. Jiang Yu raised her eyes to look at Li Chen. "With your English level, you could easily be an English teacher for the third graders." Hearing this, the other English teachers in the office also looked over. "Are you sure you did this test paper by yourself without asking for answers from someone else?" Li Chen smiled. "If Teacher Jiang doesn't believe I did it, I can write another test paper in front of you. You can hand it in within 30 minutes. Upon hearing this, the other teachers stood up and walked towards Jiang Yu. Knowing that Li Chen was the genius in the second year, they each took the paper from Jiang Yu's hand to have a look. Jiang Yu looked at Li Chen's serious expression and couldn't help but say, "You are really amazing. Handing in the paper in half an hour, I wouldn't even dare to say I could do that. I'm really curious, how good is your English really, to be able to answer questions meant for third graders?" Initially, she just wanted to test how good this second-year student's grades were. Especially in English, she mainly wanted to know Li Chen's vocabulary. But now, it seemed she had underestimated this second-year student. Li Chen, however, remained calm and said, "I often read books entirely in English, so my vocabulary is naturally more extensive. The test paper is no problem for me." Jokingly, he had written long articles in English in his past life. A junior high school English test paper naturally couldn't stump him. But about the grade skipping that teacher Jiang mentioned, "I want to know if I can pass in English if I skip a grade?" Jiang Yu couldn't help but swallow nervously. She had just casually mentioned it, never expecting this kid to actually remember it. But a gentleman's word is hard to chase back, so Jiang Yu had to nod. "In terms of English, it's possible. But if you want to skip a grade, you need your parents' consent, then contact the school, and after that, there will be various assessments of your grades. If you pass in several subjects, then skipping a grade is possible. If you fail in one subject, you can't skip a grade." Li Chen got the answer he wanted and nodded with a smile. "Okay, I understand." The bell for class rang outside, and Li Chen bid farewell to the teachers before leaving the office. But as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something else. "Teacher Jiang, if I were to skip directly to high school, would I just need to contact a suitable high school? Here, I just need to cooperate, right?" The teachers at the door looked at Li Chen, each with a surprised expression. This was a student who had just entered the second year, yet he wanted to skip directly to high school. Since the school was established, such a thing had never happened before. Even Jiang Yu was a bit taken aback. "Skipping directly to high school, your grades might be a bit challenging, right?" Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Not necessarily, maybe it's possible. Jian Yu rubbed her forehead, pondered for a moment, and then said, you can give it a try. Those who had skipped directly from middle school to high school in the past all became pillars of the nation. But it had been 10 years since such a thing had happened. Maybe he could achieve it. After school that afternoon, Li Chen shared his idea of skipping a grade with Su Lin and Yang Jianting. Su Lin seemed hesitant after hearing it. It's not that you can't skip a grade, but the key is that your grades have to pass the test. Otherwise, this isn't something you can decide on your own. Besides, skipping from the second year to the third year is enough. There's no need to skip directly to high school. Despite Li Chen's good grades, she wasn't sure if he could skip to a higher grade. Even if it's possible, she worries that Li Chen might not adapt to a new environment. However, Yang Jianting didn't think much about it and just smiled, saying, I think it's not impossible for our son to skip to high school. There's nothing wrong with giving it a try. Moreover, how many years has it been since a genius skipped directly from the second year of junior high to high school? It's been a whole decade. Maybe our son can break this record. With that, Yang Jianting looked expectantly at the TV, nodding his chin. Maybe our son will even appear on TV by then, and we might have to give interviews too. Su Lin snorted, you only think about these things. Have you ever thought about our son moving to a new place where no one knows him? Such a situation can greatly affect his mood. What if he is psychologically affected? What should we do? Although she usually cares a lot about Li Chen's grades, at times like this, she only wants her son to be healthy. Everything should go smoothly, regardless of whether he is a genius or not. Mom, don't worry, I won't be affected psychologically. Besides, I can make new friends. Li Chen could understand Su Lin's concerns very well. He just gently tried to reassure her, even his tone carrying a hint of amusement. But this is just my idea. If I can't skip directly to high school, I'll consider skipping to the third year of junior high. Upon hearing this, Yang Jianting chimed in, exactly, when our son reaches high school, he can make new friends, so there's no need to worry. Let's just give it a try for now, it's not a big deal. Su Lin's gaze wandered between the father and son. After a while, she helplessly said, you two are really in sync, always trying to persuade me. Then she looked at Yang Shiner, who was eating fruits on the side. When will Shiner grow up and be able to speak up for mom too? Yang Shiner raised her little face, looking innocent, and said, Shiner can speak up for mom now. What does mom want Shiner to say? Hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, you little girl, you're best at pretending not to understand. Although her daughter was only 5 years old, she was very clever and mischievous. When she shouldn't speak, she pretended not to understand, even more clever than adults. Su Lin looked at Li Chen across from her, hesitated slightly, and said, let's first understand how to handle this matter and also contact a suitable high school. After understanding both sides clearly, then you can skip a grade. But don't blame me for not reminding you, you will definitely have to take exams to skip a grade. You need to study the knowledge of the third year of junior high and some high school knowledge these days. Thinking about how Li Chen missed so many courses, it was unlikely that he could learn so much knowledge in 3 months. It was almost certain that he wouldn't be able to skip a grade. Su Lin felt slightly relieved. She didn't ask for much, just wanted her son to finish school properly and maybe get into a second-tier university in the future. However, she didn't know that Li Chen was very familiar with the knowledge of the third year of junior high and the first year of high school. He could even get a good grade without studying again. The next day, Li Chen arrived at school as usual. But as he was about to enter the classroom, he heard a familiar voice calling out, Yang Changgang. Wait! Li Chuan hurriedly ran over, his face full of anxiety. Li Chen stood at the classroom door. Is there something, teacher Li? When Li Chuan approached, he hurriedly said, how come I heard that you're going to skip a grade? Is it true? It's true, Li Chen blurted out, but this matter may not be that simple. It will probably take some time before I can skip a grade. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought you were going to skip a grade in these few days. After all, our math competition has restrictions on students' grades. As long as there was a little more time, Yang Changgang would be able to participate. At least he doesn't need to find someone else. Li Chen nodded. I got it. This matter shouldn't be resolved so quickly. If there's nothing else, I'll go to class first. Li Chuan nodded and watched Li Chen enter the classroom. Catching Wang Qintao's gaze unintentionally, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but shiver, rubbing his arms and muttering under his breath. The look in teacher Wang's son's eyes is quite intimidating. Even though he had taught these students math since the first year of junior high, he was familiar with them. But Li Chuan only recently discovered that Wang Qintao was very jealous. It's normal to feel inferior to someone stronger, but he seemed unable to accept it. If this continues for a long time, who knows what will happen in the future. The first class in the morning was taught by Teacher Wang. Surprisingly, there was a student following him, along with 2 parents. Li Chen frowned the moment he saw that student. It was Qian Song. Why is this kid here? Could it be that his parents brought him here to thank Li Chen? The incident of Qian's parents coming to school to deliver a banner had already spread. Hopefully, they weren't here for the same reason. When Teacher Wang stood at the platform, he subconsciously glanced in Li Chen's direction. Then he looked at others, as if searching for something. Let me first say that we have a new student transferring to our class. With these words from Teacher Wang, the class was instantly surprised. It had been almost 2 months since the school started, and a new student transferring at this time might struggle to catch up with the curriculum. However, some recognized Qian's father. Some people in the class even looked towards Li Chen. Li Chen's forehead darkened, never expecting Qian Song to transfer to their class. Just don't let him sit next to me. In the next moment, Teacher Wang said, Kaya, move to the empty seat on the other side of the corridor, let Qian Song sit in your current seat. His leg hasn't fully recovered yet, and Yang Chungang happens to know a bit about medical knowledge. If Qian Song has any discomfort, Yang Chungang can help him. His reasons were quite convincing. Kaya was an easygoing person, and with a few words from Teacher Wang, he nodded repeatedly. No problem, I'll move right away. Li Chen's face darkened even more, fearing the worst. Sitting next to Qian Song, he would have to endure a lot in the future. Fortunately, he was about to skip a grade, otherwise, who knows how long he would have to be classmates with Qian Song. After Kaya moved, Qian Song sat next to Li Chen. Qian's parents came again to thank Li Chen for saving Qian Song. Considering that Teacher Wang still had to teach, the 2 of them didn't linger and hurriedly left. Just as Teacher Wang was about to start the lesson, he suddenly remembered something and looked at Li Chen and Qian Song. Qian Song, after reading the book with Yang Chungang, go to the office to get a set of books after class. Qian Song nodded with a smile, I got it. Then he turned to look at the cold-faced Li Chen. Pointing his index finger on his own desk, without saying a word, his meaning was clear, move the book over here. Li Chen was already at odds with him, so naturally, he didn't indulge him. He pretended not to see and didn't move the book an inch. Qian Song furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth, I told you to move the book over here, don't you understand? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at him from the corner of his eye. If you don't say it, how could I possibly understand? I'm not a mind reader. With that, he finally moved the book towards the center. Qian Song snorted, Yang Chungang, don't think I'll be extremely grateful to you just because you saved me. If it weren't for you that day, I wouldn't have been in trouble at all. You saved me, at most, I won't hold it against you. He said it confidently, and Li Chen not only wasn't angry but even chuckled. Qian Song waited for a while, seeing that Li Chen had no intention of speaking, he couldn't help but ask, what are you laughing at? Laughing at your stupidity, Li Chen blurted out. Upon hearing this, Qian Song immediately got angry and slammed the table with his hand. Bang! You're asking for trouble, daring to call me stupid. His voice was loud, and everyone in the classroom heard it clearly. The surroundings fell silent instantly. Teacher Wang couldn't help but frown, what's going on? Qian Song was stunned for a moment before realizing they were in class. But suddenly changing schools, he really wasn't used to it. In his previous school, he could do whatever he wanted without anyone caring, but at Yilin High School, he couldn't just do as he pleased. He slowly placed his hand under the table and said calmly, it's nothing, we were just joking. Joking? Teacher Wang furrowed her brows, is this the place to joke during class? Teacher Wang knew Yang Qingong's character quite well. He was definitely not someone who joked during class. But this new student was obviously not easy to deal with, otherwise, he wouldn't have slammed the table during class. Considering they were still in class, Teacher Wang said coldly, both of you, come to my office after class. After this incident, no one dared to speak for the rest of the class. When class was over, Li Chen and Qian Song followed Teacher Wang to the office. There were other teachers in the office, and Qian Song looked somewhat embarrassed at the other teachers. It was really unlucky to encounter such a thing on the first day. When Teacher Wang sat down, Qian Song spoke first. Teacher, it's not my fault during class, it was Yang Chungang who provoked me. He called me stupid, how could I tolerate that? He complained first, and after hearing this, Teacher Wang looked at Li Chen with some suspicion, is that true? Li Chen casually said, he said a bunch of things to me during class, implying that I owed him for saving him, and he wasn't grateful at all, but seemed to want to settle scores with me. But out of gratitude for saving him, he reluctantly let me off the hook. Upon hearing this, several teachers in the office looked at the two of them. After all, they all knew about Li Chen saving someone, never expecting he would save a wolf in sheep's clothing. And now this person wanted to settle scores with Li Chen. Even Teacher Wang found it hard to understand and looked at Qian Song. What's going on? Explain clearly. Seeing that things had escalated to this point, Shen Song could only answer truthfully, I was going to settle scores with Yang Chengang that day for the accident. Who knew his mother would come to pick him up, so I couldn't confront him and had to follow him for a while. I never expected we would end up in an accident. Apparently, he didn't think he did anything wrong in his mind, which was why he spoke so frankly. But Teacher Wang was even more confused. Wait, what's the relationship between you two? How did it involve settling scores? Explain clearly. Shen Song pursed his lips tightly, then turned to glare at Li Chen. Li Chen, on the other hand, nonchalantly said, we were studying piano at the same art class during the summer vacation. I have a higher talent for piano, which attracted attention in the art class, making him unhappy, so we've never gotten along. Hearing this, Shen Song couldn't help but furrow his brows. He felt like Li Chen's words were off, but he couldn't pinpoint the issue. Shen Song scratched his head, met Teacher Wang's gaze, and nodded, it's more or less like that. Teacher Wang took a deep breath, helplessly massaging her temples. A trivial matter like this, causing you to come all the way to Yilin High School to settle scores, and even after he saved you, you don't show gratitude. What exactly are you here for? It was like causing trouble for fun. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have allowed this new student into his class. Originally, Wang Laoshi agreed to Chen Song and Li Chen's relationship, but who knew it would turn out like this? Wang Laoshi was filled with regret, but there was no turning back. He couldn't retract his decision. I came to Yilin High School to settle the score with him, not wanting him to show up in front of Chen Lu. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have come to block him at the school gate. Chen Song spoke urgently and quickly, his tone resolute. Wang Laoshi was even more astonished. Who is Chen Lu? Li Chen explained with a speechless expression, she is also one of the students from the summer art exam class, a girl who looks good. Many boys in the art exam class have a bit of a crush on her, but I'm not interested in her. Of course, among all those boys, only the one beside me is the most interested in her. He never expected to have to explain himself here over such a trivial matter. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't get along with Chen Song, Li Chen wouldn't bother with him at all. He didn't even mind taking the blame. Wang Laoshi's face was almost written with the word regret. Looking at the two in front of him, he burst out laughing. You two are really something. With that, Wang Laoshi pointed to the door, now go back, each of you write a 2,000-word self-criticism essay, and hand it in before the end of the school day today. Those who don't hand it in won't need to come tomorrow. Shen Song frowned, I can't write that much. Having a tough attitude from his previous school, even after coming to Yilin High School, he remained the same. Then have your parents come tomorrow, and you don't need to come. Wang Laoshi couldn't be bothered with him and turned to start grading papers. With that said, Li Chen and Shen Song could only leave the office. Just as they left the office, Shen Song gritted his teeth and said, Yang Chengang, I really clash with you. I've been in school for so many years and have never written a self-criticism essay. I've even written 500 words for a composition. Now, a self-criticism essay of 2,000 words was really a pain. Li Chen didn't care, as 2,000 words were nothing to him. He strode towards the classroom, while Chen Song, who already had uncomfortable legs, walked slowly behind him. Until several students much taller than them came walking towards them. You are Yang Chengang? The leading student carefully examined Li Chen. A student behind him said, it's him, I've noticed him at the entrance of their class. Upon hearing this, Shen Song hurriedly chimed in, yes, he is Yang Chengang, he's in the second year. Are you here to settle the score with him? There was a hint of anticipation in his tone, as if he really wanted to see these people confront Li Chen. Li Chen found it even more ridiculous. This kid really hoped he would get into trouble. However, as soon as Chen Song spoke, all the gazes of the people in front of them fell on Chen Song. The leader asked, who are you? Do you have a bad relationship with Yang Chengang? Chen Song nodded repeatedly, afraid that these people wouldn't let him off either. His legs were just starting to feel better, and if he got injured again, his future would be over. Yes, we have a very bad relationship. You can settle the score with him as you please, I won't tell the teacher. Li Chen almost burst out laughing, never expecting Chen Song to be like this. But he had no impression of these people in front of him, so he probably hadn't offended them. Who are you guys? I don't think I know you, Li Chen asked. The leading student's face immediately lit up with a smile. I'm Gao Fei, a student from class 6 of the third year. I've heard about a genius in the second year, and today I finally get to see him. By the way, our English teacher specially had us read the essay you wrote. Yang Chengang, your English composition is really good. Better than what those of us in the third year write. The situation suddenly changed, and even Chen Song was a bit slow to react. But in his mind, there were only 2 words left, genius. This is a high school, Why are they still addressing each other based on piano levels? Just as he was thinking, a boy standing behind Gao Fei took out a paper from his pocket and stepped forward. Yang Chenggang, I'm Zhongyu from class 6 of grade 9. Can you help me with this question? I really don't know how to do it, but I genuinely want to know if your math in grade 9 is also as good. Li Chen didn't expect these people to approach him because of his academic performance. He even thought he had offended these people in the past. Taking the test paper from Zhongyu's hand, Li Chen glanced at the question he mentioned. This question is simple. The main difficulty might be in understanding the question. Basically, it wants students to find out the area of this shadow by subtracting the areas of these two small pieces from the total area. Shouldn't we calculate the areas of these two pieces as well? With just a few simple sentences, Zhongyu suddenly saw the light. Oh, so that's how it is. I was wondering why I had no clue at all. Turns out the question misled me. After taking the test paper, another person beside them also approached Li Chen to ask about the question. But their curiosity outweighed their thirst for knowledge. Watching Li Chen explain the question, they all felt amazed. After all, to have such a genius in grade 8 was truly astonishing. But what was even more astonishing was Chen Song beside them. It wasn't until the bell for class rang that several grade 9 students hurriedly ran back to the classroom. Li Chen also walked towards the classroom, with Chen Song following behind him. When the two returned to their seats, Chen Song asked, with such good grades, why did you choose the arts examination class? Are you full and seeking challenges? He had never seen someone with good grades take the path of arts examination. Truly rare. If you have nothing to say, then keep quiet, Li Chen said calmly. He had never seen someone who couldn't speak as much as Chen Song. Every good question, he had to retort. Chen Song pursed his lips. If you don't want to talk, then I don't want to listen either. The two finally quieted down for a class, and when it was time for the break, Li Chen started writing a self-criticism letter. Chen Song, who was beside him, couldn't help but suggest, How about I give you $100, and you write one for me? Li Chen held up 2 fingers. Chen Song thought Li Chen was asking for 200, but since he wasn't short of money, he blurted out, 200 it is, as long as you take care of the self-criticism letter for me. I meant 2,000, Li Chen said coldly. Chen Song couldn't help but roll his eyes. You really dare to ask for that much? Asking for a large sum, indeed a hefty request. However, Li Chen didn't say more and continued writing the self-criticism letter. By lunchtime, he had almost finished writing the letter. When he went to the convenience store to buy water, he happened to see the news playing on TV regarding Xingyu Company's explanation of the new product. Netizens clearly aren't buying it. Many netizens are now suggesting that Xingyu Company should take the new product and the old product to the relevant department for appraisal and provide a comparison report to the public. If the ingredients of the products differ, they will continue to support Xingyu Company in the future. But if the ingredients of the new product and the old product are almost the same, some departments are urging for stricter penalties against Xingyu Company. Li Chen stood at the door for a while, understanding the situation. It seemed that Fuyu Company didn't intend to confront Xingyu Company head-on. This move was clearly being orchestrated behind the scenes. Otherwise, with Xingyu Company's power, they could easily suppress this matter completely. They could even delete all those comments from netizens. Li Chen's lips curved into a smile. Next, it's up to Fuyu Company. The owner of the convenience store also joined in the criticism. This Xingyu Company is a bloodsucker. They have no bottom line in their actions. My daughter-in-law uses this product. She said the new and old products are exactly the same, but the price has increased significantly. Before it was 3 to 400, now selling for 3 to 4,000. The boss looked up at the TV, obsessed with money, capable of anything. Li Chen smiled. Evil begets evil. Maybe this time they will pay the price. After paying for the water, he left the convenience store. Wang Tao, waiting at the door, asked anxiously, why did you take so long inside? Met someone you know? No, just chatted with the boss for a bit, Li Chen said, hearing a sneer and turned around. Chen Song was behind him. Why did the homeroom teacher call you to the office? Is something wrong? Are you being punished? Wang Tao whispered. Li Chen casually replied, everyone has to write a 2,000-word self-criticism. It was no problem for him, he could finish it in just over half an hour. But for Chen Song, it wasn't that simple. Chen Song stood with his hands in his pockets, looking indifferent. Seeing Li Chen look back at him, Chen Song sneered, I'll call Chinya later to handle this. He's much cheaper than you, $200 is more than enough. His tone carried a hint of pride, his gaze towards Li Chen was disdainful. Li Chen looked away, saying, don't forget to hand it in before school ends today. You better make it clear to Chinya, don't wait until after school to deliver it. Skipping school for Chen Song's self-criticism wouldn't be worth it. Wondering what Chinya would do. But the next moment, Wang Tao suddenly asked, 2,000 words for the self-criticism, would you pay 200? Xian Song scrutinized him. Sure, you want to write it? Wang Tao nodded eagerly. I'm more than willing. Let me do it for you? Li Chen didn't expect Wang Tao to offer to help write Xian Song's self-criticism, but for ordinary high school students, $200 was a lot. He could earn money in other ways, so he didn't care about that amount. Sure, you write it for me. 2,000 words, no less. Xian Song looked smugly at Li Chen. Some people, asking for a lot, now passing on such a good opportunity to others. Some people regret it now, it's too late. I won't give him a chance to earn my money. His sarcastic tone made Li Chen want to laugh. $2,000, he really didn't care. But Wang Tao vaguely guessed who Xian Song referred to as some people. After buying food, Wang Tao and Li Chen sat together. Seeing no sign of Xian Song around, Wang Tao whispered, Do you have a conflict with this new student? You saved his life, why is he speaking to you in such a strange way? People might think you have some grudge. With this question, Li Chen didn't hide anything and explained the situation between him and Xian Song. After hearing everything, Wang Tao couldn't help but say, No wonder. I was wondering why he was talking to you so oddly, turns out you knew each other before. But this guy is really heartless, he came to you, got into trouble, and still blames you. Thinking of the self-criticism, Wang Tao's eyes gleamed mischievously. Do you want me to help you get revenge? I can wait until almost the end of school, say the self-criticism wasn't done. He won't be able to submit it, and they'll have to call his parents tomorrow. How about that? Not a bad idea, right? Li Chen replied while eating, No need, I don't plan to settle scores with him. With memories from his past life, he felt he shouldn't be too calculative with Xian Song. If it weren't for their inability to get along, he wouldn't even bother with Xian Song. It's childish of him to make such a fuss. Wang Tao clicked his tongue and hurriedly said, If you don't settle the score with him now, he will find a way to bully you in the future. Yang Chenggang, I know your temper, you're just too easy to bully. Since we've been deskmates for a year, I'll help you get revenge on this matter, so you don't have to worry about it. He insisted, and Li Chen originally wanted to stop him, but then he saw Xian Song approaching with his tray. Li Chen had to give up and plan to talk to Wang Tao about it after class. Xian Song sat next to the two. As soon as he sat down, he asked directly, Do you guys eat this stuff for lunch every day? Wang Tao looked at the food on his tray and felt somewhat satisfied. There were meat and vegetables, and a bowl of soup. But from Xian Song's tone, it seemed like he was dissatisfied with them. If I knew your school only serves this kind of food, I'd rather eat at home. At least I wouldn't have to stay here and eat this junk. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and added some dishes, but only glanced at them without eating. His eyes were full of disdain. Wang Tao's expression visibly cooled down. Is this junk food to you? There are vegetables, chicken legs, sweet and sour pork, and seaweed egg drop soup. This is top-notch, and you're still not satisfied? He's really hard to please. No wonder this kid doesn't get along with the easygoing Yang Chenggang. Xian Song sneered, Ha! I like seafood and some Western food. I never eat these dishes normally, they're all for my dog. Wang Tao's face turned even uglier. Even Li Chen thought Xian Song was just looking for trouble. He had originally wanted to advise Wang Tao not to seek revenge on Xian Song in the self-criticism book, but now it seemed he had no say in the matter. But to Li Chen's surprise, Wang Tao just smiled and said, We just have different tastes. In our hometown, no one eats seafood, it's all fed to the stray dogs on the streets. But everyone has different tastes. If you don't want to eat these, you can eat something else. No one is forcing you to eat this. Xian Song furrowed his brows, looking dissatisfied at Wang Tao. You feed seafood to stray dogs in your place? Who are you trying to fool? Seafood is expensive. He felt like he was being insulted. But thinking about the self-criticism book, Xian Song could only endure for now. He didn't want to end up without someone to write the self-criticism for him in the end. Wang Tao calmly said, Our home is by the sea, seafood is everywhere, and it's used to feed dogs. If you don't believe me, I'll show you when we visit my place. He repeated that it's for feeding dogs, making Xian Song's face even darker. He was so angry that he couldn't eat anymore, so he picked up his tray and poured everything into the trash can. Then he left with his hands in his pockets, leaving only his back view. Wang Tao smugly stuck out his tongue at him. What a character, daring to say such things in front of us. I'm already being nice by not directly scolding him. He really doesn't know who he is. Li Chen smiled and simply said, Forget it, let's eat quickly. As for the self-criticism book, it's better not to advise Wang Tao. This kid is already someone who must retaliate for the slightest grievance, especially now that he's been provoked by Xian Song. He probably won't let it go. In the afternoon when school was over, Li Chen happened to pass by the office and handed the self-criticism book to teacher Wang. But Xian Song wasn't so lucky. When he went to ask Wang Tao for the self-criticism book, Wang Tao looked surprised and asked, "What self-criticism book?" Qian Song gritted his teeth. "You promised to help me write that 2,000-word self-criticism. You're not trying to trick me, are you?" It was about to be due, and if it wasn't submitted, he would have to call his parents tomorrow. Wang Tao chuckled and said, "The custom here is that for ghostwriting, you need to pay a deposit first. Since you didn't pay, I thought you didn't want me to write." Qian Song's eyes widened instantly. "You didn't write?" Wang Tao nodded. "Yes, you didn't pay the deposit either, so I thought you didn't want me to write. You can't be unaware of our custom, right?" He looked innocent, as if it was not intentional. Despite feeling annoyed, Qian Song could only blame himself for not inquiring earlier. But it was too late now, so Qian Song had to involve his parents. Forget it, forget it. Next time something like this happens, remember to tell me about these messy rules in advance. With that, he slung his backpack and left the classroom. Behind him, Wang Tao stuck out his tongue. As expected, the next day Qian Song's parents showed up, but Qian Song was absent. With Qian Song not around to disturb, Li Chen was quite relaxed. Until noon, when he went to the convenience store to watch the news and happened to see the announcement of the third match for the youth girl group in half a month. By then, both daughters and Xia Tingxue would probably be back to participate in the competition. Thinking that he hadn't seen the two daughters in a while, Li Chen felt a hint of anticipation. However, the unexpected came sooner than expected. That evening, during dinner, Li Chen saw news about Sheng Entertainment Company on TV. Today, Sheng Entertainment Company publicly declared its willingness to take new and old products to relevant departments for comparison and to announce the final results to prove that the pricing of Sheng Entertainment Company's products is reasonable, in response to the public. Su Lin and Yang Jianting were also watching intently. Upon hearing the news, they both smiled involuntarily. Sheng Entertainment Company really dares to do this. Aren't they afraid of not being able to produce favorable results for them? Su Lin chuckled. Yang Jianting calmly said, "Not necessarily. I bet Sheng Entertainment Company will add some good stuff to the new products and then have them appraised. The results that come out will definitely be in their favor. After all, such a big company wouldn't rashly decide on such a big matter. It might even be detrimental to their own company." Yang Jianting sighed softly. "I wonder what trick Sheng Entertainment Company will play this time." Li Chen also thought about this. With so many people watching, it was normal for Sheng Entertainment Company to try something. But if they provided a reasonable result, then Fuyu Company would definitely take action. If they play tricks, Fuyu Company will naturally find a way to expose them. Li Chen glanced at the TV news, which was no longer about Fuyu Company, so he stopped watching. If they dare to add something to the new products, Fuyu Company's boss just needs to find a few online influencers, have them take the new products from Sheng Entertainment Company for appraisal. After all, Sheng Entertainment Company can tamper with their own products, but they can't tamper with others' new products. This game is not hard to crack. He focused on his food, unaware of Su Lin and Yang Jianting's surprise. The two felt that their son was becoming too clever for his age. It was a pity he wasn't an adult yet. Otherwise, he would definitely excel in business. Yang Jianting was the first to react, nodding with a smile. "You're right. At least this move can expose Sheng Entertainment Company. By the way, your uncle and grandmother are coming tomorrow, and it's the weekend, so let's go out for a meal together. When your grandmother's birthday comes, you can take another day off." Li Chen had nothing urgent, so he agreed. But unexpectedly, there was a mishap while dining out the next day at noon. After the old lady and Su Juexiao arrived, the group went to the restaurant. Just as they settled down, Li Chen saw Lin Hui and Lin Yu not far away, accompanied by Li Yun and Li Qian. Li Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did the two daughters suddenly come back out of the blue? Before he could make sense of it, Yang Xiner got up from her chair and walked towards Lin Hui and the others. Seeing this, Li Chen's breath became erratic, and he hurried to catch up. "Xiner, come back!" he shouted, catching the attention of Lin Hui and the others. Lin Yu, who was always absent-minded, turned around, saw Li Chen, and blurted out, "Brother-in-law, come sit and eat with us." Li Chen felt his breath hitch, not daring to look back at Su Lin and the others. He signaled to Lin Yu and Lin Hui with his eyes, indicating for them to act as if they didn't know him. Lin Hui, seeing a woman approaching Li Chen and Yang Xiner not far away, guessed that they were having a family gathering. But Lin Yu hadn't caught on yet and continued, "Since we have enough seats, let's eat together, brother-in-law." Even Li Qian and Li Yun shifted their chairs, making room for Li Chen and Yang Xiner. Li Chen wished he could find a needle to seal Lin Yu's mouth shut, so he wouldn't keep calling him brother-in-law repeatedly. Initially, when he was first called, no one thought it was directed at Li Chen. But when Su Lin approached and noticed only Li Chen and Yang Xiner standing around, she felt something was amiss. A grown man randomly calling a junior high school student brother-in-law seemed off to Su Lin no matter how she looked at it. She walked up to Li Qian and asked softly, "Cheng Gang, do you know them?" Li Qian and Li Yun, upon seeing Su Lin, stopped eating and stared at Li Qian intently. Thinking quickly, Li Qian said, "I met those two girls at the piano class." Su Lin suddenly realized and turned to Li Qian and Li Yun. "Hello to both of you." She greeted them with a smile. Li Qian and Li Yun replied with smiles, "Hello." But Su Lin's gaze lingered on Lin Hui, sensing something different in her eyes. "Mom, let's go back to our seats. We came out for a meal, you know what she likes to eat, so why don't you order?" Li Qian intervened in time, preventing Su Lin from continuing to observe. The two of them returned to their seats with Yang Xiner, and Li Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Su Lin and Yang Jianting ordered some dishes, Su Lin remembered the earlier incident. "That man just now, what did he call you?" "Call you what?" Su Lin furrowed her brows, finding it unbelievable. She even doubted if she misheard. How could she have heard brother-in-law? It must have been a mistake on her part. Li Qian smiled and said, "That person loves to joke around, he was probably teasing me." Hearing this, Su Lin relaxed a bit and glanced at Lin Yu. He seems quite mature now, daring to joke about anything, really. Unaware that Li Qian was on the verge of a panic attack, she continued, but she didn't know that Li Qian had almost exposed his identity. The old lady watched the mother and son chatting and smiled kindly. "I see that Cheng Gang has improved his grades, Lin, you talk to him differently now." At this, everyone turned to look at Li Qian and Su Lin. Su Lin felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Mom, he's my own son. When his grades were bad, I talked to him the same way." Hearing this, Su Juexiao couldn't bear it. "Cheng Gang, did your mom give you a hard time when your grades were bad?" Su Juexiao seemed to be supporting Li Qian. "Just tell the truth, if something happens, your uncle will support you." Without waiting for Li Qian to speak, Su Lin couldn't help but speak first. "Are you feeling better now? Don't ruin our family's Cheng Gang. His grades have been good for a while. If you mess it up, who knows, his grades might suffer in the future." Su Juxiao pursed her lips and said, "In the end, it's all about focusing on grades." Su Lin had nothing to say, but it was indeed true. It was the old lady who smiled and said, "You're already at this age, why can't you be more open-minded? Always demanding good grades from Cheng Gang. I'm more open-minded than you, as long as the child is healthy, it's enough." Hearing this, Su Lin muttered softly, "Why are you saying this now? Why were you always focused on our grades before?" They say that there's a special bond between generations, and in their family, this was absolutely true. Whether it was Yang Chenggang's grandmother or grandmother, all they wanted was for Yang Chenggang to be healthy and happy. Only Su Lin and Yang Jianting wanted him to have better grades. But they didn't push too hard. After all, Yang Chenggang had been so disappointing before. In 7 subjects, not one was passing. Because of his grades, Su Lin was almost faint with anger. However, Li Qian understood these things in his heart. After all, the mindset of being parents and grandparents was quite different. Especially when it came to expectations for their descendants, it was even more different. "Grandma, actually my mom hasn't always been focused on my grades. She just wants me to pass the college entrance exam. With my current grades, she has given me room to regress, so she hasn't pushed me too hard." With these words from Li Qian, Su Lin suddenly felt more confident. "That's right, it's my son who is close to me and knows how to speak up for me." She smiled smugly, but didn't notice that Lin Hui had been watching her from a distance. After a while, Lin Hui withdrew her gaze, but couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. Lin Yu asked softly, "Sis, what's wrong with you? Is it because your husband didn't come to accompany you, so you feel uncomfortable?" Li Qian and Li Yun also looked at Lin Hui when they heard this. For a moment, they couldn't describe the feeling, but they felt somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Hui poked at the rice in front of her with her chopsticks, and after a while, she said softly, "No, I just feel that his current life is quite good. A happy family and the love of elders. Actually, he could ignore us, and even not mention his past. In that case, he could just be a simple high school student, being healthy and happy. He didn't even need to start earning money at such a young age. He even went to their house specifically to teach their 2 daughters to play the piano. He could have avoided all of this. But he didn't avoid it. Instead, he went directly to her house and revealed his identity." Lin Hui was touched, but also felt a bit disappointed. At least she was now clear that her Li Qian couldn't come back. Now he was just Yang Chenggang. They were no longer possible. "This is your husband's choice. Since he has decided to reveal his identity, sis, don't think too much about it." Lin Yu nodded towards the 2 people across from him. "If it weren't for your husband's appearance, how could Qian Qian and Yun Yun have participated in that girl group audition?" Li Qian and Li Yun glanced at each other, then secretly looked at Li Qian not far away. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. Seeing the three of them looking serious, Lin Hui pretended to be impatient and said, alright, it's a good meal, just eat. If you don't like this place, we'll go somewhere else. But if we go somewhere else, I won't treat you, you treat me. Hearing this, Li Qian and Li Yun quickly started eating. Lin Hui also tried to adjust her mood, but she didn't forget the mistake Lin Yu had just made. I warn you, be careful with your words in the future. Today was fine, but if something happens next time, you'll be in trouble. When you see him in the future, as long as it's not at my house, you have to call in Yang Chenggang. Even in the car, it's the same, you can't make a mistake. Lin Yu smirked, I got it. I'll be more careful in the future. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was gradually filling up with customers. Laughter and chatter filled every table. The atmosphere at Li Chen's table was particularly lively. The old lady rarely visited Qingcheng, and Su Lin and Yang Jianting suggested she stay longer. Fortunately, the old lady agreed and decided to extend her stay. As Lin Yu and his friends got up to pay the bill, Li Chen's gaze followed them. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, Chen Lu. Yang Changgang? Chen Lu also saw him and exclaimed, what a coincidence, you're eating here too. Stepping forward, Chen Lu stood beside Li Chen. Li Chen stood up slowly and turned to Su Lin, Mom, this is Chen Lu. Su Lin looked surprised as she examined Chen Lu carefully, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. The girl is really pretty. Chen Lu tucked a stray hair behind her ear and blushed shyly. Auntie, you flatter me. Chen Lu noticed the food on the table and remembered something, this restaurant belongs to my parents. I'll treat you to this meal today, I just need to inform the cashier. Su Lin refused repeatedly, no, I can't let you pay. Auntie, it's okay. Chen Lu turned to Li Chen, when I was in the piano class, Yang Chenggang taught me how to play the piano a lot. I'm very grateful to him. I just never had the chance to express my gratitude. Today is a perfect opportunity, you can't refuse me anymore. With that, Chen Lu called out to the cashier, Uncle Fan, my friend at table 9, it's on the house. Uncle Fan at the cashier nodded in agreement. Chen Lu turned back to Su Lin with a smile. Auntie, enjoy your meal, order more if it's not enough, it's all on the house. Su Lin felt embarrassed to order more but still thanked her profusely, thank you so much for today. However, Lin Hui and his friends happened to witness this scene. Lin Hui observed Chen Lu and then glanced at Li Chen. The two seemed compatible and of similar age. Lin Hui couldn't help but wonder, could this girl become Li Chen's wife in this lifetime? Li Chen's family only resumed their meal after Chen Lu and Lin Hui's group left. It wasn't until they were driving back home after dinner that Su Lin couldn't resist asking, that girl Chen Lu, I didn't expect her to be so beautiful and confident. She stole a glance at Li Chen sitting in the front row. Chenggang, what do you think of her? Li Chen understood her intentions, she was just probing his thoughts. Before he could respond, Yang Jianting interjected, why are you so interested in these things all the time? They are still young, even if you think she's good, it's not like they can be together. Don't get ahead of yourself. Su Lin's thoughts were bluntly expressed, I was just asking, I didn't say they should be together. Besides, many high school students nowadays are mature early, what's wrong with me asking? Yang Jianting drove, glancing at Su Lin in the rearview mirror when they stopped at a traffic light. Alright, stop asking about these things in the future. Chenggang didn't have any thoughts to begin with, but with you asking, he might start having some. The couple bantered back and forth. Su Lin scoffed at his words. How is that possible? Even if I say it 100 times, it would be the same. Li Chen rubbed his forehead, stop arguing over trivial matters. Yang Jianting was about to retort but stopped upon hearing this. They drove all the way back home, and Yang Shiner had already fallen asleep on the road. Li Chen went straight to his room as soon as he entered the house. He picked up his phone but didn't know what message to send to Lin Hui. After all, a situation like today was really unexpected. But thinking about the way Lin Hui looked at Chen Lu, Li Chen felt the need to explain. At least he couldn't let Lin Hui misunderstand. Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Jiang Yi. Calling at this time probably meant something was up. Li Chen saw that the door was already closed before answering the phone. Vice President Jiang is calling, there must be something going on, right? Jiang Yi sighed softly, there is indeed something, mainly about Shangyu Company. He sighed again after speaking. Li Chen was curious about what could make Vice President Jiang, whom he knew, so worried. I think the suggestion you made to President Yu that day, he probably has already started to implement it. But this would be very detrimental to Shangyu Company. You also know that Shangyu Company is a shareholder of 4C's magazine. I just received a call from the boss of Shangyu Company. He said he wants all 4 of your articles for the next 2 months to speak positively about Shangyu Company. At least help them get through this product issue safely. Jiang Yi slowly explained everything. But Li Chen just chuckled. Vice President Jiang, the idea was mine for President Yu, and now you want me to speak for Shangyu Company, even to the extent of writing 4 articles against my conscience. Do you think I'm someone who would do anything for money? Clearly, he was not. He was even very unwilling to do so. This was even within Jiang Yi's expectations. I know this puts you in a difficult position, but they also said that if we don't agree to this, they will shut down 4C's magazine. And most of our readers now are fans of the celebrities under Shangyu Company. This would be a fatal blow to us. For someone who had been with the company since the early days of 4C's magazine, this was unacceptable. If it weren't for having no other choice, Jiang Yi wouldn't have contacted Li Chen with such a thick skin. Hearing this, Li Chen was even more convinced that there was a problem with Shangyu Company. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to resort to using the magazine media. Vice President Jiang, I know 4C's magazine is important to you, and I also cherish the opportunity to write for 4C's magazine. But there is one thing I really can't do, and that is to go against my conscience. Moreover, this time it is indeed a problem with Shangyu Company. If you really think these articles need to be written, I think our cooperation can end here. At least he couldn't be a fence-sitter. An editor who doesn't even have his own opinions can't write good articles. But his firm attitude also made Jiang Yi worried. It seemed persuasion wouldn't work, but what could be done in the current situation? Jiang Yi took a long time before saying, let's not end our cooperation for now. I'll think of a solution for this matter. Li Chen acknowledged, but also reminded, Vice President Jiang, I know you are also in a difficult position with this matter, but I hope you remember the original intention of creating 4C's magazine. If even magazines and media start speaking for the bad guys, I can't imagine what kind of world this would be. Jiang Yi sighed softly, feeling very helpless. I understand, I will think about this matter carefully. His voice was low, tinged with a sense of loss, but even so, Li Chen never considered going against his own conscience. Inside 4C's company, Jiang Yi looked troubled, unable to think of a suitable solution for the time being. Nearby, Zhou Chang, sitting on the sofa, said, it's just articles, right? Actually, I think I can write them now. After all, I have read so many of his articles, isn't it just a gradual process? This is not difficult at all. My master taught me before, and it's about substantiating viewpoints. Anyway, I think I should be able to do it now. Why don't you leave this matter to me? At worst, I'll just have my articles published before his, so others will definitely see mine. Despite his full confidence, Jiang Yi did not think so. After all, he had not fully regained his writing strength, let alone Zhou Chang. If you really think you can write, then write one for me to see. If it's suitable, I'll let you handle it. If it's not suitable, you'll have to figure something else out. At the very least, they couldn't just ignore it like this, or who knows what Shangyu Company might do. Zhou Chang nodded repeatedly, no problem. However, unexpectedly, the products that Shangyu Company took for appraisal that night were directly announced. Obviously, they had tampered with the new products, just as Li Chen had guessed. But soon, many internet celebrities online stated that they were using a different product from the ingredient list provided by Shangyu Company. Yang Jianting couldn't help but sigh when he saw those messages online. Cheng Gang, you really hit the nail on the head. I see Fuyu Company came prepared, actually coming up with such a good solution. Now, let's see how Shangyu Company explains this. But good and evil will eventually be repaid. This can also be considered retribution. Li Chen, however, felt no joy, only feeling that this matter might have further consequences. After all, Shangyu Company had already grown so big, they wouldn't compromise so easily. They may not admit it, but Fuyu Company is not easy to bully either. It seems that both sides will have to compete for a while. After saying that, he turned to look at Yang Jianting. But it won't affect your work. Yang Jianting smiled at Su Lin opposite him, saying mysteriously, wife, I've changed jobs. Su Lin furrowed her brows, you changed jobs? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me first? Both kids need money right now, and you just suddenly changed jobs like this, don't you think about the kids? She felt that in Yang Jianting's situation, changing jobs again would definitely not be as good as the previous one. After all, changing jobs in middle age would only be worse than before. Now Cheng Gang wants to move up, and you just changed jobs like this. What if he needs money on his end? Seeing Yang Jianting's smiling face, Su Lin was even more furious. You have the nerve to smile. Changing jobs is such a big deal, and you didn't even tell me in advance. Yang Jianting chuckled, I did change jobs, but now I'm the general manager at the new company, and the salary is higher than before. Most importantly, the current company is a cosmetics company acquired by Fuyu Company. Su Lin was stunned, looking at him in disbelief. Then she looked at Li Chen, who was eating calmly. Do you know about this? Su Lin suddenly sensed something unusual. Li Chen calmly said, I only know a little, but at that time, Dad hadn't decided on changing jobs yet, so I'm even less clear about work-related matters. He just felt that everything hadn't settled down yet, so he didn't tell you. A few words helped Yang Jianting out of the crisis. Su Lin's expression eased slightly, but thinking about Yang Jianting's current job, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the job doesn't differ too much, whether it's a general manager or a junior staff, it doesn't matter. Yang Jianting chuckled, "Don't worry, I'm thinking about you and the kids, I won't take any unnecessary risks. Fuyu Company is more conscientious than Xingyu Company, so I think changing jobs is inevitable." With that, she turned to look at Li Chen beside her. But this time, it should be thanks to our son's connections. Thinking of Li Chen's previous interview with Fuyu Company, Su Lin smiled and nodded, "It's possible." She quickly got up to the kitchen to fetch beer and drinks. After pouring 4 cups, Su Lin raised her glass first. Today's event is worth celebrating. The group clinked glasses, even Yang Shiner held her glass with both hands and joined in. "Congratulations on the new job and a higher salary." Su Lin beamed. Yang Jianting's job situation improved the atmosphere of the whole family. The next day, Su Lin took Yang Jianting and Yang Shiner out for shopping, claiming it was necessary as the new general manager to buy some decent clothes. Originally planning to bring Li Chen along, but Li Chen made an excuse to go play with friends and didn't go. After the group left, Li Chen took a taxi to Lin Hui's house. Hearing the doorbell, Lin Hui hurried to open the door. Seeing Li Chen, her heart was in turmoil. Li Chen hurriedly explained, "Darling, what happened yesterday was an accident. I really didn't know Chen Lu was the daughter of that restaurant owner, and I didn't plan to meet her. I swear, there's nothing between us." He even held out 3 fingers. "Come in." Lin Hui interrupted him as he was about to swear. Hearing this, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked in. Seeing both daughters at home, Li Chen hurriedly asked, "Why are you back suddenly? Is something wrong? Or is your school on break?" If it weren't for the fact that both daughters were still in school, he would have wanted to see them every day. It would be best if they were never apart. Awkwardly, Li Chen and Li Yun glanced at each other, then looked down at the table. Sensing something amiss, Li Chen turned around and followed their gaze. They were looking at a photo on the table, Li Chen's photo. Li Chen quickly went forward and covered his own photo. "There's no need to display this photo, it's too ominous." However, Lin Hui looked at him expressionlessly. "This is my husband's photo, there's nothing ominous about it, I think it's fine." But Li Chen felt a pang in his heart upon hearing this. He stepped forward quickly, "But darling, I'm alive now, there's no need to look at any memorial photos." "You don't look like him," Lin Hui said calmly. Li Chen had to admit, that was true. "But I have memories from my past life, I know I've been reincarnated, now my name and appearance are different, but I'm still the man you love the most." Li Chen just wanted to go back to the past. At least he could maintain his relationship with Lin Hui and their 2 daughters. Lin Hui pursed her lips tightly, then said after a long pause, "But you're not him." Thinking of the real reason their 2 daughters had come back, Lin Hui couldn't help but frown. "You don't even remember your own death anniversary." Li Chen's eyes widened. "My death anniversary?" He had never thought about remembering his own death anniversary. Moreover, when the anniversary came, he was no longer in this world. "Yesterday was your death anniversary." Li Chen reminded him impatiently, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "And you forgot." Li Chen took a deep breath, looking at his 2 daughters with a wry smile. "Yesterday was actually his death anniversary. It's not that I forgot, I simply never remembered. Who would remember their own death anniversary? Besides, such a day was really inauspicious. The key is, I now have memories from my past life, I've been reincarnated, so there's no need for you to observe my death anniversary anymore." Lin Hui turned around and sat down on the sofa in front of him. "You are you, he is he. Even if you have memories from the past, you still can't ignore this Memorial Day for him. You may not care, but we do. Besides, we go our way, we never forced you to come with us." Li Chen felt even more overwhelmed at these words. Especially the thought of having to watch his wife and children burn paper and offer flowers to him was simply unacceptable. Forget it, it's better not to go on such a day. Li Yun suddenly thought of something. "Now that Shang Entertainment Company is in trouble, we don't know if our program's auditions can continue. If they can't, our first participation in the program will end in failure." Li Chen had already thought of this step, but he also knew that Shang Entertainment Company wouldn't easily collapse. It would just be a matter of time, or they might never touch product-related business again. But entertainment work would mostly not be affected. Let things take their course. If this is forcibly interrupted, then we can look for another program, or maybe consider auditioning. Li Chen gave a direct suggestion. "Audition?" Li Yun looked at Li Chen with some anticipation. "I actually want to be an actress. It would be even better if I had the opportunity to audition." Li Chen also chimed in, yes, it would be great to be an actress. At least we wouldn't have to worry about encountering such situations. However, Li Chen knew very well that being an actress was not as easy as they imagined, it would be much harder. Seeing the two looking expectant, Li Chen said slowly, I can help you find opportunities in this field, but you need to know that being an actress is not that simple. Especially since neither of you have a background in acting. If you really take on a role, you might be scolded by the director or even fellow actors. He wanted to prepare them mentally, but he didn't expect both of them to nod at the same time. We know, it's okay. Li Chen was stunned for a few seconds, underestimating their mental resilience. If you were suddenly thrown into acting in cold water, would you be able to handle it? Once the mental barrier was crossed, it was time for the physical aspect. Li Yun looked at Li Chen, knowing it was not good for their bodies, but she said firmly, if it's for the plot, we will definitely do it. At least, if others can do it, we can do it too. Normally gentle Li Yun was exceptionally resolute at this moment. Li Chen also added, yes, if others can do it, we can too. Lin Hui looked pained but did not stop them. With that said, Li Chen had nothing more to say. Even though he felt sorry, he knew that his two daughters would eventually have to fight for their own lives. Some paths, they had to walk on their own, he couldn't suffer for them. Alright, I'll contact you regarding this matter. If there's a suitable opportunity, I'll let you know in time. That afternoon, Li Chen handed two daughters a new song. Just in case, to prevent them from not having a good song if the auditions continued. It wasn't until the evening that Li Chen left Lin Hui's house. But he didn't expect to meet Chen Jun as soon as he stepped out. Chen Jun frowned when he saw Li Chen, carefully examining him. You're not here to see Lin Hui, are you? He asked with suspicion in his tone. Li Chen didn't intend to hide it. I'm here to see her. What's the problem? Is there an issue? Li Chen was quite displeased with Chen Jun still coveting his wife to this day. But due to his identity, he could not reveal that he was Lin Hui's husband. What exactly is your relationship with her? Chen Jun looked towards the residential area. If you really have some inappropriate relationship with her, I think it's necessary for me to report it directly to the police. Especially when he thought back to the first time he saw Li Chen, the intimate way Li Chen and Lin Hui behaved, it really seemed like they had something going on. Even though later Lin Hui explained that they were just friends. But Chen Jun had seen Li Chen coming out of the residential area where Lin Hui lived multiple times, and every time he went to Lin Hui's house, it seemed completely natural. Not like visiting a friend at all, more like coming home as if he owned the place. He found it increasingly strange, feeling that there must be some undisclosed secrets between Lin Hui and Li Chen. Coincidentally, while out for a leisurely stroll this weekend, he unexpectedly ran into Li Chen again. Chen Jun made up his mind, he had to ask for clarification today. When Li Chen heard this, he became a little impatient. But for Lin Hui's sake, he could only patiently explain, there is no inappropriate relationship. I'm just here to teach Yun Yun and Shanshan to play the piano. It's more of an employer and piano-teacher relationship. But as for our personal matters, I advise you not to meddle. If he really reported it to the authorities, Lin Hui would be the one most affected. Li Chen was well aware of the amount of criticism she would face. That's precisely why he couldn't let Chen Jun do it. Chen Jun bent down slightly and locked eyes with Li Chen. Tell uncle the truth, is there really nothing else between you and her? Tell the truth, if there's really something, uncle can help you. Li Chen's brow furrowed. What could possibly be wrong when he came to see his own wife? It almost sounded like Lin Hui had done something to him. Brother, thank you for your concern, but I really have nothing going on, so please don't interfere in our affairs in the future. With that, Li Chen raised his hand to hail a taxi and left directly. He was too tired to waste time talking to someone with such wild imagination. Little did he know that trouble would still find its way to him later on. On Monday, Li Chen went to school early. But when he arrived, there were surprisingly many journalists at the school gate. Passing by one of them, Li Chen overheard a female reporter saying, "We are currently at the entrance of Lin Middle School. A few days ago, we received news that a second-year student here only lost 2 points in all 7 subjects. It's simply a miracle. But what's even more exciting is that this student is now in contact with a high school, wanting to skip directly from the second year to high school. Such a leap, even the teachers find it impossible. However, he has already created one miracle, perhaps he can create a second one. And, I would like to remind everyone that this student is the piano prodigy we all learned about a few days ago." The female reporter was so engrossed in her speech that she didn't notice Li Chen walking past her. But Li Chen had been waiting to enter the school before daring to stop and look back. Seeing the dozen or so cameras at the entrance, Li Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. The skipping a grade matter hadn't even been settled yet. How did these people know about it? He hadn't even heard the news from Yang Jianting and Su Lin, so how did these people know before him? Li Chen quickly averted his gaze and walked briskly towards the teaching building. Coincidentally, there were many students gathered at the classroom door. When they saw Li Chen, they looked at him expectantly. Lu Dong was among them. Yang Changgang, are you really going to skip a grade? When did you decide? Lu Dong hurriedly approached to inquire. Li Chen chuckled awkwardly. This matter hasn't been completely settled yet. It probably will take some time to resolve. If I can't skip to high school, then I might have to go directly to the third year. Lu Dong looked at him with a disappointed expression. So you really are going to skip a grade? I thought we might be in the same class in 9th grade, but I never expected it, and now it seems unlikely. Whether we skip directly to high school or go back to 9th grade, we'll eventually have to skip a grade. He can't skip a grade, he's afraid he won't be able to keep up later. But Li Chen's situation is different. Thinking about the rumors at school, Lu Dong couldn't help but feel that the gap between him and Li Chen seemed to be getting bigger. This matter hasn't been confirmed yet. It probably won't be until after the math competition, Li Chen explained with a smile, but he also worried that if he couldn't participate in the math competition, it might have a certain impact on the whole school. After all, they were representing the entire school in the math competition. It's almost time for class, let's all go back, he urged with a smile, and the people around slowly dispersed. Lu Dong also reluctantly returned to the classroom. When Li Chen returned to his seat, Chen Song arrived just in time. Oh, still here? Aren't you supposed to skip a grade? Why haven't you done it yet? Chen Song deliberately taunted Li Chen in a sarcastic tone. But Li Chen remained indifferent. Could it be that you can't skip a grade at all? Is your ability not enough? Chen Song clicked his tongue a few times. You should have told me earlier. I would have told those reporters outside, so they wouldn't have to wait for you to skip a grade. By doing this, you're disappointing them. What will we do? Li Chen flipped through the books in his hand. Seeing that he remained silent, Chen Song couldn't help but feel annoyed. I'm talking to you, are you mute? At his words, Li Chen finally put down the books. You just want to mock me, thinking that I definitely can't skip a grade successfully. I don't seem to have to say anything to you, after all, we don't see eye to eye. He then looked down at the book in his hand. By the way, have you heard of the term talking to a duck as if it understands? Are you insulting me? Chen Song furrowed his brow slightly. Li Chen almost laughed but managed to hold it back and looked at him. It's not an insult, just saying that we can't communicate well. It's like feeling we're not on the same page. Chen Song pursed his lips and sneered. What are you pretending for, making yourself seem like you have good grades? Others may not know you, but how could I not? Your good grades must be copied. Being an art student, how could your grades be good? Li Chen couldn't be bothered to argue and went back to his own business. But you sure have guts this time, daring to think about skipping a grade. Chen Song had a tone of watching a show, as if he was looking forward to Li Chen's failure. But Li Chen remained unfazed, with a hint of a smile on his face. I want to see how you crash and burn this time, Chen Song said with a grin. Li Chen just nodded nonchalantly. Let's wait and see. As the bell rang for class, Li Chuan, the textbook, walked in. Take out your weekend homework first, let's go over that worksheet. All the students took out their worksheets. Only Chen Song's worksheet was completely blank. Not a single question was answered. Li Chen had already anticipated this situation, so he wasn't surprised. But before Li Chuan could go over a few questions, Teacher Wang suddenly appeared at the door. Li, I need to speak with Yang Chenggang. Although Teacher Wang was the homeroom teacher, he politely informed Li Chuan first. Li Chuan nodded repeatedly, of course. Yang Chenggang, come with your homeroom teacher. Li Chen had to get up and go to the door, and it wasn't until he followed Teacher Wang out of the classroom that Teacher Wang revealed the purpose of finding him. Yang Chenggang, you must have seen that there are quite a few reporters at the school gate. This matter has already attracted the attention of the school, even the Qingqing Education Bureau and some other leaders. The principal now wants to hear your specific thoughts, especially about the idea of skipping a grade. Teacher Wang turned to look at Li Chen, his wrinkled brow furrowed tightly as if he could crush a fly. He stared at Li Chen with a worried expression. Anyway, you are a student in our class. I feel it's necessary to remind you, please don't brag. When the principal asks you something, just answer truthfully. If your abilities don't allow you to skip a grade, the school will handle those reporters at the entrance. But if you are capable, we might even welcome them at the entrance. After all, this was also an opportunity to promote the school. Moreover, capturing the rare event of skipping directly from the second year of junior high to high school would be a remarkable opportunity for the journalists. Li Chen thought it was a serious matter and nodded with a smile, no problem. Following Teacher Wang's lead, they made their way to the principal's office. Knock, knock. Teacher Wang tapped on the door and adjusted his clothes. Upon hearing a deep voice from inside saying come in, Teacher Wang dared to push the door open. "Principal Wu, Yang Chungang is here." The middle-aged man raised his head slightly at the news, pushed his glasses up his nose, and said, "Let him in." Only then did Teacher Wang allow Li Chen to enter. Principal Wu poured tea for the two and handed it to them. "Please, have a seat, no need to be formal." The three sat on different sofas, with Teacher Wu appearing more tense compared to Principal Wu and Li Chen. Holding the cup in his hands, he seemed as if he was being interrogated. Principal Wu observed Li Chen, "When the school year started in the second year of junior high, I saw your grades and wanted to meet you. But at that time, I was afraid of adding to your psychological burden, so I didn't meet you. However, I must say, you are quite a special student." He blew gently on the tea in his cup, took a sip, and continued, "You only lost 2 points in 7 subjects. And now you want to skip directly to high school." Principal Wu leaned forward, placed his cup on the table, and smiled at Li Chen. "Do you know how many years it has been since a student skipped directly from the second year of junior high to high school?" Li Chen was not sure, but he vaguely knew that it was indeed a difficult feat. "It has been exactly 10 years. Principal Wu said excitedly, "and the last student in a situation like yours was not even from our city. So your decision this time has attracted a lot of attention." Li Chen didn't think much of it, as it was just his unique situation. But he still didn't understand the purpose of Principal Wu's meeting with him. Was it just to say these things? "I just want to know if you are really planning to try to skip to high school, or are you just talking?" Principal Wu finally got to the point. "With so many people paying attention now, if it's just talk, we can handle it. But if you are serious, then it's up to you to figure it out." Teacher Wang chimed in, "Yes, young Chengang, if this is a joke or just talk, there is still room to turn back. But if it's a joke and you don't admit it, or even insist on it, you will run into a lot of trouble ahead." After all, there were already so many reporters present. With so many people's attention, there would surely be consequences in the future. As Li Chen's homeroom teacher and a representative of the school, both Principal Wu and Teacher Wang were very concerned. They feared that the student was joking. However, Li Chen remained nonchalant. "Principal Wu, I am serious about this matter, but I still need to contact the high school, and only after the exams will I know if I can skip a grade successfully. Of course, if I can't go directly to high school, I don't mind going to the third year of junior high first." Principal Wu and Teacher Wang exchanged a glance, each with their own thoughts. Principal Wu chuckled at the remark, "You have a broad mind, considering there's still room to step back." Seeing the principal smile, Teacher Wang followed suit. Indeed, young Chengang is quite sharp and intelligent. However, neither of them noticed Li Chen's unintentionally serious expression. "But with those reporters at the school gate, I still hope the school will handle it." Li Chen suddenly spoke, causing Principal Wu and Teacher Wang to look concerned. "I understand your point. If I can really skip from the second year directly to high school, it's quite a rare situation. If they could report it in time, it would be a good thing. But with so many reporters at the gate, it will affect other students. At least the school should not only consider me but also think about the other students." His words made sense, and Principal Wu and Teacher Wang nodded in agreement. "You're right," Principal Wu said solemnly. "Let's ask those people at the school gate to leave. We can't let them disturb the other students." Teacher Wang nodded repeatedly. "All right, I'll take care of it." Seeing both of them agree, Li Chen slowly got up. "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the classroom for class." Naturally, Principal Wu and Teacher Wang didn't want him to miss class, so they nodded in approval. As Li Chen left the principal's office, his expression turned completely cold. He still wasn't quite clear about the situation regarding his grade skipping, but these people already knew. Obviously, someone was watching him now, even his family. As for how so many reporters suddenly gathered at the school gate, Li Chen found it ridiculous. If nothing unexpected happened, he would probably appear in the hot search again in the next few days, even on major short video websites. Only in this way could attention be diverted, helping Sheng Entertainment Company tide over the difficulties. Li Chen sneered, "They want to use me, but they won't even get a foot in the door." As expected, when Li Chen returned home, there were indeed videos about him online, and he even trended in the hot search. It wasn't the headline yet, but it was on the rise. Seeing the reports online, it was all just praise. Piano genius, little angel saving people, the arrival of the literary star. Various titles resembling genius were bestowed upon him, but Li Chen couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, this situation seemed too much like being hyped up. "Chengang, are you ready yet? We need to leave, or it will be dark soon." Su Lin's urging came from outside the door. They were going out for dinner with the old lady in Su Jueshu that night, and Li Chen was being urged by Su Lin to change clothes as soon as he got back. Li Chen quickly put down his phone. "I'll be ready soon." He picked out a loose outfit from the wardrobe and hurriedly changed clothes. The family went to a nearby mall. When they arrived, Su Jueshio and the old lady were already there. They strolled around the mall, bought a few outfits for the old lady, and also bought clothes for Li Chen and Yang Xiner when they found suitable ones. Yang Jianting and Su Jueshio followed behind, carrying the bags. The family was quite happy. Passing by a women's clothing store, Su Lin went in to pick clothes, and the others followed suit. Li Chen saw the clothes inside and couldn't help but think of Lin Hui and her 2 daughters. The clothes here would suit them. If he wasn't here with his family, he would have bought some to take back to them. Chenggang, is there anything you want? Grandma will buy it for you. The old lady looked at Li Chen with a smile. Li Chen shook his head with a smile. There's nothing I want, I don't lack anything. However, it had to be said that apart from his poor grades and occasional scolding from Su Lin in the past, everything else was fine. The elders in the family all loved the younger generation without favoring boys over girls or vice versa. It could be considered harmonious. Whether it was grandma or nanny, they all doted on the younger ones. Yang Xiner, however, looked at her grandma with anticipation. Grandma, Xiner wants a lollipop. The old lady couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. But she also knew that Su Lin always restricted Yang Xiner from eating sweets. Everything else was fine, but not this. Xiner, even grandma can't help you with this. Grandma looked embarrassed and turned to Yang Jianting. I think you should ask your dad for help. But Yang Jianting blurted out, I can't help with this, you might as well try to sweet-talk mom. Just as he finished speaking, Su Lin came out of the dressing room. She had changed into new clothes, obviously in a good mood. Yang Xiner mischievously ran over, Mom looks so pretty. This made several adults laugh. Su Lin, however, was puzzled, everything's fine, why suddenly praise Mom's looks? Is there some other motive? Yang Xiner pouted, Xiner doesn't want a lollipop. Su Lin instantly understood that there was more to it. I knew it. Why are you being so sweet today? You wanted a lollipop, but you already had one today. The implication was clear that she couldn't have another. Su Lin bent down and pinched her cheek, then looked at herself in the mirror. However, no one noticed that during their conversation, Li Chen had already left. He saw a familiar figure. In his previous life, he had gone out to investigate with the new employee Qin Lian from the company, and they had a car accident on the way. He didn't know what happened to Qin Lian afterwards. He hadn't had the chance to ask Zhang Yi and Zhou Cheng until now, but he didn't expect that just as he turned his head, he would see a familiar profile. Although that face had aged and had white hair, Li Chen still recognized the person. It was Qin Lian. Li Chen stood in the corridor, carefully looking around, until he finally saw a familiar figure. It was indeed Qin Lian. Li Chen rushed over. Thanks to the physical training during this period, his speed had noticeably increased. As Qin Lian turned towards another corner, Li Chen directly shouted, Qin Lan. The man paused and turned to look. His gaze fell on Li Chen, who was running towards him. You are. It's really you. Li Chen looked at him with joy. In any case, he felt fortunate that someone survived that car accident. At least saving one life was good. But when it came to Qin Lian's question, Li Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, I am Yang Chenggang. I happened to see your photo before, so I recognized you. My photo? Qin Lian found it strange. Where did you see it? This puzzled Li Chen. He couldn't say he saw it at the Four Seas Company. After all, at that time, Qin Lian had just arrived at the Four Seas Company, and there were no photos of him in the group pictures. And the Four Seas Company didn't have his photos now. Li Chen chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I forgot, but I did see your photo before. They said your name is Qin Lian. I didn't expect to meet you here. Qin Lian scrutinized him, his brows furrowing gradually. You're lying. I have never left my photo anywhere else, and I hardly have any photos until now. There was a hint of coldness and threat in his eyes, as if he wanted to force out the truth. Who are you really? Li Chen felt even more overwhelmed. How could he explain this? He just felt lucky to meet Qin Lian, who had even survived a near-death experience. But he never expected the situation to turn out like this. I saw your photo at the Four Seas Company. That was the only explanation Li Chen could offer. They have photos of the employees over there, everyone's got one, so it's not surprising for me to see your photo. Qin Lian frowned. Do you have connections with the Sihai Company? For some reason, when he asked this question, Li Chen saw a hint of resentment in his eyes. Strange, why would there be resentment? Even if he had left the Sihai Company, there shouldn't be any hatred, right? After all, it was a place where he had once worked. Li Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, I know some people there. Qin Lian lowered his eyelids. Some people? Which people? He seemed determined to dig out all the answers. Li Chen felt that the current Qin Lian was quite different from the one he knew before. At least the previous Qin Lian was cheerful and smiling. But now he seemed gloomy and stubborn. After some consideration, Li Chen decided to end the conversation early. I know Zhou Cheng inside, but we're not close, I just went in to see once. After saying that, he turned to look at the women's clothing store. I'm going back to find my family, so I won't chat with you. However, he did not notice the resentment that surged in Qin Lian's eyes when he mentioned Zhou Cheng. Seeing Li Chen really about to leave, Qin Lian spoke again. Since you know Zhou Cheng, we can consider ourselves half friends. How about I buy you a drink? There was an inexplicable voice in Li Chen's heart telling him repeatedly, don't go. For the first time, he felt a sense of danger emanating from a person. Even when facing Zhou Cheng before, or even the car that followed him, he never felt threatened. But the current Qin Lian was like a venomous black snake. Just looking at him made him feel scared. No, I have to go back. Li Chen insisted on his own thoughts. Without listening to Qin Lian say more, Li Chen ran back to the women's clothing store. However, in the moment he turned around, Qin Lian's lips curled up. Zhou Cheng, it's been a long time since I heard that name. That night when he returned home, it was already past 11 o'clock. Su Lin and Yang Jianting had already gone to bed early, but Li Chen, after washing up, couldn't fall asleep no matter what. His mind was full of Qin Lian's gaze. Although they didn't have much contact when things happened, he remembered Qin Lian as the most cheerful newcomer. He was even the life of the party for everyone. How could things have turned out like this now? Li Chen couldn't understand. Just as he was about to give up on thinking about it, he unexpectedly received a message from Lin Hui on his phone. Do you remember Qin Lian? Upon seeing the message, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. My wife really knows me inside out. He had just met Qin Lian today, and now he was thinking about him, and Lin Hui suddenly sent this message. What a coincidence! He quickly replied to Lin Hui, yes, I remember. When I had the accident, I was out investigating with him. As soon as the message was sent, Lin Hui almost instantly replied, he came today and gave me some money. I didn't want it, but he insisted on giving it to me. Obviously, she couldn't return the money in the end. Li Chen was a bit puzzled. Why would Qin Lian want to give money to Lin Hui? Moreover, when he saw Qin Lian today, it was clear that Qin Lian seemed to be going through a rough time. His clothes were a bit worn out. After thinking it over, Li Chen decided to clarify things and ended up calling Lin Hui. As soon as the call connected, Li Chen asked in a low voice, why did he give you money? Because the day before yesterday was your death anniversary, Lin Hui blurted out. Li Chen was stunned, his brow furrowing gradually. Speaking of the death anniversary, it had already been over 14 years. Logically, even the best of friends would have forgotten about it long ago, so why did Qin Lian remember? If it was because they had an accident together, it would explain why Qin Lian's memory was so fresh. But why does he still give money? Lin Hui sighed on the phone. Actually, Qin Lian has had a hard time these years. I really didn't want to take his money. And what happened back then wasn't really his fault. But in all these years, none of the people from Sihai Company remembered your death anniversary. Only Qin Lian, who was expelled from Sihai Company, comes to visit a couple of days after your death anniversary every year and gives me some money. Li Chen suddenly realized. So this kid is really loyal and devoted. Much better than Zhou Cheng, whom he brought up himself. Lin Hui said slowly, I don't have much to say, I just want to help him. But I can't help him. I can only see him a couple of days after your death anniversary and a couple of days after Qingning Festival. You are so clever, you should be able to help him, right? But Li Chen found it even more strange. Why does he give you money? Just because we were involved in the same accident? Even if that's the reason, giving some money as a gesture of goodwill right after the accident would have been enough. There was no need to keep giving for over a decade. Lin Hui sighed. It's because Zhou Cheng slandered him back then, saying that the accident was intentional and that he should compensate me with 800,000. Li Chen furrowed his brows. The car accident was an accident. How could it be said that Qin Lian did it intentionally? Thinking back to the scene of the accident, he still remembered that Qin Lian seemed dazed, with blood on his face. Clearly, he was also seriously injured. Regardless, even if it was intentional, it was not a wise move. It could easily cost him his life. But what he didn't expect was for Zhou Cheng to slander Qin Lian at that time. Although the current Zhou Cheng is too indifferent, even forgetting his original intentions altogether. But at that time, Zhou Cheng still had good intentions. It was truly unbelievable that he could do such a thing. Later it was found out that there was a problem with the brakes of the car. It should have been repaired, but it wasn't, which led to the accident involving you and Qin Lian. Lin Hui sighed after speaking. But this incident had nothing to do with Qin Lian. Li Chen was stunned for a few seconds before he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be an issue with the brakes during the accident. And it was Qin Lian who was driving. But the other car was coming too fast, so he thought maybe Qin Lian accidentally pressed the wrong pedal. Now thinking back, it was probably not Qin Lian's mistake, but a brake malfunction. Was the truth behind this incident ever uncovered? Li Chen continued to inquire. He remembered clearly that the car belonged to Sihai Company, and he and Qin Lian were just driving to handle some matters. As for who should repair the car, it should naturally be the responsibility of the logistics department. But the logistics department couldn't monitor the cars all the time. Usually, someone would report a problem with the car, and then the logistics department would send it for repairs. But in this case, the responsibility ultimately fell on the person who drove the car before them. It was never fully investigated, it was just a problem with the brakes of the car, not intentional. And it was not found out who drove the car before you guys. Lin Hui paused for a moment, then continued, so Zhou Cheng claimed that Qin Lian did it on purpose. But you also know Qin Lian's situation, he had just joined Sihai Company at that time. Where would he get that kind of money? 800,000, even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be able to come up with it. So I said it's not his fault, and we don't need his compensation. But since then, Qin Lian left Sihai Company. However, he still comes every year to offer incense for you and gives us some money. Every word pierced Li Chen's heart. No wonder when Li Chen saw Qin Lian today, he felt like he had changed completely. Not only did he lose his previous sunshine, but he also seemed very gloomy. Li Chen's heart sank, feeling that this matter was mostly related to Zhou Cheng. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng wouldn't have groundlessly slandered Qin Lian. Actually, his days are tough. I can see it. His clothes are washed almost white, some even have holes. So, I thought of asking you to help him. Lin Hui spoke slowly. Even though Qin Lian's current situation was not caused by them, Lin Hui still felt sorry for him, seeing him as a sincere person. Otherwise, he wouldn't come to pay respects to Li Chen every year, even giving them some money, despite the difficult times. In the past, Lin Hui might have ignored it, considering her own hardships. But now that Li Chen was here, perhaps there was hope for Qin Lian. Li Chen understood her meaning. I will try to help with this matter. Give me his contact information. I will contact him over the weekend, Lin Hui replied, and they hung up. Later, Li Chen received the number Lin Hui sent. Looking at the number on his phone, he furrowed his brows, realizing it was the familiar number from his memory. He hadn't changed his number. The next day, Li Chen had breakfast with Yang Jianting and Su Lin. Mom, Dad, any news about skipping a grade? Li Chen asked, prompting Su Lin to remember. How about Qingcheng High School? They agreed to let you try a few test papers first. She looked at Li Chen expectantly. After all, Qingcheng High School was the best high school around. If Li Chen could attend that school, it would be the best option. She wouldn't have to regret him missing out on a good high school education. Li Chen nodded without hesitation. I can give it a try. With his answer, Su Lin said, in that case, study well these days. Probably by next Tuesday, you'll have to go there for the test papers. If all goes well, you can directly go to Qingcheng High School. Li Chen suddenly remembered the math competition. He looked at Su Lin, but I have a math competition arranged by Yilan High School here. This posed a dilemma. After all, he had already promised Teacher Li. Su Lin thought for a while before saying, I'll ask about this matter later and see how it goes. For now, that was the best plan. After breakfast, Li Chen went to school. Fortunately, there were no journalists at the school gate today, which relieved Li Chen a bit. But he had gone out last night, and he didn't know how Sheng Entertainment was doing now. Back in the classroom, before Li Chen could settle down, Shen Song arrived. Oh, the genius is here for class again? His tone was still sarcastic, making Li Chen frown early in the morning. Li Chen said slowly, if you don't want to study, you don't have to come. Your grades won't change whether you study or not. Shen Song's mouth twitched. True, but I still want to come. I just want to see when you'll go to high school. It's been many years since I've seen a genius. This year, you better impress me. Seeing his provoking look, Li Chen couldn't help but feel lucky he wasn't his son. Otherwise, he might have resorted to using a stick for discipline. It was truly infuriating. Yang Chenggang, there's someone outside claiming to be your friend, looking for you, Teacher Wang announced as she entered the classroom. Without much thought, Li Chen stepped out to meet the visitor. Until they were out the door, Teacher Wang pointed out a man not far away to him. That's the one. But he seems quite old. If he's not your friend, just call out. Anyway, this is within the school, nothing will happen. Li Chen looked at the figure. For a moment, he couldn't tell who it was. But thinking it was at school, there shouldn't be any problem. He nodded slightly. Okay. As Li Chen approached, the man turned around. He looked Li Chen up and down, a smile playing on his lips. Yang Chenggang, am I right? Li Chen looked at the man in front of him, very sure that he didn't know him. It's me, and you are. I'm Liang Lin, editor of Hulong magazine. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Li Chen reached out to take it. Hulong magazine. Why did you suddenly come to me? Is there something? At least the matter of him writing for C-High magazine shouldn't be known to these people. He hadn't expected them to find the school. Well, I heard that you want to skip a grade, so in order to get first-hand information early, I thought it would be even better if I could interview you. But I didn't know your address, so I had to come to the school on purpose. I'm really sorry for bothering you. Liang Lin was straightforward, telling everything clearly. Li Chen suddenly realized, but I didn't plan to accept interviews. I'm really sorry, you've made a trip for nothing. It's okay, you can take your time to consider. Liang Lin smiled as he looked at the business card in Li Chen's hand. Although our magazine isn't very famous, all our articles are written with care. You keep this business card first, in case you need it in the future, you can contact me anytime. Or if you suddenly want to accept an interview one day, you can also contact me. Li Chen had never heard of Hulong magazine before, but he did appreciate the editor in front of him. Even in the face of rejection, he could still be polite, and even strive for another chance for the interview. Compared to Zhou Chang and Jiang Yi nowadays, he actually preferred this kind of editor. Okay, if I decide to accept the interview, I will consider you. Li Chen also smiled and agreed. Hearing this, Liang Lin nodded slightly. Then I won't disturb you, sorry for the interruption. With that, he bowed slightly, then slowly stepped back. Li Chen watched him leave the building before turning back to the classroom, but he made sure to keep the business card safe. In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived. In the morning, Li Chen took his manuscript and went to see High Company. He took the elevator straight to Zhang Yi's office, but before he knocked and entered, he heard reprimands from inside. What have you been eating? Look at what you've written. Is this something people can read? How will Shan Yu Company be satisfied with this? Weren't you confident? How many times have you rewritten it now? Zhou Chang, if you don't have the Midas touch, don't take on delicate tasks. The magazine is about to start printing. What do we do? The articles they want haven't been written yet. Tell me, what should we do first? After scolding angrily, Zhang Yi's office fell into a long silence. Asterisk knock. Knock. Asterisk the knocking suddenly sounded, and Zhang Yi turned to the door in anger. Come in. Li Chen pushed the door open, still holding the manuscript, obviously there to deliver it. Zhang Yi's expression softened slightly, and he even forced a smile. What's the theme of this one? He reached out to take the manuscript, but his face turned cold instantly. It was about Shangyu Company's new product, but it analyzed the company's wrongdoings one by one. Yang Chenggang, if you don't want to write articles for Shangyu Company, that's fine, but how can you write negatively about them? Hearing this, Zhou Chang also stepped forward to check the manuscript. Just skimming through the article roughly, he suddenly exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? How can you write about Shangyu Company like this? Don't you know that Shangyu Company is the largest shareholder of 4C's magazine?" Li Chen looked at the two of them calmly. I know. You know and still write these articles. Are you seeking death? Zhou Chang roared. But Li Chen just smiled at these words. At the beginning of our cooperation, you didn't mention anything about not being able to write about your shareholders. Moreover, every point in this article is accurate. If there's anything wrong, you can point it out. Zhou Chang and Jiang Yi, of course, knew that Li Chen's accusations were most likely true. However, Shangyu Company being the largest shareholder of 4C's magazine, if this article were to be published, there was a possibility that Shangyu Company could make it difficult for the magazine to continue. This is my negligence. I should have clarified this with you earlier. Jiang Yi placed the manuscript aside. This article cannot be used this time, and in the future, we cannot write negatively about Shangyu Company. If we really have to write about Shangyu Company, it must be portraying the positive aspects. But Li Chen sighed softly at these words, disappointment evident on his face. Vice President Jiang, I have read many of your articles a long time ago when you were still the chief editor. But the you back then and the you now are like night and day. At least back then, you would never say such things. Moreover, Shangyu Company has made so many mistakes. Why can't we write about them? Just because they are your shareholders? Li Chen's unexpected calm analysis and questioning left Jiang Yi and Zhou Chang stunned for a few seconds. But the two of them were helpless. After all, they were just employees. Who would write negatively about their boss in their own magazine? Jiang Yi explained in a deep voice, Yang Chenggang, you are still young. There are many things you don't understand. The workplace is not as simple as you think, so we really cannot afford to offend these shareholders. At least, writing negative articles about Shangyu Company is something we really cannot do. Li Chen pursed his lips, looking at the two in front of him. One was his former leader, someone he deeply admired. The other was his apprentice, whom he had invested all his efforts in. But now, these two individuals had become unrecognizable to him. It was fine before, but now that it involved Shangyu Company, their attitudes had changed. It seemed like they could criticize others for their mistakes, but Xingyu Company's mistakes were off limits. They even wanted him to help praise Xingyu Company. Li Chen asked himself, and he truly couldn't do it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Li Chen, and he wouldn't be able to continue loving the profession of writing. Li Chen felt lost and helpless. He slowly lowered his head and said, "If that's the case, I think we don't need to continue our cooperation." Jiang Yi's heart tightened upon hearing this. "Don't act impulsively. If you don't want to write articles for Xingyu Company, we agree. As for this article, we won't publish it in the magazine, but we will still pay you for it. But I still hope we can continue to cooperate." He couldn't bear to let go of such a talented individual. Moreover, if they stopped cooperating, it would be difficult to find someone as talented as Li Chen in the future. Jiang Yi knew very well that he wouldn't be able to find another genius like Li Chen again. Li Chen's lips curved slightly. "Vice President Jiang, you are no longer the person you used to be, so I don't see the need to cooperate with you anymore. And now I feel that if someone's articles are not good, it may not be because of that storm." His gaze lingered between the two individuals in front of him. "If you forget your original intentions, the taste of your articles will be different." This naturally refers to the two people in front of us. Zhou Cheng immediately exclaimed angrily, "What do you know, you little brat?" Li Chen, unperturbed by his words, calmly responded, "I may not understand the two of you, but I know that my original intention in writing is to express whatever I want, to analyze things objectively, preferably for the benefit of the people. If I lose my original intention, perhaps I won't write any more in the future." With that, he turned to look at the article placed on the table by Jiang Yi. He picked it up and said, "Vice President Jiang, our cooperation ends here. I'm taking this article with me, but I will find a way to submit it to other magazines. By then, how the people react, maybe you won't see it either. After all, you don't want to hear their voices." He folded the manuscript and put it in his pocket. Li Chen looked at the two people in front of him and deliberately flashed a big smile. "Cooperation ends here." With that, he turned and walked towards the door. Jiang Yi hurriedly said, "Yang Chenggang, I'll pay you more, 3,000 for each article in the future. This price is impossible in other magazines." Li Chen stopped in his tracks. "Vice President Jiang, I don't care about the money." With that, he opened the door and walked out directly. Jiang Yi hurriedly followed. "Then what do you want? We can't publish this article. How about you write another article on a different topic? We can publish that. Just don't mention Xingyu Company, write whatever else you want." But Li Chen continued walking towards the elevator without looking back. He even got on the elevator directly. He looked at Jiang Yi coldly until the elevator doors closed, then he couldn't help but sigh. All of this made him feel sad. He couldn't understand how the editor-in-chief he once admired could become like this now. It was like a completely different person. If it weren't for the incident involving Xingyu Company, he might not have seen the true colors of Jiang Yi and Zhou Cheng. When the elevator doors opened, Li Chen quickly walked out of the Sea Company. As soon as he left, he called Liang Lin. The moment the call connected, a polite voice came from the other end. "Hello, may I ask who's calling?" "It's me, Yang Chenggang," Li Chen blurted out, but then added deliberately, "I'm not looking to be interviewed. I just have a manuscript in hand and wanted to ask if your magazine accepts external submissions." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, then Liang Lin's voice came through. "We do accept, but you're only in the second year of junior high." He paused, clearly concerned about the quality of the manuscript. "The quality of the manuscript should be fine, but I'm not sure if you have the courage to publish it in the magazine." Li Chen chuckled. He was confident in his manuscript. It all depended on whether anyone dared to accept a manuscript about Xingyu Company. Hearing this, Liang Lin said, "Let's meet first and look at the manuscript. As long as the quality is good, even articles that can't be published elsewhere can be published in our magazine. Our magazine may lack other things, but we have the courage. Unfortunately, our visibility is too low." Li Chen didn't care about visibility. After all, for a new magazine, gaining visibility required a gradual process. It would take some time to not be suppressed by Sea magazine. The two agreed on a time and place, and then Li Chen took a taxi to meet. An hour later, Li Chen and Liang Lin sat together in a coffee shop. Li Chen handed him the manuscript directly. "Let's start by looking at the quality of the manuscript." Liang Lin carefully examined it after taking it. Although it was a handwritten manuscript, the layout was meticulous and clear. It was at least very pleasant to read. After reading the content, Liang Lin was even more surprised. He never expected a second-year junior high student to write such a good article. It was simply divine. Regarding the mistakes of Shang Entertainment Company, each one was analyzed in detail. As a reader, even Liang Lin felt that the article's analysis was spot on, making him unusually angry. It was evident that this article had a strong sense of immersion. "Did you really write this?" Liang Lin couldn't believe it. Li Chen calmly replied, "If you don't believe me, you can search online to see if there's an identical one." Liang Lin understood after hearing this. It seemed to be truly original. "We can publish this article, but in terms of payment," he chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. "I must tell you, our magazine doesn't have much money, so the payment for contributions is naturally not high. For each external submission, we can offer 500 yuan, plus 3% of the current magazine sales, but it must be the price after deducting taxes." Although the price was much lower compared to the 2,000 yuan per article from 4C's magazine, Li Chen was content. Besides, there was a commission. However, for this small magazine, the commission was probably not much. "It's okay, I already think this is very good." Li Chen even considered giving it to them for free. As long as it could be published, it shouldn't just be left sitting there. If the manuscript couldn't be seen by everyone, then it would be meaningless. Liang Lin looked at the manuscript in his hand and liked it more and more. "Give me your account number, or we can transfer the payment through other software later. Once this issue of the magazine is released, we will pay you. Rest assured, we will definitely not default on payment. Also, give me a pen name of yours, we need to use your pen name." The articles published in 4C's magazine had never used Li Chen's pen name, so the sudden request for a pen name surprised Li Chen. He didn't expect this magazine to be so good, at least knowing to use the contributor's pen name instead of claiming it as their own. Li Chen lowered his eyes and said after a moment of thought, "Then let it be Mr. Cheng Yang as the pen name. Cheng Yang, becoming the sun, warming others." Liang Lin nodded in satisfaction, "A good name." After that, he quickly took out his phone and noted down Li Chen's pen name. Then the two exchanged contact information, and once everything was settled, they left the coffee shop. After Liang Lin left, Li Chen suddenly saw a familiar figure not far away. It was Qin Lian. He was actually picking up bottles and cardboard boxes. Li Chen hurried over. "Qin Lian," he called out, and when Qin Lian saw Li Chen, his brows furrowed instantly. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. "What are you doing here?" Qin Lian still held a mineral water bottle in his hand and walked briskly towards Li Chen. Li Chen inexplicably felt that the Qin Lian in front of him seemed to have some hostility towards him. As it turned out, that was indeed the case. When Qin Lian approached, he lowered his voice and said, "Since you know Zhou Chang, haven't you asked him if he remembers someone named Qin Lian? As long as you ask him, he will definitely ask you to stay away from me." With that, he poured out the water from the bottle and then twisted the plastic bottle fiercely with both hands, almost as if he was treating it like Zhou Chang. Li Chen couldn't help but swallow nervously. He never expected that the once sunny Qin Lian would now become like this. But he could understand, it was probably due to persecution by Zhou Chang. "I want to talk to you." Qin Lian sneered, "Sure, I also want to talk to you. It would be even better if I could talk to Zhou Chang." With that, Qin Lian turned around and started sorting out the things he had just picked up. After everything was packed into the hemp bag, Qin Lian turned to look at Li Chen. "Let's go to my place, we can have a good chat." Li Chen felt a sudden tightness in his heart for no apparent reason, but he still gritted his teeth and replied, "Okay." It was a good opportunity to see Qin Lian's place. Following behind Qin Lian, they walked for over half an hour before reaching a dilapidated house. Before Li Chen even entered, he saw several basins placed inside. It was obvious that the house was leaking. Can it be? The house he lived in was leaking? Li Chen took a deep breath, feeling even more compelled to help Qin Lian. In such difficult circumstances, still having to give money to Lin Hui, he was truly a good person. "Have some water." Qin Lian poured the water collected in the basin into a cup and handed it to Li Chen. Li Chen looked at the cup in front of him, unsure whether to take it or not. Caught in a dilemma. "What, do you find me repulsive?" Qin Lian sneered coldly. Li Chen reached out to take the cup. "Not repulsive, but I feel that drinking this water might make me uncomfortable." Qin Lian snorted, turned and sat on the edge of the bed. "Discomfort is a given, but in my situation, who cares about comfort anymore? Just having something to drink is good enough, why fuss over so much?" As he spoke, his eyes softened slightly, but remained cold. Li Chen held the cup in his hands, meeting his gaze. "I can help you." Qin Lian was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. "Help me? What can you do to help me? Can you help me kill Zhou Chang?" Of course, Li Chen couldn't do that. After all, killing was a crime in this era. "No," Li Chen said solemnly. Qin Lian sighed. "Then don't say you can help me. I think you should stay away from me in the future." With that, he took off his shoes and lay down on the bed. There was even a hole in his socks, but he lay on the bed with his legs crossed, swinging leisurely, watching the leaking roof when it rained. "I won't hide it from you, in fact, I am mortal enemies with Zhou Chang. I have thought about it. I need to find a way to deal with him. But, it's not the right time yet, I need to wait a little longer. At least another 3 years. Li Chen had initially wanted to advise him against taking action against Zhou Chang, but upon hearing the rest, he became curious. Why wait for 3 years? Why wait for 3 years? Li Chen asked curiously. Hearing this, Xin Lian turned to look at him. Because I know someone who passed away, but he has 2 daughters. I want to wait until both of his daughters graduate from college, then I can act without any worries. At worst, it's a life for a life. Someone he knew passed away, leaving behind 2 daughters. Li Chen couldn't help but feel that the person Xin Lian mentioned might be him. Just as he was thinking, Xin Lian spoke again. I won't hide it from you, on the way here, I had already thought of over a dozen ways to take your life. There's no particular reason, just because you know Zhou Chang. But then I realized that our issues have nothing to do with you, you're just a kid, you shouldn't be held responsible for his mistakes. With that, Xin Lian looked back at the ceiling, letting out a sigh. Li Chen could sense a hint of kindness in him. But being trapped in hatred for so long, he couldn't break free even to this day. His life was in shambles. Can you tell me why you want to settle the score with him? Li Chen asked softly. Xin Lian's lips tightened, and after a long pause, he said, I used to want to be a good editor, to write really good articles. But just as I joined a big company and was about to start working, an accident happened. I was driving, with the editor who was supposed to guide me into the industry, and we got into a car accident. The editor passed away, but I survived. He paused slightly, his thin lips trembling. It seemed like there was something he couldn't bring himself to say. Li Chen was about to suggest they stop talking about it, but he found himself speaking again. The brakes were faulty, but Zhou Chang accused me of trying to kill that editor on purpose. It wasn't intentional on my part. He noticed the issue after driving, yet failed to report it promptly. When we set off, he didn't warn us, which led to the editor's death. I don't mind the slander, but I can't stand idly by while an editor loses their life due to his negligence, and he faces no consequences, even becoming the chief editor of that company. Evil deeds should have consequences, but it seems not in this case. Xin Lian's voice dripped with bitterness as he finished speaking. Even Li Chen could sense it. However, what comforted him was that Xin Lian still had some rationality left. At least he knew why he wanted to take action, rather than acting on impulse. Actually, we could have resolved this without resorting to violence, achieving effective retaliation, Li Chen suddenly remarked. Hearing this, Xin Lian turned to him, asking, What do you suggest? Li Chen smirked, set down his tea, and walked towards him. Since we are both editors, we should compete based on our professional abilities. Once he becomes your subordinate, dealing with this matter will be much simpler. But Xin Lian couldn't help but laugh at this suggestion. He is the editor's protege, while I haven't truly entered the field under that editor's guidance. So, in terms of writing, I can't compare to him. He was quite self-aware in this regard. Li Chen calmly stated, that may not be the case. Writing isn't just about learning time, it's about various factors, even conscience. Xin Lian furrowed his brows as he watched Li Chen by the bed. What does a kid like you know? Editing and writing involve a lot of knowledge. Without a good mentor, you won't excel. But he found it amusing that he was taking a child's words so seriously. He almost believed the child's idea. Alright, stop it. There's nothing useful in what you're saying. Leave now. We have nothing more to discuss. You can't help me, and staying here will only make me want to harm you. Go, and don't come back. If you see me on the street, pretend you don't know me. He got up from the bed and was about to push Li Chen out. Li Chen had wanted to stay, but as a teenager, he couldn't match Xin Lian's strength. He was pushed forward relentlessly. Unable to resist, Li Chen said, I can train you in writing and editing. However, Xin Lian laughed. Do you think I'm a fool? Save your nonsense for someone else. Alright, just leave me alone. As he spoke, Li Chen was already pushed out of the door. Just as Xin Lian was about to close the door, Li Chen hurriedly said, I can really train you in writing. I've submitted articles to 4C's magazine before. He spoke quickly and urgently, causing Xin Lian to pause as he was about to shut the door. Xin Lian looked at Li Chen in disbelief. You've submitted articles to 4C's magazine? His tone was skeptical, finding it hard to believe. Li Chen knew it sounded unbelievable, especially coming from a minor. But it was the truth. Yes. If you don't believe me, I can take you to buy a few issues of 4C's magazine. I can show you exactly where my articles are. Xin Lian scrutinized Li Chen suspiciously, as if trying to see through him, yet strangely finding a deep sense of composure in the boy's eyes. So calm and composed, it didn't seem like he was lying at all. There wasn't even a trace of boasting. Xin Lian was starting to doubt, could this kid really have contributed to 4C's magazine? If you don't believe me, I can write an article for you right now. Li Chen was genuinely eager to help, every word spoken with utmost seriousness. "Wait for me here, I'll go buy some paper and pens nearby." With that, he turned to leave. Qin Lian was still stunned, but upon hearing this, he suddenly reacted. "Wait, I have paper and pens here." A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. "It's just not very good." Li Chen understood his living conditions and didn't expect anything fancy. "It's okay, as long as it works." Li Chen followed Qin Lian into the house. Qin Lian fetched paper and pens from another small room and unscrewed a light bulb from the room. He even brought out a small stool and a slightly taller one. Obviously, he had the habit of writing articles, or he wouldn't have these tools. As Li Chen sat down and pondered for a moment, he began writing on the paper. Qin Lian watched calmly by the side, as if he had finally returned to his true self at that moment. However, as Qin Lian looked at the article Li Chen was writing, and his handwriting, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Oddly enough, how could this person's handwriting be so similar to that of his former editor? Especially the way some characters were written. He still remembered how the editor's strokes were different from others. Yet this teenager in front of him was writing just like his former editor. Was it just a coincidence? Unconsciously, Qin Lian stared at Yang Chenggang. When Li Chen finished writing, Qin Lian finally looked away. "It's done, take a look." Li Chen handed the article to Qin Lian. Qin Lian carefully read through it. The content was simple, not too long, just analyzing the current situation of 4C's magazine step by step. The article didn't mention any hint of frustration or sadness, but it exuded a sense of powerlessness in every word. It was as if someone who had once poured their heart into 4C's magazine was now witnessing its decline and ruin once again. "This article, did you memorize it beforehand?" Qin Lian looked at the choice of words in the article, the quotations. It didn't seem like something a teenager could write. It even had a unique style. It flowed effortlessly, without any hint of deliberate effort, just making people sigh at the downfall of 4C's magazine. Despite his skeptical tone, Li Chen suddenly laughed. "If you don't believe me, then come up with another topic now, and I can write another one." His firm tone made Qin Lian believe that this boy indeed had real talent. Yet, Qin Lian was even more amazed. "Why can a teenager like you write such excellent articles? I'm very curious. After all, there's no one in 4C's magazine now who can write as well as you." Although he didn't have much money, he would still buy some issues of 4C's magazine if he had some spare cash. After all, it used to be his dream. Li Chen pursed his lips and whispered, "Actually, it's simple for me to write good articles. It's just because I'm someone you know." He had already planned this while writing the article. Perhaps only by revealing the truth of his reincarnation to Qin Lian could he slowly overcome his hatred. "Someone I know?" Qin Lian became alert. "Who?" He didn't remember knowing a child. Li Chen's lips curled up. "If I told you I am the reincarnation of Li Chen, would you believe me?" Qin Lian was completely stunned, and the paper in his hand fluttered to the ground. Over the years, he unexpectedly heard a familiar name from a child's mouth. The child even claimed to be the reincarnation of Li Chen. Qin Lian found it hard to react for a moment, even doubting if he was dreaming. He pinched his thigh. Ouch! Pain shot through him, making him gasp. It wasn't a dream. If not a dream, then what could it be? No, this kid must be talking nonsense. Are you kidding me? I've lived this long, and it's the first time I've heard someone claim to be a reincarnation. Qin Lian pointed angrily at the door. "Get out! I don't want to waste time with a liar like you. You can't fool me." Li Chen had anticipated this reaction from him, his smile deepening on his face. "Qin Lian, I'm actually grateful that you still think of helping my family. So whether you believe it or not, I am Li Chen's reincarnation, and I will help you." Li Chen looked up at Qin Lian. "Do you have a phone?" Qin Lian met his gaze and obediently replied, "No, only a SIM card." Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Qin Lian had to ask someone else to answer Lin Hui's calls every time. He took out some money from his pocket. "Here's 3,000 for you. Go buy a smartphone today. When I come next time, I'll start teaching you how to write." With that, he handed the money to Qin Lian. Then he counted 2,000 more and handed it to him. "This 2,000 is for you to enjoy yourself. Go relax a bit. Stay in a hotel for a few days, buy some clothes. When I come next time, I'll take you to rent a house and start helping you with study and training plans." He deliberately brought 5,000 yuan with him and now gave it all to Qin Lian. Qin Lian looked at the money in his hand, feeling even more surprised. Although he still couldn't believe that the person in front of him was Li Chen's reincarnation, a young boy he had only met twice, giving him so much money for no reason left him puzzled. Was it just because he had too much money to spend? But the boy's clothes didn't seem to be designer brands, so it didn't seem like he had too much money to spend. Qin Lian was puzzled. Who are you exactly?" Li Chen knew it was difficult for him to accept this, but he explained with a smile, I said I'm Li Chen's reincarnation, now I'm Yang Chenggang from Yilan High School. Actually, I lied the first time we met because I didn't want to reveal the reincarnation thing. But now it seems I can trust you. Thinking about Zhou Cheng's situation, Li Chen knew it was difficult for Qin Lian to let go. But he still said gently, whether Zhou Cheng slandered you or not, or whether his actions led to my accidental death, at least there's one thing to be grateful for. At least you're still alive, which is a good thing for me too. Li Chen bent down to pick up the pen and paper on the ground and wrote down his number. Qin Lian looked at him incredulously. Are you here to act in a play arranged by someone else? Are you deliberately deceiving me? He still couldn't believe in Li Chen's reincarnation, but Li Chen had expected this. Actually, I think you can just go with the flow. If you believe I'm Li Chen's reincarnation, then I am. If you think I'm lying to you, then don't believe it for now. But you can follow what I said with this money. I can train you to be an editor. His calm demeanor made Qin Lian slightly lower his guard. Seeing Qin Lian's softened expression, Li Chen said very seriously, you used to be our joy, but because of the accident, you've become what you are now. Even though the accident wasn't caused by me, I still feel sorry and regretful. Qin Lian, I hope you live well, not for revenge, not for others, but for yourself. Do you understand what I mean? Stop clinging to the past. Or you can wait until your career stabilizes before looking into the past. These words made Qin Lian's eyes turn red uncontrollably. Our happy nut. He hadn't heard those words in a long time. The joyful times of the past seemed vivid, but now everything was just a passing cloud. All the colleagues had also disappeared. Except for Zhou Cheng still at 4C's magazine, everyone else had left. Qin Lian said with a choked voice, if I could go back to the past, if so many familiar faces could gather again, I would rather live only one day in this lifetime. As long as he could live happily for one more day, he would be willing. Li Chen understood his meaning, but they couldn't go back to the past. Watching Qin Lian's tears fall, Li Chen said in a deep voice, Qin Lian, we can't go back, but we can look towards the future. You should know how Zhou Cheng is now, the quality of his article speaks for itself. But distorting the truth, blurring right and wrong, even helping one side bully the weak. I don't want to see such an editor, so I hope you can change this situation. Although he had collaborated with 4C's magazine a few days ago, he had gone there for the sake of the magazine and Jiang Yi. But he was utterly disappointed in the end. The current situation made him stop fantasizing about Jiang Yi and Zhou Cheng returning to the past. Since that was the case, it was better to train someone new, and Qin Lian was a suitable candidate. After Li Chen left, Qin Lian still felt like he was dreaming. He couldn't believe that reincarnation was real. But if it wasn't reincarnation, why would the other person give him so much money? And even know so much about the internal affairs of 4C's magazine? Looking at the money in his hand, Qin Lian couldn't help but sigh, if you are truly Li Chen's reincarnation, please destroy 4C's magazine. If the once beautiful turned into a nightmare, destruction was the best choice. The next morning, Li Chen received the first edition of Hulong magazine. Seeing the cover and the list of titles, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The cover bore the title of his article, and his piece was placed as the first article. It showed how much they valued it. Li Chen carefully flipped through the magazine and was quite satisfied. Yang Jianting happened to pass by his door and was surprised to see him holding a magazine. Why are you suddenly reading a magazine? Yang Jianting approached and took the magazine from Li Chen's hand, asking, what magazine is this? Why have I never seen it before? Li Chen smiled and said, this magazine isn't famous, I just came across it by chance. As they spoke, Yang Jianting started reading the articles. After finishing the first one, he looked at the cover of the magazine. This magazine is well written. I've been looking for a suitable magazine to read recently. He read the first article again. But this magazine probably won't last long, it might close down soon. Li Chen didn't quite understand. What do you mean? Yang Jianting pointed to the first article, look. This magazine isn't famous, yet it dares to criticize Sheng Entertainment so harshly. Aren't they just asking for trouble from Sheng Entertainment? And look at how detailed and accurate the writing is, it's too harsh. I don't think Sheng Entertainment will let them off the hook. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh at this, but for Hulong magazine, perhaps this is also an opportunity. On Sunday, as soon as Hulong magazine was printed, a copy was sent to Li Chen. Monday was the actual release day. Unexpectedly, the sales were surprisingly good. Originally, only a few hundred copies were sold in the entire morning. However, on Monday morning, nearly 2,000 copies were sold. Upon learning the data, Liang Lin hurried to find the editor-in-chief. Editor Du, we sold 2,000 copies of the magazine this morning. He was excited as if he had won the lottery. On the other hand, Editor Du remained calm, normal, as expected. If nothing unexpected happens, we will sell quite a few this afternoon. After all, having been in this industry for a long time, he was more familiar with the business than Liang Lin. Now, they were only gaining popularity because of that article. But it would only make them happy for a couple of days. They would soon face some troubles. At least Shengyu Corporation wouldn't let it go just like that. Liang Lin hadn't realized yet. Sell quite a few this afternoon? That's impossible, right? Usually, we can only sell a few hundred copies in the morning, hardly anything in the afternoon. But the thought of Li Chen's article made him doubt. Maybe because of that article, they could indeed sell quite a few in the afternoon. I really didn't expect that a kid could write such a good article. Liang Lin sighed, not noticing Editor Du's increasingly serious expression as he read the first article in the new magazine. Why could he see the old man's writing style in a child's work? Thinking of the old man, Editor Du couldn't help but sigh. Don't get too excited yet, get ready to deal with Shengyu Corporation. It took Liang Lin a few seconds to react. Okay, I understand. With that, he slowly backed out of the room. The phone in the office suddenly rang. Editor Du glanced at the caller ID, sneered disdainfully, and then answered the phone. Speak up, I don't have time for idle talk with you. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Du Zhang, you finally managed to become the editor-in-chief of a small magazine. Don't risk losing your position for just one article. It won't be worth it in the end. Hearing Jiang Yi's voice, Du Zhang's expression softened slightly. But seeing that the call was from Zhou Chang, he understood that Jiang Yi and Zhou Chang were both from the Sea Corporation now. They were birds of a feather. Du Zhang replied calmly, thank you for the reminder, Vice President Jiang, but since I have taken on the role of editor-in-chief, I am responsible for our magazine. Even if that article touches on some negative points about Shengyu Corporation, I still think it's a good article. Losing the editor-in-chief position for a good article, I think it's worth it. With that, a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. The fact that Jiang Yi called him indicated that this article was bound to attract significant attention. As an editor-in-chief, reaching this point was satisfying. Even if he eventually lost the position, he would still be happy. Du Zhang, you are out of your mind. If the people from Shengyu Corporation read the first article, your little magazine will be done for. Zhou Chang suddenly shouted angrily over the phone. Even if you step down as editor-in-chief, your magazine won't be safe. Shengyu Corporation will definitely target you. If you retrieve those magazines now and write an apology letter, maybe this won't escalate. However, Du Zhang found this suggestion laughable. If all you have to say is this, then I don't think we have anything more to discuss between us. I am responsible for what I do, I don't need you to interfere. Du Zhang hung up the phone directly after speaking. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yi and Zhou Chang were furious. As the beep 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 sound came through the phone, Zhou Chang blurted out, what should we do? If Sheng Entertainment Company sees this, they won't let it go, and we might be affected too. After all, the owner of Sheng Entertainment Company is their company's shareholder. Moreover, based on the personality of Sheng Entertainment Company's owner, they would likely want them to resolve such matters. The best solution would naturally be to write an article in response. However, their best writer had already switched sides. Jiang Yi also thought of this, but at this point, he felt powerless. However, maybe this could be resolved through Yang Chenggang. Jiang Yi decided to give Yang Chenggang a call. But it was Monday, and Li Chen was in school, so no one answered the phone. Jiang Yi and Zhou Chang exchanged a glance, and Zhou Chang suddenly remembered something. Right, I remember he is a student at Yilin High School, maybe we can find him there. When we find him, we can ask him to retract the copyright of this article. Hearing this, Jiang Yi shook his head gently. No, since it has already been published, the copyright cannot be retracted. But we can ask him to make a statement through some platforms, claiming that he accidentally lost the submission. In this way, Hulong magazine would be considered using someone else's work without permission, and we could even take legal action to resolve this matter. As long as Yang Chenggang agrees to this, we can use this to scare Du Zhang, and he will definitely issue a public apology, and the copyright of this article will be returned. This approach was simple and convenient, but it required Yang Chengdong's agreement. Jiang Yi quickly took out 5 bundles of money from the drawer, grabbed a paper bag, and put all the money in it. Give him this 50,000. Zhou Chang looked surprised. 50,000? Isn't that too much? He's just a middle school student. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue and pushed the paper bag forward. As long as he agrees, 50,000 is fine. Money is not an issue, the key is to resolve this matter. Hearing this, Zhou Chang took the money. I understand, I'll go now. Fortunately, Li Chen was at school on Monday, and through the school teachers, Zhou Chang met Li Chen. When Li Chen came out of the classroom and saw Zhou Chang, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Strange, why did he come to the school? Did something happen? Li Chen approached, But before he could ask, Zhou Cheng suddenly said, "Let's talk outside." He quickly went downstairs, with Li Chen following behind him. But after thinking it over, it seemed that the only possible thing they could discuss was about that article. When they passed the school gate, Li Chen claimed to the security guard that he and Zhou Cheng were relatives, so they were allowed to leave. Once they were in the car, Zhou Cheng directly handed over 20,000 yuan. "Take the money, tell the media that you accidentally lost the manuscript, and that you did not give the copyright to Hulong magazine." Li Chen looked at the 20,000 yuan in his hand and sneered, "You are generous with your money, but trying to make me do this for just 20,000 yuan is a joke, isn't it?" He then threw the money back at Zhou Cheng sitting in the driver's seat. "You guys keep this money, I don't need it. But since I've sold the copyright, I won't be able to take it back." Saying this, he was about to get out of the car. Seeing that giving money was ineffective, Zhou Cheng had to resort to emotional manipulation. "Yang Chenggang, if you don't do as I say, Hulong magazine will be ruined." Sure enough, Li Chen stopped his movement to get out of the car and obediently sat back in his seat, looking puzzled at Zhou Cheng. But deep down, he was thinking, "Let's see what you've got to say, kid." Zhou Cheng said helplessly, "You know how powerful Shang Entertainment is. If they target Hulong magazine won't stand a chance. Moreover, since you sold this article to them, you must know some people there, right? Are you going to watch your acquaintances get into trouble?" Li Chen slowly lowered his eyes. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of Fuyu Company. Perhaps if Fuyu Company set its sights on Hulong magazine, then Hulong magazine wouldn't be in trouble. After all, with the protection of Fuyu Company. But Li Chen looked at the money and found it ridiculous. Trying to make him help Shang Entertainment with just 20,000 yuan, and in the end, he might even betray Hulong magazine. Unless he had lost his mind, he would never agree to such a thing, not even for 200,000. "I won't say that," Li Chen said firmly. Zhou Cheng's smile faded instantly. Li Chen continued, "Anyway, since I dared to write this article, and Hulong magazine dared to publish it, we are already in cooperation. Since it's a cooperative relationship, we should advance and retreat together. In any case, I won't help you." Zhou Cheng's face became more embarrassed, gritting his teeth in anger. He took out another 10,000 yuan from his pocket. 30,000. Will 30,000 do? He had thought that giving 20,000 to a mere kid was already generous enough, allowing him to secretly keep 3,000. Who would have thought this kid would be so difficult to persuade? What a trouble! However, Li Chen looked at the money in his hand, but his gaze fell on the seal on top. He remembered clearly that Zhang Yi always had a habit of leaving the same mark on his things, and the seal on these 3 bundles of money all had a small triangle drawn on them. Though small, it was noticeable. Li Chen naturally guessed Zhou Cheng's intention. "I can't agree to 30,000, even if you offer me 50,000, I won't agree." At the mention of 50,000, Zhou Cheng instinctively tightened the remaining 2,000 in his pocket. The bulk had already been given out, he couldn't give away these 2,000 as well. But how could this kid suddenly mention 50,000? It's really strange. I don't think there's any need to continue our conversation. Let's see how things unfold from here, Li Chen said as he opened the car door and walked away. But thinking about what Qin Lian had said, Li Chen knocked on the passenger window. Zhou Cheng hurriedly opened the passenger window. "What's wrong? Are you changing your mind?" he asked expectantly. Li Chen leaned on the passenger window, smiling as he looked at Zhou Cheng's pocket. "I really didn't expect you to take a cut." He hadn't taught Zhou Cheng that way. This kid had changed so much that he didn't even recognize him anymore. Zhou Cheng was even more surprised. How did you know?" Li Chen snorted. "How I know doesn't matter. What's important is that before you go to sleep tonight, you better ask yourself if you still have a conscience. Also, you better not think about using any dirty tricks from me, or I won't let you off." As fellow editors writing articles, Li Chen believed he was no less capable than Zhou Cheng and Zhang Yi. At worst, it's a showdown, using the power of writing to speak. At the very least, he wouldn't let the Four Seas Company have its way. Li Chen stood up straight and walked into the school. Zhou Cheng watched Li Chen's back and regretfully took out another 20,000 yuan. What to do now? The money hasn't been sent out, and he even offended this person. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang in his pocket. It was a call from Jiang Yi. Zhou Cheng took a deep breath before daring to answer. "Vice President Jiang, I talked to him, but he didn't agree. He didn't even ask for the money. What should we do?" Jiang Yi originally wanted to inquire about the specific situation, but couldn't help but sigh at these words. It seemed they could only resort to a showdown. "Forget it, come back first, there's a problem with the company's official website." Hearing this, Zhou Cheng didn't dare to delay. He hung up the phone and left in a hurry. That afternoon, the sales of Hulong magazine reached a new high. They sold over 3,000 copies again. Although everyone at Hulong magazine was very happy, they also knew that this was just the calm before the storm. When Li Chen returned home from school, he deliberately contacted Yu, the general manager of Fuyu Company. As soon as the call connected, General Manager Yu smiled and said, "You took the initiative to call me. It seems you need my help. Just say it, I prefer things to be straightforward." Li Chen replied in the same manner. "General Yu, I published an article in Hulong magazine listing the various wrongdoings of Xingyu Company. It has attracted quite a bit of attention now, and it seems that Xingyu Company will soon take notice. I'm not afraid of Xingyu Company coming after me, but for a magazine like Hulong that dares to publish my article, I want General Yu to help them. It's still necessary to support a magazine that is not afraid of trouble like this. It will also be beneficial for Fuyu Company in the future." General Yu on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment before asking, "No wonder a relatively unknown magazine suddenly published such a good article. It turns out you wrote it. I was even thinking of acquiring this magazine." He chuckled a few times, and Li Chen guessed that things should be fine. General Yu continued, "Don't worry, leave the next steps to me. I guarantee that this magazine will be safe." After hanging up the phone, Li Chen messaged Liang Lin to celebrate the success of the magazine. Then he heard Su Lin's voice, "Chang, come and eat." Li Chen put down his phone and went out. After the family sat down, Su Lin spoke gently, "You will have an exam at Qingqing No. 1 high school tomorrow, and I have already informed your class teacher. I have also inquired about the math competition you mentioned before with Qingqing No. 1 high school. Don't worry, as long as you have already registered, you won't be affected. If you need to participate in the competition, go ahead, Qingqing No. 1 high school won't stop you." With everything arranged, Li Chen naturally had no worries. He went to bed early that night, and the next morning, accompanied by Yang Jianting, he went to Qingqing No. 1 high school. The teacher who received them was the school's vice principal, Zhao Liang. He was thin, wearing silver-framed glasses, slightly hunched with chalk dust on his hands behind his back. He occasionally looked back at the father and son behind him. "It's been over 10 years since we had a situation like this, so we held a meeting specifically for this matter. The focus is on discussing the paper that young Changgang will do this time. After our discussion, we decided to let him do the test paper from the monthly exam a few days ago. As long as he passes, we will allow him to skip a grade and study here." In contrast to Li Chen's composure, Yang Jianting was unusually nervous. It was as if he was the one about to take the exam. Li Chen smiled and reassured him, "Dad, it's okay, I'm the one taking the test, not you. If you pass, you skip a grade, if you fail, you go to the 3rd year of junior high." Hearing this, Zhao Liang turned back with a smile, "Kid, you have a good attitude." He had been worried that young Changgang would be very nervous. It seemed he had overthought it. Li Chen said lightly, "I just wanted to give it a try. If it works, great, if not, there's no need to get stuck. Sooner or later, we'll have to go to high school, it's just a matter of time." Zhao Liang nodded in satisfaction and took him to the office around the corner after reaching the 3rd floor. There were 3 other teachers in the office. When Li Chen arrived, the 3 of them glanced at the clock. "You can rest now, go to the restroom, and start the exam in 10 minutes. The first subject is Chinese, with a time limit of 2.5 hours, one of the teachers said. Li Chen stepped forward, "No need, let's start the exam directly." Upon hearing this, the 3 teachers looked at Zhao Liang, as if seeking his approval. After some thought, Zhao Liang nodded, "Okay." The exam began, and Zhao Liang and Yang Jianting left, leaving the 3 teachers in the office. However, Li Chen was engrossed in writing, as if the 3 of them didn't exist. Initially, the other 3 teachers were quite indifferent, but as they watched Li Chen write faster and faster, even finishing the essay much quicker than expected, they couldn't help but become curious and unconsciously gathered around him. "I'm done." Li Chen picked up the Chinese exam paper and looked at the other 3 teachers. The 3 of them simultaneously looked at the clock on the wall. In just an hour and a half, he had completed the Chinese exam paper. He even had an hour left. One of them took the exam paper. "You can rest first, and then." "No need to rest, let's move on to the next exam paper," Li Chen interrupted. Hearing this, the teacher had to go out to ask Zhao Liang. When Zhao Liang heard that Li Chen had finished the Chinese exam paper, he was stunned. When he received the next Chinese exam paper, he scanned it quickly and found no mistakes. It was unbelievable. Was he really a genius? "He wants to proceed directly to the next exam, so let's follow his lead and keep an eye on the time," Zhao Liang instructed. The teacher then took the math exam paper back to the office. Zhao Liang hurriedly took the Chinese exam paper to the office of the Chinese teacher, where he found the most authoritative teacher, Sui, to grade it. Sui carefully corrected the papers, and apart from some answers in the reading comprehension section that differed slightly from the standard answers, there were no other issues. Different from the standard answer didn't mean wrong, just a deduction of a few points. The full score for high school Chinese was 150, and after calculating, Sui surprisingly scored it at 140. This student's performance is good, the essay is well written. Which class is he from? Zhao Liang chuckled. He's the student who transferred to our school from the meeting about repeating the second year of junior high a few days ago. Hearing this, Sui pushed her glasses. That student? She couldn't believe what she saw on the exam paper. So, this is a paper written by a second-year junior high student? My goodness, this is incredible. Zhao Liang also found it unbelievable. After all, the score was far beyond imagination. If he wants to skip a grade, he's good in Chinese. Sui couldn't help but look at the essay a few more times. After taking the papers, Zhao Liang returned to his office. Yang Jianting was in his office drinking water. When he saw Zhao Liang coming in with the exam paper, he quickly stood up in shock. Teacher Zhao, is my son doing well in Chinese? Yang Jianting's smile froze on his face. Zhao Liang handed him the paper. Take a look for yourself. Hearing this, Yang Jianting's hand trembled as he took the paper. Oh no! It's over. It seems he can't skip a grade. But when he saw the score on the paper, his eyes widened suddenly. Source text, 104 points? Yang Jianting looked at Zhao Liang in surprise. Did you calculate it wrong? Zhao Liang said calmly, no, he just did well. Total score of 105, getting 104 is already very good. However, Chinese is special. As long as there is enough knowledge accumulation, one can do well. The same goes for English. The key is to look at his math, physics, and chemistry. Hearing this, Yang Jianting finally understood. It seemed that Chinese and English were not the focus, and whether he could skip a grade wouldn't be based solely on these two subjects. They could only continue to wait until an hour later when Li Chen handed in his paper again. The math paper was also submitted, taking an hour and 10 minutes. Then it was straight to the next exam. Zhao Liang was the math teacher, so he started grading the papers himself. But after only grading the first page, he couldn't help but frown. Seeing him pause, Yang Jianting quickly leaned over. What's wrong? Did he make a mistake? Zhao Liang shook his head gently. No, I'm just curious if he already knew the answers. Not a single multiple choice or fill-in-the-blank question was wrong, and the first major question was also correct. Although he hadn't graded the entire paper yet, Zhao Liang was sure that with such a score, the later major questions wouldn't be too wrong. Even if they were all wrong, just based on this side of the math score, he had outperformed many students in the school. If he didn't already know the answers, then he must be a genius. Upon hearing this, Yang Jianting became anxious and hurriedly explained, he didn't know the answers in advance. We really didn't know which test paper you were going to have him write. If you think he cheated, you can switch papers. My son couldn't have cheated. Zhao Liang looked at the questions and naturally knew that they were not copied answers. But he really couldn't believe that a second-year student could solve first-year math problems, and with such a high accuracy rate. Flipping the paper over, he continued to grade the remaining questions. Just after looking at one major question, Zhao Liang said, I know he didn't cheat, it's just that his score is too good, so I find it hard to believe. Hearing this, Yang Jianting finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like he did well on the test. Maybe he could really skip a grade to high school. Yang Jianting leaned in slightly to look at the paper. When Zhao Liang finished marking, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed like skipping a grade shouldn't be a problem. 20 minutes later, Zhao Liang had finished grading the math paper. Except for the last major question that wasn't answered, everything else was correct, and the 150-point paper only lost 15 points. Looking at the last question, Zhao Liang couldn't help but feel that maybe Li Chen could have answered it too. Most likely, he was just too lazy to write it. At least the last question was divided into 3 sub-questions. Even if he didn't know, he should have known the first sub-question. Obviously, he was very confident in his performance, which was why he took the risk. Can my son skip a grade in math? Yang Jianting saw Zhao Liang holding the paper and not speaking, so he couldn't help but ask. Zhao Liang nodded, yes. Yang Jianting breathed a sigh of relief again. It seemed like there was no problem. Half an hour later, Li Chen's English paper was handed in. It only took him a little over an hour. But it was already noon, and when Li Chen came out of the office and saw Yang Jianting and Zhao Liang, he approached. Teacher Zhao, what time is the exam in the afternoon? Zhao Liang was speechless. The plan was to have him take the English exam in the afternoon. But now, the other party had handed in the paper early, having already finished the English test. In the afternoon, they could only arrange for him to take other subjects. Around 2 o'clock should be fine. Zhao Liang carefully observed Li Chen. If you feel tired and don't want to take the afternoon exam, you can rest, and we can reschedule it for tomorrow. They couldn't let such a genius perform poorly due to fatigue. At least keep him in good condition so that miracles can happen. Li Chen said lightly, no need, I have an exam this afternoon. It's best to take out the remaining subjects, and I'll take them all together. If everything goes as expected, he should be able to finish all the exams ahead of time. Maybe he could really finish them all in just one day. He didn't want to come back here to take exams tomorrow. Zhao Liang nodded repeatedly at this and said, "Alright, I'll arrange it right away. You can come at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, or a little later is also fine, just stay in good condition." Li Chen acknowledged with a sound, "I got it." After that, he turned to look at young Jianting. The two of them greeted all the teachers and left the school. 3 invigilators watched Li Chen walk away before they couldn't help but discuss quietly. "This kid is amazing. I saw the English paper he wrote. If I'm not mistaken, there were almost no mistakes." "Exactly. I noticed that too. No mistakes means a lot. Look at the essay he wrote. It's so good. The presentation is neat, and the English letters are well written. Even the top student in our class couldn't achieve such good results." Listening to the conversation of the 3 people, Zhao Liang slowly clasped his hands behind his back. A slight smile appeared on his face, showing a look of satisfaction. It seems that a genius is really about to emerge. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Chen arrived at the school on time. Under the watchful eyes of several invigilators, he took exams in several other subjects. But he handed in each exam early, saving quite a bit of time. By the time school was over in the afternoon, the other subjects had also been completed. Zhao Liang carefully watched as each subject teacher corrected his papers, fearing any issues. It wasn't until the last paper was handed to Zhao Liang that he couldn't help but say, "For the last subject, no matter what grade you get, it's not important anymore." After all, his previous grades were already outstanding. However, Li Chen said, "It's equally important. I hope not only the total score is considered but also the scores of each subject. At least there shouldn't be a bias in any subject to avoid displeasing the teachers in the future." But he also knew his own grades, and skipping a grade at this point was no longer a problem. Finally, he could skip 2 years of school. "Alright, let's go back and wait for the news. If everything goes well, we should have news by tomorrow. Even if there are unexpected issues, we should have some news in 3 days." Zhao Liang patted Li Chen's shoulder. "I'm looking forward to you coming to Qingqing No. 1 High School. I want to see how strong you really are." The other invigilators also nodded and agreed, "Yes, with such good grades, if you could come to our school, it would be a great boost." Li Chen smiled and nodded. "Let's wait for the results then." In the afternoon, he didn't let young Jianting accompany him. After exchanging pleasantries with a few teachers, Li Chen left Qingqing No. 1 High School. As soon as he left the school gate, he saw Su Lin's figure. "Chen Gang, over here." Su Lin waved excitedly. Li Chen walked quickly over. "Mom, why are you here?" The two got in the car. Su Lin started the car, and said with a smile, "Even if you didn't want us to come with you for the exam, we still had to pick you up." She glanced at Li Chen's expression intentionally as she spoke. "How did you do in the afternoon exam?" Li Chen replied lightly, "It was okay, there shouldn't be any problems." Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, whether you succeed or not, getting this far is already impressive. Even if you can't skip to high school, we can try skipping to the 3rd year. The most important thing now is to relax and not be nervous." But Li Chen was not nervous at all, he just felt it was best to go with the flow. However, looking at the continuous rain outside, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease creeping in. "I wonder what move Xingyu Company will make next." However, when he returned home and went to his room to get his phone, he saw a message on it. It was a message from Liang Lin, basically saying that the last issue of the magazine was going to be discontinued. But he still handed in that article along with the corresponding fee, and he would be paid separately if it was resold later. It seems that Xingyu Company has taken action. I wonder if General Yu knows about this. "Chen Gang, come eat, let's celebrate tonight." Su Lin's voice came from outside the room. Just as Li Chen was about to put down his phone, he suddenly saw the news alert. President Yu of Fuyu Company intends to invest in Hulong magazine.